labels, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Picture yourself on the Golden State Warriors home court, wine in hand. Kendall Jackson Wines invites you to dinner on the court at the Chase Center on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy an exclusive Q&A with a Warriors legend and ESPN reporter, Mark Spears. Then savor a dinner paired with world-class wines from Kendall Jackson and their esteemed partner wineries from across the Napa Valley and Sonoma County. Dinner on the court, Saturday, April 4th. Tickets are $250. Get yours or enter to win a pair at kj.com/Warriors.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is backed by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
It's just a golf lesson, champ. Listen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Cloudy in San Jose, rain ending for the afternoon, going up to 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Adamas on one hop, and that's the ball game. Tony Vitello wins his first game as the Giants manager, and the Giants win their first game in this 2026 season, and as it always is, they just don't come easy.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
First dub in the bigs. The Giants hold off the pesky Padres by a final score of 3-2. It got a little hairy there in the ninth. Jackson Merrill, he's a big boy. 2-run jack off Ryan Walker, but all for naught for San Diego. 3-2 the final. Giants get their first win of the season. Joe, the vibes all of a sudden go from super negative to, hey, that's one. Let's get two. Let's get three. Let's get this shit moving. Great win for the team last night. What? Keep this ship moving.
Oh, I heard.
Ship.
My heart stopped.
Why'd you dump it? Come on, guys.
Well, we're off to a terrific start today.
You guys aren't paying attention like Tony Vitello was paying attention to the dugout yesterday.
Risotto, did
Three people heard one word. You said a different word.
I said it right. Keep this ship moving. After that name from that Yankees pitcher that I nailed the entire show, Schlittler, you think I'm going to, whiff on that? Come on, Joe.
Who was the Giants' first baseman last night?
Schmidt happened, Sam.
Before I get to the game.
Big RBI for him, by the way.
Before I get to the game, I want to talk about the fan base and something that I've been talking about for quite some time. Joe.
The Giants fan base or the Padres fan base?
The Bay Area sports fan base. Joe, for the longest time, the Giants fan has been dormant, hibernating, if you will, waiting for this team to meet us halfway and just be relevant, exciting, and somewhat intriguing. And when you start off against the Yankees and you sign Tony Vitello and you bring him in and you kind of piss off all the old starch of all of baseball, it gets you perked up as a fan. And I said to you, with the Warriors being where they're at, with the Niners being where they are and not having to play a real game until at least September, right?
We will talk some Niners today, by the way.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The Giants have an opportunity here to capture the hearts of the Bay Area sports fan. We don't even think you have to be great. Just be good enough to where you're compelling and there's exciting things to talk about. And for one night on the road, that wasn't opening day weekend where you're just normally going to have that excitement and that lean forward. I felt Giants fans locked in from the first pitch till the end. And it was rocky at the end, and we'll get to it. But on my timeline, on my phone, on my Instagram, people texting, my little guy sitting next to me, it was the most glued in I can remember the second series of the year for the Giants in a long time. And I mean just the casual sports fan. it is nice to have a team that, like, we actually are dying for them to do well. It's not like, oh, I hate this team. I hate this lineup. Like, the lineup came out, Joe, before the game. This is all before the game.
Yeah.
The lineup came out, sweeping proclamations on whether you like it or don't like it.
Willie Adames batting leadoff, and what does he do in the first inning?
Base hit.
There you go.
But his at-bat quality was much better in this one. I thought he was very patient, though he swung on the first pitch later on in the game.
Too patient to a T in one of the at-bats, or that whole challenge thing. We'll get into it.
Totally fine. Totally fine. And I just... We're losing our mind about the lineup. Now, if it was Yastrzemski and Slater, and it would have been yawn, wake me up. Like, and those guys are nice guys. I'm not trying to rip them, but like Lamont Wade and Darren Ruff, like we were reorganizing the deck chairs on the Titanic for year after year after year. So all I'm going to say is, for one night, this team is showing what I thought could happen, meaning capturing the hearts of the Bears sports fan. And then when the game plays out the way it does, where you got Landon Roop setting himself up and looking like a big-time like contributor to the staff this year. And I think he was awesome yesterday. You see all the different bullpen arms come in. And the second Keaton Wynn walked off that mound, my phone started buzzing. I mean, I think you got to put him back out there for the ninth. I don't trust Ryan Walker. And what does Ryan Walker do? He goes out there and scares the living hell out of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a 3-2 game before a blink, and the guy isn't throwing strikes, and he looks predictable. We all take a deep breath. They get the win. And I just ask everybody, Risotto, this is with a twinkle in my eye. I'm not trying to come at you and Sam. Was Tony Vitello's answers in postgame sufficient enough for the crowd?
I'll be the judge of that. I have to listen to him. Haven't listened to him yet. I'm going to be surprised. We'll find out. We're going to hear from Tony Vitello because we have the segment we do now all throughout the Giants season. What do you hear? What do you say for Tony Vitello?
I'm happy for him to get his first one.
Yeah, it was great. And apparently got a brewski too. You got to get a brewski.
They threw him in the beer cart. They threw him in the beer cart and they doused him with liquids.
Oh, that's great.
And then he went out there in a different hat and he was smiling, and I'm happy for him. I'm really happy for him. We can all take a deep breath.
You know who I'm happy for? Landon Roop, because that was the stadium and that was the mound that he got injured on last year, Joe, in San Diego. And he had some bad outings out there. And for him to do that against that lineup, and don't get it twisted, people, because they struggled a little bit yesterday. Jackson Merrill, he's that dude. Tatis is that dude. Machado is that dude. They got a lot of really, really good offensive players in San Diego, and they're going to be there at the end of the season. I believe that. Are they going to be a playoff team? I have no idea. They might be battling with this Giants team neck and neck for that third wild card spot. Who knows? I still think it's going to be the Dodgers will be the class of the division, but I thought that was an impressive ass performance from one Landon Roop, who was really impressive for most of last year up until that injury, Joe.
Yeah, and I think that he got hurt in San Diego, if memory serves.
That's what I just said, yes.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, what was it? August? When was it?
Yeah, it was later in the, I think I have the exact date. Hold on.
Yeah, do you have?
August 20th.
August 20th, okay.
Yeah.
And this season was over.
No, it was. And
yeah,
I think that was, and that's what I was trying to say. A little bit of exercising of demons maybe 100%. For him. 6 innings, 2 hits allowed, 0 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, and just 2 walks.
When you have a 1-0 lead, it feels like, oh my God, finally, like early in the game. And Harrison Bader, look, I questioned his legs. Like yesterday, the home run is what everyone's going to glom onto. And that was a big-time home run. First home run of the year for the Giants.
Yeah.
He looks like a WWE character from the 90s. If he's Owen Hart, the Ultimate Warrior, I don't know who he... The sleeve, the lavender sleeve with the glasses and the hair. I mean, he looks like Mr. Perfect.
You know, I thought Risotto had the line of the night in the thread. Got a little Sam Lubman in him. He does, Harrison Bader, just a little bit.
That means he's got a little Benjamin Franklin in him.
Just a little bit. He's got the hair. He's got the light skin, and you guys are around the same size, right, Sam? What are you, 5'11", 5'10"? It's about Harrison Bader,
possibly.
Right?
Yeah, but Bader is top heavy. I mean, he's thick up top.
Have you seen our boy in the back?
Yeah,
Guy's the Incredible Hulk.
I don't know. I don't know if your legs are as stout as his.
Want to go check him out?
You're getting weird early. But it's nice to have a lead early in the game. You're able to pitch, and understand that one pitch isn't going to do you in and you're taking an L. Like when you have a lead, you're going downhill more.
Right.
And then, to get not 1, but 2 base hits with runners in scoring position. I call it a little duck fart by Pat Bailey.
That's pretty good.
Little flip of the wrist.
Yeah.
But that's the big hit that they've been looking for. And then for Casey Schmidt to have a really nice night. I mean, he ripped one down the line later on in the game, but they hit up the middle to score another run. Matt Chapman on the Pat Bailey one, just beautiful base running. Little things. 2 outs, you're running on contact, sprinting all the way, didn't break a stride. There's not even a throw home.
Your 7, 8, 9 hitters were the difference yesterday. How many times could you say that about the Giants team last year? Where that ever-elusive hit was there? I know that
they Patrick were 1 for 28 in the Yankee series.
Yeah, there you go. 1 for 28.
They showed that graphic on the Fox broadcast. 1 for 28, your 7, 8, 9 hitters. Isn't that kind of crazy?
It is crazy. And shout out Casey Schmidt. He had a hell of a game, too, at a couple of hits. He had a great defensive play at first base, running. He got the quick stab, ran to the first base. God, I don't know if Devers makes that play, just speed-wise.
Yeah, that was a hell of a play.
Yeah, I think it's underrated.
That was a hell of a play.
Now, Machado made some hell of defensive plays, too, that we just kind of gloss over.
I mean, he made one coming in that was just spectacular. Adames made a play up the middle with the pivot play.
But you were on it, too, Joe. Roop was just owning Machado yesterday. Machado could not figure that guy out at all.
His at-bats, Machado's in particular, he looked so uncomfortable. And I think one of the things that I try to tell people, like just when it comes to pitching, we obsess about velo. And look, of course, velocity helps a lot of things. Are you keeping people off balance? Right? And I think one of the arts of pitching, whether it's Paul Skeens, whether it's Greg Maddux, Landon Roop, everything plays off whatever your fastest velocity ball is. Yesterday, they showed a graphic. He was throwing 95-mile-an-hour sinkers with 75-mile-an-hour curveballs and locating and then mixing up other pitches in between. He was painting one side up, one side away, one side in, one side up and away. Like, he was all over the place. And I thought Pat Bailey did a great job sequencing the pitches yesterday. Machado hit like 3 squibbers. Like, he didn't barrel anything up yesterday.
No, he didn't. And again, fantastic win for the Giants, 3-2 the final down in San Diego. They'll do it again tonight. And Logan Webb will try to exercise some demons. It was weird, in our thread last night. I keep going back to it because we were just texting throughout. Logan Webb's been the only kind of bad stain on the Giants pitching staff this year, which is kind of crazy to say. Because coming into it, I know you, Sam, a lot of other Giants fans are like, I don't want him pitching in the World Baseball Classic. I don't want him to throw off his routine. Maybe there is something to that. I don't know. But he pitched well in the World Baseball Classic. And maybe the Yankees just had his number that day. They saw something in the scouting report. Yeah. Is what it is. He's had some trouble against the Yankees in the past. It wasn't like, he's dominated them. But I'm looking for Logan Webb to have a bounce back today. And I think he should. He knows the Padres very well. This is a team, he's been down there many a times. It's not like an AL team where he sees once a year and sometimes at home, sometimes on the road. I'm looking for Logan Webb to have a bounce back. And let's get 2 in a row, people. Let's get 2 in a row.
And, it's always interesting to see how they go to the bullpen. Yesterday, I thought one of the seminal moments of the game, he gets out of the 5th inning, okay? Landon Roop does, and he's kind of grinding toward the end of that inning.
Yeah.
And we're kind of debating it in the chat, like, do you yank him? Do you go to the bullpen? Well, my theory is, like, what would the other team least like to see?
Oh, they would love Landon Roop out. They would hate to see him stay in.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so, given that he was at like 65 pitches, I want to say, after the 5th inning, I was like, let him back out there for the 6th. If a guy gets on, then maybe you yank him, but get someone up. Well, to start the inning, Landon Roop goes out there in the 6th, and you look into the bullpen because they cut away on the Fox broadcast, and who's warming up? Gage. And I'm like, check. Like, these are the little things that I look for from a manager. Like, are you ahead of the curve? Or are you thinking 2, 3, 4 batters ahead? And he was yesterday. I'm talking about Tony Vitello.
Yeah.
And then I think a runner did get on base, and they end up getting out of the inning.
Double play.
Yeah. And they just, Roop looked awesome, and I'm really happy for him. I'm happy that he's healthy. He looks physically, like, fantastic. I'm talking about his body and everything. Like, he really does.
Well, and, we're going to have Bonte on in the 9 o'clock hour like we do each and every Tuesday, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Plus, we'll be talking to Craig Elson a little bit later. Guy loves the San Diego Padres, based out in San Diego. Longtime Padres guy and San Diego sports guy. So we'll talk to Craig. He's been on the station before. One of the best. But, we were talking about it last week, like, what's going to make or break this Giants season? It's not going to be Logan Webb. It's not going to be Robbie Ray. It's going to be that middle of the rotation. It's going to be those 3, 4, 5 guys. Now that sounds like, okay, Joe, wow, you're 3, 4, 5 pitchers. Yeah, that's 3's more than 2. I would hope they can contribute more. But specifically for this team, and I think I said the third pitcher, who I think talent-wise is going off last year, it could be Landon Roop. Now, again, it's interchangeable, who you think is better, whatever. But I saw Landon Roop be a baller for this team more often than not last season. And a little bit, and I think you agree, Joe, did we think some of that was, okay, maybe he's hitting above his skis a little bit here. Maybe, this is first time, heavy innings, heavy workload, he gets hurt, and maybe it was just a flash in the pan. Well, after one start this season, doesn't look like a flash in the pan.
No.
Again, just one start, but the pitching has been absolutely fantastic. So if we're going to get all on Tony Vitello because the hitting's not there, maybe we should praise him a little bit and the staff because the pitching has been there.
And no question. Roop is just an interesting player. He doesn't fit the modern mold. Everything's with crazy movement away.
That sinker's nasty when it's going.
Yeah, he's got a very unique delivery where he kind of twists and throws across his body.
My dad would call it herky-jerky.
Yeah. I think he's a really uncomfortable at-bat for a lot of guys, especially right-handed hitters. And, that gives you 2 random guys because Logan Webb's not really conventional. He's a lot of like sink, movement. Let me paint the corners. Let me get a lot of ground outs. And I think that plays with our infield, with Casey, with Chapman. Adames, though, he can be an adventure at shortstop. He made every play yesterday. I thought he looked really good over there. And the other thing that I was thinking about watching the game yesterday, you've now seen them go through a lot of different bullpen arms. And they're kind of experimenting, and guys are kind of auditioning for what their role could plausibly be. I'm really impressed multiple times now with Gage. Really impressed multiple times with Keaton Wynn and the moxie and just kind of how nasty and how calm he looked.
All right, you didn't mention one guy. How'd you feel about Ryan Walker yesterday? Hold on, before I even get to that. The first guy is walked, and then it's like, oh boy.
Well, you can't lead up. You can't walk the lead off,
did every Giants fan ever see that first walk and like, oh my God.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly.
The ninth inning is different.
It is.
The final 3 outs. Now, are there moments in the game that tend to be more high leverage? Like, let's say you come in a second and third, no out situation, middle of the order. Can that be more difficult than the actual ninth inning? Sure. But the ninth inning, 9 times out of 10, those last 3 outs are different.
Well, and they had the beef coming up. So you walk 100%. Cronenworth. That was the guy you wanted out initially. It's because, oh boy, now who do we got? We got Tatis.
Yeah.
We got Machado.
Double righties.
Jackson Merrill. Exactly. And then you got Xander Bogaerts, who, yikes, did not look good yesterday. But we'll
get into Bogaerts because
we will. But Tatis,
guy's got a deal that's
it's disgusting. Tatis strikes out. Huge strikeout there.
Yeah.
Then you get Machado to ground out.
And the Tatis strikeout, I was surprised he didn't use the challenge.
Did they have their challenges still?
Yeah, they still have one challenge left. And I thought he should have challenged one of them. And instead of going 2-0, it ends up going 1-1. Is that correct on that count? I think it was, instead of being a 2-0, which is a total hitters count, it goes 1-1. He ends up striking out away at the end of that bat. Look, one pitch does not make an at-bat.
Yeah.
But as we're seeing with the challenge, it can change the course of the at-bat.
Absolutely.
And like how you sequence, like I always tell you, like hitter counts, 0-0, 1-0, 2-0, 3-1. Those are hitter counts. Look for something that you like, put 2 butt cheeks into it. You've earned the right to be able to swing out of your booty. And, 1-1 is very different from 2-0.
No, it's true. And
especially after walking the guy in front of you.
They had a sequence in this game where it was Adames at the plate and, the catcher, who was it? Campusano?
Yeah.
Is he a Paisan? I don't know. It's a great last name, though.
He had like blonde hair a couple years ago, didn't he? He had like the bleached blonde hair.
Long blonde hair.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. All right. Targaryen. There you go. But Campusano, like it was a 1-0 count to Adames. And then he's like, oh, I thought it was there. It was curveball, knuckle curve, whatever, right at the bottom of the zone. But it was low. It was clearly low. He challenged it, doesn't get it. So it's a 2-0 count. He wanted to save his pitcher from a 2-0 count. And Adames had already got a hit at that point in his prior at bat. And then what happens? It's another's ball 3, and then Willie waits, and then Willie challenges because he gets thrown out. He gets a strikeout throwout situation. Doesn't get thrown out at second. Whoever it was, Casey Schmidt, I believe it was.
He was going on.
He was going on it, but and then Willie just takes it like I was like, dude. It's 3 pitches in a row you're just taking. Swing the bat and swing it.
This is where it's kind of interesting with the challenge.
And it wasn't even close, by the way, the challenge.
No,
it was right down the middle.
I thought the 3-1 pitch was the one that I might have challenged if I was going to challenge.
Well, it's interesting to see, and you can kind of tell by the player how confident they are with it. And then, like, Hall of Fame players know. So Machado challenged one. He knew immediately. He's like, bump, bump.
Yeah.
He's like, wasn't even close. He's like, the elite hitters, Joe, will know.
100%. Yeah. And I think the umpires, for the most part, generally are good.
Yeah.
Bailey used it late in the 9th inning to try to steal a strike for Ryan Walker, who's clearly scuffling, and you're going to lose the challenge because it's the 9th inning, and you might as well use it then. So, like, there's some strategy on when to use it, how to use it, how many you have left in the tank for later on in the game. I find actually the challenge to be quite interesting.
Well, and you know what? I will give credit to Patrick Bailey because we all thought the ABS was going to take away his ability to pitch frame. But as I'm learning, it kind of fools the hitters sometimes too a little bit.
100%.
I think it was Gavin Sheets, not Ben Sheets. Gavin Sheets, it was a 1-2 or no, it was a 1-1 or it was a 2-1, and it was clearly above the strike zone. Mm-hmm. And I thought he could have challenged it, but it was a pitch frame.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it ended up being a strikeout actually. So it was a 2-2 count. But I was like, wow, Patrick Bailey, credit him for that strikeout and for the ability not to use the ABS there because I think he just sold it so well. All right, we'll pick this up all on the other side. We'll hear from Tony Vitello. What do you hear? What do you say? Tony V gets his first dub. Giants fans, they're on the board officially. They're 1-3. We're crawling out of the hole. 888-957-9570. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Let's treat Tony Vitello like one, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that.
cools up to 8 times faster, and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
First base line where it looks like they're suggesting that's where the umpire should stand. High drive to left, and it is out of here. And the first home run of the season this year comes off the bat of Harrison Bader. What a welcome sight that is.
That's a pretty humble try, too.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. No! Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what's up, Bonte? Bonte on the rejoin there. He'll join us in the 9 o'clock hour for the entirety of said hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. That was Kruk and Kipe on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Harrison Bader getting the party started in the 3rd inning yesterday as the Giants get an early lead. Then the 4th inning, add on 2 more. All of a sudden, Red Hot Giants, I mean, that's all they would score, but that's all they needed. 3-2 the final. Giants get their first dub of the season, Joe, and we're going to hear from the manager soon. Tony Vitello about his first major league victory. Can't wait. Do you want to do it now? Let's do it. Let's dust it right off. You got the open? What do you hear? What do you say? It's really more of a bed, but it's fine. Yeah. See, you used to have just cutout heads of like all the different hosts here. And
yeah,
like,
I'm so glad they're gone.
Yeah, but I want like cut off heads of like certain characters. Like, Kornheiser did that all the time for PTI.
It's called role play.
Yeah, no, I want like Paulie Walnuts just like in here. Just doing his whatever he does with his hands. What is it? This thing? What is that? I don't even know what this is.
I don't know.
There you go. I know that Tony Vitello got his first dub of the season last night, and he was thrilled, relieved. He was feeling it all, but most importantly, the teammates and his players were so damn happy for him. Let's take a listen to Tony Vitello.
There was
adult beverages, but there was other stuff mixed in too. So at some point I'll be plotting my revenge. But for now, enjoying the fact that, Rupert, you kind of mentioned a pitcher getting it done, gets to enjoy the fruits of his labor. That was a special effort he had out there, and obviously the guys behind him did exactly what they needed to do.
He got a beer shower, and he said he was already plotting his revenge, so when he could take revenge that they did that to him. But that's awesome. Congratulations, Tony Vitello's first Major League win. And you know what? Maybe now he will be less intense. He can relax a little bit, exhale, some great stuff there. And, do it again tonight.
They got off the schneid. That's the key. There's only one team in baseball that's winless.
Yeah, I know. It's the Athletics. There you go. 0-4. Hey, but hey, they hit the long ball. It's great.
So
I was not buying them, by the way. A lot of people are high on that team heading into the season. They don't have pitching. They're not making the playoffs. They're winning a lot of games with no pitching. Continue.
No, it's just I'm happy for him. I'm happy for them. I thought he managed yesterday's game quite well. He let Roop go back into the sixth. He had the guy up and ready to go. He went to Gage. He went to Keaton Wynn. Check. And then, you have to start with Ryan Walker. I think a lot of people, look, myself included, we view Ryan Walker as kind of a roller coaster. I think he's perfectly suited 7th, 8th inning, depending on the matchups and who else you've got in there. I don't love him for the 9th inning. But if I'm Tony Vitello, I have to start with him as my closer.
Well, and what did Tony say in spring training? It'll be a fluid situation. He never, hammered himself into, this is our guy. He's going to stay our guy. I felt like, quite frankly, I felt like Bob Melvin mismanaged the bullpen a lot when it came to roles and guys knowing their roles, knowing your personnel, yanking them, putting them in, not putting them in closing situations, putting them out of closing situations. It was all weird, especially the Camilo Duvall stuff, and we kind of talked about that yesterday. Ryan Walker being a part of that. So I credit Tony for having a pull so far on his bullpen because that's a major question mark for this team still going forward. And as you mentioned, am I going to trust Ryan Walker if he has to do it again tonight? Probably not, but you know what? He got the save at the end of the day.
Look, Keaton Wynn's name's going to get brought up as closer. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. But I will say this, Joe. I don't know if the closer's on this roster. That might be somebody.
Might not be.
That might be somebody you make a deal for early on in this season and acquire so that you can, stick into the back of the bullpen. Like if you got a legitimate closer, whoever that might be, you put him out there. Now you got Keaton Wynn, Ryan Walker, Gage, Miller, Budo. Like the depth of your bullpen would be significantly better if you could add an arm from outside the building.
That guy Morgan is nasty on the other side.
Oh,
he is for the Padres. Yeah. I'm saying, oh my God.
He doesn't look that tall either.
No, he's not. But like his stuff was just no one could see him.
I was surprised Buehler only went 4 innings.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that in the thread as well too. Just like, man, what could have been Walker Buehler? I still think he'd be a solid middle of the rotation guy. Exactly. But that's why I said what could have been with him without all those surgeries, because he looked like he was going to be the heir apparent to Clayton Kershaw in L.A. It looked to be that way.
He looked like Baby Verlander.
2-time All-Star. Yeah, Baby Verlander's a good call to build all of it. And by the way, Verlander got rocked yesterday. Back in Detroit for the first time. Yikes. But yeah, Walker Buehler goes 4 innings, allows 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, and obviously that 1 home run to Harrison Bader. Giants got after him early, made him uncomfortable, got to the bullpen, and held on to the lead with their bullpen. And they still have Mason Miller on the other side, who we may, hopefully, Giants fans don't see the next 2 days, because that's probably a safe situation if he comes in.
So when I was growing up, if the helmet didn't fit you well, the batting helmet,
I know where you're getting at.
You would wear a hat underneath it, right? Because when I was growing up, we had 4 helmets. That's it. We had the thin pad one, the thick pad one, the medium pad one, and one with no pads. Like, that's what we had growing up.
Did you have a face guard on any of them?
No. And when the individual,
soft.
Let's say there was bases loaded and you're at the plate. If someone scored, you took the helmet off no matter what, and you just handed it to the next guy who was coming up. Now every kid has their own helmet. There is nothing that bugs me more than an ill-fitting helmet, all right? Like, figure it out. Either, put the hat on underneath it, the Lionel DeShield style, or get the right padding. If I watch Jung-Hoo Lee take another swing and the helmet fall off the head one more time, my head's going to explode. I can hear my wife in the stands.
My wife.
Jung-Hoo, get a helmet that fits. Dick's Sporting Goods has an array of helmets that can fit you properly.
Shout out Dick's.
No, it's every single game. Guys, am I the only one that's bothered by this?
I have bad news for you, Joe. Your head's going to be exploding very, very soon.
Well, if you keep a helmet on, it won't explode.
It's not going to stay on.
Every game.
At least once a game.
Not even running. A swing, the helmet comes off.
You know why he does that? This is all calculated. I'll tell you why. Have you seen that guy's hair? It's fantastic. He slicks it back every time it comes off. No, it's calculated, Joe. I'm telling you.
No,
it's great.
Willie Mays used to flip his cap off or his helmet off on purpose. That was his thing when he was running the bases. It's just, look, I like Jung-Hoo Lee. I don't know how good he is. Like, my guy needs to figure out how to get a proper fitted helmet. Like, it's honestly annoying me.
Well, can you just figure out how to get like more hits? That would be nice. I don't really care what his helmet does.
Let's start with
if the helmet flies off and you get a hit, I'm cool.
Well,
with
the helmet's flying off because he's swinging too hard because he's trying to knock it out of the ballpark and be a hitter that's not what he is. Like that's part of the
element
problem
of it. And like honestly, am I the only one that notices this? It drives me nuts.
No, we all saw it yesterday.
We all see it.
Yeah, we all saw it.
You're the most vocal about it.
He did get a run yesterday, so run scored for Jung-Hoo Lee. And again, the 7, 8, 9 hitters getting it done for the Giants yesterday. That was a fun little Tony Vitello. He did speak about more I want to get to in regards to Ryan Walker.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job yesterday.
Yeah, I thought so too. And again, for as much as we want to get on him about the offense and it's struggling in this early part of the season, can we also give him equal amount of credit on the other side for as much hate we give? Let's give him some love for the pitching, right? Because he deserves that, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Let's do that.
And, I noticed all like in the handshake line, I'm not trying to make too much of it, but like clearly Willie really likes him. Like Willie Adames and him are real tight.
But that makes sense, right? Like personality-wise, you feel like they're both fiery kind of guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and Devers gave him a big butt slap and a hug. He brought him in. But man, Devers, they're going to pitch Devers soft and away for so long until he can like prove probably the rest of his career.
It's fine, get on base. He got on base twice yesterday. So.
I know one of them was the automatic walk, which again, did you guys notice what happened in that situation? There was a base open late in the game, runner on second, and they just automatically walked the best hitter on the Giants. Maybe that's something the Giants should do moving forward.
Maybe.
Just get him out.
We'll talk to Craig Elston at 8:20.
Didn't love Arise batting cleanup.
Yeah, he struggled yesterday.
But let's have a longer conversation on the lineup.
Yeah, let's do that. And also, he did bat cleanup 9 times for the Padres last year. And flipping through the different broadcasts here, and Orsillo and Grant is his name, talk about it. They weren't that shocked that he kind of struggled yesterday in that regard. So we'll get into that. Craig Elston, Mr. San Diego Sports, 8:20. Talk some Padres, Giants with him. And again, Bonte Hill live in the 9 o'clock hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. Giants get the job done yesterday. Tony Vitello's first win, continuing on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining Sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The tournament is rolling, and we are down to the nitty-gritty, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all that action. You can make picks right now and win money in California. Playing on Underdog, as you know, is very easy. You pick your favorite players, not Duke players, and whether they're going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, whatever. Get all those picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, again, the star players have been shining. Not Duke star players, but you get what I'm talking about. Let's look at some of those stars to put up their final big numbers to say hello to the NBA scouts. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard. You'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first 5. The promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-MY-RESET or ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
We're talking about potty training.
Kids, I tell you.
Sam Lubman.
Wait, what? I don't know where that came from. Talking about Benny. Well, no, like real quick, and shout out Sam and Laughing Monk because I am hitting those breaks, Sam, and I can go for some Laughing Monk right now. You know,
You're 1 for 2.
Yeah, but that's 500 in baseball, so I'm crushing it. All right.
How was that home run last night?
Jackson Merrill last night, or Harrison Bader. Do you see the comp within yourself, real quick, Sam, on Harrison Bader? Do you see it at all? Like you guys look alike? Not really.
Well,
no?
which part do we look alike on?
Oh, the red hair.
All of it.
The red hair.
All of it.
Well,
The
his hair's
skin
blonde.
tone.
We do have nice skin.
Build. I think you guys are around the same size, right? You went to
He's
spring
probably a
break
little
there.
bit bulkier than I am, but he
Okay.
also has a better gym than I do.
Did you ask
That's
him,
true.
how much do you deadlift?
No, I asked him what he uses for his hair, actually.
Did you really?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you should have. Maybe he should have a walkout song, WWE style, like Stone Cold, The Rock, Mankind, Gold Dust. He had one of the best.
I love dancing.
Yeah. Shattered Dreams production.
All right.
So good.
So we haven't even pretended to try to begin to do potty training. LJ is almost 2.5, right? And I saw somebody, my boy Niner Nick, his kid's a little younger, I think like a month younger. Maybe
Does he
he's
have
a
any
month
other
older.
siblings?
What?
Niner Nick. Does he have any other kids?
I think he just had another little one.
Okay, but does he have? Okay, so he's a younger one, but his oldest is a little younger than LJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's already,
This matters.
he said
yes.
something to the effect of he's already potty training. I'm like, damn. Like, I haven't even begun to begin.
Yeah.
That even makes sense.
That's okay. And again, I'm going to urge all the parents out there that, hey, run your own race.
Oh,
all right?
no,
It's not a competition. Now, I'm not, you're saying
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm not saying
But
that.
some parents, moms or dads, feel like, oh, this kid's doing that. So why isn't our kid doing this? Because every kid's different and they'll figure it out.
Well, here's
all
what
right?
I want. I want any tips that are out there. Anything. I'll take them all.
Well, not to get too graphic, just encourage them to do anything on the potty. Like, so if watching something, just sitting down on, getting them to have the act of sitting on a little potty from IKEA, wherever you're getting it, will help a lot.
Well, right now we've discovered body parts, and he's identifying who has what body parts. Yes, I'll just leave it there.
No, it's fine. Benny was taking a bath yesterday, and he was singing an entire song to himself about body parts that he has.
Oh, no.
I was like, son, that can go a triple platinum, that one.
He was pointing at me. He was pointing at himself, and he kept saying, let's just say the letter P. And then he pointed at mommy, and mom's like, no. Mommy has other body parts, but not that one.
Don't do that.
Oh, no.
This is how you learn. This is the natural.
This is how you learn.
We all learn the same way.
It's great. No, kids are funny too. And again, potty training is his own thing. So I have 2 kids. So I got Benny, and I'm gonna have another one on the way. So I got Benny at 6 and Nora's at 3. Benny was potty training around 2, and he finally mastered it as he got to 3. So he finally mastered it then.
Okay.
You have some accidents here and there, which is fine. That
And by
happens.
mastered it, you mean?
1 and 2 on there.
Okay.
Yes. Now you'll still.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get too.
No, it's fine. Now with number 2, you'll still have to help them in regards to teaching them how to wipe.
Of course,
that happens.
Well, you're always trying to get more efficient in that.
Of course. Well, all of us. That's why you get a bidet early.
There
you go. But with Nora, and they always say girls are faster with this stuff with the potty training, but I beg to differ. She can do it. She just refuses to. She's just stubborn. So what was?
So she's just anti.
No, I was like, hey, you want to try doing this on the potty? I know you can. No.
So what are you using? Pull-ups?
Yeah, we have pull-ups on her.
That's what
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
pull-ups.
But pull-ups where you could pull the little tabs and they.
Really, we're pantsless when we're potty training because that's just easier. So because they just have to just go sit on it, or they'll have a mess, and that happens. We'll have to clean it up and have an accident. But it's.
Well, the other day
there's no right. They'll try to say there's a manual for this, Joe, but there really isn't one. Kids are just different.
Well, I want the old wives' tales. I want all the different, I don't know, suggestions from those that are very, in the know. I don't know anything. I know this. After bath time with Dad, he runs around naked around the house, and then now his big thing
you
is.
or LJ?
Him,
okay.
Trust me. He wants me to hop in the bathtub with him.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah.
But he'll run around naked, and he's just running around laughing and laughing and laughing.
It's great.
And the other day, I'm trying to chase him down, throw on his clothes.
Those are the best.
He stops in the hallway, and he's just it's almost like a statue. He's peeing up in the air. You know those statues that shoot out water?
Kobe.
And I'm like, hey, dude, can we just dial this back?
Guru had the line of the night.
worst.
Remember when we had all the problems with the bathroom here at 95.7? He said we had a spray Thompson in the building. It was an all-timer. Not Clay. Spray Thompson. It was all-time. You know who didn't wet their pants last night? Landon Roop. Hell of an outing. 6 innings pitched in San Diego. 2 hits allowed. 7 Ks. Only a couple walks. Shout out Landon Roop. That is a big development, and I'm hoping if we get a Logan Webb bounce-back performance tonight, Joe, That would be 3 great outings. And Malley he grinded. It was a solid for him.
I was impressed.
I was impressed with Malley too. Against that lineup is very difficult. But Robbie Ray, baller. Malley, solid. And then Leonard Roof. If we get another good start in a row with Logan Webb, all of a sudden, Joe, I'm feeling pretty good about this rotation. And again, he'll be going up against Herman Marquez of the San Diego Padres tonight at Petco Park. And you mentioned this yesterday, and I still want to get down there, man. Petco just feels like a party.
Amazing.
I want to go down there so bad for a game.
It's amazing.
Just looks so fun.
Can I ask you guys a question about the Padres? Why is it they feel so disconnected?
What do you mean? Disconnected how?
I don't know. For some reason, I just feel like they underperform given how good those 2 players are in the middle of that order. And I like Cronenworth, too, a lot. He's not of the caliber of Machado and Tatis. I just get the sense that team is going to be trading away Fernando Tatis Jr. And I want him. I know. He's a headache. I don't know how great of a teammate he is. He got popped for performance-enhancing drugs.
Happens.
Like, there's a lot there.
Why would they trade Tatis and not Machado, who's a little older? I guess I
just think that Tatis gets you back more in return, and they're kind of stuck on the Machado deal.
Kind of, but God, I mean, if Machado became available, oh my God. Well, I won't get that in the heartbeat. I mean, we're talking about greatest third base. Well, I mean, we'll figure it out. Go get him. Well, Sam's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't know.
No, he's a head case.
Oh, head case. He's one of the greatest third basemen of his generation. Him, Arenado. That's the conversation.
No, it's totally worked out for them, too.
Okay, come on.
Come on, Sam. You got to be somewhat realistic. He is a good player.
Yeah, he's a great player. He's a Hall of Fame player.
No, he's a great player, but he's also just a problem in the clubhouse.
So was a lot of
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that.
You think he's a bad teammate?
I think he's a bad teammate.
Really?
Yeah,
Because I saw him want to be the first guys give
the
Luis
reason
Arias
him and
a big hug
Bogarts are
yesterday.
so disconnected is because they don't like each other at all.
Let's get into Bogarts, because I look at the Padres and I look at some of the commitments that they've made financially. You referenced Machado. I think most Giants fans would have gave Machado that deal.
Yes.
If they were presented with it. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. It's the Bogarts deal that's going to do them in.
It's a gross one.
Okay, so I don't love the Willy Adames deal, but I also recognize there was a Giants tax, because when they bring him in at the time that they did, you had to pay for the California taxes, which, that's a real thing. And if you're not going to be the Dodgers or the Padres, then there's the Giants tax, which is a real thing, meaning, well, to play here, and at the time they didn't have Devers, you better overpay me to want to come here, because I don't know if you're going to do a lot of winning while I'm here. Well, I look at that deal, and so this year he's only making $13 million. That's Willy Adames. Next year it jumps up to 31, and then it's 31 plus, meaning 31 million, till 2031. Okay, till 2031, he'd be 35 years old. 29, meaning the year last year, 29, 30, 31, 32. Those are probably his, best years in terms of physical peak, and then he'll taper down. So 33, 34, 35, not going to look great. Okay, kind of the cost of doing business. The Bogarts deal, they're paying him 25 across the board from 2023, which was a couple years earlier. At age 30, he is now 33, until he's 40. Joe, they're going to be paying Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop of the Padres, who had to play second base last year or the year before, $25+ million until 2033.
Yeah. He's been there for 3 years prior to this one in San Diego. He hasn't been awful. About 285, 264, 263. But has he lived up to his contract? Probably not. Is he ever going to? Probably not.
But he might be the reason that they move off Tatis. And I look at kind of the financial dominoes of certain teams and where they're at. I look at the Giants and their money, and I'm like, but Jung-Hoo Lee's money jumps up in the next couple of years. Is he on the team at the end of this year? I don't know. I think it's a big year for him. I look at the money that's allocated to Chapman and Adames. Are we sure they're your third baseman and shortstop 2-3 years from now? I don't know. I do know one thing. Not a chance in hell. Bogarts, Machado, and Tatis are on this team in 2 years. One of them's got to go.
Well, who's going to take that on? Tatis would be the most tantalizing.
That's why he's the piece.
But I also think that, Machado, if I can somehow get him, I would. I know he's a little bit older, and as Sam said, he's a quote unquote. He thinks he's a head case. I just think he's a really good player. That maybe he's just, some guys have interesting ticks. I don't know. We were just talking about Barry Bonds last week, and a lot of it was made about the narrative that he's a bad teammate. Maybe it's the same thing. The narrative that Manny Machado's a quote-unquote bad teammate, and just maybe certain guys he doesn't vibe with. Sometimes it happens. He seemed great with Luis Arias when he saw him yesterday for the first time. They were great buds.
Clearly, Bogarts, Tatis, and Machado, one of the two doesn't like the other one or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's something that goes on there. I don't know.
Well, and also the fact that Mike Schilt stepped down, that was kind of out of nowhere. The former manager, I can't even name the manager of the Padres now, Craig Stammen, who didn't even know who that guy was. The segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I did see the pitching coach come out for the Padres yesterday with his goatee. I did think low-key looked like former Raiders interim coach Rich Bisaccia with the shade. He kind of did, right? Hey, Jonathan in Castro Valley, Joe.
Let's hear it.
He has some potty training advice for you.
All right,
That's more important. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Fantastic. How you doing, man?
Hey, Butcher Boy, you know how you get fired up about your Niners? I'm a Niner fan, but that's how I feel about my Sharks right now, brother. And we are close. I know a lot of people. Oh, we are close, brother. The Sharks are so close. And after last night, I mean, I know it's a win, but I think if people realize what that win and keeping them from getting in overtime was huge, and what those points really said, okay, this is time for a playoff push. But all of that being said, I want the Bay Area to get together, cross your fingers, pray to whatever God you need. It's almost been a decade since Sharks playoffs. Let's get it, baby. But I wanted to tell you, Shasky, you got a boy with you. Just take him inside the bathroom with you, brother. Hey, monkey see, monkey do. Let's just put it that way. Have his little potty in there, and that's the advantage you got with having a little guy right now, and I'm telling you, it works, man. It's not going to be the only thing you guys need to do. It is a huge key factor. Like I said, monkey see, monkey do. Dad's doing that. Okay, I can do that. And so let's see if that works for you, brother. Fingers crossed.
I appreciate that.
I also wanted to say, what lucky fans. You had me thinking the other day, Shasky, we are blessed to be in the Bay Area as sports fans. Let's be honest. It's a sports fan's dream. My coworker, he's from the Midwest, I think St. Louis or something. He was just talking about the same thing. He says, man, we have the Blues, the Cardinals. We have nothing to really look forward to. We got Macklin Celebrini etching history. Even though it's not a big deal, Tony V with the win and coming from college ball. This is huge, Bay Area. Be proud of where we're at. This is good time to be alive, man. And so, like I said, boys, let's get excited for Sharks playoffs. And, good luck, Shasky.
I appreciate that. We've done a lot of I'm in there, and I'm like, yeah, pee-pee in the potty. And he's looking up at me, and he's pointing and talking.
Great.
And
it's good.
I'll leave those conversations to me and him.
There you go. By the way, he mentioned it, and I think it was the same guy that kept texting in, too. You have to acknowledge Macklin celebrating the San Jose Sharks with the win last night, and one of 6 teenagers now in NHL history, Macklin Celebrini is to record 100 points in a single season. Let me name the other 5. Sidney Crosby, might have heard of him. Jimmy Carson, Mario Lemieux, Dale Hawerchuk, and the great one, Wayne Gretzky. It's pretty good company to be in.
It's great company.
I mean, are you kidding me?
He brought up, how it's a good time to be a Bay Area sports fan.
And I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. It's going to be tough. They have an outside shot, but it's going to be tough.
They're 2 points back of the Predators, and they got 2 games against the Predators coming up in the next 10.
Big.
So they have an opportunity.
They also have 2 teams above them, technically in the standings, by virtue of tiebreak, Sam, the Kraken and the Kings. I believe that's correct, because they're tied right now with the Kraken in points, and the Kings, I think, are 1 point above them at 76. So we'll continue to monitor, Joe. Continue to monitor.
He was bringing up how we got the Niners and the Warriors and the Sharks and the Giants, and there's all these things to talk about. Someone needs to get the memo, and we'll get into it in an hour or two. Someone get the memo to Jed York. Memo to Jed York. One team that we do not reference, that we do not care about, even one iota, is Leeds United.
Oh, come on.
And if I hear that guy bring up Leeds United one more time, my head's going to explode. You know what this Niner fan does not care about? Leeds United. You know what this 49er fan only cares about? The San Francisco 49ers. You know what I don't want to hear from my owner who owns the San Francisco 49ers? I don't want to hear about Leeds United. I'm not saying you can't have other interests. I'm not saying that you can't do other things. I'm telling you, every time you bring them up, it makes me think, whether real or not, that you are taking time away from what should be your number one priority, which is the Niners, and it's an afterthought. Whether that's real or not, that's the sense I get. And I just don't get it. I don't care about Leeds United. Earth to Jed York. I don't care about Leeds United.
You don't care about the English Premier League in general, and that's where the Leeds United plays.
No. Joe.
They're 15th right now in the standings. They're 4 points ahead of relegation, so they might get relegated, Joe.
If Joe
They're not clear that yet.
If Joe Lakeup came on these airwaves and he was talking about, let's pick a sport. Okay. The Bay Club, the TGL Bay Club, the golf team,
okay,
right?
Sure.
And he was like, yeah, I only spend so much of my time on the Warriors. I'm spending so much time on the Bay Club.
Yes.
You know what? Now, we'd be like, what? I don't care about that.
It bothers me.
He's like the owner of the Jupiters with
oh God,
with someone like, get out of here.
Not a Tiger, I hope.
Stop. I don't care about Leeds United. I don't care about the Ranger FC or whatever other team. If you and Parag want to go own those teams, sell the Niners, because I want someone who's focused on the Niners. I'm not saying I want you to be involved in every single detailed move, but I also don't want to hear you talking about some other team. I don't care about it. I don't care about the DeBartolo Corp. I don't care about any of the other things you're involved in.
What do you care about?
Hits with runners in scoring position right now. That's
okay.
what I care about.
That's what you care about? By the way,
maybe re-signing Kristaps Porzingis to a multi-year deal.
Don't you? Multi-year?
I'm going to talk myself into it and then fully regret it.
If there's a team option, maybe, not a player option, a team option for Kristaps after a year, maybe I'll listen. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This hour has flown by. Giants get their first win of the season, and Tony Vitello, by virtue of that, gets his first win as a major league manager. Hey, Tony, how special was that?
It's hard to comprehend because I got the same disease as every other coach. You're kind of you want the proper guys to get their props that got it done tonight, which really was a lot of guys, especially if you include defense. But also look ahead to the next game is an opportunity to win a series down here and continue things in the right direction. So it probably soak in getting back to the hotel, but yeah, pretty special. Looking around the room, whether it's in the office, in the dugout, or in the locker room. And some of these guys have been slower to come out of their shell with me, but it's little moments like that or breaking camp or opening day where I think, the bond grows a little bit, which, at the end of the day, we want to be a strong unit right now. But I told somebody, I forget if it was with the whole group or not, I really get a sense like no matter what happens, this group is going to get a lot closer together as the year goes on.
That's great. Camaraderie, we love that. We don't want any tension. We don't want any heads butting, if you will. Like a lot of us think that the Padres might be disconnected this season or they have in the past. We don't want that with the Giants, who have been pretty tight-knit. There hasn't been any drama really since the Jock Peterson-Pasoy problem in the clubhouse. Shout out Daryl the Guru Johnson and online. Well, no, seriously, there hasn't really been much since that.
Maybe Camilo not loving his role.
Maybe.
But that felt more like
manager-esque.
Yeah. That didn't feel player on player in any way.
Speaking of the bullpen and closing roles, how'd you feel about Ryan Walker's outing, Tony?
You kind of have to have familiarity with that role for a lot of different reasons. But if you are, there's some microchip in those guys that know they just need to get to the finish line. So I'm all for all three of those relieving efforts. Keaton was really special, but it's hard to say he was better than Gage. So all in all, a great night, and it kind of stinks the focus shifting to first win for me and all that stuff. So I'm honored with all the attention, but I thought tonight it's fitting that our first win is basically a strong pitching effort because those four guys worked their ass off, and they really seem to have a strong sense of camaraderie themselves. And I think they've done a really good job for us, and those pitchers will do whatever those guys ask. So if that's a theme that continues throughout this year, we'll be in games.
Yeah, I think that was an appropriate answer. Look, I know why we make it about him. As I said yesterday, it's not about him. It's about the guys on the field. Yes, he is a part of it. Like there's a whole maestroing aspect to it. You're conducting the orchestra, if you will. But if the guys aren't playing the instruments accordingly, then it doesn't matter. And so, getting multiple big hits, getting the big home run to start the game. I thought Landon Roop he wasn't good. He was special yesterday. Yesterday, he was fantastic. I think if it's later in the year, you might go them into the seventh inning.
Absolutely. And for a guy that had never beaten the San Diego Padres in his career, Joe, I have the stats up right here. Obviously, he was kind of a bullpen guy prior to that, but he had some no decisions. He was 0-2 in, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4 starts prior to this. So 0-2, 2 no decisions in that. And obviously, August 20th last year, he gets the horrible injury on that mound. And we all thought initially when that injury happened, Joe, it's like, oh my God, is that going to be like a year thing? No, I thought it was going to be like, as we see some of these like actual NFL injuries, I thought it was like a soft tissue. He's going to be out for a year. I was like, oh man, he's not going to be able to plant. But for him to come back and kind of exercise some demons. Did Landon Roop speak at all yesterday, guys? Is there any sound from Landon that we can get maybe? No, he's got that thick accent, Sammy. Might be hard to decipher, but we'd love to hear from him. And if he felt the same way that I feel for him, exercising some demons in San Diego.
One thing baseball provides a lot of are these random stories where guys step up and have 2, 3, 4, 5-year runs where they're just excellent. Yeah. Ryan Vogelsong's probably one of the great stories in Giants history. Former first-round pick, got traded, came back. Was a straight-up journeyman veteran, kind of no-namer, and had some monster years for the Giants and was beloved by Giants fans. I think of guys like Kirk Reeder, who bounced around early in their careers and were like kind of back of the rotation guys and then became kind of beloved, just grinders. Now, Roop's not anywhere near where those guys are, but his story is a good one. 2-3 years ago, I'm thinking, all right, we got Birdsong, we got Harrison, we've got Wisenhunt. One of them's going to pop through. And here we are. Landon Roop's the guy that's kind of popped through, and he's the one I feel the best about.
It's interesting when you think about that. We always do the start of the season conversations. What do you think is going to be the best story by year's end for the San Francisco Giants? Who's going to be the best individual story? I think Tony Vitello will be the biggest story because that's just the nature of the beast, and he's doing something monumental we've never seen before, historic, if you will. But who's going to be the best story by year's end? I think Landon Roop, to your point, Joe, he might end up being the best story of the season for the Giants if he could continue doing what he was doing this year, piggybacking off last year. There's a lot of guys that could have some really good stories. I'm still not closing the door on Jung-Hoo Lee to have a good season, although he's struggling right now. Could it be Harrison Bader, who had a really good season last year, has split up, obviously, with the Twins and whatnot. So very curious to see how this thing goes down. You said something, though, we got to get to on the other side. You talked about Jed. We can go Niners direction because Jed, John, Kyle, they've said kind of a lot the last couple of days at the owners' meetings that we need to kind of get into. You also brought up Kristaps Porzingis. Did you really just say you'd give him a multi-year extension?
We'll get into it, but I'm going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm going to do it.
Okay, we're getting into that right now.
I'm probably, he played so well the other night, and I know the numbers aren't eye-popping. I love the way he competed. He fits. Screw it.
Shasky's buying into Kristaps Porzingis being a Warrior in the future.
Not just for 1 year.
Not just for 1 year either.
I actually think I'm going to get suckered in, and I'm totally going to regret it, and I know it, but I want him on a multi-year deal. I do.
I think that's insane. Warriors fans, are you agreeing with Shasky or disagreeing? 2-year extension at minimum for Kristaps Porzingis. You doing that? 888-957-9570. It's all going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to the Safeway Deli this week for tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless. Selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
I always like talking about local organizations that actually do things the right way, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is one of them.
They're celebrating 75 years this year, and it all started back in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And despite the name, anyone can join.
So you can get no monthly checking fees and a top-rated mobile banking app from a local, not-for-profit credit union.
Bank like a hero at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month.
That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And Wenberg, far side. Orlov, Celebrini, shoots, scores! Macklin Celebrini with his 100th point of the season.
Now back to the morning roast.
Beautiful Marin right now.
With Joe Spadoni.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Where is that guy? He was like some financial bigwig in Marin, John and Marin, just never called back. But shout out Randy on the call, NBC Sports California, as Macklin Celebrini surpasses 100 points. Sharks beat the Blues, and he becomes just the 6th teenager in NHL history to record that many points. Yeah. At least 100, I should say. I mentioned it, but he's up there with the likes of Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, Sidney Crosby. Come on.
So that was the Marin guy. What was his name?
John and Marin, I believe.
John and Marin. Could you imagine if John and Marin and Mr. Marin, Matt Nahigian, got together and he was like, look.
They're neighbors. Do you know that?
Beautiful Marin right now.
Look, it is.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
I was texting with Jesus' second uncle's cousin brother trying to book him for the show, and I was telling him, you got to come out to the Golden Gate Bridge. So you're supposed to play some more John and Marin.
That was all I had.
That was all I had. I didn't have any more. I was laying out there as we were talking to do.
I was laying out conversation.
You can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
No, you can't.
The arrogance that he had was just.
I was telling Huddy the same thing at Little League practice.
He literally encapsulated what other people that aren't from California or the Bay Area think of people from the Bay Area. It was the South
Park episode.
Smug, yeah.
Yeah.
Likes to smell of his own farts. Yeah, he has the empty glass and everything.
You know what? That guy was a nice guy.
He called into the show, which we appreciated, but only because we were talking about financial portfolio of like athletes. Yeah, I used to work with this guy named Gale Sayers. Might have heard of him. I was like,
okay, I'm here. Good morning. How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Unbelievable. Beautiful Marin right now.
You sound so happy. I love it.
You can't get a prettier place than here in the country. I live in Sausalito, about a block from the water.
Oh, man. Humble brag times 10. I love it.
Shove it in my face, John.
I want the John and Marin, Brian and Palo Alto crossover at some point.
That collab.
I don't think Brian would hang out with that guy, though. Like, Brian's...
It would last about 3.5 minutes.
Brian toes the line of
I help.
The financial elite, but he doesn't like hanging out with those guys. He
different sides of the
bag.
Could you imagine like reaching out to either one of them if you're Jed York to help with your gazebo in Atherton and get the permitting process set up?
Dude, my buddy Casey had the line of the day yesterday responding to a quote from John Lynch saying they hired the independent scientists. By the way, the graphic that Bleacher Report put out, it was a picture of John Lynch and then in bold writing, hired scientists. That's all it said. And my buddy Casey, diehard 95.7 fan, diehard Niner fan, love you, Casey, going all the way back to Palma High School. He's like, wow, maybe you should have hired some scientists, Jed, to figure out why half the stadium's frying in the hot sun for all the games. How about that?
If you're going to hire a scientist, why not have said scientist tell us who he is, what his credentials are, and then disclose some sort of a statement? It would just put the whole thing to rest. I don't even think you need to take, like, I don't, if you're the scientist.
He might be an old man.
What?
He said he had 45 years of experience. This guy might be an old man.
Again,
wants his privacy,
Joe. But like in the court of public opinion, when you have your like credibility, you put it out there. People can like, all right, well, like for example, and just hypothetical.
Well, what if we do put it out there? What if this guy says, like I said, he's a 45-year, he has a degree from Stanford in engineering.
I'm not scared.
His graduate's degree from
Wouldn't
MIT.
That shut everyone up?
I think it would.
Yeah, that's kind of my
but
point.
Some people won't. I think the naysayers are always going to find a problem with it. Is my thing.
Well, look, if you were doing this, like, because the way I'm viewing this is like, hey, you're presenting to a union of players, right? If you were presenting to the drivers' union and you were, Muni or whatever, and you're like, trust us on this one, bro. We got a scientist.
Joe, the problem is we have actual scientists telling us actual data here in America that people just refuse to listen to. So there's a part of me that says, if there's actual scientists gives out actual data, we'll still, refuse to listen to it because # our own research.
Well, that might be the case, Joe. Like, there's always going to be naysayers in society, but like if you did the due diligence, which it sounds like they did, and you hired someone, like I would just have that guy or gal or whoever it is, this is so-and-so from so-and-so place, and here's the statement. And they don't have to address the media and take questions. It would be pretty simple to me. That's what I would do.
And this is what John Lynch had to say. Again, we're talking about the owners' meeting. John Lynch speaking about it on Sunday.
We did hire an independent scientist. He basically was a big nothing burger. We're safe. Like we're in a safe place of work. The levels are, I think I read in there 400 times less than unsafe zones. And so it's a normal place of work. It's a normal gym. We are safe, we're healthy, and we feel really good about that. So I'll let Corey fill you in on more details. I read that part and felt really good. That was important to us, not just to turn a blind eye, but to look into it because it's our players' wellness. It's not only our players' wellness, it's coaches, it's staff, all that. It's encouraging. I felt like it would be that way, but it's encouraging that it came out in a good place.
Now,
it's science.
No, you have to understand.
Yay!
Journalists by nature are supposed to question certain things. Is that correct? They're supposed to be somewhat skeptical. I heard that from a variety of the guys that were there and gals that were there, that Eric Branch turned to Joel Corey. Joel Corey or Corey Rush?
Corey Rush is the Niners PR guy.
The PR guy.
It's a cool name.
And literally said something to the effect of, this scientist is real, right? Like, that's what he said, not Joe Shasky. Because they want to be able to cite said, scientists in their article. And, like, Corey was kind of like caught off guard. Like, see, I just think the Niners...
Wait, he was caught off guard and they asked if the scientist is real?
Well, that's what everyone said, who was there in the scrum. And so, like, this is where, like, as we talk, it was Lynch, Shanahan, and Jed. And just, I would just say, overarching theme, just of hearing all three talked. Lynch and Shanahan felt like they were on the same page. Jed looked like he showed up and like didn't know anything about what was going on with his team. And it was just very weird how they were going back and forth and they gave very different answers on pretty clear-cut stuff.
Hey, John, did the substation come up at all in free agency?
Not once. Nobody asked about it, which is really interesting. So I was prepared. I had my one sheet update, and Corey can give you more background, but we did.
Damn, that's 2 shout-outs to Corey right there off the bat. Corey can give you more information. Hey, Corey. Corey. Well,
and that's where, like, again, if everyone has their ducks in a row, we have like a pregame kind of meeting. Like, we all do this, like prep, like, hey, this is what we're going to say. Like, of all the topics to just kind of put to bed, wouldn't you be like, all right, guys, here's what we're going to say. Here's the little statement we're going to hand out, or we're going to read a prepared statement, and then we move on. They're calling it Santa Chernobyl.
What? Oh, come
That's
on.
pretty funny.
Oh, my.
That's funny.
I mean, not
But
for,
look, if you wanted
not
to
for
go
the
to
people
bed,
that live through Chernobyl.
But Joe, if you're taking it serious and you wanted to go to bed, like I'm talking about the whole topic with it's just everyone have the same talking points and we move on.
We're never going to be able to move
No.
on. We're never going to be able to move on from this. It's whatever. Hey, John, what's going on with Trent Williams? That's what I really want to talk about. The people on the field. Yeah. What's going on with Trent?
This one's never got ugly. It's been very straightforward, direct. I just think there's a lot of nuance to that situation. He's one of the great players, I think, to ever play the game, but there's a reality with his age. And so it's like, how do you thread that needle and how do you find a deal where everyone's taken care of and happy? And so I think there's some special nuance to it that we've tried to work through, and both sides have been good with that. So that's kind of where I'll leave it.
So we'll see. The plot thickens when it comes to one Trent Williams. I think they're going to get a deal done. I'd be shocked if they traded him, released him. I know they didn't do the $10 million option that they could have done. They'll figure out something, hopefully before the NFL draft. But as we see with Trent Williams and how he likes to do business, he has no problem showing up halfway through training camp and waiting and doing whatever he's got to do. But we've also been told in that regard for Trent Williams, I know you might disagree, and I kind of do too. It's like, oh, he can show up, it'll be fine week one. He doesn't need it. I was like, yeah, but we tried this, and he had he had the IVs, he had the oxygen mask. Like, he
missed 6 games that year.
Yeah, he missed 6 games that year. And as we talked about, these guys need that wear and tear and those fresh legs, need to get some work in, whether it is against the Denver Broncos in joint practice, which he didn't take a part of last year, or whether it is just, going through the motions. You got to do something before. You can't just show up, with no training camp. That just can't happen this year. It can't.
No, I'm with you. The timeline on Trent.
It's been strange.
Is there a world where they don't figure out the contract situation, and for whatever reason we're in round 1 of the draft and a left tackle falls to them, and then now they look around and like in between day 1 and day 2 they like explore their options and now they have some ideas? Possibly. Like, I'm wondering about like kind of their prior history where they fielded calls on Deebo Samuel before they finally gave him a contract extension. They did the same thing with Ayuk. Now, that one took way longer, obviously. But I just wonder if they're posturing because they don't want everyone in the draft to know that they're going to take a left tackle, or maybe they don't even know if a left tackle is going to be available, and that's part of their balancing of this, or if they've already made up their minds and they know either, yay, he's coming back, or nay, we're trading him. Like, Joe, I have no idea.
Well, and, we know John Lynch. He's always going to be listening. He'll always be listening. He'll always be taking calls. He said as much, and that's what a good general manager does. Hey, Kansas City or, Team X calls in and says, let's go on Trent Williams. You guys, interested in trading this guy? This guy's like, no, we want to keep him, but, we're doing our due diligence and we're going to try to work this thing out. Like, just conversations like that. They're always listening, and they're always going to be making calls on certain players too, because that's what a good general manager does. And John Lynch is one of the top 5, top 2, top 3, whatever you want to put him, general managers, I believe, in the game. But he has to start hitting in the draft. To your point, Joe, this is going to be a huge draft. We're less than a month away now. We haven't really talked a lot about it yet, but as these weeks keep coming, getting closer, I don't know what they're going to do in the first round. They can go on a multitude of options. And to your point, would I be shocked if they got a left tackle for the future? No. Daniel Jeremiah, who I have a lot of respect for, former scout, it does a lot of work with the NFL, ESPN. I think he's mocked a tight end, but he also said in his article, he's like, I wouldn't be shocked if they got another tackle because they need some depth there for the future. They do.
And then it's weird because Mike Mayoko put out a tweet the other day that just, it was kind of out of left field. Where did it say?
Not Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area.
He normally doesn't say anything definitive. He basically said they're not taking an offensive lineman until the 4th round. And I don't know where. I'm trying to find it.
When was that, recently?
Yeah, he was making conversations. Okay. In large part because of Bob McKittrick, the 49ers' philosophy during their dynasty was to invest high draft picks in other positions. From 79 to 2002, the Niners drafted just one offensive lineman, Harris Barton, in 1987. So he believes they're not going to take an offensive lineman until the 4th round. That's kind of what he was insinuating. He seems to be very informed. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
So that would tell me they're probably bringing Trent back if I had to read it. But you referenced kind of, hey, what could be available in the first round? I can see a scenario where they take a wide receiver, and then in between day 1 and day 2, Ricky Pearsall gets dealt. I could see them taking a left tackle or maybe moving up to take said left tackle. And then maybe Trent gets dealt. I don't know. Maybe they just bring Trent back and that guy learns underneath them. I don't think that's great business strategy because you lose 1 year of affordability. Part of why you take a guy in the first round is it's a cost-controlled, salary slot, and, paying a backup first-round left tackle and Trent Williams to be on the field at the same time, to be on the team at the same time, doesn't make a lot of financial sense to me.
Well, it's interesting because, Mel Kiper and, take any of these mock drafts with a grain of salt because these guys get it wrong all the time. But Mel Kiper, he's been doing this forever, and some people like to look at his articles. In his latest mock draft, where the Niners picked 27th overall, he has them taking Blake Miller, offensive tackle from Clemson. He's 6'7", 317 pounds, and this is the little caption he puts I think is interesting. You probably see an offensive tackle in San Francisco and think, oh, Trent Williams, heir apparent. But Miller actually played 97% of his college snaps on the right side. Perhaps he transitioned to left tackle if the Niners can't figure out Williams' contract situation. But I like Miller as an upgrade over Colton McKivitz on the right side, regardless of what happens there. That's interesting. I didn't even think about drafting to replace, because McKivitz I thought had a pretty good year overall. But again, these guys, they're national guys. They're not in the nitty-gritty on every single week and all of them. But yeah, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. A lot of people are having the Niners mocking that as offensive tackles, in this case, Blake Miller of Clemson. John Lynch spoke about the status of the offensive line a couple days ago.
No, I think left guard's going to be a competition, and and I don't think we're done there yet. We still have a draft. I think we were pleased with the way Colby performed at times last year. He showed a lot of traits that make you believe that if he can keep ascending, that he's a candidate. Robert Jones is a guy that we've tracked and liked, played in a very similar system, having been with Butch Berry and Mike McDaniel down in Miami. So he's very familiar with the things that we do, the way we play, and we've liked him. Last year, he didn't play with his neck deal, kind of an interesting situation where he had to sit out the year. But, we obviously did a thorough look into that situation, and we felt good. We felt confident. Not me, our neuro guys, our spine guys did. And so we felt good about that. So I think that thing's going to be wide open. Zakel's still on the roster. So I think we'll throw a lot of people at that and see who comes and who rises to the top.
Yeah, this is a guy that signed a 1-year contract with the Cowboys last year for $4.75 million, but he suffered a broken bone in his neck during training camp, and he had to be put on injured reserve, season ending, I should say, back on August 8th. Yeah, it's kind of scary. Like, anytime you hit your neck in sports, it freaks the hell out of me. Like, especially a broken bone. He said they did their due diligence. He got cleared to play, all of it. Might have been the same scientist that looked. I'm kidding.
He said they're not done, though. That was, to me, the key phrase in there, that left guard. So doesn't that feel like they're drafting a left guard somewhere?
I mean, at this point, because the dust is kind of settled on free agency. Yeah. By the way, real quick on that, no one's going to take Juwan Jennings.
I think he has an inflated self-worth.
No one's just going to.
Why do you think he's still out there?
He's 28. It's going to be, 29 come July. What does he hang his hat on? He's a possession receiver, but he's not very fast. He's not one of those, guys that's going to, be a burner on the outside. Make some tough catches, but also, he's a 3 on like a really good team. Am I paying a 3 if I'm out there? Now, maybe he signs a 1-year prove-it deal elsewhere, but that's not what he was hoping. He was hoping to sign, hey, 3 years, $30 million, something like that. Like, I feel for Juwan, but also it's kind of what happens sometimes.
I think that
is he a product of the Shanahan offense?
You nailed it right there. So I think he's a byproduct, meaning his market is a reflection of how people view Kyle and his playmakers in the system. And I think Debo and what happened in Washington is kind of like, everyone's like, yeah, Debo's more Kyle than it is Debo.
Yeah. And we've kind of heard the reports around Debo Samuel and, whether or not, the Niners would bring him back. And it sounds like not really.
I wonder where.
But if
can I throw a team at you for him?
Bring it.
Why not the Chiefs?
Oh.
I think Debo would be a perfect Chief.
I'd hate that because I think it'd be a great fit. I think Andy Reid would find him. He would love him.
I think he'd be like a really good fit.
They do a lot of motion. They do a lot of all trickeration.
I would hate it.
I would too.
I think he'd be perfect for them.
That means you'd see him next year playing the Niners.
Well, they just need playmakers. You know what I mean? And like, not that he's a top tier playmaker currently, but I just think he's better than what they have.
They're saying the Chargers and Commanders showing the latest. Not the Commanders. The Chargers and Patriots showing the latest interest in one Debo Samuel. Again, I'd take him back on the cheap. If it somehow, some way
on the cheap, I'm more open to it now than I was 3 weeks ago.
Because it might be on the cheap now because no one's taking him. No one's taking a flyer on him. And Juwan Jennings, hell, he might have to go sign on the cheap elsewhere because I don't think that, would the Niners bring Juwan back at this point? Would you?
Probably not.
Right? Because you got Mike Evans now. Right?
Why do I have a feeling he's going to end up on like, I don't know, the Texans?
It feels like
Titans,
an AFC South kind of move for sure.
Colts.
Well, the Titans make kind of sense because Saleh
they don't have any
in there.
Playmakers.
Not really. By the way, we're brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. Speaking of playmakers, Brandon Ayuk was once a playmaker for the San Francisco 49ers. That feels like forever ago. And yet, he is still a 49er. On March 31st, 2026, when we thought this guy was going to be released on the new league year, we thought it was just going to be a matter of time. We had Benjamin Albright join us, who's tapped in on the Denver side, but also a national perspective. He thought it was only a matter of time as well. He's still on the team. And it's gotten more drama and dramatic, I should say, the last couple weeks than I thought any of us would realize it was going to be. Kyle Shanahan spoke about it. Jed York spoke about it. Kyle Shanahan's best friend, Chris Sims, spoke about it, NBC Sports, and Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio. Who do you want to hear from first on what the hell is going on with Brandon Ayuk?
So, look, this is an example.
What is going on?
Like,
Release this guy, right?
I watched the Lynch video, and then I watched Shanahan. I thought Shanahan came off great. And then I watched Jed York, and I was thinking to myself, like, does Jed know what's happening within his own team? No, like that was my takeaway. And it was because of the Ayuk stuff. One, the coach was like, let's play the coach first talking about Brandon Ayuk. And then I want you to hear, like, Jed Like, Jid, did you talked at all to your head coach who's running your team?
Let's start with this one. Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media this week for the NFL's owners meetings out in Arizona on how much longer Ayuk will be on the roster.
I don't have a date for it, but I know eventually it'll resolve itself. Hopefully that we could get something for it. And I know we're in no rush to do that. You got to do what's right for the Niners. And, you're not trying to hook up any other team as fast as you possibly can. Hopefully that we can get something for that, and it'll take care of itself, I would think.
Who is giving up anything of substance right now for a guy coming off a torn up knee? He's a year removed from that, didn't play football last year. You're not getting anything for him. You're not. A 7th-round pick? Why would a team do that? Why would the Washington Commanders do that? They'll just play hardball and say, Adam Peters, you don't think he knows those people? He's brought up here. Like, come on, man. I thought we were done with drama. And this is what it's becoming. Drama. For who, for what? For ego? Because this feels like an egotistical kind of a move. So that's the head coach talking about it, Kyle Shanahan. What do you make of that? Because for me, I just said it.
No, I think he's done with him. And I think that they're just, it's now a formality as to when and where they get rid of him. I don't think it's petty or this or that. Like, I know everyone's going deep on why they're hanging on to him, just cut him to get rid of him. And look, they did the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, they're not just going to get rid of someone to get rid of someone, which I understand. I just don't think Kyle has the time to be like, I'm going to be petty and I'm going to hold this guy hostage. I think they legitimately want like a 6th-round pick. Whether you and I can argue whether that's even worth it. We could say it's worthless, but this organization with the last pick in the draft in the 7th round changed their fortune forever with Brock Purdy. So on some level, I understand, but it is a little absurd because like, you got Jordan James and Jordan Watkins, other draft picks who don't even play.
I'm not saying a 6th or 7th round pick is worthless at all. I'm saying it's laughable to think that you're going to get a 6th or a 7th round pick for a guy, like I just said, 2 years removed from a horrible knee injury and a year removed from not even playing football.
Well, you never know.
He hasn't played football in two seasons, basically.
You never know. You never know. Now, I would agree. I don't think anyone's giving him up. But if that's the case, you hang on to him. And then after June 1, you release him. And then you roll that money over 2 years. But this was the more fascinating thing. Like, forget, like, I don't see him ever playing football for the Niners.
No.
That's just my opinion. And that was the sense I got from Kyle, which was, it's a formality. We're waiting for either the time or the transaction to make it happen. Then Jed York was asked about Brandon Ayuk and gave the biggest, like, what answer I think I've ever heard. Like, are you paying attention at all to the plot?
Hey, Jed York, is the door open for an Ayuk return?
I mean, I think anything's possible, right? We want to make sure that we have as talented of a roster as possible. First and foremost, he needs to get healthy and be able to perform. And I think once that happens, he's a really, really good football player.
All right, that was a political answer from the owner. Jed York, again, would love to have Ayuk back.
He got hurt after he got paid, and I hope he gets back healthy. I think Bill Parcells said this, and I talked to JL and Kyle about this. Like, our job is to build a culture, and our job is to make sure that we bring talent into the building. Like, BA is a very talented guy. Would love to be able to bring him back into the fold, and if not, he's a valuable asset that other people would want, and we're going to make sure that we get value and we bring talent into our building.
And one more for you, Joe, because then he was asked if these comments are meant to boost Ayuk's trade value.
I don't think it helps you trade leverage. It's just, he's a good football player. Like, we paid him. I think we've paid him more millions of dollars in snaps that he's had. I would like to see him play for us. Like, we paid him for a reason. Like, I think he's a really good football player. And when you look at the group of people that is there, right, especially adding guys like Mike and Christian, who are legit veteran people, right, that's a room that can absorb somebody that has had a tough go with our franchise for the last year or so. So again, like, I think we're making sure that room is what it needs to be. And if BA is a part of that room, like, we're going to be more talented, and I have no problem with that. I hope he's doing well personally, and I hope I get to see him too.
Hold on. Let me ask the audience before you jump in. 888-957-9570. You just heard the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, Jed York, saying, we would love to have Ayuk back. Would you bring Brandon Ayuk back if that's a possibility, Niner fans? Would you bring Brandon Ayuk back to this team next year? 888-957-9570. Like, would you? Straight up, let me just Would you, Joe?
No.
What if they solve their problems?
No, I'm done. We're done with this.
What if they bro hugged?
The owner referenced money and this player how many times? I counted 5. We paid him, then he got hurt. We paid him a lot of money. We gave him a lot of money. He got paid. No, it's over. It is over. And I think the contract negotiation and the fallout afterwards, prior to the injury, was the beginning of the end. And the injury was the final nail in the coffin regarding whatever happened after the injury. He could say whatever he wants. This guy is gone. Gone. And they're either trying to boost him for a 6th-round pick or whatever. His value is his value. I don't think anything the owner says changes that. I think that Parag and Jed, just my reading of the tea leaves, the fact you said 5 different times in 3 different answers about the money he got, he didn't say that about Fred Warner. He didn't say that about George Kittle. Well, we paid him and then they got hurt. We paid him and then they got hurt. You could tell it sticks in his craw. The whole negotiation, everything. They're done with him. I mean, it's over. It's over. No, he's never coming back to play for the Niners.
I think he was just being political in his answer there. He was just waxing sweet nothings because conversely, he would just be crushing the guy. And if he just crushed him, again, going back to trade leverage, whether you think it's going to help or hurt or not, he doesn't want to, just say this guy's a cancer. He's toxic. We need to get rid of him. We need to wash our hands of it. He's not going to do that. It was funny as we were playing the sounding. We would love to have him back. And he was just listing off all the great things about Ayuk. Sam got in here and said, "Hey, Mike Dunleavy, take some notes." I was like, come on.
He quit on the team.
He basically insinuating that maybe Dunleavy should have spoken like Kuminga about that. But we know Dunleavy's is more, not even at Kuminga, is probably more at the agent. And who is Brandon Ayuk's agent at this point? That's the question. Who is it? Do we know?
I don't know.
Who's his agent?
I've heard many rumors
Aaron
about
Turner.
representation.
Is it Aaron Turner?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That'd be funny.
He quit on the team. They're done with him. I don't think he can come back. I'm sorry. It's over.
Maybe he feels the team quit on him.
Joe, I think it's not one person. It's everyone is involved is sharing the joy. But this thing he'll come back and in that wide receiver room, he'll learn from Christian Kirk and Mike Evans. He's been a better football player than Christian Kirk.
916.
What?
I asked, would you be willing to bring Brandon Ayuk back as a 49er next season? 888-957-9570. Jed York, the owner, said, quote, would love to have him back. 209, Spadoni, you're really giving too much credit to 32 NFL owners. Dumber trades have been moved for picks and additions. LOL. I'm not saying that. I just would be shocked if they got anything of substance for Brandon Ayuk. I would be shocked.
What does that mean, substance? You mean
7th round pick? Any pick.
Oh, they'll get a 7th, I think. I do. I think they're going to here's Luke McCaffrey. That's the Commanders, who's their 6th on the depth chart. And we'll take on Brandon Ayuk. It's going to be something.
Oh, hell no. I'd rather keep Luke McCaffrey. I'm not. He's actually can play.
Well,
he actually can contribute on the field.
We don't know what they think about Brandon Ayuk. But
just
Joe,
reports.
this is over. There's a better chance Jerry Rice suits up next year for the Niners than
I'd
Brandon.
take it. Hey, he's not scared of the substation. We know that. Jerry thinks that's all fugazi.
Jed York in that same, he's talking about the wide receiver room, and then he's telling us, prior to that, well, I didn't even know Christian Kirk got signed. I was like, wow, shocked. I'm like, what? Huh? You were tweeting in the room last year every draft pick, and you were like, Robert Saleh.
While we're on Jed York, the weird one for me yesterday, and maybe he was just doing his little game because sometimes
he was way to the other side of the room.
Sometimes owners like to play their little games and kind of be puppeteers with the media. Here's Jed York on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and York.
You mean JL? You kept calling him JL.
Well, they're tight like that. They're cool. I can't call him JL, but he can. All right. Hey, Jed, you want
anyone?
You want Shanahan and Lynch to remain with the 49ers for a long time?
I think Kyle's got 3 years left. I want Kyle to be here for a long time. He's been here for a long time. I want him to be here even longer. JL, I think it's this year and next, but I don't know off the top of my head. I want JL to be here for a long time, but it's really, what do those guys want to do, right? When you sit down and have conversations after 10 years, where do you want to be? What is your life like, and how do you see it? And do you want to re-up to be a part of the 49ers? Do you want to do something else in our organization in a different place? I don't know the answer, but I have a great relationship with both those guys, and I hope they're here and they're with me and the 49ers and our family for a very long time.
Okay, I think this is interesting. These two guys were hired at the exact same time. One, the head coach has 3 years left on his deal. Again, I think that's what Jed York says. And then he says, JL, I think 1 or 2 years.
Wait,
how do you not know?
He knows. He's just, I think that what has happened in the past, and I got a lot of stuff with Jed all over. Hey, he's been a good owner. I'll give him that. Let me ask. He's been a good owner.
He learned from his mistakes.
Yeah. No, he's been a good owner. He's better than a lot. He's been a good owner. Let's give him some love. But I think he's so worried about being labeled a meddler, which I understand, which is kind of the tag on Joe Lacob currently. Is it not?
Yes.
Is a meddler. I think the worst kind of owner, though, is not a meddler. It's actually completely detached from what's going on.
Yeah.
Like out of sight, out of mind. I never see you. Chris Cohan could have walked down the street, shook my hand and said, I'm Chris Cohen. And I'd be like, okay.
John Fisher.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, John Fisher was like that forever. Yeah.
And I think he's so worried about how he's going to be perceived in terms of meddling that he tried to do I'm so detached. I don't even know how many years. You know how many years they have.
Right.
Why can't you just be normal?
Because if you have that much money, you can't be normal.
Why can't you just be normal? I don't understand why he's so worried. Like, you know exactly how many years they have. And I got the sense he's handed everything to Kyle, which I get. He's handed everything to Kyle and he's like, run my team, which, you know what? It's probably a smart business decision. And it's probably a smart football decision because they've been wildly successful. We could have qualms as to why they haven't won the big one. They've been really good. 25 other teams or more would die to have Kyle Shanahan run their organization from top to bottom. But at some level, like, dude, come on, man. You're the big boy. You're the boss. Like, don't play this. I'm just so aloof and I'm so busy and I just have no idea what's going on. Like, I just don't buy that.
He also was asked about...
Just be real. Be a normal person.
He was asked about Kyle Shanahan in regards to, his kind of media debut for the Super Bowl. Obviously, it was at Levi Stadium. He's like, I thought he was great, but he would never do that full time. He would hate that. He loves coaching.
Kyle said he loved coaching.
Yeah, no, I have it right here. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan.
This was the most relaxed Kyle I've seen in a long time.
I'm good coaching. I love coaching, even though I look like I've aged 10 years because... I physically have aged 10 years, but I still feel good. My family still loves it. I think they would kill me if I was home a lot more. So we got a good balance.
They would kill me if I was home a lot more. I've never heard that one before.
But doesn't he sound...
I think Tom Brady was hoping for that too as one point. Continue.
Normally, he's not so comfortable in front of the media. Like, normally he's very on the defensive because, week in, week out, that's just kind of his nature. Doesn't he seem like super relaxed and calm? I know the audio doesn't necessarily translate, but he's just sitting there relaxed.
It's chilling.
I felt good about Kyle.
Well, I like what he said that too. He's like, well, I've looked like I've aged 10 years because it's been 10 years and I've aged that long. That's what happens.
Mid-30s, late 30s to your early 40s, you do age a lot.
You do.
Facially.
It's science.
Absolutely, it is science. He was also asked if the issues with Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Shanahan that is, change how they evaluate the draft process.
You learn from experiences and things like that, but we put a lot into the type of guys these are. And even the guys you brought up, and he was one of my favorite people I've ever coached. So I love Debo. We had a great relationship with BA for, 4 or 5 years. I know things went sideways this last year after he signed his contract, after his injury. But there wasn't history before that. So I feel good with the guys we've had. Usually when we don't have the right type of guy, they don't stick with us very long.
And exactly, you can't quantify throughout this whole process how someone evolves as time goes on. No one could do that. If I could do that, it'd be like the Minority Report with pre-crime. Remember that movie?
I mean, I don't have to tell you, but it's why marriages dissolve all over the place. Yeah. Who you are at 26, 7, 8, 9, 30 is not who you are at 55.
Married my high school sweetheart. Hey, Joe, what happens? Hey, think people change after high school.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Oh, no. Do you have the one where
Thank you.
Jed admits that he didn't even know we signed Christian Kirk? Can you play that one?
No, find that one for me. I didn't see it.
It's the most ridiculous. He's just...
Oh, we signed Christian Kirk, huh? Oh, that must be nice.
Well, because I just want to read you some tweets from this time last year during the draft. How do you go from this guy to... I was shocked we even signed Christian Kirk.
Oh, remember that one?
He tries so hard to be in the cool kid club.
Remember where he what did he tweet? Like a Minnesota area code or something weird in regards to Trey Lance or North Dakota. It was all very strange. Come draft time, some of these owners, they're... it's an interesting guy. His hair's looking good, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah, okay. It's just... I'm going to read these. You are going to laugh. 4/24/2025. Saleh is back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag trenches. That was the Michael Williams pick. So many choices. This is the next tweet. Wonder what we're going to do here. Hashtag trenches. Matthew McConaughey retweet. Sweats early, sweats late. Alfred Collins headed to the Niners.
Yeah.
425, 2025. Let's put this pick in. Hashtag conviction. Was that the Nick Martin pick?
It makes me very uncomfortable.
Who didn't play at all last year.
He just got, when the season ended, by the way, for the Niners officially, he did clear concussion protocol. That is something I learned in the last couple of days. So Nick Martin is cleared officially from camp.
Thank you. Months later.
That's scary.
I know.
The guy has a concussion for that longer symptoms. That's a big deal.
Jed York again. Big hitters, welcome. Can't measure heart. Hashtag nickel for your thoughts.
Not a penny, a nickel.
Jed York, the next day on the 26th of April last year. Maybe we should do something a little different. Oops. Saleh just walked into the war room.
Yeah.
He tweets like your 55-year-old single aunt.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Let's change it up. So that was when they drafted Jordan Watkins, who didn't play at all.
Oh, I thought they were drafting a pitcher with a good changeup.
Here's my favorite. For a running back who got like 4 carries all year, and 3 of them were in a playoff game. If a future Hall of Fame running back likes you, seems good enough for me.
Oh, is it because Christian McCaffrey liked him? Is that what he's saying?
Frank Gore, maybe? I don't know.
Right.
Safety to safety. This was the Marquise Siegel pick. I can't fathom an NFL draft pre-1977 of only 17 rounds. And Killian would be happy going back to so many rounds. And
He
then
did
the
not
next one,
tweet that.
the defensive coach's pass rush couldn't get in there in time for this selection.
Oh, my God.
No one has suggested O-line to me, but what the heck? Connor Colby.
He can't catch.
Okay.
Well, no, he can't.
So
He's a
you
guard.
went from tweeting out about every single pick to, I didn't even know that we signed Christian Kirk. I'm so detached. It's just, I'm not saying I want you meddling, but can't you just be normal?
Just pretend.
Can you just be normal? Why do you have to fake it so hard? The poor guy is so insecure. Like, that's my biggest takeaway. Kyle's one of the great hires he's ever had. He should be proud. You just hosted the Super Bowl. It sucks that Seattle won it. You had a hell of a year. Everybody was hurt. You defied the odds. Can you just, for one interview, one scrum, act like a normal human being? I'm just busy running to Bartolo Corp. I bought my son. The Score takes care of everything. He bought him this book, and I'm like, so you're giving me the process talk? You're giving me the Daryl Morey trust the process?
Yeah.
Meaning it doesn't matter.
Well, no, that was Sam Hinkie.
Or Sam Hinkie,
yeah.
whatever.
That was Sam Hinkie. Hey, he got Joel Embiid from that, so it worked.
Here's my big takeaway on Jed York's whole conversation. Jed could win 5 in a row. He won't, but he could win 5 in a row. And fans will still look at him side-eyed. There are some owners we love, some owners we don't. And Jed just is who he is to this community and to this fan base. Whether he likes it or not, he's always going to be viewed like you were born on third base and you're just never going to be one of the cool kids. It's just, I hate to break it to him. Am I wrong?
No, but for the most part, I agree with you. Jed York's been fine. He's been great.
No, he's been a really good owner.
Just don't talk.
He's been a really good owner.
Just don't
this
talk.
is why he only talks once a year.
Exactly.
This is why. And I would tell him, put the Twitter fingers down during the draft this year.
Hey, more from Kyle Shanahan, though. This is great sound. Good job flipping the sound, guys, and getting it. I really appreciate it. And boys in the back, Ken as well, who was here early doing that. Can we get Christian McCaffrey more help? For the love of God, this guy's legs are going to fall off. Kyle, is it going to be injury report now or after the cut? What do you want? Injury report now. Let's do the injury report. Because hopefully CMC is not injured. And no, it's not Christian McCaffrey. Stephen Curry is not the only veteran on the Warriors working their way back from injury. Al Horford is also making good progress in his recovery from a right soleus injury. He started light on-court workouts in the recent days and is expected to be reevaluated again this weekend. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. You know who was a hero for the 49ers last year? That was Christian McCaffrey. You know what every hero needs? A sidekick. Take a load off. You know who Batman has? Robin. You know,
and Batman also has Alfred.
Alfred. No, he has two of them.
Yeah, he's got an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that's more of his guru, his wise sage, right? Yeah. He can talk to his advice because he doesn't have parents. Superman. He has Crypto, his dog.
Well, that's in the comics and in the new movie.
Again, I'm judging off the new movie.
Technically, he had the ice crystals, and he could go back and talk to his dad. That was the original, but yeah, I'll go with where you're going.
Okay. Any other sidekicks I'm missing?
Well, Professor X was always there for Wolverine. He'd get into his head.
That's like a group, though.
No,
it's too many.
But he would and then Jean Grey would get into his head and be like, "It's okay, Logan."
There you go. I think Hawkeye has his daughter. I mean, he's a horrible superhero. Why did I even bring him up?
Steiny and Guru.
Hawkeye.
Steiny and Guru. Well,
they have Negan.
Guru, if you're listening you're on the East Coast right now, you're the hero. Steiny's the sidekick. By the way, Steiny wanted to respond to a message I had to him yesterday. He was like, "Do you see that Hawks win last night? Gutsy Hawks win over the vaunted Celtics. You know who was a team high in plus minus? Jonathan Kuminga.
Was he plus
gutsy.
1?
It was plus 14.
Oh.
Didn't shoot the ball very well, but he was a team high in plus 14. Because we care so much.
I don't care about Kuminga at all.
Do you care about getting Christian McCaffrey help? Because Kyle Shanahan claims to.
We need to do that a lot more. I mean, Christian had an unbelievable year last year, but he definitely needs help. And Jordan James came on really strong at the end of last year, but he missed so much in the beginning. He kind of just missed his window to pass some other people up. I wish I would have got him on the field more than I did. Got him on there for Seattle at the end, but he needs to take that next step. Hopefully they can have a healthy offseason. We do need some better runners going to help Christian out. I think Jordan James did show that. Isaac has shown us that he can be very good in the pass game. You guys saw his rookie year that he is a good runner. We're not a big 3-man rotation team, so you got to really be that 1 or 2 guy to get in there. If you are that third guy, there's a chance that someone gets hurt. But if not, you better be helping us out on special teams.
So it's funny that he said that. So there's a couple things that came to my mind. Number one, he admitted he should have got Jordan James out onto the field more. Yeah. That was awesome to hear. It was, because I think one of my big gripes is that for whatever reason, it feels like some of the rookies get thrown in the doghouse to never get an opportunity. So that's number one. That's growth. That's growth.
Or they put too much value. It might not even be doghouse. They put too much value on these guys' experience. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
The other thing, Brian Robinson clearly wasn't a fit. Now, I like Thunder and Lightning, like Glendale White and Reggie Bush and those combos. I think Kyle wants to be able to call plays the same way with Christian off the field as he does when he's on the field. And I think part of why he didn't love Brian Robinson is because I don't think he can call plays the exact same way. He actually referenced it later on where he's like, there'd be times I'd call a play and I realize that Christian's not on the field, and it's like, I don't really like that play with this personnel grouping. So I think his philosophy on running backs has actually evolved dramatically since when he was in Atlanta to where he is now. When he was in Atlanta, he had Devontae Freeman and Tevin Coleman. They're very different running backs.
Very different. I think complement each other well. Yes.
I think Mason was more like Freeman, kind of like shifty bowling ball, whereas Coleman was more of like the pass catching guy. Now I think he's viewing it as I want 2 guys that are CMC like. Now CMC's an all-time talent.
Yeah.
So my mind is going, all right, are they going to make a splashy trade for a player like Alvin Kamara, who I've been talking about? Or are they going to jump up in the draft and try to go after Jeremiah Love? Legitimately.
Oh, my God. That'd be great.
No, Joe, I legitimately think that they might do something like that.
I mean, they're talking about Love as like a top 5 pick potentially.
No, I know. Yeah. Well, if I'm the Titans, I think it would be so dumb to pass him up.
Well, people are probably scared, and maybe this helps the Niners, about what the Raiders just did with Ashton Genty, although I still wouldn't blame Ashton Genty for being the problem. The guy was getting hit before he even got the snap off, more often than not there, but he was drafted in the top, 6'5", whatever, from Boise State. But Jeremiah Love, as a prospect, dude, I'm with you. Well, I love him. If he somehow falls out of the top 10, I mean, the Niners wouldn't be the only team. A handful of others would be trying to trade up.
I think a zillion teams would be trying. But I'm not saying it has to be Jeremiah Love. I'm saying a player like that. I could see them, really reaching early and trading up, whether it's the first or second round, to go get themselves a dynamic running back. And I love that idea. I love running backs. I think they're actually devalued in today's NFL.
So
I think the bang for the buck is excellent.
I'm just looking at some of the guys. Let me know. I know
There's two Notre Dame running backs, but one is lesser than the other.
Correct. And I'm looking at it right now. Day one starters. This is, again, how people are viewing them leading into this draft. There's Jeremiah Love and Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. Those are like the two guys. And Emmett Johnson ran a 4.56 40-yard dash. He can run, he can catch, he can do all that. Then they have Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas, Jonah Coleman, Washington. I'm saying a lot of names people don't even know. But the guy you're also referencing from Notre Dame, Jadarian Price, is the other name that you are thinking of. He's ranked in the top 6 according to this article of top prospects for running backs heading into the draft. We're a couple weeks away from it. And you know I love draft time. I can't freaking wait.
Isn't this a change of philosophy, though, for Shanahan? Because remember, he did like I want Breida and I want, a bigger back. And then I want Mostert and another bigger back. Jeff Wilson Jr. was kind of like a bigger back.
Yeah.
Now he's like basically saying to you, like, this is the evolution of his mind. Now he's like, nah, I want multiple like dual threat players.
Yeah.
I want to be able to run the same offense, whether CMC's on the field or whether someone else is. And now, you know what this tells me? Now I get why they moved off Jordan Mason.
You think watching what Kenneth Walker did to them the last couple of games made him
in the
think,
screen game?
In the screen game? Because Kenneth Walker's not a big back. He's 5'9".
No, but he's
got muscles. He's
pretty
thick.
well-rounded.
He's thick, but you'd be surprised if I told you his weight. He's listed at 210.
Only 210.
Yeah. Like, so he's not like the biggest guy you've ever seen. He's not like Najee Harris is what I'm saying, who's a huge just physical specimen. So maybe in a way, and again, watching a Clint Kubiak offense, that's what he was running in Seattle last year. Yeah, maybe he changed his perspective. And I think it's more so just watching the wear and tear in Christian McCaffrey this year. They need someone that could just break open some. There were opportunities last year for Christian McCaffrey. Had he had his old speed, like 3 or 4 years prior, he would have taken some to the house. He just doesn't have that anymore.
No, and if you're CMC, you've got to be looking around at just running backs. Like, the history of the game. You're probably saying, well, I might have 1 or 2 more years as like a feature back where I'm getting a ton of carries. Or I start splitting stuff up now, and maybe I have 3 to 5 years left in my career. And I think that's a calculation CMC is already making independent of Shanahan.
He'll be 30 years old June 7th in a couple months. 30. That's the scary number for running backs.
Yeah, but agreed. But when you're a pass catcher, Terry Kirby, Kevin Falk, Darren Sproles, a lot of those like pass catching specialist running backs stick around the league a long time.
Kind of like how we view 3-point shooting in the NBA. Very similar, where like a guy like Ray Allen can play forever because that shot just doesn't go away. But their role is lessened.
Exactly. Joe, I'm telling you, I think they're either moving up in the draft to get a running back in the first 2 or 3 picks, or they're going to trade for A-Chain, or I guess now it's pronounced Etienne. The guy for the Dolphins.
Oh, yeah, Achan. Yeah, I don't know how they're pronouncing it now.
They're pronouncing it differently now. I called it
Is this the Tyrod Tarod thing again? Can people and then just tell us the actual pronunciation? We're sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Just give us the actual pronunciation of the name right the first time. How do you want to be called? Tell us. Tell us how your name is supposed to be pronounced. Please, we will do that. I promise you. Oh, and Kyle Shanahan was asked, why are they prioritizing help for Christian McCaffrey now?
I think I said it a little bit last year. We just didn't do it. Nothing's really changed. It's just, I know that I don't want Christian to have to take all that. It was amazing that he did and was able to do that. And the best thing with Christian, the reason it's so hard to get Christian out is because of how much he affects everything in the pass game, even when he's not getting involved. It's like having a receiver out there. If he plays certain coverages and just some normal coverage, just put a linebacker on Christian first and second down, it's going to be a problem. So he pulls covers and helps out everyone else. So all the health issues we have with receivers on the guys in and out, but we're still able to be a top 5 national team. I think that has to do with the history of the field.
All right. That being said, you knew the guy had bilateral Achilles tendonitis heading into the season, and you really didn't do much to address it. And you weren't going to play your rookie, Jordan James, and you kind of admitted as such. You brought in Brian Robinson Jr., who it was a whiff. It was a whiff.
Yeah,
it didn't work out.
I think I think this is the adaptation of Shanahan. I actually appreciate it. I think we thought that, he thinks all running backs are interchangeable. Now what does he think about it?
Well, no, because I think he's whiffed, as you mentioned, he's whiffed so many times in those mid-round picks, and guys like this they barely play for him. The Ty Davis Prices of the world, you know what I'm talking about?
But I also now understand why he didn't really love Jordan Mason to be paired up with CMC. Like now, in retrospect, I back off the Jordan Mason thing.
And again, Kyle Shanahan was asked why it was so hard to get CMC help last year.
So we went into the year wanting to take care of him a little bit more. But the way the offense went, it being more with receivers and the injuries we had, it was hard to get him off. And it's cool to have him out there, but he did help our offense so much. But in order for us to be the running team we want to be, in order to have Christian be as good as he can be throughout the whole year, we got to get some help.
No, and it can't be understated more. The Niners would have been they would have been absolutely screwed without CMC last year. They would have been cooked.
I know nobody loves it, but Joe, if they took hypothetically second round running back, is it that bad of a? You're a run first team.
I wouldn't hate it.
No.
Well, Joe, you and I were the ones saying last year about Genty.
If he
fell, take him. And if he somehow, no, he didn't. But you and I are in lockstep when it comes to offensive, weapons and skill players.
They need to get younger on offense,
and they need a breakaway speed guy. Mike Evans isn't that guy. Now, Mike Evans can get 50-50 home run balls still, but that's not really his game. He's not some sort of burner. They need someone in this zone running scheme that, hey, you see the light of day, just boom, right there. Because CMC used to be able to do that. He can't anymore. And I hate when people get honest on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorney sex line. Stop saying Christian McCaffrey's done. He's cooked. No one's saying that. He's still really, really good. You just see the season he had. He was an MVP candidate for crying out loud.
Was the same player at 34 that he was at 29?
No.
It didn't mean he couldn't be useful.
Absolutely not.
Good.
Yeah, and he won the Chris McCaffrey Comeback Player of the Year. He was incredible, but he doesn't have that breakaway speed anymore. You could still be shifty between the tackles, but hey, those 30, 40, 50-yard runs probably going to be limited to 20, 25, maybe 30 now. Maybe. We got Craig Elston joining us in about 10 minutes. We talked a lot of Giants earlier. I want to get back into it. We got Bonte joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay.
Yeah, I liked the lineup yesterday, and everyone's losing their minds. Let's just discuss the lineup for the Giants.
And I want to ask Craig Elston, maybe the Padres and a host of the Padres Hot Tub, 619 Sports, and Life on Twitter. Love me some Craig Elston. We've had him on many times at the station. Could the Padres trade one Fernando Tatis this season or a Manny Machado, and would they ever trade within the division? Interesting. The season's early. We'll see how it shakes out. Craig Elston coming up next, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And again, as I mentioned, Bonte Hill in less than an hour from now for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour live. And it's presented by Sarah Monty Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. All of that coming up and more. It's Spadoni, Shasky, as Thoreau's Tony Vitello gets his first win in San Diego. Let's talk about it. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Nobody's mad!
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries.
a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
I think it's an inspired idea.
With Joe Spadoni.
Is this Brian in Palo Alto changing his voice?
And Joe Shasky.
I'm sorry?
On 95.7 The Game.
I think Brian was trying to call in yesterday, Sammy, but with something going on with our phones. Brian, if you're out there, we'll take your call, but it'll have to be after our next guest joining us shortly.
Yo, what's going on?
Spadoni Shasky, we're rolling here in the morning roast. We've been talking Giants. We've been talking Niners for the Owners meetings. We'll get into some Warriors. We got Bonta Hill joining us in about 42 minutes at the top of the hour. Live, as he does each and every Tuesday. And that'll be presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Boys in the back, give me a thumbs up whenever we got Craig. Whenever he is ready to go, we will go to him. But big win for Tony Vitello in the Giants yesterday. 3-2 the final. Got a little shaky there in the ninth. Ryan Walker, again, it's going to be a fluid situation with the bullpen, the closers. We shall see, but he got the job done even with that 2-run jack from one Jackson Merrill, I love me some Jackson Merrill, I'm going to be honest. That was them locking him up early as they did was a very, very smart move. And they got, again, Padres will be fine this year. They just have too much talent offensively. It is their starting pitching that I still have some question marks in regards to, who's going to be there for them. Dylan Cease, obviously, is not there anymore. He has the long hair and beard now over in the Great White North with the Toronto Blue Jays. So very curious to see how that works out. But same question for the Giants, quite frankly. And I think they answered a question mark maybe that fans had is like this middle of the rotation. We know with Logan Webb, he'll be solid. Robbie Ray got a Cy Young under his belt. Who else? Well, Malley, he grinded against the Yankees. Those are the reason they lost. Only gave up a couple runs, got through 4 innings. I'd like to see him get at least through 5 next time. But Landon Roop yesterday sliced and diced a lineup that causes a lot of problems. 6 innings, 2 hits, 7 Ks, and just 2 walks.
And, we make a lot about, they're not athletic. Talking about the Giants. They're not athletic. Chapman is a very good base runner.
Yeah,
and I thought
smart.
yesterday,
He is a smart base runner.
It's a 1-0 count. There's 2 outs. And Bailey just hits a little blooper. Now, how many times have we watched the Giants, big league players, not get a good break on a 2-out play?
Oh, ad nauseum.
Dude, we're running on contact.
They've been horrible. Running the bases has been awful for the Giants for a long time.
Agreed. And when you're searching for runs, to see Chapman right on contact, he took a great hustle play, and he scores easily on that play. And then Jung Lee goes to second. And on the next one, Casey Schmidt grounds one up the middle, and Lee shows off a little speed doing the exact same thing. Now, would either guy have gotten thrown out, even if maybe they hesitated a little? Probably not. But it was how decisive they were running the bases. Those are little things that the last couple of years have really held them back.
Who's not going to hold us back? He's going to improve the show dramatically. It's Craig Elston, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line, host of the #1 Padres podcast, people. That's right. Padres Hot Tub. Ooh, like a little hot tub time machine action. You can follow him 619 Sports and Life on Twitter, And yes, he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Craig, good morning. Let's dive right into it.
Good
morning. Giants get their first win of the season last night. And they both have new managers, these teams. Craig Stammen, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He actually played the game this morning, Craig. 2 Craigs, by the way. I was like, who is the Padres manager? No one knew at the station.
No one.
It was like, is it Mike Schilt? No, he stepped down. He's gone. And it was Craig Stammen.
Did Bud Black come back?
Yeah, and so we got Tony Vitello with no major league experience. Now we have Craig Stammen. First off, what are your thoughts about the hiring of Tony V and getting his first win yesterday?
I think these are definitely 2 unconventional hiring choices for 2 clubs who are kind of in a middling position right now that nobody knows exactly where they're going to go, whether it's up or down. I was shocked by the hiring of Vitello, but trust me when I tell you, everyone in San Diego was like, what? When the Craig Stammen hiring was announced, simply because Craig Stammen was a reliever for this team 3 years ago and, started a playoff game in 2020 for them and has been working as a special assistant behind the scenes. He's literally not managed a little league team before he managed a big league team. This is his first managerial experience of any kind. I don't know if he had a fantasy league team. Probably at some point, but as a result, you've got a couple of guys who are probably figuring out how the plane works while it's in the air and have a hard time looking too far ahead on the horizon. I think Stammen so far has made a couple of beginner's mistakes. I'm sure you guys could point to stuff for Vitello as well, but it's wait and see in terms of how this all plays out.
Long Giants fan my entire life, and I've been watching the Padres, and, only relatively recently did I see Giants fans start to really envy everything the Padres had rolling. The redo on the uniforms. Obviously, the ballpark is amazing. I've been down there. It's just spectacular, but it's the vibe, I think, around the team over the last 5-6 years and the amount of high-profile players you brought in. What is going on with the Padres currently in terms of everyone being on the same page? Because I watch this team and I go, how are they not having more success overall, even though they've been wildly successful, if that makes sense?
So It's so hard to evaluate the San Diego Padres in March and April, and especially when they play at home. Petco Park, just like Oracle Park, right, depresses offense. One big difference, though, is that Petco Park has the smallest square footage outfield in the National League. So as a result of that, it's not just that it's hard for you to hit the ball out. It's hard for you to drop a single in at Petco Park as well, where you've got Triples Alley at Oracle that you can shoot something in there and run all day. Here, that gap, was shortened 3 different times when they moved the fences in over the history of Petco Park. And you can get over to that gap now and cut it off. If you got a guy like Tatis, maybe turn what could have been a double or a triple into a single. So that plus Manny Machado historically, traditionally gets off to a terrible start and leaves people going, is Manny Machado washed, until some arbitrary point, either in the middle of May or the beginning of June, at which point it just goes snap, and then he hits 300 with a 500 slugging percentage the rest of the season. It's just been year after year after year that Manny gets off to a horrible start. So those two things combined always kind of leave you going, man, does this Padres team add up? The difference is, guys, last year, the Padres started off 14-3. They came out of the gates hot. They had a second 14-3 run in the middle of the summer, and they had a losing record over the remainder of their games. They had 2 stretches that went 28-6, and that's 22 over, and they finished 18 over 500. So, they were a 4 games under 500 club the rest of the way. The Padres will frustrate you with their lack of offense. The big change this year is the starting pitching, where you are going to see, you saw Buehler last night, iffy. Germán Marquez today, God only knows what he's got left. And then you kind of have questions. Pivetta, King, Randy Vasquez, what do they have in the tank versus what the projections would say? So, being down 3-0 in the 4th inning is a real bad way for the Padres to try and win games in April at Petco Park. And the concern around here is that with the starting staff we have, that it's going to be happening more often.
So COVID year, you lose in the NLDS, slightly under 500 the next year, lose in the NLCS, slightly over 500, 93 wins, you lose in the NLDS. Last year, you lose in the wild card. Is this the end, the beginning, the middle? Like, where is this for this core with Bogarts, Machado, Tatis? Because I was looking at the Xander deal. I'm like, God, as bad as the Adames deal might look, you got Bogarts till 2033.
Yeah. So it's the middle. What it's the middle of is a great question, and an open one that will be discovered over the course of the next couple of years. Because, okay, but I also want to tie this to something you said at the beginning of the interview, which is the vibe around Petco Park. How this club is top 3 in attendance, how you come in and it's 43,000 people there on a Tuesday night, for a 5th starter matchup. It's constant here. Padres fans have been committed to by this organization. It started with the signing of Fernando Tatis Jr. to a 15-year contract. It continued with the second Manny Machado extension, the Bogarts deal. Are these deals going to be great at the end of them? Well, maybe Tatis's will. Machado's and Bogarts, they signed them knowing that there would be 2-3 years at the end at least of the deals where those guys are going to be, in Miguel Cabrera territory, right? Like hanging on as a DH, maybe hitting 260 with 10 homers or whatever. But San Diegans know and have known throughout the 2020s in words and deed that the Padres are trying to win, that they are doing their damnedest to win. And yeah, they play in the same division as the Dodgers. It's not ideal, right? It's not the ideal circumstance for any team in baseball, but it's the one they have and it's the one they embrace. And because of that, San Diego has wrapped their arms around the San Diego Padres. That commitment is back and it's forth. So, speaking as somebody who's around it a lot, I think we all understand. Peter Seidler said the year before he passed, he said, "I will speak from the grave." And people didn't know what that meant. But what it meant was the contracts he signed. It's like, if you want to come in, whether it's Joe Lacob or Friedkin or whomever winds up buying the Padres down the road, if you thought you could come in and go, yeah, you know what, I'm going to buy the Padres, but I'm going to switch everything up. We're going to do a tear down. We're going to do a rebuild. Like, that Machado contract, that Bogarts deal, the Jackson Merrill contract, the Tatis contract, these things aren't going anywhere. The core of this team will be here the entire decade. So the challenge each year is, with an ever-aging core, what do you do around it to keep this team afloat and to keep it as competitive as possible?
Craig Elson joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line, host of Padres Hot Tub, which is the #1 Padres podcast. You can follow him, 619 Sports and Life on Twitter. And let me stop you right there, Craig. All of our eyes kind of perked up when you mentioned Joey Lightyears, a.k.a. Joe Lacob, owner of, obviously, the Golden State Warriors, who are Warriors fans. We're the flagship of it. You know, we're going through it right now. We got Kristaps Porzingis. We're waiting for Steph Curry to come back. We're feeling like we're watching the final embers burn here of the dynasty in Golden State. And, you know, it's funny that you mentioned Joey Lightyears potentially being the owner of the San Diego Padres, because we were also just talking about Jed York, who's the owner of the San Francisco 49ers. And my guy Shasky over here, diehard Niner fans, like, I don't like Jed York talking about Leeds United, his English Premier League team. He's taken away from his paying attention to the San Francisco freaking 49ers. So I can only imagine Warriors fans freaking out if their owner starts becoming the owner of the Padres, splitting the time there. I see the kind of grin on your face, though. You would love Joe Lacob to be the owner of the Padres, right?
Absolutely, because we know what he's done with the Warriors. We know how they spent double their salary on salary cap, penalties, how they were willing to continue to invest. Anybody who's willing to continue to invest in the San Diego Padres, who's going to take this and go, yeah, but what if we added a starter? Yeah, but what if we, polished up this or that? They're going to be rewarded. I'm telling you, Petco Park is a jewel. Eric Grupner, the CEO of the team, has done an outstanding job of continuing to bring in concerts. Savannah Bananas just came back, at the end of March. All kinds of different experiences that come through Petco Park. It is an incredible atmosphere, but the one thing you can't do is come in and go, oh, I'm going to be a baller on a budget. We're going to do this, but we're going to do it the way that helps my pocketbook. That will destroy and erode the franchise. Lacob understands this, having just gone through it, right, with late stage Curry and Draymond and everything else. And I would love for him, because the thing is, look, Peter Seidler was a unique owner. And of course he's beloved because we saw his giant spending spree and then he passed. If he had to be around to steward the team through the end of the 2020s and the 2030s, maybe some folks would have some different things to say about those commitments. But nonetheless, that's what we're looking for. The Seidler brothers, who inherited the team from Peter, don't want to run it like that. They're like, hang on, this is a little bit too much for us. We're maybe not liquid enough to handle it. So that's the real challenge. And of course, you're hearing the Padres are going to go for over $3 billion sale price. There's some folks who have, Premier League teams, et cetera, that are, Serie A teams that want to invest. But Lacob is kind of like a West Coast trusted figure in terms of he'll take something, invest in it, and make it grow. So if he wins, feels like the Padres win too.
He'd be an interesting owner in baseball, because you talked about the luxury tax stuff that he's navigated in the NBA. I mean, they created rules to penalize him, and they're very penal in the sport, and he's furious over it. And I am too, as a Warrior fan. I wonder what he would do. Now, if I take Lacob off the board, one of the things that they did, which was very controversial, was trading away Monte Ellis. And there is a financial component to what the Padres have going. You referenced kind of going into the well. Is there any scenario, new owner or not, where Fernando Tatis Jr. is one of the guys traded because you can't afford everyone with the collapse of the RSNs and just the revenue not being able to support the payroll? I know it's a tough question. It's something I always see bandied about when it comes to the Padres. Well, they got to choose somebody.
Right. And I always understand the external logic. And it's usually coming from a microphone in New York somewhere. Hey, all those big contracts, you can't move Machado. Nobody's going to take Bogarts. But the one guy that we'd love to see in the Mets or a Yankees uniform would be Fernando Tatis Jr. So why don't you trade Toddy, guys, and get off that high horse? That's the one move the San Diego Padres cannot make. Is to trade Fernando Tatis Jr. You want to talk about what I said earlier, the city embracing the team embracing the city? That embrace is broken if you move the one contract that's guaranteed to be good. Fernando signed 15 years, $340 million at age 20. He's going to age well through the entirety of that deal. In fact, the deal is going to be, in modern dollar numbers, an absolute steal, even at its peak, based on where the market is going and has gone. So, if Kyle Tucker's getting $60 million a year, Fernando at $35 million a year is an absolute bargain. So he is the face of this franchise. Certainly the steroid suspension, the undisclosed second wrist, surgery, what happened with the shoulder in 2021, all that stuff is baked in, to the history of Fernando, but he's one of our own, so to speak. And I truly do not believe, unless things go catastrophically wrong, the wrong guy buys the team, everything's in a death spiral, then you'd understand, because it is the one truly movable asset that you have. But I'm here to argue that the Padres, if this was a bad year, which we're certainly hoping not, and we're hoping that the Padres continue to contend, but if it so happened that it were a bad year, San Diego has plenty of movable assets that they could trade off of this roster that are not Fernando Tatis Jr., including Nick Pivetta, including Michael King, including Mason Miller, who's the best reliever in all of baseball and has 3 more years on his deal. So there's lots of things you can do that isn't, boom, hitting the big red button and trading Nando.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a great player. He's a great ball player, and you referenced all the little stuff. From your vantage point, I always like to ask this question. When you found out Buster Posey was taking over the Giants, what was the sentiment from Padre fans?
Good luck. I mean, whenever somebody who is completely new to it takes over, then you just wonder, what does this mean in terms of the commitment of the team? What does it mean in terms of, could Buster Posey be the greatest executive? And this was just his chance, to get in and break out. I have been mostly whelmed to underwhelmed by the moves that the Giants have made so far under Buster Posey. I mean, you guys took on Luis Arraez, so, vaya con Dios on that one, because we got to see the erosion of Luis Arraez the last couple of years. Now you get to see it firsthand, how he'll take every 0-0 pitch right down the middle and then swing at literally every 2-strike pitch, even one that is 3 balls off the plate, because he can slap it to left field every once in a while. But he'll also ground to second base and pop fly to left so many times that you'll tear your hair out. Hauser, a lot of 81 and 81 moves for the Giants is how I would describe what I've seen so far. And I'd be really curious to see if they can build their way to anything other than that.
Hey, 81 would hit the over, baby, for Vegas. So let's go. It was 80.5 on DraftKings. Hey, Craig.
Hey, you're a good guest.
Hey, Craig,
I really appreciate it. We got to have you again.
Let's do it again this year, man. We appreciate the time.
Love your insights.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, fellas. You guys have my number. Thanks for having me on.
Hell yeah.
There he goes. That's Craig Elson. Follow him, 619 Sports and Life on Twitter. Host of the #1 Padres podcast down there, Padres Hot Tub. So there you go. You think they do the podcast in a hot tub?
Probably not.
Probably not. Is that unsafe to do that?
Yeah,
Tim Jordan could find a way, I'm sure.
Maybe.
Then you get Tim Jordan in the bathing suit. We all can. There we go.
Yeah, on my list of things I was thinking about regarding a hot tub show, Tim Jordan in a bathing suit was relatively low.
I don't body shame. My body's
I said nothing about body. I just don't know if I'm visualizing a coworker like that.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. I don't either. Really good stuff with Craig Elson. By the way, the shades look pretty fantastic. I don't want a pair of those.
I think it's a really fair point. Like a lot of 81 and 81.
Yeah.
Regarding the moves that the Giants have made.
You have to think about it from a Padres perspective, too. They've been chasing the Dodgers.
And they've been landing sexy names.
Correct.
Juan Soto, Machado, Mason Miller.
Yeah.
You know, they don't swim around in the boring move category.
And not to say that the Giants aren't chasing the Dodgers, but there's clearly a level to this in the National League West that everyone could agree on right now. It's the Dodgers, it's the Padres, and then it's probably the D-backs, then the Giants. We'll see this year. Yeah.
Well, I think the thing that my big takeaway was if Joe Lacob bought the Padres,
that was interesting.
I wouldn't be mad at him, but I certainly would be questioning the direction of where we're going with the Warriors. And I think that is a completely fair point of view.
You like how I kind of lumped that in with the Jed York thing.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
I don't care about Leeds United. I don't care about Ranger FC. All I care about is the Niners. Now, if Lacob bought the Giants in this hypothetical, sure, I think it would be different. But so just in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't expect you to spend 100% of your time in any one place anyway. Like no one gives 100%. Like, oh, I could give 110.
Right.
You still have to have a life and a family, and you got to balance things. But if I knew that half your time was being spent in San Diego, I'd be going, well, that's a portion of time that could be spent on the Warriors. That doesn't mean you're not also doing your best with the Warriors. But when you fall short, you are leaving yourself open for criticism.
Sure, and I think elite owners, find a way. And I do think there's a level between comparing a Jed York to a Joe Lacob. There just is. Just the proof is in the pudding. I look at a guy like Stan Kroenke. I mean, how many titles has that guy won being a majority owner of how many different teams? Seriously, the Avalanche, Nuggets, if I'm not mistaken, Rams. Those are at least three. And I think he's the majority owner of Arsenal, who are going to win the English Premier League this year, most likely, unless they choke it like they always do.
Well, he's rare.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He's pretty rare.
Elite owners find a way.
Yeah. How's Jerry Reinsdorf been looking?
Not great. Although, to his credit, he did win a World Series with the White Sox. I know it was 20 years ago. And, obviously all those titles with the Bulls. So, by the way, Jaden Ivey, yikes. See you later. You ain't coming back. Yeesh. Great stuff there.
If you're a Warrior fan, and you woke up and all of a sudden ESPN gave you the alert, Bleach Report, Steiny and Goo give you the alert. Yeah, Joe Lacob just bought the Padres.
Who wants to go?
What would you think? I wonder.
I think that'd be fascinating.
I think Warrior fans would lose their minds.
Really?
At the end of the Steph Curry era, you're already planning your exit to another team?
But you're not.
I know, it's not real.
Yeah.
That's not real, but that's what they would think. He's worried about Tatis and building around him, and he doesn't want to build around Steph.
Would Warriors fans have a problem with Joe Lacob owning another Major League Baseball team not named the San Francisco Giants? Would they have a problem with that?
Or would they be like, good, back off the Warriors a little and let the guys who know basketball run things?
Well, I remember as a lot of A's fans felt like, hey, there was an opportunity. If they were for sale, he said, hey, if they were for sale, I'd be very interested.
Would you agree?
But they were never for sale because John Fisher didn't want to sell. Now they're going to Vegas.
Proximity to me, as much as Zoom and FaceTime and technology has made it, easier than ever to be able to work on various coasts simultaneously. Proximity of the organizations to me is a big deal. Meaning, it's much harder to run a team. This is why, you have two European soccer teams. I'm talking about Jed York and a San Francisco football team. That's a difficult balance. If it were two teams in the same backyard, does that mean it's easier? I just think a lot less travel makes things a lot easier for you.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I absolutely agree. That's why I bring up Kroenke, because he's the unique individual in this. He is the gold standard, probably.
Yeah.
And he got a new stadium built down in Los Angeles, all of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if he hires, I'm just going to go, he hires Steve Spagnuolo instead of Sean McVay when he did, how are we talking about him?
That's a good point. Wasn't he the owner of the then St. Louis Rams when
He's
they
did moved him?
Well, but I think he did hire Steve Spagnuolo.
How'd you view him then?
Not great. No, he was looked like as a boob for a while. He was, until what happened? Started winning. Let's pick this up on the other side. Warriors fans, would you be okay with Joe Lacob owning another Major League Baseball team not named the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll ask Bonte in about 18 minutes. Bonte live for the entire hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. In this segment, sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Cross Rib Roast or Bottom Round Roast Mega Packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibbs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature Select Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts Value Pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibbs and I will see you in the aisles.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
I love bicycles.
I'm not a threat. I'm a good person, Sam. Oh, we're back?
Just
Let's
stop
go.
with this. Let's me being what I am. It's the show within the show within the show.
Great. Hey, Joe Lacob, could he be the Padres owner? Well, the strong suitor. That's what they say. We just had Craig Elson on. If you missed any of that interview, host of Padres Hot Tub, the #1 Padres podcast, got to lay the land from the Padres perspective on the Giants, and he'd be all in on Joe Lacob being their owner. And I just was wondering from a Warriors fan perspective, would they be okay with that? If Joe Lacob could own any other Major League Baseball team not named the San Francisco Giants, because I think a lot of Giants fans would be like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. A lot of Warriors fans who are Giants fans would be like, that's great.
I'm not an A's fan, and if he went and bought the A's, I wouldn't be mad at him.
Exactly.
In fact, I think it would be great for the area, but it's obviously not going to happen now.
Yeah, isn't there? And there's also something about like the proximity of those teams. Like it
matters.
It's all close
if you're
together.
In the backyard, I think it matters.
Yeah, because you can have your headquarters in one spot. Yeah.
Like, and then I think, I don't know, man. It's the reality is, what the answer will most likely be for most people. I have no problem until it becomes one.
Absolutely.
Until one of the teams suffers.
So Rodney and Berkeley, Deli Boy, we'll get to you in a second. This is what Craig Elston, who we just had on, spoke about Joe Lacob and would love for him to become the owner of the Padres.
Absolutely, because we know what he's done with the Warriors. We know how they spent double their salary on salary cap penalties, how they were willing to continue to invest. Anybody who's willing to continue to invest in the San Diego Padres, who's going to take this and go, yeah, but what if we added a starter? Yeah, but what if we polished up this or that? They're going to be rewarded. I'm telling you, Petco Park is a jewel. Eric Grupner, the CEO of the team, has done an outstanding job of continuing to bring in concerts. Savannah Bananas just came back at the end of March. All kinds of different experiences that come through Petco Park. It is an incredible atmosphere, but the one thing you can't do is come in and go, oh, I'm going to be a baller on a budget. We're going to do this, but we're going to do it the way that helps my pocketbook. That will destroy and erode the franchise. Lacob understands this, having just gone through it, right, with late stage Curry and Draymond and everything else.
All right. That's a Padres. It's a Padres fan perspective right there. They would love that opportunity. Warriors fans, would you love Joe Lacob owning another Major League Baseball team? Would that frighten you? Would that not do anything? Let's see. Rodney in UC Berkeley. What's up, Rodney?
First, I'm a New York Knicks fan, but I think it's a tremendous idea for him to get the Padres, but also NASCAR. Put his toe in NASCAR, get a couple teams, 3-car teams, go against Jordan out there. Have all the NBA players coming out, checking out the sport. Just imagine the cross-branding potential.
What are you doing right now, Rodney?
Sorry about that. Hey, I'm working. I'm delivering mail on campus.
Oh, let's go. You're mailman?
Yep.
Hell yeah, let's go. Postal Service.
No, Joe, he's a plumber.
Well, I don't know if it was like
It's a joke.
I don't know if
It's
he's
a
like a UPS, FedEx, whatever. I know those are packages, but hey, shout out the Postal Service. My dad was in the Postal Service for over 30 years. Postmaster in Monterey.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. There you go. Bob Spadoni, the great Bob Spadoni, where I get all these great jokes from that you love so much. Yeah. That you try to emulate, but you just can't. It's okay. You just can't do it. So he's like, I asked Warrior fans, I'm a Knicks fan. Thanks, Rodney. You're really just selling it. But the Jordan thing's funny too, because I think he's won like a couple times this year too, Jordan. Did he just sue he just like sued NASCAR recently too, and I think won.
You think Charlotte Hornet fan, I think it's Hornets, you think they care that he's won NASCAR championships?
No.
Not at all.
They're happy that he's gone, and they're immediately winning now too. They might be a playoff team.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
There you go. Tony V, baby. He's a winner in my book. Deli Boy. Long time no hear. What's up, Deli Boy?
What's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
I'm good. Fantastic. At the very end of this, you need to give your brother some potty training techniques, okay?
Well, we'll get to that. So, when it comes to Lake Up trying to own the Padres, I'd rather him own the Padres than the Giants. The reason why is because I think the Giants need to get away from that committee ownership and have one also ego-driven owner. And that's why I would love for Larry Ellison to open up his checkbook and say, I want the Giants, because I think that he would try to beat Lake Up and say, oh, you had the premier dynasty in the Bay Area? You had the Warriors? Well, I'm going to turn the Giants into the premier franchise in baseball. I'm going to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm going to take on the New York Yankees, and I'm going to make this the West Coast team, the premier thing. And he'll do whatever he has to do. I just want one owner who can say, I want to win whatever the cost. I will pay it. And if it makes a bad move, whatever. Trade him, get another one. I think if Wake Up owns the Padres, I think he'd be great. I think he'll want to win. He'll change that franchise. It'll be good for them. Great thing is they already have a great ballpark down there, so you don't have to do what he did with Chase and build something new. You already have everything established right there. And the same thing with the Giants. Whatever owner wants to go and buy the Giants, you already have the premier ballpark in the league. All you need to do is kind of maybe change a little things here and there. Maybe go out and say, yeah, we're going to overspend on these free agents. Yeah, we're going to overspend a little bit. But you want to win? Do you want these guys? You're going to have to pay a little bit more. Have a little incentive,
Did you enjoy that game last night?
I'm not going to lie. Walker at the ninth kind of gave me a little bit of a, okay, what are we doing? Because he was throwing a couple balls. And then that 2-run shot, luckily it was just a 2-run shot. But I mean, like, at first I was kind of like, come on, get TV his first win here. Just get it off the book.
TV?
You know what I mean? Because
did you call him TV?
Call him TV. Yeah, call him TV. What's wrong with that?
Well, like Mike TV
shorthand.
from like Willy Wonka? You're like Jed York calling John Lynch JL.
Go work on your golf game.
Yeah. And if you want a tip, your best tip, let him go Winnie the Pooh around the house for a whole weekend.
Oh.
And then have the potty right there.
Yeah.
Let him go Winnie the Pooh the whole weekend. You spend the whole weekend, you're going to be cleaning up a mess, and then you just kind of just get him into a routine. And then,
terrible.
After 2 or 3 days, well, you know what? I've gone through it a couple times now, Joe, and you haven't gone through it. So you said you wanted some tips? All right, don't take my tips. You know what? You do you, Joe. Apparently you know everything. You've already done to it. Don't listen to Joe.
My show, not
Thanks,
his.
Deli Boy. He gone.
I just wasn't thinking clearly.
That was great.
You know what? You do you.
No, you know what he's saying with Winnie the Pooh, because he only wears a shirt, so he's just have him run around.
Oh, I told you more like poo-poo.
Isn't that what Shasky does?
No. He's saying you. I told you this earlier. This is my tip too. You have him bottomless.
I don't wear a shirt to bed.
You have to just be, as a parent, you have to just be paying attention to the cues, because the kids will show you the cues of when they're about to go. Like he'll start isolating himself, and this might be the signal for you when LJ is ready to. It's when he starts moving away from you and mom. Like going into like the corner, go to the other room, because then he knows it's like I need to be away from everyone, because he realized he finally is putting it 2 and 2 together that I need to be alone when this is happening. And
my son's asleep upstairs.
And that's when it happens. There you go.
Soto just always has to hit me with that.
He's been great on the drops. You know what? Carter, he's got. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Carter has to up his drop.
Wally Pip, maybe. Risotto's already plotting revenge. Hey, let's go.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
That's right. Couple minutes. I felt like Labor Day. The couple minutes. Bonte are going to be joining us.
Before Bonte comes in, I got to ask both boys. Risotto, Lubman.
They're men.
You get 1 minute.
You do you, Joe.
Watching the video of Vitello and the team celebrate after his first victory. What did you think?
He's one of the best managers that this team's ever had.
Say that.
I just got to say, Shasky, he has been phenomenal this entire season. I mean, just the way he's performed, the way he's managed. He's had all the right touch. I mean, I can't say a bad thing about him.
How was he in the handshake line?
Oh, no, I think the handshake was too long. He said way too many words. Man, I'm going to get my revenge. He wants to get revenge already on his clubhouse?
Negative.
If that isn't concerning, I mean, I think there's already a massive division in the club. This is going so off the rails already. I'm obviously being facetious and sarcastic on this. No, it's a big monkey off his back getting that first win. So very happy for Tony V and the first of many, many, many more wins to come. And I look forward to hearing him talk about all the many wins that he's going to have leading the Giants for the next 10 to 15 years.
And not giving the bro hug to Matt Chapman, we got an issue here.
What bro hug?
He didn't give a bro hug to him. It's over.
Maybe he's not a bro hug kind of a guy, Matt Chapman.
It's over. That's like the last straw for me.
Does Matt Chapman look like a guy that does a good dap?
Actually, no.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, man. Come on. Tony's been doing it for a while. He's hip.
No, I'm very happy for him, though. And he managed really well last night, like what you guys were saying earlier. So congrats on number one.
I feel like, Tony Vitello, because he's been dealing with college kids for so long, I feel like he's Dr. Evil talking to Scott. I'm hip. I'm cool. He does like the Macarena. It's a classic. I love Austin Powers. I love it. Judo chop. Whenever you guys bring up the Debo Samuel, Taver Pepper thing, you and Bonte, gets me laughing every single time. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Put it on the board. Put it on the board.
Let me know when we got Bonte.
Yeah, put it on the board right now. Twitter poll or whatever, YouTube poll. More iconic. Austin Powers, Kenny Powers.
Oh.
You can only choose one.
I think more people will say Austin. Maybe our YouTube chat won't, but if this is like a national poll,
Austin, right?
It'd be Austin because not a lot of people have watched.
He was so funny.
Yeah,
so funny.
Iconic. Are you kidding me? They had 3 movies.
Groovy, baby.
Oh, there you go. I'll give you a 2 for that one. Good, nice effort.
Yeah.
Dr. Evil.
That's not my bag, baby.
That's not mine. That's the best part every time.
One
Swedish Venus and Archer. Yeah, there you go. It's all time.
By Austin Powers.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the certificate signed right
It's
on top of it.
so good.
I always love when they have or it was in the second one where they're in like the tent and it's just the silhouettes that just look absolutely foul.
It's hilarious.
And it just takes away the context of everything until they see like behind the tent. Really good stuff. Sam told me yesterday, Heather Graham, who was the love interest in the second one, who was like the CIA American operative.
Famously roller girl.
Yeah, famous. There you go. She's going to be in the new season of White Lotus.
Oh.
And you know who else is going to be? As White Man Can't Jump, you were bringing up the other day, Rosie Perez is going to be in it.
Bring me a glass of water. It's the White Man Can't Jump scene.
Thanks. I know.
She shows a little bit of side.
Oh, so just her
stuff.
side? That's it?
Yeah.
That's it? Maybe in White Lotus, it'll be the same thing.
Hey.
You're on fire today,
Dude,
Risotto.
I'm just imagining Guru at like Mardi Gras on the top of the, on the street, like, hey.
Oh my God. Who is the White Lotus season forecast? I need to know.
Put it on the poll, though. I do want to know. Like, you can only pick one, Austin or Kenny Powers.
I'm probably taking Kenny just from Kenny Powers. The quotes from that alone. I love Danny McBride.
Austin's is pretty. I mean, there's no wrong answer.
No, well, more quotable is different though too. I think I've laughed harder with Eastbound and Down Kenny Powers.
One of the greatest shows ever.
But one-liners is absolutely Austin Powers. How often do we just say number 2?
When he goes, I'm not trying to be the best at exercising, and Eastbound and Down is so good. It's like I play real sports, dude. This is the best. It's like such a great line.
What
it's
sport?
Like jogging.
What sport? Yeah, that's
what?
right. Yeah, it's jogging.
Like, what? The principal's like, yeah, I'm doing a half K or whatever, and whatever it was, and he was like, I don't do that. I play real sports. I'm not trying to be the best at exercising.
Oh my God, dude! HBO had a run with Danny McBride. It was Eastbound and Down, Vice Principals.
Vice Principals was hella
him
funny.
and Walton Goggins, and then
so good.
and then Righteous Gemstones is all time.
Righteous Gemstones is one of my favorite shows ever.
You got me onto it.
I told you,
I
it's
got
hilarious.
addicted. Fantastic.
The sister,
Baby Billy is the greatest character
Baby
of all
Billy,
time.
yeah, it's just, I mean, he's
You are-
amazing.
You are
The
toilet baby.
No,
Yeah.
it's the sister. She is hilarious.
She was in Vice Principals.
She is so funny.
Oh, who's
so funny?
BJ? Great character. One of the all-timers, and the little monkey that saves him at the end. Spoiler alert.
It's so good.
So good.
Although I do think the Stevie Janowski character and the de-evolution of him, I think that's how you say it, right? De-evolution. He like devolves. He doesn't evolve. He devolves.
Sure. There we go. Speaking of a guy who's always evolving and adding to his game. No, it's Bonte Hill's always evolving. He's never devolving. He's adding to his game constantly.
Ask him. He has to choose one. You can only choose one.
Okay, well, can I get to the read-off
All right,
first?
read it.
Because Bonte Hill is live, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, each and every Tuesday at this time for the entire hour. Bonte, good morning. All right, you can only pick one. You taking Kenny Powers or you taking Austin Powers, Bonte?
No wrong answers, obviously.
Oh, Kenny Powers is legendary. I'm going to go Austin Powers just because I'm an OG, and I remember the Austin Powers movies when they first came out. We would watch them over and over and over in the summer and recite line after line after line. But Kenny Powers had a run, man. Vice Principals I just heard you guys talking about it. Vice Principals was too much, man. It was just out of control.
Oh, man, we're having fun this morning, Bonte. Obviously, the Giants get their first win. Tony Vitello gets his first win as manager. And, before we even get to that, your thoughts on all of his post-game interviews.
Everybody needs
Good
to
morning,
chill.
baby Chaz, if you can hear me. Good to see you. Courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line.
Spring break.
Oh, spring break.
Spring break.
Is it for this week for you guys? I got next week, thankfully. So we got next week.
Hi, Chaz.
What did you make of all of the comments from Tony Vitello before we get into the game? Because, gotta be honest, Bonte, behind the scenes here, there were some lines being drawn between Risotto, Loveman, Shasky, all of it.
I mean, even Mark Willard. Hi, Mark. I love seeing Mark at the open house.
Hit me.
I saw a tweet yesterday saying that Tony Vitello's pressing. I mean, from Risotto and his stink pieces. I mean, it's 3 games in. They went toe-to-toe with the Yankees in the last 2 games of that series. The Yankees are probably the second best team in baseball. They're loaded, and everybody's freaking out talking about Tony Vitello's pressing, and we're looking for reasons why this won't work with the San Francisco Giants. It was 3 games. I thought it was just laughable at how many people, oh my God, he should have done this, he should have done that, he's pressing. Dude, the offense scored 1 run in 27 innings. What's that got to do with the manager? Spinoni? What's that have to do with Tony V?
Well, I think it's more so the phrases he used after one of the games, the fire and brimstone, tension. He used the word tension.
I think
to talk about the locker room.
See, but I know you guys are like stuck on the words he used.
Well, I think
it was just a word salad, and we're like,
well, hold on. This is a lot of fans' first kind of introduction to the guy outside of the press conference, which again, a lot of everyday fans don't really listen to. This is their first introduction to him. I think Bonte is okay. Bonte's back. You were frozen for a little bit. Your smile looked fantastic. But like, it's their first introduction. He used the word tense. He's like, maybe I got them too emotional. You heard the major leaguers like Robbie Ray and Patrick Bailey push back a little bit on that. And I think it's going to be something worth monitoring this season. As Joe said, word salad. Sometimes, as we've known on this radio station, sometimes you can get yourself in trouble with some word salad is all I'm getting at. And I think it's going to be interesting to monitor going forward. Do I think it was a big deal, Bonte? No, I do not. Just something to, check going forward. Just that's it.
See, I know we need to pick apart every single word. That's the era that we're in. It's the gratification era. And I don't know if I'm going to survive in this era of sports fandom. I really don't. Because even yesterday when Jay York was speaking, he talked about Kyle and then John. And all of a sudden I see think pieces on, John's days are numbered. Jay York never changed his tone. He was talking about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch being here for a long time, or, maybe certain people being in different spots. And people took that as like, John Lynch, he's on the hot seat. Oh, my God. we're picking apart words when we don't even know these dudes. Half the people who are talking about Tony V has never even met Tony Vitello. This is who he is. I was fortunate enough to be down in spring training and got to know Tony a little bit. That's who he is. He's a baseball guy. Baseball guy. Like, so, you know, I'm not trying to flex or anything like that. I'm just trying to bring some facts to the table. You know, people want facts. Here's the facts. The guy's an emotional guy who wants to win. Baseball's all he's know. Like, it's kind of like Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was never married, didn't have kids. It was football, 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 football. Well, Tony V is not married, doesn't have kids. It's baseball, baseball, baseball. So he's going to be a little amped up. He's going to be a little jacked up. He's going to be a little emotional. Like last night, he brought up Kanye West. You hear his presser last night? That's who Tony V is, so just get accustomed to it. But all these deep pieces about, oh, he's too emotional. Oh, my God, it's only game 2. I saw Risotto's stuff. I get it. We need clicks. We need headlines. We need juicy, you know, something to click on and be like, oh, yeah, Tony V's being dramatic. Dude, everybody just take a chill pill and relax, please. We got 158 left, folks. 158 left.
Bonte, I'm just going to, for the average fan, they didn't know who Tony Vitello was, and they're getting to know him now. So I'm allowing the grace for an average fan that might be a little, hey, I don't know who this guy is.
I think most
He's
fans,
intense because they're going from Bob Melvin, who was not intense, to a guy like Tony Vitello, who is intense. And I thank you for, you know, talking about, you know, you and him in spring training. A lot of people don't follow college baseball. They don't follow college baseball. Like, especially here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, but
we
if
just
they would
don't.
have signed, just hypothetically, well, let me just stop you. If they would have signed the Padres guy,
Mike Schilt?
No, the other guy who's in the
Craig
dugout
Stammen?
yesterday. How, like, we wouldn't have known him at all. Most people didn't even know he pitched in the big. So, like, I did a bunch of interviews up and down in Barcadero. Most people didn't even know his name. You know what most people realized? Oh my God, Willie Adames on 1st and 3rd in the, you know, first inning of the first game is uppercut swinging, and they're frustrated at that. Not necessarily like who the manager is. I think what I noticed, the reflection of the reaction to Tony Vitello is about more of us, the media, and how we overreact to everything. But also, we have been so accustomed to Bruce Bochy's way of less is more. Let's stay calm. When you and we're a little older, Dusty was a rah-rah guy. Dusty was emotional. Billy Martin was extremely emotional. Pete Rose was extremely emotional as a manager in the dugout. There are many ways to lead. Some good, some bad. You can fail from any kind of energy level. And I just think it's so unique that people are like, whoa, do not act that way. And it's like, can we get like 10 games in before we make sweeping proclamations? We're not even in, if this were the equivalent of a
Can we get 10 games in before you're pressing or saying there's tension?
He's just,
it was game 2. It was game 2. Come on.
I don't think
Steven Risotto, I've never been in a press conference this dramatic before.
Hey, he's been in a lot of them.
Welcome to the big league, son. I mean, come on, man. It is wild, the Tony V stuff. And baseball managers, to this point, we rarely know who they are. Like, I didn't know who Joe Madden was before he took over the Tampa Bay Rays job. You know what I'm saying? Dusty, you had to Google and be like, oh, wow, he did play for the Dodgers. Oh, he was a hitting instructor. A lot of baseball managers kind of come out of nowhere through the minor league system or whatnot. So, look, I just think we're just too deep in the weeds on this. And it's fandom, too, because people in today's day and age, they want people to fail, to fit their narrative, to say, I was right about this. Look at what's going on with the Jonathan Kuminga dialogue. Game by game, I'm getting tagged in Kuminga tweets. When he plays good, I hear from nobody. When he plays terrible, Bonte, where you at? Where you talking? We're rooting for people to fail just to fit our narrative, which is sick. Which is, again, I'm not going to survive in this day and age of sports fandom.
Well, and to your point, Bonte, it is a double-edged sword because I think it's the conversely. It's like, I want this guy to succeed so bad, so I'll start making up things to make them look good. There's a lot of there's different writers that do different things to make sure, hey, even though we got blown out here, you know, it actually wasn't that bad.
Jimmy G is the greatest quarterback statistically who has ever played NFL football.
Exactly. I don't even.
Think about plus minus in basketball. I heard about plus minus forever. But when plus minus don't fit the narrative, I don't hear about plus minus no more. Draymond Green is a Hall of Fame player. His plus minus has been sparkling. It's had a sparkling plus minus. You don't hear about the plus minus this year because it doesn't fit the narrative. So this is what it is with Tony V.
I literally brought this up earlier, Bonte. I was like, hey, did you see Jonathan Kuminga at a team high plus 14 and plus minus against Boston Celtics, who might be the best team in basketball right now? No one wants to talk about that. Bonta Hill, live right now, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Bonta, our old friend and your old friend, Craig Elston, joined us earlier, and he brought up a name in regards to Padres' potential ownership, Joe Lacob, who's obviously been rumored to be one of the top suitors there. I want to ask you your thoughts on that, if he could be a potential part owner with both the Warriors and the Padres, and how would Warriors fans feel about that? Plus, I want to talk about what Joe told me earlier. Kristaps Porzingis. Jasky's saying he wants to get this guy a multi-year deal. I don't know about that. We'll ask you your thoughts on that, plus more Giants, all of that, and Niners. And it's going to be brought to you by Kalshi Trade on Anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your cool styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight. And family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
What's up, Goo? He's in North Carolina right now.
Hey.
We got Bonte Hill live with us, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, and he's on courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We're talking Giants, Tony Vitello, and we had Craig Elston on earlier, who's host of Padres Hot Tub and the number one Padres podcaster in the world, Bonte. I don't know if you knew that. And before either of you speak, take a listen to Craig Elston talking about how much he would love Joe Lacob, owner of the Warriors, to be the owner of the San Diego Padres.
Absolutely, because we know what he's done with the Warriors. We know how they spent double their salary on salary cap penalties, how they were willing to continue to invest. Anybody who's willing to continue to invest in the San Diego Padres, who's going to take this and go, yeah, but what if we added a starter? Yeah, but what if we polished up this or that? They're going to be rewarded. I'm telling you, Petco Park is a jewel. Eric Grupner, the CEO of the team, has done an outstanding job of continuing to bring in concerts. Savannah Bananas just came back at the end of March. All kinds of different experiences that come through Petco Park. It is an incredible atmosphere, but the one thing you can't do is come in and go, oh, I'm going to be a baller on a budget. We're going to do this, but we're going to do it the way that helps my pocketbook. That will destroy and erode the franchise. Lacob understands this, having just gone through it, right, with late stage Curry and Draymond and everything else.
So I guess I want to ask you, Bonte, and Joe and I were talking about it, like, how would you feel as a Warriors fan if Joe Lacob became an owner of another major league team, whether it be the Padres or Team X, like the Minnesota Twins or something like that? How would you feel about that?
Be a little weird to root against them as the Padres owner. I'm not going to lie about that. I mean, Padres are the NL West. They've catapulted the Giants within the division, 3-10 against the Giants last year. So that's why yesterday's win was so big. But it'd be a little weird. Root for Joe, but you can't root for his team. And I know he's been itching to get into baseball for quite some time. One of the A's, was interested in the Giants or whatnot. So that would be a little bit strange. I wonder how Warrior fans online would feel about that.
How do you think they'd feel?
Yeah, what's that?
I mean, how do you think they'd feel? They'd be furious at the second if they started losing or whatever. If they started winning, it would be like, see, this is why you shouldn't be too close to the team. Like, it's a lose-lose, win-win, depending on how well the team is doing.
Yeah, I mean, it would be weird. Like I said, it would be weird to root against, like, damn, Joe, you really got the Padres, man? They've become a rival of the Giants here. Petco's been booming.
I don't like that Peter Guber's part of the, Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, he is. You kind of forget about that. And that's weird.
It's
weird. I look at Guber a little weird sometimes. I'm like, damn, Pete, you really own the Dodgers and you come up here to the Bay Area with that smile on your face and those LA Dodger rings? Yeah, it is a little strange, but, it's a different sport. It is what it is.
And it's a good point, too, because I see, like, Magic Johnson, being a part of, like, the Commanders and, like it's just, it's
when
very
I think
strange.
Commanders football, I think Magic Johnson.
It's just exactly. But, Vontae, I was also making the comparison.
Real quick,
go ahead.
Do you even think Magic Johnson with the Dodgers?
No.
To me, it's like, whatever. He's more like a fan, and he's sitting there tweeting, I've got 18 championships. It does, I really don't have a strong opinion about it because it does nothing for me. Just be a little weird to see Lacob and Brown. Well, that's all.
Absolutely. And I think if anyone could succeed doing it and owning multiple teams, and obviously Joe Lacob owns both the Valkyries and the Warriors, and, if he becomes a major league owner too, I think he'd do it very well. Stan Kroenke has won a lot. He's the owner of the Denver Nuggets. He's the owner of the Colorado Avalanche. He's the owner of the Los Angeles Rams. And he's the owner of Arsenal FC in the English Premier League, and they have like a 9-point lead right now in the Premier League. They'll probably win it, but they're known to choke as well, so we'll see. So good owners find a way to be able to do it, and they can delegate, and they could be in multiple places. Good ownership can do it. Now, that being said, I guess this is a natural transition if we want to talk some Golden State Warriors. Shasky said something to me earlier. We really haven't got to.
Let me lay it out. You're all over the place. Let me lay it out.
What are you talking? Hold on. Why am I all over the place? We're talking Giants. You mentioned some Niners.
I said you are.
What do you mean I'm all over the place? You want Kristaps Porzingis on a multi-year contract? You're insane.
No.
Come on.
I'm going to talk myself into it because I watched the guy play really well on both ends of the floor.
You, Joe.
Knowing that it's going to burn me in the long run, right? It's like ice cream. I love ice cream. And I know it's not good for me because the next day I have a tummy ache.
It also melts.
So does the orchid. And the way I view this is that Porzingis is doing just enough to make me want him, not only on a 1-year deal, on a multi-year deal. It's 2 years. I don't know what the number is, but I'm talking myself into it. And I know for a fact the stove will burn my hand at some point down the line. But the guy is a good player. I know the health and everything. He fits. He gives them size, passing at the top of the key, a post player. Defensively, I thought he tried really hard against Jokic the other night. Jokic made some incredible shots over him. He's a good player. How good, how healthy, don't know. Yeah, I do. I'm going to sucker myself in. I'm going to regret it down the line. I'd probably sign him on a 2-year deal. I know. It's stupid. I know.
Imagine Shasky telling somebody they're all over the place and we just heard that tape.
At least I have them. No, we love you for it. Exactly. No, I was trying to set you up. I was trying to be a good teammate.
If you told me right now, either he walks or multi-year deal, yeah, I'm giving him the multi-year deal. Again, I know it's probably not going to look great long term. He'll probably miss 50 games each season. But for those 32, he's going to sucker me
all over the place. Hey, let's take both takes. I know it's going to burn us, but I want to do it. So he plays well. I was first on the trough, but if he plays bad, I knew it is that. Listen, the panic and pivot, right? Panic and pivot. Listen, it's not pivot, don't panic. Shasky, I'm with you on a 1-on-1 deal, but it has to be a team option, not a player option.
Okay.
Because you look at the game logs, you know what it is with Kristaps Porzingis, but at least for next season, and depending on that price point, it does fit with what the Warriors want to do. And honestly, people are like, oh, I can't wait to see him with Curry. I said it last week with you guys. I don't need to see it. You know it's going to work. He's going to hit the 3-point shot. His mid-range game is really good. Now, it was good to see him have a good game against a team not named the Washington Wizards. Because in 2 games against the Wizards, he was averaging 29. Against the rest of the teams he played, he was averaging 14. That's not good enough. But no, I mean, with the right pieces around him, I'm okay with Kristaps if the price point isn't too much. If we get to $20 million a year, I'm going to hesitate.
So what if I said to you 2 for $17 a year? So it'd be a $35 million deal for 2 years.
And that second year has to be a team option.
Okay, that's fair.
You know what? I'd even give him a player option because it really doesn't matter. It's still a tradable contract.
That's what I'm saying.
He'll be 32, 33 years old. I wouldn't be opposed to it because of the fit. Now, if you get 50 to 60 games out of him, and then what Al Horford's going to do with the player option, Kristaps Porzingis, he isn't a bad fit. That's why this trade with the Hawks could be a win-win for both teams, but he's got to play like that. That's when you pay him $17 million, you got to know that the guy may not play 20 to 30 games.
Well, I think the other big takeaway from the Warriors this week is like, hey, GP2 has looked great this year. Like, he's had a really good year. He really has. Melton's hit a wall. I don't deny that. Pods has had a lot of really good games stacked up here over a 2 or 3 month period. I know people don't want to give these guys credit.
Don't say that out loud.
Guy Santos has been really good. They're all role players, and I'm not knocking them. Yeah. They've been wonderful this year for the most part. It sucks that Steph got hurt and Jimmy got hurt. But, like, if you suggest that these other guys have had really nice seasons, people are like, like losing their minds. And I'm like, well, separate the two. Like, yeah, our stars got hurt. But these other guys have had really good years, and they play really, really hard, and they may just not have enough talent or firepower to score with some of these other teams. I've enjoyed watching some of these games with these guys playing hard. I know, maybe call me a loser, but I've enjoyed it.
Look, well, I haven't enjoyed the struggles against the Brooklyn Nets and the Washington Wizards.
Those games were ugly.
It's driven me crazy.
And the Bulls game
has drove me crazy. They're 1-8 against teams with the winning record in the month of March. So to me, it's not as enjoyable when you're just getting your brains beat in by these good teams. And then you got your brains beat in the second half by Denver, 70-40. I did not enjoy that. But GP2 has been really good since the All-Star break, shooting over 62% from the floor, 2 steals a game. And he's doing it in the way that GP2 does it. In that dunker spot, dunking on your head, getting to the basket, cutting when it cut, knowing when to cut, setting good screens. Guy Santos, wow, 3 years, $15 million. Looks like a hell of a bargain. Like, I joke around saying that maybe you should fire his agent, because if Guy Santos went out on the open market, he may get $10 to $12 million per year. So he's been really good. It's been sad to see Melton because you see the injuries, the guy's banged up, but also the shot has just gone awry. Yeah. And we all know now that maybe he's not a starting 2 guard in this league. He's a role player. He's an 8th, 9th man who can come off the bench and give you 20 minutes. So what does it look like with the stars are here? That's the one downside to the season is we don't know what they would look like in different roles. They've had to play more minutes because of all the injuries, the 7th most injuries in all of basketball. So, look, have I enjoyed seeing some of the individuals play well? Sure, I guess, but I haven't enjoyed the season because they've been losing. And they've been losing to good teams, and it hasn't even been competitive. So, no, I don't enjoy that.
Well, Warriors fans enjoy watching, and we all enjoy watching Steph Curry. The fact of the matter is we're getting pretty close to the end of the season here, Bonte, and we're just running out of games for the potential of Steph returning to the court. He has to obviously go through scrimmages. He has to go through a process. And when he completes said process with Dr. Rick Celebrini, then he can get onto the court. But we've just been waiting and waiting and waiting. And it's been 1 month turned into basically 2 months now. And where are you at with this whole Stephen Curry thing? I know you spoke last week that you're in the mindset of maybe, shut this guy down. Like, has that changed at all? Or are you still holding out hope that Steph could come back and maybe play in a play-in game against the Portland Trailblazers?
I'm holding out hope that maybe they do shut him down, and that's going to be tough to do because he wants to play. But you're going to throw him back into playoff level intensity type games. You think about San Antonio on Wednesday. Spurs are rolling. You want to throw Steph back in there? He's not playing in that one. Cleveland the next day on the back end of a back-to-back. Then you got the Rockets on Sunday, who are physical, and you're going to face Amen Thompson, who's going to pressure you 94 feet. Where's the season going? Honestly, you're going to play Portland on the road. You win that, you have to go on another road game, which is another flight. And then think about that. You go from Sacramento to the Clippers. That's one flight. Say you lose to the Clippers, you got to go to Portland for the play-in. That's 2 flights. You beat Portland, have to play the loser 7-8. That's another flight. And then if you win that game, that's another flight. That's 4 flights in a week. And then you got to play OKC in the first round. Considering the way the season has gone, and I've heard people use the word cursed, I personally would shut them down. Easier said than done. Steph wants to play. I get it. And who's going to tell Steph no if he wants to play? But personally, for my business, and I'm thinking about next season and maybe trying to reload for next season and the last season of Steph's contract, I'm shutting him down. To me, it's just not worth it over the next 7.
Well, you bring that up. Who's telling Steph no? I think this is an opportunity for someone in the organization. I don't know. Maybe the owner to say, you know what, Steph? I think we want to shut you down the rest of the season because we want to protect you and we want to protect the team and we want to go all in for next year, truly. We'll think about bringing back Kristaps back, but we want to protect you and see what we have with Jimmy when he comes back, with Draymond and all the other guys. How do you think that would go over if they approached Steph and said, you know what, we want you to not play the rest of the season, Steph?
Yeah, I don't think it'll go over well because he wants to play. If he's healthy and he gets cleared, he wants to play, he's going to play. But you said something there, Spadoni, that's got me thinking, is Kristaps enough to make Curry feel confident in this regime to come back and reload? Like, that's what I think about. How's Steph feeling about the current makeup of the roster? Does he believe, because Steph just doesn't want to play just to play. He doesn't want to go out like Kobe, where he doesn't make the playoffs for the last 6 years and he's just racking up stats. He wants to play for something. Is the roster good enough to play for something next season? How do they reload? How can they reload? You know, what do they do with Jimmy in that contract? So that's what I wonder about is Steph is sitting back for the last 25 games, watching his team not be competitive against good teams in this league. How's he feel about that? Like, that's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Is there any world where Draymond doesn't pick up his player option?
Yeah, and then he doesn't pick it up, and then he renews and gets another year. See, what people aren't thinking about as the Warriors look to reload and people think, you know, the whole LeBron thing or whatnot.
Or Kawhi.
I can totally see Draymond Green opting out, playing ball with the Warriors, and signing a new 2-year deal with the Warriors for, say, $13, $14 million a year, maybe even $15 million a year, and tack on another year and more money. I could totally see that happening.
What about Steve Kerr? No.
He's going to be here forever.
I could see, Bonte, I could see a variety of maneuvers for the Warriors like that, where he opts out, signs a 2-year deal, they roll over slightly more money over multiple years. What about Kerr? Is this the final 6 games, 7 games of Kerr's Warrior coaching career?
I've been consistent with this all season long. I'd be surprised if he is back. You know, we'll see. There's people saying, hey, he wants to ride it out with Curry and Draymond Green. That may be true. But when I watch his pressers and he's talking about the schedule and, you know, 7 games and 11 nights and shortening the season. And I mean, everybody's made this league. I mean, they've pacified these players in a way where the travel has become easier. The hotels are great. There's no 4 games and 5 nights anymore. All right, you got your back-to-backs, but they tried to minimize them. And they have a lot of back-to-backs at home now. Steve Kerr at times sounds tired. At times he looks defeated. At times he looks helpless, knowing that what have I got? I mean, you look at the roster. You see what they're doing against Denver when they're getting outscored 70-40 in the second half. You see what's happening when they're struggling against the Brooklyn Nets, down 13, turning the ball over 15 times in the first half. So, again, I'm going to stay consistent with what I thought all season long. I'd be surprised if he's back.
So what does that do to Steph Curry?
Don't know.
Who would
I don't
be
think
a
Steph Curry's
replacement?
retiring. Huh? What's that?
Who would be a legitimate replacement?
For a head coach?
In this hypothetical where he doesn't come back, you know.
Well, I thought, I'll put it out there now, I thought a dark horse to replace Steve Kerr. And now I don't know if that's going to happen, but I thought a dark horse was a college guy.
Oh, Randy
Todd
Bennett.
Golden.
Oh, Todd Golden. Oh, okay.
Todd Golden, Florida. Has city ties, obviously coaching USF, knows the city very well. Back in the day, was a sales rep at NBC Sports Bay Area. And it seems to be the trend with sports where you go a little younger. You see the Phoenix Suns go a little younger with their head coach, Jordan Ott. You see the Utah Jazz go younger with Will Hardy. Joe Mazzulla's pretty young when the Celtics elevated him. So I thought Todd Golden would be a dark horse, but I don't know if that's going to happen now. I don't know what's going on in Gainesville. I don't know if Joe Lacob can do that with this fan base and the blowback from a move like that. So I really don't know who's going to replace Steve Kerr. That's a tough question. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's I don't see it happening.
The Golden one's interesting too, because I do think that now all the college coaches are looking at that UNC opening and be like, oh, Chapel Hill's open. You're hearing Billy Donovan. You're hearing, could Dan Hurley win another one? Could they try to poach? Which sounds insane. You hate Dan Hurley?
I like Dan Hurley. Of course you hate Dan Hurley. I like Dan Hurley. Of course, Shasky. Come on, Shasky. Come on, you can't tell me that wasn't comical what Dan Hurley was doing on Sunday.
A clown.
The dude is he's a riot, but the guy wins.
The guy wins. Not want him coaching your team.
It's like Tony Vitello. What are you talking about? Very similar.
You want him coaching your college team.
College team's different. I don't see him in the NBA.
No, he can't handle the NBA.
Yeah, okay, so you agree with me on that. Okay.
Yeah. But I kind of like the guy. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who's on the short list for the Warriors if it comes to replacing Steve Kerr. I could be dead wrong here. Could be dead wrong. Steve Kerr may be back for another year. But what does it look like? Are we ready for a retirement tour? Like, what are we playing for? You know, would people be able to accept a retirement tour with Steph? That would be tough.
I mean, it feels that way, though, just with the construction of this roster. Like, that's what we're staring at in the face. Now, we still have how this draft process plays out. What if the Warriors get a top 4 pick? You never know. Crazy things could happen between now and a couple months.
Is there any world where, I'm just asking, it's going to sound sacrilegious. Is there any world where Steph just pulls a Buster Posey and kind of out of nowhere steps down, walks away? I'm just asking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't see that. He's still playing at a very high level. I think he really enjoys the game. But I will say this. I thought you were going to go in this direction.
What's that?
Just resetting and blowing up the whole thing.
Meaning trade Steph.
I'm thinking about blowing it up. And I don't want to do that. Let me make myself clear. I don't want to trade Stephen Curry. I want him in the Warriors jersey for his entire career. But on the flip side, if they decided to go that route, and I'm watching Steph at Dale Curry's retirement. He's sitting there watching the young Charlotte Hornets go up and down the floor. His dad's getting his number 30 raised into the rafters. They were in a position in today's NBA, if they decided to go that route, to reload fairly quickly. Because most of the money's coming off the books after next season. Because you have all your draft capital. And one thing we know about Joe Lacob, you can say a lot of things about him. A lot of things. Maybe he's too involved. You know, maybe he has too much say. Maybe the Lakers have too much power in this organization. One thing I know, and this is the number one thing for me as a fan of teams, the owner will spend money. And he'll spend a lot of it. Think about it. He's paying $60 million in luxury tax for this roster. That's in 10th place. So, I mean, it makes, if they decided to go that route, I would allow them. I wouldn't, I'd respect it. And I'd see it avenue for that.
Well, it would be Steph, you'd imagine in this scenario, approaching the organization,
I think
in my
it would
opinion.
be one of the most, at least initially, it would be bigger than a Joe Montana trade because you had the MVP in fold while he was on the team. This would be one of the biggest, blowback trades in terms of fan perception all time. All time.
There may be no coming back from that.
That's what I'm saying.
It's up to Steph. If Steph walked into the office and said, I'm looking at the roster, I don't know what we can do. I'm willing to go somewhere else to maybe play for some championships. You have to appease Stephen Curry. But yeah, there's no doubt the PR blowback in today's day and age, Joe Lacob may not be able to come out the house. You do something like that.
You rework a 2-year deal for Draymond and Steph demands out. I mean,
well in that scenario,
Steph demands out, then you're probably moving off.
Yeah, no doubt. But
blowing it all up. You're hiring a young coach, either starting to rebuild.
And you brought it up the name earlier, Joe. Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James. I throw those two names at you, Bonte. Does that do anything for you? Potential additions this summer?
Kawhi is a hell of a player.
I'm open to that. I'm open to that.
Yeah. And they called about Kawhi. Yeah. I mean, the Warriors are super aggressive at the deadline trying to get anything. They're desperate. It's like the guy hanging out at the bar at 1:45 just fishing for anything, trying to go home with something. That's who the Warriors were at the trade deadline. They were fishing for anything. And so, yeah, sure. You want Kawhi, you want LeBron, I'm here for it. Hey, you know what? And I'll even say today, I'm open to LeBron James coming. If they're not going to compete for championships.
Oh, here we go. He got the memo.
Give me the circus. businessman Bonte. Ratings go up for everybody around here.
Same old days to me.
Radio, clicks, TVs, social media hits, you name it.
Looked pretty good last night with that triple-double at age 41, didn't you? Triple-dub. No, it was against the Wizards, so take that for what it's worth.
Can you imagine late course on a Tuesday at noon? It's Draymond, it's Bronny Jr., it's Chris Mullen and Bonte.
It's Chris
Teeing off
Mullen.
at the late course.
It can happen.
Hacking it up. Hey, Brian, what's your yardage you got over there? What do you think, 202? I got 207 over here.
Hey, I'll send you guys a photo and y'all leave me on red because y'all be hating and being jealous and all that. It's all good. It's all good. I know how y'all do me. That's all good. By the way, you brought up the Wizards again. Seriously, I don't know what the NBA was thinking with these proposals. It's like they grabbed them from Twitter. It was like, let's just throw this out there and see if people will think the bait. I mean, what I saw from the Brooklyn Nets on Wednesday and the Washington Wizards on Friday, they literally in our face said, we're not playing our guys in the fourth quarter.
Zaire Williams was killing.
I mean, in the fact that they were winning, the Brooklyn Nets were rolling. The Wizards go on a 16-3 run to start the third quarter. I'm like, dear God, they can't blow out the Wizards. They can't even beat the Wizards, and they're not trying to win. We've got bigger issues in the NBA, man. We've got to do something.
Which is why I really honestly believe this in my heart. I think we're going to win some sort of lottery thing.
Oh, my God.
I do. I think we're going to get a top 4 pick this year. I think that the stars will align for us. That's all I'm going to say.
You want Boozer? You want Acuff? You want Boozer? You want
number 4? Acuff kind of reminds me of Monte.
There's a lot of people say that. I think he's got better range, though.
No, well, I mean, everyone nowadays has better range than mid-range.
I like
Monte.
Cam Boozer. I do.
I like Cam Boozer. He's grown on me. He's grown on me a lot.
Not bad.
He's grown on me a lot.
I don't think he's generational.
I want DJ.
I think he's solid.
Or whatever.
AJ Debanza?
AJ. Yeah,
AJ.
He'll be the number one. He'll be the number 1 pick.
I don't know. I think Kansas might.
Talking about locker room guys. Is that the Peterson guy?
I don't want him, but I think he will go 1.
I don't know about.
Yeah, the Peterson guy's got some red flags.
Yeah,
I don't know. Something's up with that guy.
Some might say Brian of Palo Alto has some red flags, but he's joining us right now. What's up, Brian? Good morning.
From one mensch to another.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
I think, I'm going to give congrats to Dunleavy because I think he won the trade. Right, you look at Kuminga. I think the Hawks have already sort of figured out what the Warriors already knew, right? Which is Kuminga flashes every now and again, but just a wholly inconsistent player that you can't count on. And you look at his stats: 0 for 4, 1 for 9, 2 for 10, 3 for 11. Right? Like, I'm excited about what it could look like. Oh, hey, Bonte. Yeah, how you doing?
How did you do last night? Because I'm sure you watched. Just look at the box score.
I did not.
Don't look at the box
score. Though, right? Like every third or fourth game, it looks good, right? And then you have 2 or 3 games where it looks like it looks.
You sound insane right now. You're ripping the Hawks there.
No, I don't actually. I don't.
For the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference.
I don't sound insane.
In the goddamn play-in tournament. And they're under 500. You got the ball to rip down to Kuminga. We got our own issues in our own house.
Why are you dying on the Kuminga Hill?
This is the clown stuff that I'll be talking about.
Why are you dying on the Kuminga Hill? Come on.
I'm not dying on the Kuminga Hill. Why the hell are Warrior fans worried about Jonathan Kuminga when we're in 10th place, 4 games under 500? I don't care.
I'm re-signing
They're rolling
Kristaps.
right now in Atlanta.
I'm
they went
re-signing
13 in the month
Kristaps.
of March. The guys D'ing up Jalen Brown and Payne Pritchard yesterday, and we're worried about Kuminga. They're going into playoffs.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm saying I like Kristaps, and I'm excited about what the future could be with him. And anybody that feels differently, that's fine. It's a free country and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, he's a big that has range out to 30 feet. You put that with Steph Curry, and the floor opens up. I mean, losing Moody is the biggest thing, right? We need a wing next year for, I don't know where that's going to come from, and a wing that can shoot and make an open 3 and can play defense, which obviously, we won't mention aforementioned players that didn't do either of those. But I think it's I'm excited about it. I mean, if Steph wants Kerr here, Kerr will be here. That's the way it's going to play out. They're not going to blow the team up. and excited about it. Yeah. And, again, congrats to Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Steve Kerr for being right. And have a great day, Ponte.
You miss Brian. You miss him a little bit, don't you?
Have a nice day, Ponte.
It's just clown takes. Like honestly, guys, I'll calm down because this is ridiculous.
What's ridiculous?
The Hawks are a game out of the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference. They're 13-2. The young man has bought into his role with the Hawks. They're rolling. He's playing defense or running the floor. And we're worried about him when we're in 10th place and we can't even stay on the floor with the Denver Nuggets? Like come on, guys. We're struggling with the Washington Wizards and the Brooklyn Nets. And we're out here talking about we want to trade. What are we doing? That is just idiotic. I'm sorry. It's just stupid.
I think I do the Kristaps deal again.
Sorry, that's a curse word. I owe $1, Chestnut. Sorry.
Oh,
stupid.
Does she get the money when you curse? Does she get that or what? Oh, that's good for her. That's good. I'm
not gonna considering they didn't want to play Kuminga or they didn't fit or whatever. Right. Like, I just think Kristaps he's a better basketball player. I know he's more injured. I know his resume. He is a better basketball player than Kuminga. I will say.
Yeah, he's a better fit than Kuminga as well.
No, he's just a better player.
But the Hawks right now, he's a better player. He's a better offensive player right now. He's not rebounding, and everybody was bitching about Kuminga rebounding. He's rebounding in Atlanta. So, yes, he's a better player. He's a better fit with the Warriors, but he's doing his own thing in Atlanta, and we need to move on from that. We need to worry about how the hell the Warriors are going to retool. Like, the Hawks are rolling. They went 13-2 in March, and they're having fun. By the way, they went on a 27-5 run against the Warriors and blew them out the water. So I don't want to hear anything about Kuminga no more. We got to leave. Like, that's our claim to fame this season? No. You man want to trade Kuminga this and Kuminga that. Dude, we're in 10th place. We're in 10th place and are struggling to beat the Mavericks, Nets, and the Wizards. And we're 1-8 in the month of March against winning teams.
Yeah, but that's a team reflection. I'm going on just the trade. I probably would do the trade again.
Well, yeah, considering you weren't using Kuminga, you weren't playing them, it just makes sense. Like, you move them. And they did. And so we move. Let's move on. And let's see what it looks like next season with Kristaps Porzingis and the rest of the crew.
We will. We'll also move on to final thoughts, Stephen Risotto. Don't be yawning back there and falling asleep. I saw you. Here's a question for you, Bonte, from the 650 and the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Is KP, Kristaps Porzingis, the type of player that Kerr wanted in Franz Wagner?
Hey, Bonte. Yeah, how you doing?
Drake and Roseville.
It's possible. It's possible. But again, Franz Wagner plays a 4. Draymond Green plays a 4. Are we sure Franz Wagner would have saw a lot of playing time? Would they have moved on from Draymond Green? All these questions about youngsters and where they fit and where they slot. Steve Kerr's a veteran guy. He's admitted that he's a veteran guy. He's not here for the development of youngsters. I don't know if it works out, but this is the type of player, no doubt, that Steve Kerr loves, and it fits. It works. KP's a natural fit with the Warriors.
Another question for you, because I know we touched a lot of the Giants and Warriors. Any takeaways so far from any of the comments you've heard from Shanahan, Lynch, or Jed York at the owners' meetings down in Arizona?
Yeah, the Ayuk thing got to be a little bit where Lynch and Shanahan had talked about trading him, and Jay York comes out and said, hey, we paid him a lot of money. There's still an avenue for him to play with the 49ers. And I know what fans think. If Ayuk wanted to come back and they could work it out, Ayuk, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Ricky Pierce all in that receiver room,
there's a better chance you suit up in that wide receiver room than Brandon Ayuk for the Niners this year.
Yeah, I know it's not going to happen, but the fact that Jed York said that was like, whoa, where did that come from? Is this leverage? Is this a power play? Because you're not going to get much from Brandon Ayuk, but I would be open to it if there's a possibility.
I'm the same way. I just asked the question to Joe. I was like, would Niner fans be open to bringing back Ayuk next season? A lot of them were like, hell no. Because of all the baggage and all that. And I get it.
They say that now. And if he did suit up in Melbourne, Australia, go 7 for 119 and a touchdown.
Oh, well, of course. Well, if that happens, that would be an incredible performance from Brandon Ayuk.
Can you imagine that against the Rams?
Actually, I can't. The fact that they'd be in Australia, first of all, which Kyle Shanahan was not happy about.
Also, no Joey Bosa. It's too expensive. The businessman Bosa's too much money.
He's not that good anyway.
Well,
he hasn't been good for 5 years.
Apparently, Juwan Jennings is costing too much money. No one wants him. Bonte?
Yeah, nobody wants him.
Would you take him back on the cheap? Or is him and Evans too redundant?
I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
I'm ready to move on.
All right. See you later. What are your final thoughts, Joey? What's
Teenage
wrong?
Mutant Ninja Turtles debuted, I think, 32 years ago yesterday. And
Who's your
all the
favorite one? Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle?
Raphael.
Okay, the red. What about you, Bonte? Who's your favorite?
It was Michelangelo.
Oh, okay, pizza guy? All right.
Yeah.
I will say that live action
Leonardo.
movie, it's still a great watch.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It holds up.
Well, I mean, one of the greatest theme songs of all time, Vanilla Ice. I mean, come on. Go, Ninja, go,
That was
Ninja,
Secret
go.
of the Ooze, I believe.
Oh,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, I don't know. It's just one of them.
I think that was number 2.
By the way, Landon Roop yesterday.
Oh.
Wow, look at the way he attacked. Giants fans, where you at? We didn't talk about the game.
Well, we did. We talked about the game in the first hour. It was great.
Vitello, that's what I'm talking about. In Risotto's article that I didn't read.
Risotto, you know what? You want to defend yourself? We got a minute here.
Get him.
Come on.
Well, he didn't even read the article. He just said it.
Wow. You didn't take that, Bonte? You didn't read the
I
article?
said Tony V is going to be fine. There's some growing pains that we've known. It's just a lot of freaking out after the first 2 games of the season. That's it.
Growing pains. What growing pains? To score 1 run against the Yankees.
And that was the bigger issue.
Oh, you guys, by the way, hilarious Adamas yesterday challenging that play, that strike call. By the way, Zach Green's calling me knowing I'm on air. Thanks, Zach. What the hell is going on in that studio right now? What is going on in 95 dude?
Yo, Bonte, I see you on air right now. You're killing it, bro.
I go, Zach, what's up? What's up? I go, why'd you call me? Because I got a hole-in-one at Harding. And did you know that?
That's what he's called, Bonte.
I don't care.
Dude, it says, what's wrong with you kids, man?
That's your protege. That's your protege, Bonte. Come on.
Aren't you the guy who says you should call, not text?
Chasky had that one, man. By the way, Lubman, you should see him working a room at opening day. I think he torpedoed like 2 of my conversations, but it's all good.
Who, I did or Zach?
That's it. No response. That's
I only did like 1 or 2.
Oh,
he said 2.
Steiny and Goo coming up next. It'll be brought to you by
Gotta get you
Fremont
guys
Bank.
laughing, man. Laugh a little bit over there. What are you guys doing?
I'm always laughing. I'm always laughing. On 95.7.
I'm impressed.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local.
Holding back on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings.
Point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Misread the calculation.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru. Let's go.
Okay.
That's not how you start a show.
No, you got me in a mood early, man. You're coming after my oatmeal. You got a problem with my daily routine, how I prepare for the show to do 4 hours with you. And you're coming down the salespeople road. You're going at Kenny. Pasta just smiled at you and you barked at him. What's wrong with you today?
First of all, that smells.
It smells like pumpkin spice and everything nice.
Peanut butter, oatmeal, banana. In the studio.
You act like that's some foreign concoction that's going to give you
Another reason why
hemorrhoids.
You can't sit in the A chair. You can't do the A chair and sit down to a 5-course meal. Like you can't do both.
You have the same breakfast sandwich every single day.
At 8:08.
And it sounds like you didn't have one today because you're mad.
I did. Oh, I had one. Mm-hmm. Hey, Giants, they're on the board. 3-2 win last night over the Padres. Vitello gets his first win. Landon Roop, woo, he was very good. Very good. So there you go. Monkey off his back. And now you go play baseball.
Off of whose back?
Vitello's.
Roop?
No, Vitello's. Roop didn't even think about the injury last year.
Well, yeah, because he's got to win.
He did.
Wait, which injury? He had multiple.
Well, I think the season came to an end last year in San Diego, didn't it?
The knee injury, but then he also had the right elbow inflammation. He looked good. There's no doubt about it. Fastball was up about 1.5 miles, Steiny. See, these are the things you got to pay attention to. Sinker was a lot better than it was at the beginning of last season. Changeup, curveball still there. I'll just go ahead and say it. He might be their best pitcher.
Right now he is. And I'll say it too. I mean, you talk about moves that it's very simple. Lead Adames off, base hit to left. It's really simple. So he nailed it last night.
You want to take it one at bat further?
To Devers?
Yeah.
Double play?
Yeah, but you had something to say about him in the chat last night.
Okay, yeah.
Which actually I had a little bit of a problem with.
Okay. I'm not comparing their talent levels, but Devers has a little pods in him.
You got people on my diet now. I don't like it.
Devers has a little pods in him. Here's what I mean. Who's the guy? Was it Jason Timpf?
Yeah.
Who said one of the
lowlights?
Yeah, one of the reasons that people have a strong reaction to pods is because his lowlights are so low. Let me tell you who else has some lowlights, and that's Devers. I mean, there's just nothing pretty about one of his ground outs. Just nothing. And I want to see the stat for guys who get thrown out by the most amount. Because I got to believe every other ground out, he doesn't even make it halfway down the line.
It's funny you say that because last night I think we have the two slowest home to first base runners playing against each other. One of them is Rafael Devers, and the other is Manny Machado. I don't think I've seen a guy not give an F more than Machado, and he hits it. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. When he hits a ground ball to the left side and there's no chance that he's going to beat it out, Machado just absolutely just hits the brakes.
Well, I'm half.
Might as well just go to the dugout.
I mean, I'm half kidding, but I'm half not. Okay, so the Giants are down 3-2 in the eighth inning, and they got runners at first and second, and Devers is up, and he hits a sharp ground ball to second base, and he gets thrown out by 48 feet. Like, that's what uninspired looks like. Even if he's hitting the ball hard.
Oh, man.
Dude,
you got to get off Rafi.
First of all, he's on my fantasy team, so I don't care how he runs the bases.
You're harder on your own players. I know
that's true. No, I'm just saying that, like, when we talk about, they were listless under Melvin, a Devers double play ground out, I don't think you can look any more listless as a team than when that happened.
Well, he currently he leads the league in double plays right now, but that's fine. He'll get over it. You know, and the Giants, like, all you need is 3 runs when you're pitching like that. In fact, it kind of did look like, I feel like the first 4 games of the season, it does seem like not a lot's changed, both good and bad, because on a couple nights they've looked a little lifeless. But also you got the template last night, which was, and kind of has been their template for winning the past few seasons, which is you get some good, last night in that case, really good starting pitching. Your bullpen, for the most part, holds up its end of the bargain. It's a lot of swing and misses. And your offense has a couple of guys that you weren't expecting to come through, show up with big hits. Casey Schmidt gets his first hit of the season. Yeah. Patrick Bailey, first hit. And you score a couple runs and let the Padres beat themselves.
Yeah, Bader goes deep. First home run of the year for the Giants, and they win 3-2. Now 1-3. A couple things about that game.
Bueller's cooked, by the way. Not Ferris, but Walker.
I saw something last night that was troubling.
Well, there's a lot of things we saw yesterday that we're going to get into.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
Not just on the diamond.
And I love the guy.
Who?
Willie Adames. I have... He's also on my fantasy team. And now you know why I'm in last early.
That's Tony V's right-hand man.
So let me get this straight. You got a runner on first. Adames is at the plate with a full count.
He did win a challenge, by the way.
So I'm sure he did. That's not the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
Patrick Bailey takes off from first. Adames takes a ball right down the middle of the plate.
It was a little low.
And Bailey is safe at second.
Oh, yeah.
Adames challenges. Did you see how inside the box that ball was? That ball was 3 inches within the strike zone. Risotto, help me here.
It was right down the middle.
So now because of some, like, I get it. It's kind of, I don't know if it's ego, but it's like, it's defensive-ness. You can't believe you got called out by that pitch. Anyway.
A little selfish.
So are guys just able to do that on their own?
Yeah.
Does it have to be? No. I'm talking about how a manager conveys to his team.
Oh, so, well, you can tell him not to challenge before the 4th inning.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. If the hitter taps the helmet, that's an ABS call.
I got to tell you, that needs to be coached. Like, that needs to be coached by the manager.
Well, Tony V's, he just got his first win, so we're taking baby steps. Next step will be about balls and strikes. But there is something that we do need to address about it, and it's the fact that there should be a punishment.
No doubt.
There should be a punishment if you challenge a ball that is entirely in the strike zone. In fact, from the moment it left his hand, I'm pretty sure there was not a single inch among the 60 feet, 6 inches in which that was not a strike. So I'm sure they'll have some fun with it because we do that here sometimes too. You, me, and Goo will have our own version of kangaroo court. That's a max fine.
I think it should be something like you challenge and you're wrong and it's on the corner, that's $50. But if you're a hitter, if you challenge and it's wrong and the whole ball's within the strike zone, that's $100. That's $100 for the kangaroo.
Well, that's
court.
I brought this up a couple weeks ago.
It's like, fair.
Well, umpires are going to get obviously, hung out to dry. Like CB Buckner has missed how many calls already through 3 or 4 games?
I want to say it's 26. I believe so. And then the guy below him, just real quick, I think it's like 11 or 15.
Okay, yeah, so 15. CB Buckner stinks. We all know this, but he's not a great umpire in terms of balls and strikes, so he's getting hung out to dry. If you're Willie Adames, because that umpire is eventually going to miss some calls and is going to have, in fact, he missed a couple. He missed a couple during that game. That umpire is going to get, embarrassed or called out or whatever. If you're Willie Adames, you should have to apologize. Just turn around and say, I'm sorry.
I think that's fair. I completely think that's fair.
And he can be the bigger man. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, that pitch wasn't even close. Anyway.
Neither was the game, by the way. Giants absolutely dominated. That's one of those games
talking about?
Steiny,
it's 3-2.
I'm going to need you to hang with me here. Sometimes in the game of baseball, a score does not reflect how badly another team was bludgeoned. The San Diego Padres did absolutely nothing last night. Nothing. Do you know that they didn't pull a ball in the air off of Landon Root? In fact, if you go back and look at all those hits, the little duck snorts, ground balls with eyes, flares, they didn't hit anything hard last night. Outside of the 9th inning when Jackson Merrill got a hold of that 2-run home run, which, by the way, I know Ryan Walker doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, but early, get off him. He got the save. So the Padres did not show up, and the Giants, they deserved to win the game. They beat them handedly.
And I guess you think it's feasible for a closer to go through a year with an 18 ERA. Sure.
1 for 1.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got some fun happening today. Tony Gwynn Jr., Padres radio analyst, joining us at noon, right? Noon. We got a bunch of stuff to get into. We'll get into some Warriors. We'll get into John Lynch, Jed York, Kyle Shanahan. We're going to get into Jaden Ivey, too. Yikes. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And it was also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Bail Arm, we got you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
First base line where it looks like they're suggesting that's where the umpire should stand. High drive to left, and it is out of here. And the first home run of the season this year comes off the bat of Harrison Bader. What a welcome sight that is.
Yeah, that's a pretty humble try, too. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kruk and Kipe, NBC Sports Bay Area. Harrison Bader, first home run of the year for him and the Giants. And, Evan, I know...
Hang him and bang him, Steiny.
I know sometimes some of the baseball jargon, you know, especially from guys who played back in the day, you don't get when Kruk says it's a humble trot, it meant he got around the bases pretty quickly.
Yeah.
On a home run. Like he didn't, you know what I mean? No preening.
He had a little fist bump in there. You know why? Because he knew it. Because he knew that ball was going out. You can't.
No, but this is about how fast he ran the bases after a home run.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah.
He's not faster than Adam Rosales, but. He's pretty quick.
Yeah, so we got Webb going tonight for the Giants.
We're chasing wins early.
Now, why would you say something like that?
How many times is Webb going to throw after tonight?
31 more times, hopefully.
No. I mean, like, how many starts will he have after tonight?
Webb?
Yeah.
31.
No, this will be his second start.
Right, and he had 33 last year.
Yeah. How many starts has Adrian Hauser had?
0. Oh, you're saying...
Where is he?
Oh, you're saying Webb will have 2.
Yeah, he will have 2. Hauser throws tomorrow. He will have 1. We're chasing wins early. That's fine.
That's not what this is about.
No, that's totally okay because they missed the playoffs by 2 games last year. You want as many starts from your aces. I get it. I totally get it. Webb has also a reputation to uphold as the innings leader for the last, I think, 3 seasons. He's been a model of consistency. We want to get our guy out there. I get it.
The reason Webb's pitching tonight is because it doesn't impact anyone else in the rotation.
Except for Hauser.
It does not impact Hauser. They told Hauser a week ago, you're making your debut on Wednesday. So start thinking about it over the weekend.
When was the last time he threw in spring training?
Also, I don't know if you look at Webb's splits. He is much better in 5 days work with 5 days rest than 6.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's much better in March than he is in April.
No, but what I'm saying is, who's the best pitcher on the Giants, starting pitcher?
Landon Roop right now.
Who? Okay, their best pitcher. Their best pitcher is Logan Webb, and he's the most important pitcher that they've got to establish. And so he starts opening day, and boom, he's going. We don't mess with him all year. And if he's scheduled to start on a Tuesday, well, he's pitching on a Tuesday.
No,
I'll tell you what, I like what Vitello's doing early.
They're 1-3.
But you can sense something.
What can you sense, Steiny?
Did you see how that clubhouse celebrated the win by Vitello? I got a beer shower. This team is unified.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
He was in bare feet when he did the interview after the shower, by the way. You ever had a shower?
Never had a
in
beer,
the showers?
Never had a beer shower, never had a champagne shower. I've spilled soda on myself and that's sticky. I don't like that.
Well, I've seen you do that. But yeah, they mess with him. They like Tony. I don't know. I guess, like, on a serious note, I'm messing around with the starting pitching stuff. I understand why Webb is pitching tonight and Hauser is not. But Tony Vitello is a guy that I think I was interested to hear how he took the win in addition to the loss. And he's a guy who's, I don't know, he still was talking about his other players. He was still talking about the guys who helped him win. And, he doesn't want to make it about him.
No, it's kind of funny to me because you're right. A lot of the post-game, and we're going to play some of that sound momentarily, but a lot of the post-game sound was about Vitello talking about Roop and talking about, Bader and all those guys. And, look, it doesn't mean anything, but, Tony, that's the one day. Yesterday's the one day. It is about you. Yesterday was about Tony Vitello, but, I mean, look, he's absolutely saying all the right things. This is him after the game yesterday.
There was adult beverages, but there was other stuff mixed in too. So at some point I'll be plotting my revenge. But for now, enjoying the fact that, Rooper, you kind of mentioned a pitcher getting it done, gets to enjoy the fruits of his labor. That was a special effort he had out there. And obviously the guys behind him did exactly what they needed to do.
All right. Tony Vitello talking about Rooper. He's talking about Rooper, Landon Roop.
He was really freaking good last night. But Tony V, he's one of them now. He is officially one of them. He has won a Major League Baseball game as a manager. And you could tell that everybody in that dugout was really happy for him. And I'm sure he was trying to withhold a lot of emotions that he's naturally going through. But, okay, now we can begin, right? You got that one off. You got it under your belt. You got the monkey off your back. Now let's go. Willie Adames is the first one in the clubhouse saying congratulations. Matt Chapman's calling him by his first name. You got people that are just happy for him because that's who they need to back. Whether people thought that it was a strange hire or not, inside or outside the clubhouse, that's your guy. This is your guy, and it seems like he's going to be here for some time. So you got to get behind him, and I'm glad the Giants, Landon Root basically started the charge. Harrison Bader got the first home run. Ryan Walker made it tight, but still got it done at the end, and they helped this guy get welcome to the big leagues. That's what it's about.
Yeah, the thing about baseball is there's going to be about 50 moments like they've already had. And what I'm talking about is, okay, so Vitello comes in and they lose their first 3 games, and the whole talk is about, are they pressing? Are they not pressing? Should they be pressing? Is he making them press enough? How's Vitello dealing with it? And then they win a game, and now we can go, okay. All right, they got that monkey off their back. They're now 1-3. They got Webb going tonight. Let's start settling in. But you never can settle in baseball. You know what I mean? Like,
you can't get too high or too low.
Exactly. So let's just say hypothetically they lose the next 2 games and they're coming back to play the Mets and they're 1-5. Then we're going to be like, oh boy, they need to get a couple in this series, and you don't want to start 1-8, or they can sweep this series against the Padres. Go 3-3, and then you see how he handles his team sweeping another team. But yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is, there's going to be a lot of moments during this season when we're going to be watching Vitello because he will be handling something that he hasn't handled at the major league level.
Yeah, and so far, it doesn't also feel like he's really, well, you texted me this last night. Do you think he's tinkering a ton? He started the same 9.
Yes and
but
no.
There's been different lineups each time. Like last night, Adames is leading
I'd
off.
say no, he hasn't tinkered because he's just this. I mean, it's semantics. But if he's using the same guys, to me, that's not tinkering. I think right now he's trying to figure out, who's going to bat where and what's our best lineup day in and day out. And that is the one thing I was kind of, we were going back and forth on the text thread, and I was just thinking, okay, so you got, let's just say, the veteran players on the team, Devers, Chapman, Adames, and I don't want to put Ramos there. Okay, let's just use those 3. Each of those three guys has batted in different spots in the lineup already.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing I want to just kind of talk to you about. And that is, in a perfect world, they're going to find a lineup and stick to it, right? I mean, don't you want Adames knowing where he's going to bat, Devers knowing? I know that's changed over time in baseball, but how much does that matter if Devers, even a guy like Devers, goes to the lineup and doesn't know if he's hitting second or fifth one day?
Well, I don't think it matters a ton to these guys, especially because most of them have hit at different places in the order throughout their careers. Willie Adames, this is his 9th season. Devers has been in the league for almost a decade. Ramos is, by virtue of being, on some less than talented offensive teams, he's had to hit all over the place too. These guys have been there and done that. I don't look at Arise and say, oh, why is he hitting cleanup tonight? You got to slide him down in the lineup. But it'll probably change based on right versus left. The Padres are throwing another righty tonight, so you might see the same lineup. But the moment they go to a lefty, or, when the Mets, I think the Mets are, they're going to throw Peterson in game 1 of that series, so you'll probably see a different lineup. But the one thing that I liked about last night, which you should have some consistency, and to me, I told you guys during the crossover, Devers should be hitting second. He's your best hitter. That's where hitters in 2026 bat. You want to get them as many at-bats as possible, ideally with guys on base or an opportunity to set the table. He walked a couple times last night. And so I know that, there's not as many hits maybe from Devers as you like to see early on, but it just makes everything else so much easier. And I don't think that Willie Adames is a prototypical leadoff guy, but maybe he finds some comfort there. So I think that the tinkering aspect for me is just trying to figure out where in the lineup these guys are going to be able to have comfort at the plate. Because clearly they didn't look comfortable against the Yankees. Some of that might have been pressing. Last night, I know they only had 6 hits, but you could see, they're working deeper counts. You drove Walker from the game before the 5th, and he ain't Fried or Schlittler. But I feel like Tony Vitello He's the kind of guy that wants to trust his players and trust that where he puts them, and we've used this a lot early, but the sample size of their careers as opposed to the sample size of this season is going to dictate how successful they are.
Okay, in a perfect world, if things start clicking for the Giants, who's their leadoff hitter, and then where would Adames bat? Unless you think their best lineup's him at leadoff.
I mean, I don't think Adames is a leadoff guy, but I think this is honestly how it happened. Chapman ain't going to be hitting 2 or 3 for you. He's probably hitting 5th. I said hi to Marcy, by the way, so you can text her and tell her that I did see her.
Okay, yeah, because you ignored her yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I felt bad about that. Right. So you want Devers hitting 2nd, and you want the right, left. So I think Ramos is solid in the 3-hole. And just by process of elimination, then Willy Adames is your leadoff guy. You know, and I think also like having a guy at the top of your lineup that can do some damage. You know, Willy Adames, if he's hitting leadoff, he's going to hit some leadoff home runs. I think that's also a way to maybe make the opposing pitcher feel a little uncomfortable. He's going to swing and miss. He's going to strike out. But I think there's not another simple option for you to throw up there unless, I don't know, maybe Ramos or Arraez starts getting on base at a high clip.
Like, do you think, would I be crazy to say I think they led Adames off last night to try to encourage him to be more selective after the first 3 games? Like, do you
maybe.
think? I guess I'm wondering, it's like, to me, and maybe I'm wrong, you know, no matter where Devers hits, his approach is pretty much going to be the same. I just wonder if that goes for Adames too. I feel like when he's, you know, hitting in the middle of the lineup, he's a 30 home run guy. That's who he is. But maybe if he's hitting first in the lineup, he's got to take less chances or you know, be a little less aggressive at the plate. I'm wondering what the thought process might have been there.
Well, I also think too, it's, you know, against a guy like Walker Buehler, 5 years ago, he's probably going to strike Willy Adames out a couple times. But now, his fastball, I mean, I don't even know if he touched 96 last night. He threw more cutters than 4-seams. And that was one of the things that stood out to me about him. It's like, you know, that's a guy who used to be a great pitcher, and due to multiple arm surgeries has fallen off. But, okay, so he can't beat you, right? So then the fact that Willy Adames strikes out a lot is negated because this guy ain't going to throw it by you. He might get you to chase or whatever, but that might have factored in too. You know, I think you're not going to change Willy Adames. He's going to be a free swinger. He is going to swing at balls in the other batter's box. He's going to swing at balls in the dirt. But if he can make enough contact, like against a power pitcher, that's going to be trouble. But a guy like Buehler last night, tonight I think it's German Marquez for San Diego that's going. Those aren't guys that are going to overpower you. And so having Willy Adames in the leadoff spot, the fact that he is more of a free swinger than other guys on this team, it doesn't really matter that much.
I got you. Just kind of wondering because, you know, obviously the first hit of the game, his first hit, he goes to left field. And, you know, I'm thinking, was that approach any different than it would have been if he had a couple ducks on the pond and was, you know, trying to drive in multiple runs? I don't know.
He did come up with guys on base. Look, you got to also credit, I mean, really the game was won by the bottom of the lineup.
Correct.
You know, it's funny. We're talking about the top 5 guys, Adames, Devers, Ramos, Arraez, and Chapman, but the guys who won you the game were Bader, Bailey, and Schmidt, which is kind of crazy to say, but, you know, through 4 games, the top of this lineup still has not really got going yet.
Not at all.
But that's the kind of game that if they do hit, along with what you saw from the 7 through 9 hole, then you're probably scoring 6 or 7 runs.
I'm not concerned about the lineup at this point because they've scored 4 runs in 4 games. They're going to start hitting. They've got too many players on there who are going to hit. Now, I don't know if they're going to be a juggernaut offensively, but there's no way they're this bad. This is more on Vitello and how special that win was.
It's hard to comprehend because I got the same disease as every other coach. You're kind of you want the proper guys to get their props that got it done tonight, which really was a lot of guys, especially if you include defense, but also look ahead to the next game is an opportunity to win a series down here and continue things in the right direction. So it probably soak in getting back to the hotel, but yeah, pretty special looking around the room, whether it's in the office, in the dugout, or in the locker room. And some of these guys have been slower to come out of their shell with me, but it's little moments like that, or breaking camp, or opening day, where I think, the bond grows a little bit, which, at the end of the day, we want to be a strong unit right now. But I told somebody, I forget if it was with the whole group or not, I really get a sense like no matter what happens, this group is going to get a lot closer together as the year goes on.
All right, that was Tony Vitello after victory number 1. Anything stick out to you?
Yeah, he sounded exactly the same as he did when they were losing. If anything, he was more heap it on me, I'll take the blame kind of deal during the loss. But, it's kind of funny. We haven't really seen, or I think heard, outside of maybe that first media scrum where he was asking about the timeline for his hiring.
Right.
We haven't really seen the fiery V, Tony V. We haven't seen that guy yet. So I think he's also trying to really suppress some of that for maybe a moment where it matters on the field or off the field. I guess he gave the fire and brimstone speech before the beginning of the season and realized it's probably not the time of the year for that. But he sounds pretty collected. And I think that's all you can ask for from your manager. He doesn't sound like a guy who's close to lighting anybody up.
No, I mean, to me, if I were Tony Vitello, and obviously I'm not, but there are things that are relatable. One is he's coming from college. He knows he's got a college reputation. He knows he's got a rah-rah perception. So naturally, he's going to factor that into the way he manages in the major leagues. In other words, he knows he can't be the same guy. He knows that, right? He probably knows it. He can't be the same guy. He can't be wound up for 160 games. So, he's probably coming in here and trying to get a lay of the land. What I was getting at is, if I were a guy like Vitello, the first thing I would have done, and I would have done it day 2 of camp, is I would have gotten Devers, Adames, Chapman, and Webb together and basically said, I'm going to need your guys' help in terms of managing the clubhouse. You guys have been around. All 4 of those guys are, I don't think any of them are high volatility guys. Even Devers, he might be a little moody, but he's not volatile or anything like that. So those are the 4 guys, and Robbie Ray, that I'd be relying on if I were Vitello to guide me toward when to lay low and when to maybe, speak up.
Yeah, I think the guy that really matters to me would be Willy Adames, because the other people you mentioned, to me, just from afar, they seem more like leaders by example, where Willy Adames he can lead by example, but he's also very vocal. He also is, and this does matter, he's bilingual. He can help you connect with the guys that, maybe don't speak English very well. Maybe the language barrier is a reason why they're not as expressive in the clubhouse. Having a guy like that in your corner is huge. And that's why, last night, I know they're throwing beers on him and stuff like that, but the fact that Willy Adames grabs, the ball to give it to him at the end, he's the first guy in the clubhouse saying, congratulations, Tony V, or whatever it is, like that is a good sign. And Willy Adames has been that dude his entire career by all accounts. But if there's anybody in your corner in that clubhouse, to me, that you really want on your side and in your corner, it is Willy Adames, because he's the leader of the team, to me, in every sense of the word.
Well, he's definitely the most vocal of their kind of veteran guys, for sure. I didn't mean it so much as, leadership, as to me, Matt Chapman reminds me a little of Jeff Kent. A little bit bristly, not quite to that extent, but I'm just envisioning a new manager. Jeff Kent's in the clubhouse, and a guy with no experience comes in to manage the team. It's like, even though Kent's not a vocal leader of the team, it's like, you better get him on board. And that's kind of what I really meant, is I would really go out of my way to include Chapman and those guys into even my decision making. Even if I'm asking for their input and I don't really want to take it, or I don't really believe in it, I'm still just talking to these guys and picking their brain about the mood of the team, the tone of the team, and, how they're feeling at a certain time over the course of the season. Like, I would let those guys guide me into, when I may jump them or when I may lay low.
Well, I think until you get a feel for it, and that's probably going to take, at least a couple months. Yeah, I wouldn't mind running decisions by a few of those veteran dudes, but I also think that, and this is where they're pros. You have to trust the players to trust you. And so I don't think that Tony Vitello, while he's clearly I think he's a clear communicator. He's pretty direct, it seems. But I also don't think he should have to tell Adames and Devers and Chapman and Webb and Ray, all these guys, what he's feeling and what he's doing. No. It's on them to respect not just him, but respect Buster Posey's decision of putting him in that place to lead you. You're not just looking at that manager as a single entity. I think you also, and this is where Tony Vitello does have, to me, a bit of a leg up compared to maybe someone else who's in his position or would be in his position, even though this is unprecedented. You were hired by Buster Posey. You were hired by Mr. San Francisco Giant. So if you do anything that a player doesn't like and a player questions it or challenges in any way, you're not just challenging Tony Vitello, you're also questioning and challenging the decision-making of Buster Posey. And I think that carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, I'm thinking also along the lines of, if let's say Vitello's doing stuff that's making guys roll their eyes, let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, Robbie Ray did it on, what was it, opening day the second game of the season?
Exactly.
Like, we're all major leaguers here.
Exactly. And that's kind of where I'm like with Ray. Hopefully Ray and Chapman and those guys have a good enough Hey, relax, Tony. Just relax a little bit. We're fine. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Tony Gwynn Jr. coming up at noon. He's the analyst for Padres Radio. And that segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Vanessa from Albany. Luis from RNS helped me with a garage door malfunction, the ultimate in professionalism and speed to repair the issue. Thanks again, RNS. You're the best. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
For Digitas Health, this is Sky Rizzy Radio. Spot title CD60 Workarounds Audio. Ad ID SKCD0086000. Length 60 seconds. Mixed at Harbor on January 26th, 2026.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Sky Rizzy Risankizumab Rizza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Get your hand off my shoulder, dude.
I did.
What was that? Why did you put your hand on my shoulder?
I'm feeling good. Tim, I was like, and then I started, boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru.
He's having fun in North Carolina.
Yeah, he ain't around.
No, he texted us. He said he's enjoying his time with his family.
Yep. And, you know, when you get a text like that, you never really know if he is or isn't.
Why you gotta be that guy?
Well,
you can't just take him at his word. You know, he's out there with the wife, the kids. I think he's got extended family.
I'm good now.
Yeah.
Goo will be back Friday.
We know you're good, Goo.
Goo will be back Friday. All right. Hey, I got to bring something up. having a little deja vu.
Well, I don't know if I can help you with that, but
do you know what that is? First of all,
like you've been there before. You've been in the same spot. You've experienced this, but you don't really know how.
Yeah,
it's also a great Denzel Washington movie.
Never seen that one.
Well, you can throw it on this weekend.
You sure you're not thinking of Independence Day?
That's Will Smith.
Oh. No. Okay. Oh, damn it. No, I'm thinking of the one. What's the one? Oh, boy. And that's so funny. This is so funny. It's because this guy's name got brought up yesterday.
He's also in Independence Day, too.
I'm thinking of the one with Denzel and the greasy guy, Ethan Hawke.
Oh, Training Day.
Yeah, Training Day.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, boy. All right.
Yeah. I got to tell Goo about that.
That's right. So,
deja vu, what do you got?
You heard about Jaden Ivey? I mean,
who hasn't?
Well,
what about him?
I was just one of those things where I'm kind of looking at the headlines and I'm like, oh, okay. And then, I read more and I'm thinking, well, this is fascinating. And it brought me back to about 2010. All right, so Jaden Ivey, ladies and gentlemen.
His alma mater lost this weekend. Purdue.
Okay. And so I absolutely want to try to be respectful here. So clearly Jaden Ivey recently in the last couple of years has found God or at least he knows where he is. And he has really turned into somebody who is dedicated to living a certain kind of lifestyle. So he basically criticized the NBA for their acceptance of the LGBT community.
Yeah, Pride Month is what.
Correct.
Yeah.
So anyway, apparently, according to a lot of the stories, Jaden Ivey has been in the Bulls locker room getting very preachy about God and his belief. But this was the final straw. This is what he said. The world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? Ivey told viewers via live stream on Monday. They proclaim Pride Month and the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it on billboards. They proclaim it in the streets. Unrighteousness. Well, obviously, the NBA is somebody that is sympathetic, empathetic to LGBTQ causes, and he's done. He's been waived. Now, not just for that, apparently. This has been a pattern. And the weird thing is...
He's out for the season, by the way.
Yeah, he was hurt, but now he's been waived. And what do they say? Catching strays? Our very own Steph Curry caught a bunch of strays from Jaden Ivey.
It was more of a direct shot.
Where he basically said, Steph Curry ain't the right kind of Christian.
He said, quote, that's why you got Steph Curry. He's not even surrendered, and y'all believe he's a Christian. Y'all think he's a Christian, but he's cursing just like the world.
Right.
That's from Jaden Ivey.
Right. And clearly what that means to me is that Curry's Christianity, in which he's very compassionate toward the underprivileged or the unspoken for, like he's got a problem with that, Jaden Ivey. I mean, Curry is Christian and he embraces progressive causes. And because of that, Jaden Ivey says he's a phony or he ain't a real Christian. So, I mean, I don't know if Steph's definitely will address it at some point because he's going to get asked about it because he was just brought up. But it got me to thinking about Mark Jackson and his short tenure here and why, and his religious beliefs had something to do with it. And what I'm more fascinated with is when and what is too much. What is a line that Ivey crossed that means he'll no longer play in the NBA. He said that he doesn't like how the NBA promotes the LGBTQ community and says it's unrighteous. Should that alone get you blackballed from the NBA?
Well, I think it's a little more complicated than that.
He also said what do you say? The Catholic. Yeah, Catholicism is a a false religion.
Yeah, clearly Jaden Ivey he's undergone an internal evolution. He's
de-evolution.
A transformation, something like that. I mean, he also, and I'm not sure, he's done multiple of these IG lives, like the one where he called out Curry wasn't the one where he was talking about the unrighteousness that originally got him waived. But, he discussed a lot of the struggles that he's had with, basically cursing the world from what it seems like. And he's clearly tried to better himself. And this is his way of doing it. And I think it's wrong. I think he's wrong. Like what he's talking about is his interpretation from his religious beliefs.
Right.
Now, is it too far? I don't know what it's like in that locker room. I don't know how uncomfortable he's made it for people. I don't know how important the Bulls, or who is he with before?
Well, I know he was with Oklahoma City.
Pistons.
Oh, the Pistons.
Yeah,
thank you,
call.
Kenny. I don't know how uncomfortable he made things for Detroit, but Jaden Ivey right now is not that big of a factor on the basketball court. And that to me is where there was a bit of a difference between what he said and maybe what you're bringing up with Mark Jackson. Because when we were talking about it before the show, Mark Jackson had made comments about, was it Jason Collins' brother?
Yeah, Jaren.
Jaren.
sorry. Yeah, correct, Jaren.
Who is the first openly gay NBA player. And that was in the 2012 season,
Right.
I think. And he coached for 2 more years after that.
Yep.
And then eventually was let go. Mark Jackson was clear, like the juice was worth the squeeze. Okay, like his beliefs and whatever he was talking about, that probably had an impact on his own coaching staff. If there was, a player, a personnel member who had a personal relationship, was related to somebody that he was kind of putting down, the Warriors were able to put that behind them. In this case, it didn't feel like, clearly to the Bulls, it was worth it. So is he wrong in expressing his beliefs? No, but the reality is there's consequences. When we talk about things on the radio, there are things that we believe that sometimes go too far, but you have to make a choice as to what you're going to stand on and what may or may not cost you. In this case, it feels like his career.
Yeah. I mean, as it relates to Mark Jackson, there were a lot of issues. And, you said that he said that early in his tenure and he was still around for a few years after that. And he was. But to me, Mark Jackson put himself behind the 8 ball right away. And the one was the way you were talking about it. The Golden State Warriors president of business operations at that time was Rick Welts, the first openly gay member of a professional front office in history. First guy that had come out. And so you have Rick Welts in the front office, and you have the head coach talking about a guy who's come out as gay, and Mark Jackson says, I'll pray for him. I'll pray for him. With a clear implication being, that's wrong. That then, around that time or near that time, there was the extortion thing with Mark Jackson, where a woman was trying to extort him, and it got out, and the Warriors had to support him in that situation. So, in a way, he was a little like Kapler, I almost felt, although Kapler came in. I mean, he got off to a rough start here with that kind of stuff, Mark Jackson. But my bigger point here is, what Steph Curry is obviously a Christian, right? And he obviously believes in something higher. Well, he doesn't get in anybody's face. He writes stuff on his shoes, which doesn't affect anybody else. But I'm just wondering what if Steph Curry were more like Jaden Ivey? You know what I mean? Is Jaden Ivey not going to play in the NBA anymore because he's a marginal player or because of what he just did?
Well, it doesn't have to do with religion, but Kyrie Irving kind of went through this, right? During COVID.
Yeah, a little bit.
And a lot of people have labeled him a conspiracy theorist, and he's misinformed. He's still in the league. And I think it's because he's Kyrie Irving. In this case, Jaden Ivey, I don't know, Sonny. I was reading something actually earlier this morning, and it was about the Mark Jackson firing. And they kind of listed the reasons, because one of the, I got to remember at the time, at least as I think I was in college, is 2014. So I would have been 20 years old. And when they said that they were moving on from Mark Jackson, I was like, they made the playoffs back-to-back years for the first time in how many years? Clearly the guys, Curry, Clay, Draymond, they all loved him. I guess Draymond, wasn't as big of a factor at that point as Curry and Clay, but Splash Brothers loved him. He empowered him. I was skeptical of the decision, but when Scoop Jackson, who wrote this column, went through everything that the Warriors are probably weighing in addition to just the basketball itself, that had to have factored in the fact that not just Mark Jackson was being preachy. I mean, he was a preacher. I think he was still giving sermons during the season, but he wanted to live in Los Angeles. He didn't want to be in the Bay Area. There were other things that were inconveniencing Golden State in addition to just him not being able to draw up a proper offense or whatever on the basketball court. So yeah, that probably made a difference. I think how you conduct yourself, how you treat people in the workplace does impact your professional standing. It's interesting because we're going to get into it in a little bit, but I'm just thinking out loud now. It's probably one of the reasons why the San Francisco 49ers, in addition to his talent and his resume, thought that Mike Evans would be a great addition to this team. That Christian Kirk, who John Lynch talked about and Shanahan did as well, describing them as grown-ups. Having them in a wide receiver room as opposed to a Brandon Ayuk, that makes a difference because you've seen and dealt with an individual that has made the professional aspect of what you do more difficult by how they act. And so in this case with Jaden Ivey, the Bulls did, they waived him for conduct detrimental to the team. They felt like he was not adding enough as opposed to what he was subtracting from.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Yeah, Mark Jackson, he got into to my way of thinking, he got into a gray area with this same thing too. And just to, expound on it, if the Warriors, let's say, were playing a game in LA against the Clippers or the Lakers on a Saturday night, most of the team after the game wants to come home. He always would stay overnight in LA so he could minister at his church the next day. And he would ask the team, who wants to come to church with me? And maybe one of the Warriors' buses was going to church with a couple guys. And now we're getting into favoritism type stuff with the guys that are aligned with Jackson. I'll just say it. You can't tell me that at the core of the disdain between Mark Jackson and Andrew Bogut, that had something to do with it. Just that part of Mark Jackson.
Well, I think in sports, whenever there's a hint of dissension, you have to nip it in the bud. I don't know about Jaden Ivey, but I know that the way you've described it, the way I've heard people described it, and it's similar to how Jim Harbaugh went about things. They cultivated an us versus them type of mentality.
Right.
But with Mark Jackson, us wasn't the entirety of the team. It was some people on the team.
Right.
It was some members of the coaching staff. I have to imagine eventually you're going to reach a breaking point with that because either you have to remove those thems, players or coaches, and then that becomes complicated because you're not the one that's making that choice. Your employer's the one that brings you on. You make your coaching staff, but maybe someone in the front office really likes the coach that you don't like anymore. Maybe someone in the front office wants to keep a player that you don't like because of things that don't have to do with basketball. And so for Jaden Ivey, it sounds like if he was being too preachy, while that might sound unfair to some people, you're creating a bit of a divide. And you're establishing a boundary or a line in the locker room that is making other people, your working mates, your teammates feel uncomfortable. And so they decided they had to do something about that. Curry, for as much as Curry is expressive about his beliefs and kind of the things off the basketball court that he chooses to associate himself with, they would never cause dissension. They would never divide. At least to my knowledge, and if they did, I think he would be the one to try and address that as quickly as possible.
I don't know why I thought of this guy, but I did, and it's Jim Harbaugh. So, Jim Harbaugh, over the years, the more I read about him, he is very conservative.
Oh, yeah.
Super duper conservative, and I guarantee you he's got some views that are every bit as strong as a guy like Mark Jackson. But he doesn't put it out there. Now, there have been instances where he's been in a situation where he'll talk about it, but there's he just, we kind of know where he's coming from. And I guess what I'm saying is, don't tell me that Mark Jackson's more righteous than Jim Harbaugh. Let's put him in the same boat. Well, Jim Harbaugh didn't do what Mark Jackson did. He's got his beliefs, but there's no chance he brings him into the locker room.
No, but when in this case, if you're hiring a head coach like Jed York for a time,
right,
married Jim Harbaugh, right? You're in a working relationship. I haven't said these words. You have, for better or for worse. And when worse wins out, it's time to go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the same with relationships, marriages, and in this case with coach and owner or coach and player, and Jaden Ivey said some stuff that he cannot walk back. And there are people in that locker room that it might impact. And so he can believe it all he wants, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not knocking him for his beliefs, even though I disagree with them. What I would be knocking him for is saying things that could create a more difficult working environment for people around him.
I mean, could you imagine, and I know, if a teammate were on a team and said that about Steph Curry? It's over.
Yeah, you're done.
No, that guy's done.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. But you think that doesn't affect the locker room if it goes on over time? Of course it does.
Well, look, you're in the Bay Area, but teammates have found ways to coexist. They don't believe the same thing. Hell, Nick Bosa plays for the San Francisco 49ers, does he not?
He does.
I can't imagine everyone in that locker room feels the same way that he does when he expressed what he did a couple of Sunday night footballs, a couple of years ago on Sunday Night Football. I'm sure not everyone in that locker room felt the same way, but they coexist because they're working towards a common goal. There are things in people in this place that I don't always agree with, but we're working towards a common goal. And I feel like when, but if you say something, or it could be, again, you're talking about a belief held by Jim Harbaugh. If he did reveal that to, publicly, that could cause a problem. And I think he's smart enough to understand, though he has different beliefs than people he works with, that they don't need to know that. Or not everyone needs to understand 100% of who he is. And clearly Jaden Ivey felt like he had to express 100% of who he is, and unfortunately it cost him.
As volatile as things are politically, and you brought Bosa up, and there's probably an undertone of, I think I can imagine what Jaden Ivey's political beliefs may be. But for this, I do think the religion, this is a little different because it's a religion thing. And Jaden Ivey is basically saying, if you haven't found God, you are unrighteous.
Well, it's his interpretation of Christianity.
Right, exactly.
Which ain't everyone's interpretation of it.
Exactly. I don't know. I just...
Well, so when you read it today, what kind of struck you about it?
What struck me about it was I just don't write people off like that. Like I you want to talk about, what struck me was, who are you? That's what struck me.
Like the Bulls or Ivy?
No, Ivy.
Oh,
who are you to determine what is righteous or not? Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, just because you have a feeling toward the LGBTQ community doesn't mean you're any better or worse than your fellow man or woman. That's all I'm saying. And like, if that's what he believes determines somebody's righteousness, FOH with that. That's kind of the way I feel. Like, and here's the other thing. I mean, are you kidding with Steph Curry? Like, are you kidding about bringing Steph Curry into this? That's shameful, especially because even if he thinks that, the life that Steph Curry has led is, who is anybody to criticize the life Steph Curry has led? And even if he's got some imperfections, it's almost like Jaden Ivey doesn't think he does, meaning himself. You know what I mean? And I don't know why, like Steph Curry, I look at it as Jaden Ivey's talking the talk. That's what he's doing. Steph Curry's walked the walk for 20 years in the NBA. That's the way I look at it. And for Jaden Ivey to, what are you doing?
Well said.
Just let it go.
Well said.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Once again, coming up at noon, we'll jump back into baseball. Tony Gwynn Jr., analyst for Padres Radio, is going to join us, and that segment was presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Springfest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you, one thing that's important in our business is to acknowledge both sides. And I don't think anybody does it any better than me. And I'm going to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you who played a hell of a game last night. He played his best game as an Atlanta Hawk. Jonathan Kuminga. He was excellent last night. Now, I didn't see the game. But I'm telling you, by looking at the box score, he had his best game with the Hawks. He was plus 14. They played a darn good team. I saw he was 4 for 11, and you know what I said? Good. That means Quinn Snyder kept him on the court, even though he wasn't 7 for 11. So that means he must have been doing stuff. I didn't see it, but that was his best effort as an Atlanta Hawk last night.
Well, if you're reading box scores, I don't think you're incorrect. I mean, it's not the most points he's scored, but it's the second most minutes he's played since the back-to-back Washington games. And look, they played Boston.
Exactly.
Well, and also I would say this too. It's the second game in a row he played against Boston. And the first game on Friday, he did not play very well. So he clearly made an adjustment, didn't take it to heart. And he defended last night. Like, he played hard on both ends of the floor. And so, yeah, has he had an up and down start to his tenure in Atlanta? Yeah, he's been hurt and minutes have been sporadic, but didn't let it get to him last night, and they beat a really good basketball team. So
now, my good buddy Uncle Looney says I'm trolling, and I'm really not.
No, you're not.
I'm being honest. I did not watch the game, but I could look at the box score and tell you, looking at all the numbers, that he must have played well last night.
Well, he also still found a way to be impactful despite not shooting well.
Exactly.
And that's always been a challenge for him. So,
exactly.
No.
So as far as I'm concerned, of all, and I know he got off to some great starts early with big nights off the bench, but those games, the Hawks were cruising. So clearly Kuminga, absolutely, that's the only thing I've ever cared about with Kuminga. Can he be a positive player on a really good team and help you beat good teams? And he did that last night.
Yeah,
clearly.
This is his most impactful game as an Atlanta Hawk, for sure.
All right, let's get into some of this. We got full lines, so I'm going to take Bleacher Dave, who's in Mexico, who just for whatever reason wanted to talk about Kuminga, but then we're going to get into Jaden Ivey and Steph Curry, et cetera. What's up, Bleacher Dave? How you doing?
Man, look, dude, I'm with this shit, man. I'm going to...
Oh, boy. Well,
what happened?
He just cursed.
What'd he say?
Said a 4-letter word.
But why would you come out? He was waiting for 15 minutes.
I don't know, man.
Did he sound annoyed with something?
He said, what the...
Oh. Well,
yes.
I was really looking forward to that call, too. I swear to God. I mean, I don't know. Maybe didn't know he was on the phone?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You hate to see it. But you know what? We've got a loaded bench. And one of our best sixth men, Bobby in Los Altos.
What's up, Bobby?
We lose nothing right there. What's up, Bobby? How you doing?
Careful here.
Hey guys. Appreciate the call. Hopefully you can hear me okay. First of all, I really appreciate the conversation. And, usually I feel like any hint of politics or religion, it's immediately poo-pooed on KGMZ FM. So I appreciate the conversation. I guess my thoughts on this are that there's a saying that many Christians say, and it's basically love the sin or hate the sin. And obviously he didn't want to take that approach. The guy wants to get his feelings known and he wants some PR. So bring in Steph and, have him take shots at Steph. Because if he didn't, would this even be a segment on our airwaves right now? So I think he's smart in terms of getting his message out and how he wanted to do it. But all that being said, this is a non-story in my opinion, because here's the punchline, and it's as old as time. The lemon is not worth the squeeze, because how many countless athletes have we, seen in our lives that are morally bankrupt, have reoccurring substance abuse issues, or have progressive or conservative views, but they're still on the team, right? I mean, I don't know, just spitballing, right? John Morant, Harrison Butker for his opinions on the desires of women just to be wives. Josh Gordon, who was a very troubled but extremely talented wide receiver that got so many chances. So, and even in our own lives, right? We've all worked for despicable managers, right? People that take all the credit, right? They create a toxic work environment, but because they get results, leadership turns a blind eye. So it's the same thing. The lemon was worth the squeeze. And, I'm talking about you, Mohegan. Anyway, finally, it's not even about, like, moral character, like sports, right? Like, I forget the name of the show, but there was a guy named Barney. He's always on all the little YouTube shorts. But
the
he
dinosaur?
had something called the crate. No, the Neil Patrick Harris guy.
Oh, yeah.
He always had a hot versus crazy Mendoza line, right? And when he was talking about women, right? So is it the lemon worth the squeeze? The hotter you are, the crazier you can be, and it's acceptable. So, again, I really appreciate the conversation, but I just think it's a non-story. And unfortunately for him, if he has real strong Christian values and whatnot, I really wish he would take in the approach, love the sin or hate the sin, because he ain't doing no favors for any other Christians out there. That's what I got to say.
Thanks, Bobby.
Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm not.
Thank you, G-Mo. How I Met Your Mother is the show he was talking about.
It's just, it's. What was I going to say? It was, when Bobby says it's a non-story, I understand what he's saying, but it is a story because a guy was so preachy and judgmental in a locker room in the NBA, they waived him. So that part of it is interesting. It's almost like he's an attitude problem. I'm just comparing it to, it's like what this is no different than they determined it was conduct detrimental. Like whatever he was doing, it was conduct detrimental. And like that's another thing I'm interested in. I don't know, were some of his teammates in the locker room playing rap music and it had profanity, and he'd be like, guys, you shouldn't be listening to that. Okay? Or guys are talking about going out after the game. He's like, you guys, you should go home and meditate or read the Bible. You shouldn't be going out drinking and partying and womanizing. If he's hammering people left and right for that, then yeah, I think he's got to go. But I don't know to the extent of it. But I'll bet you any money in Detroit, they were like, let's deal with this before it becomes a real problem.
Well, I think in general, people don't mind what you believe as long as you're not preaching at them. People don't like to be told things about who they are or what they believe, and I think it can make things uncomfortable. But it can also work in other ways. It's like, why do you think that guys keep jobs? Because they're good teammates. Because people like having them around. And it's not just guys that are all lovey-dovey, but guys that are good mentors, guys that are still impactful enough to help you. I mean, shoot, the Warriors had one of the best ones, Andre Iguodala. His last 2 years with the Warriors, he played 39 games. He didn't start a single one. He was hurt most of the time, but they felt like it was valuable enough to bring him back at age 38 and 39, knowing that he wasn't going to give them on the court what he had in the past. And sure, they didn't have to pay him a ton of money, but the point is they wanted him on the team because he was a good influence. He wasn't the preacher that Ivy was, but he could help people in his own ways with things that don't just have to do with basketball. So, conduct detrimental to the team, how I see it in the inverse is conduct, beneficial to the team. That's where Andre Iguodala or some people are able to keep jobs.
Yeah. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in San Leandro. Hey, Sam, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well.
No, I just wanted to ask you. So Jordan Ivey, he said what he said, and I don't think he was trying to bash anybody. He said what he felt. But what you said about him talking about righteousness and he could FOH with that. What do you mean by that?
What I meant by that is don't tell me how to live my life, and I won't tell you how to live your life. Who are you to tell me who's righteous and who's not?
Okay, what do you base your righteousness on?
I'm not saying I am righteous.
What's the standard?
I wouldn't call myself righteous, but nobody else can tell me whether I am or not.
But he's not saying he's not pertaining saying that someone's righteous or not. He's just saying how he feels based on his beliefs.
Okay, I don't
believe that's how he feels based on his beliefs. What's wrong with that?
Well, did you hear what he said about Steph Curry?
Yeah, I don't fully agree with that. But I'm talking about what he's saying about the LGBT community. If that's how he feels about that, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, that's fine. But to me, there is something wrong with a guy like Jaden Ivey, who's been in the league a few years, talking about Steph Curry like he's some kind of phony or non-Christian because he may have a different mindset about some other issues. Like, I'm sorry, who is Jaden Ivey to judge? Forget me. Who is Jaden Ivey to judge Steph Curry? Forget the LGBTQ thing.
He's somebody that believes in the word and that believes in living the life according to the word, right?
Okay.
So if he sees another brother in Christ that's not living his life according to the word the way you're supposed to, nothing wrong with calling him out. That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay. Well, that doesn't play well with a lot of people. I just got to tell you.
A lot of people don't live according to the word, though. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people do.
So why wouldn't you just?
There's a reason why.
Well, what if I were to challenge you and say I believe Steph Curry lives by the word? Would you agree with that or not?
That depends on what your definition of the word is.
Well, I just live by the word. I just told you. In my definition, I believe Steph Curry lives by the word.
Okay, when you say Steph Curry lives by the word, do you read the word? Do you practice the word? Do you yourself personally live by the word?
I mean, to me, living by the word means living by the golden rule.
Is a lot more to the word than just a golden rule, my guy.
Okay, I'm sure there is, but that's a good start. I just don't understand why a guy would take a shot at Steph Curry, because if you're calling Steph Curry not a man of God, I mean, you're in a boat by yourself.
Here's the thing is I don't have nothing against Steph Curry, right? But the thing about it is a lot of people say they live by the word, but the way they live their life contradicts what the word says. A lot of people compromise what the word says. You know?
I do.
And I'm not talking about Steph Curry. I'm just talking about in general.
I hear what you're saying. I got a fundamental disagreement with judging other people as if you have more righteousness than anyone else on this earth. That's just me.
I don't think he was saying he has more righteousness. I think he was just speaking the truth because that's what the Bible says about people in the community of LGBTQ. You know? I mean, I could give you Bible verses.
Okay, what about
that's up to you if you.
What about Steph? Why did he go after Steph Curry?
That I don't know. I don't know why he did.
All right.
You know? All I know is Steph Curry is a big figure in the NBA when it comes to basketball and spirituality.
All right.
Yeah.
And I don't know him. I don't know him as far as his spirituality. I know, he says he's a Christian, but I don't know anything more than that.
All right. I appreciate you, Sam. Thanks.
Thanks for the call. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, it's bordering on unrighteous.
No, I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that it's called the letter. Trust me, I know what I'm
letter of the law.
I know what I'm talking about
we
here.
Both
when it comes
went to Catholic
religion.
school. Come on.
There's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. Yeah. And the letter of the law, you go back to some Old Testament stuff. That's letter of the law. New Testament's more spirit of the law. Period. I'm a spirit of the law guy. All right? That's just who I am.
Nobody is. If you disagree with Ivy in this situation, I don't think anybody is saying that that's the reason why he's not on the team. But clearly, people within the Bulls, and I have to imagine the Pistons organizations, felt like he was making it a more difficult work environment for his coworkers than necessary. And whether that's right or wrong, he's allowed to say what he believes, and his employers are allowed to deal with it the way that they see fit. And that's why he's no longer on a basketball team. And him choosing Steph Curry is, to me, you're taking the poster child of, it'd be like going after I don't know, when I was growing up, it would be like Tim Tebow. Like Tim Tebow was the most religious, NFL player when I was growing up. And you just find the one dude who you're like, you know what? He's the poster child for religious acceptance in the sport that I play, and he ain't even perfect. It's like, to me, my question to Jaden Ivey would be, why? What is the point of trying to attack Steph Curry? And Sam even kind of talked about it. The definition of, in this case, the word, you don't know how he lives his life, Steph. Unless Jaden Ivey knows him personally, in which he's speaking in these riddles, like he clearly has no evidence as to whether or not Steph is cursing like the world, which is the words that he used. So you're using this guy to try and tear down everyone else that you believe is a cursor or unrighteous. And to me, it's just like the reaction to those words and to that expression. Like, I'm sorry, if you lose your job, that's the way it goes.
So Tim Tebow was very outspoken about his religion.
Yeah.
I think we know how he feels about abortion. I also know that as I rack my brain about Tim Tebow, I can never remember him calling out another coworker or colleague and questioning that person's belief, Christianity, righteousness. Did Tebow ever do anything like that? I don't think so. Like, that's not what he was about, right?
No, I mean, he wasn't trying to baptize his teammates or anything. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's true, Jaden. That was in one of the stories, right?
Well, there was a story that was written about this entire ordeal, and it traced back to his time in Detroit. And when the Pistons traded him to Chicago, it was reportedly told to the Bulls that he's a preacher. Like, he's going to preach it at your guys and your teammates, and he's going to try and spread the word. And apparently the Bulls didn't understand how serious the Pistons were about that, because from the story today, it's been happening for some time and reportedly has made guys uncomfortable. And then it felt like what he said in that video that he posted, I think it was yesterday, was not the reason or the entirety of the reason.
Right.
It was the last straw.
Right.
And that's what it sounds like eventually led to him not being on the team.
Nathan is in Hawaii. Hey, Nathan, how you doing, man?
808.
There you go.
Good morning, Steiny.
Hey.
I totally disagree with that caller, and I totally agree with you. I mean, I was born and raised a Christian, so I'm very compassionate about this subject right here. Number one is, God is the judger of everybody's life, like you said. And number two, I think your name is Evan on the other side. Oh, what gives him the right? You just said it. What gives him the right to judge Steph? I mean, you just said it. He doesn't even know his life. He doesn't live with him. And all I'm saying is, everybody lives their lives to an extent, and God is a judger of us, not everybody else. He doesn't know Steph's heart. He doesn't know anybody's heart, so he can't judge based on that. Everybody has their own beliefs. You're right on the money, Steiny.
Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate the call. How about Ron in San Leandro? What's going on, Ron? How you doing?
Not much, you guys. Great to talk to you guys finally. I've been listening to you for at least 5 years.
Sweet.
So the Bible is the original self-help book. It's a book to work on yourself, not to go tell other people how to live their life. Look at the Bible and live your life like Christ if you can. Be more like Jesus. If we were all more like Jesus, the world would be a better place.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ron. And all I'll say to that is, Jesus. All right. By the way, great timing here. Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to be with us.
In 20 minutes. We got to
at 20. Yeah, we're
do this until then.
We're getting out in 3-4 minutes. Okay. And take them, I brought it up and people calling in. And
yeah, you got this affinity for
he got
Pandora's box.
Listen, you know why he got waived? For being the worst teammate in the league. That's
well, we don't know that.
Of course we do.
No, he could have been a great teammate, but he just likes to preach. There's nothing wrong. People didn't like it.
Okay, so
I don't know if he's an
hold
ass.
On. So I come into West Oakland.
Yeah, he's
Bart.
not like Porzingis screaming at Paz to get him the ball. He's not a bad teammate.
So I come into West Oakland, Bart, and every once in a while there's a dude outside preaching. Okay? I mean, preaching hours at a time.
Sure.
And I don't really pay attention to him, and I smile, and then I move on. But he's standing outside the BART station, and he can stand there. I got a feeling Ivy was doing stuff in the locker room like that.
Like he was on the BART train, walking around talking to people?
Yes. It sounds to me like he was in the locker room, this too shall pass. Like, anyway, can't. I'm a big golden rule guy.
Treat others as you'd like to be treated.
Yeah, I don't follow it all the time, but
I know.
That's the rule I'd like to get right.
I dealt with this morning.
What happened this morning?
You eat your food.
Oh.
Sit there satisfied. I don't say anything. And I bring in my food, and you just rip me for 7 minutes. I don't
bring food into the studio.
My nourishment is mine.
Remember when we were told not to bring food in the studio?
Yeah, because you have a glass of water sitting above thousands of dollars of electronic hardware right now.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're snitching.
And how many pieces of equipment have I ruined in my 10-year career? 0.
That's a lie. Old building. I remember. Tim Jordan remembers. Everyone remembers. Right, yes, you spilled water on the generator.
Right, but it made a comeback. It didn't. They didn't need.
They didn't resuscitate it. They replaced it.
No, they did.
You caught. All right, I'll leave it there.
What? From the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 510. What percent of listeners do you feel are turning off 95.7 The Game right now at this point? Enough God talk. There's AM radio for that. Please spare us. I'm out. I'm done discussing sports.
This is, all right, honestly, because there are a few people, I'll meet folks in the street and be like, hey, your guys' show, man, you kind of all over. And I go, yeah, have you listened to the show? Have you listened to the show before? This is what we do.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Shout out Wilkes.
The other thing is the way this guy acted and the way he talked has gotten him essentially kicked out of the NBA for now. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, I believe in second chances. By the way, Tony Gwynn Jr. coming up in 20 minutes.
Yes, sir. All right. Tony Gwynn Jr. coming up in 20 minutes. Padres radio analyst. That segment was presented by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volts, batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Occasional rain for San Francisco, going up to 61.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Good morning, Steiny. Number one is, God is the judger of everybody's life, like you said. And number two, I think your name is Evan on the other side.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. The things that humble you in life.
Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us in 10 minutes, analyst on Padres Radio. Giants win last night, 3-2, get their first win of the year. And we'll move off topic. But, of course, I'll get the last word in.
It's your show.
This from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let me get my voice ready. Okay. You guys are the epitome of the intolerant left. Just listen to what you're saying. Just listen to yourselves. Listen, man, I don't tell you not to believe in God, and I don't tell you how to praise him or her if you do. So don't tell me how to do it or not do it either. That's all I'm saying. I don't need that in my locker room. And apparently the Bulls don't either. Look for the Bulls to get real hot right now.
2 things. Number 1, promise me.
Yeah.
You will not ask Tony Gwynn Jr. about Jaden Ivey.
I promise.
Okay.
Well, hang on.
Oh, what he wants to?
You're not going to be able to.
Oh, he can't come
Oh,
up?
no.
Yeah, he's just breaking news. I just chatted with him.
You know what? He got scared. He thought I would. Tell him I won't.
He's probably listening to the show and is like, joke. Yeah, so no 20 going to 12.
All right.
Now you hate to see it. Okay.
Well, I was going to set it up this way.
Well, it was an emotional loss for the Padres last night. I can understand. He's also the color analyst for the team. The second thing.
Yeah.
So you said don't let people tell you what to do.
Don't tell me how to.
Can I tell you to not do something? You don't have to get a haircut every 2 weeks.
2 months.
Every 2 months. You don't have to do that.
I don't have to.
Your hair looks nice. You know, it's getting a little longer. And the people are looking at you. It's getting to summertime. You know, it's a little shaggy, but you can let it grow out.
Yeah, I will for another week, and then get a haircut next Tuesday.
Maybe try a couple more weeks. See where it goes.
It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. Okay, so no Tony Gwynn Jr. Hey, I thought we were going to have a short segment before we got into Tony Gwynn Jr., so I wanted to do this. The Morning Roast had Craig Elston on, longtime media guy in San Diego, now podcaster extraordinaire.
Yep.
The Padres are for sale.
They are.
And by the way, did you see the Blazers were just sold for $4.75 billion?
Well, you know, the cool part about that is I believe what was in the will of Paul Allen, who also owned the Seahawks but owned the Blazers as well, is that all of that money must be donated to charity.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's basically he sold the team for the people. They're the people's team in Portland.
That's cool. I'm down with that. Anyway, Craig Elston was asked about the Padres, and last I heard they were down to 4 candidates. Joe Lacob was one. How they feeling in San Diego about possibly being owned by Joe Lacob?
Absolutely, because we know what he's done with the Warriors. We know how they spent double their salary on salary cap penalties, how they were willing to continue to invest. Anybody who's willing to continue to invest in the San Diego Padres, who's going to take this and go, yeah, but what if we added a starter? Yeah, but what if we polished up this or that? They're going to be rewarded. I'm telling you, Petco Park is a jewel. Eric Grupner, the CEO of the team, has done an outstanding job of continuing to bring in concerts. Savannah Bananas just came back at the end of March. All kinds of different experiences that come through Petco Park. It is an incredible atmosphere, but the one thing you can't do is come in and go, oh, I'm going to be a baller on a budget. You know, we're going to do this, but we're going to do it the way that helps my pocketbook. That will destroy and erode the franchise. Lacob understands this, having just gone through it, right, with late stage Curry and Draymond and everything else.
All right, that was Craig Elston talking about Joe Lacob. Let me just throw this out there. Joe Lacob, by far, is a basketball guy. I mean, that's his sport.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball. It's 1 and 1A. I wonder, what do you think he'd be like as an owner of a baseball team?
I'm not sure. I don't think he would be as involved, but I think that also depends. I mean, okay, let me ask you this, because I think they're stepping in here in about 7 minutes. Representatives from the Golden State Valkyries.
Okay.
Would you consider Lacob an involved owner for the Valkyries? That's the kind of owner I think he would be with the Padres.
Well, he goes to every home game. You think he'd be down in San Diego a lot watching Padres games?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe not during the important part of basketball season or the playoffs and such. But yeah, I think he would.
During the lottery and the draft, he probably won't go watch the Padres.
Well, maybe he'll. He'll petition for the lottery to be done in San Diego so that he can. He can also go to Padres games.
He could go down there right now. I don't think anybody'd miss him because the Warriors' big dates are coming up in May and June.
You gotta leave that alone. Well, the one thing though that is. I don't believe that he would just do, which I think is Elston was the guest on.
Yeah, Craig Elston.
So what he was insinuating is that Lacob would come in and just spend a bunch of money. He might if it was the right decision, but I don't think Joe Lacob, and he's actually shown us this the last few years when they've dialed back payroll, and partially it's due to the new CBA and some of the decisions based on aprons, but he hasn't just spent the most money every single year.
Right.
He's spent money when the team has been good and, in his mind, capable of winning a championship. I don't know if the Padres are there. So for someone to just come in and start spending money, I don't think that's like the wisest thing. They're kind of in this spot because they've just spent a bunch of money on random ass players.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I thought the Padres money wasn't the problem. Players got paid there.
Well, if we're going to be honest, like the ownership is having monetary issues because they have overspent. They have spent ridiculous sums on Fernando Tatis Jr., which is not a bad investment, but $340 million. They spent $350 million on Manny Machado, which is not a bad investment. Xander Bogaerts looks like a terrible deal. He's going to make money until 2035. And he's making 280 M's. I mean, those three albatross contracts, in addition to Merrill, you committed $150 million to. The Padres right now have 8 guys that are due over $100 million on their contract total. That's a lot of money. So coming in and just spending cash is not how you create a winner. And I think actually Joe Lacob knows that. I mean, spending money on, the venue, on the experience, on creating a brand, which is now the most valuable in the NBA, and I think second in American sports behind the Cowboys.
I think so.
So I think he understands how to build that aspect, which he would obviously look to invest in, but just spending money on players ain't going to solve your problems.
You know what I was just thinking? You know how all the rich guys know each other?
I don't know, Cabo? What do you mean? Like they vacation together?
No, I just mean like if you made a list of all the guys, let's say in the Bay, who were billionaires, they all know each other.
Well, it's the Elks Club, right?
Well, it's probably a different club than that. Here's what I'm getting at. So you're telling me, and I guess this is the way it works. So you're telling me that Joe Lacob is going to buy the Padres. Okay, so
he's trying to.
He lives, he's a San Francisco guy. He'll probably gone down to L.A. He's known Larry Baer forever. Mm-hmm. And now Joe Lacob's going to sit at Oracle Park if he buys the team next year and root for the San Diego Padres. It just seems weird. That's all.
Well, it might be a little weird, but he also, he tried to buy the A's.
Right.
I think
Little different.
Well, of course, it's a local team, and the Warriors at one point were in Oakland. I get that, but he wants a baseball team. He wants to buy a baseball team, and there's only 30 teams. So unless he's buying the new expansion team in Las Vegas, which he's not, there's not a whole lot of openings. Beggars can't be choosers. I think he also tried to get in on the Angels, if I'm not mistaken, and the Padres are a team that's up for sale. So, yeah, I don't see why. Now, I don't know if he's going to get it. He's going head-to-head with Drew Brees and a lot of other wealthy men and women, but I don't think it's crazy that he could become an owner of the Padres.
You know what's funny is I miss this one.
The Yorks are involved in a bunch of stuff that's not the NFL.
I know. I guess if Joe Lacob were to walk in here, I would say, why do you want to buy the Padres? Like, why?
Because he loves sports. And maybe more importantly, he can.
Well,
if you could buy a sports team, why wouldn't you?
Because I already have one.
Well, you don't. You have none. But I'm saying, if you had the chance to buy a sports team and you're looking for your next challenge in life.
I get it. I don't know. I get it. Kroenke owns a bunch of teams in different areas.
Yeah, I think he's got the Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rams, the Buccaneers. He might own multiple teams in this. No, actually, I don't know about that. But he owns a bunch of different teams.
The Avalanche,
the Nuggets,
owns the Nuggets,
the
Rams, and then what's that leave? What sport?
A team in the English Premier League, I believe.
No, what's the other pro sport? Baseball. Does he own a baseball team? I don't think he does.
So.
But he definitely is involved, I think, in the English Premier League.
But to be fair, though, he doesn't have a team. He doesn't own a team. Well, no, that's not true. I mean, he owns the Denver Nuggets, and the Rams go to Denver every once in a while.
Yeah. I just think it'd be kind of weird. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let me ask you,
diversifying his portfolio.
Well, let me ask you this. If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, all right, and you know exactly where we are dynasty-wise, and you know exactly we're in a transition probably, and this is a big time for the Warriors. Do you have, if you're a Warriors season ticket holder, and you hear Joe Lacob wants to buy the San Diego Padres, and then let's take it a step further, he buys the Padres, does that give you any cause for concern about how he's feeling about the Warriors?
No.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't. Why? Would it for you?
Well, I mean, look, when Joe Lacob bought this team, he made it clear he's a basketball guy. And he made it clear he was going to be around. And he made it clear he was going to travel with the team. And he made it clear he was going to be involved in the front office meetings about talent and all those kind of things. And he was so invested in this team that he figured out a way to get a private arena. You know what I mean? I mean, say what you want, he's had to have poured his heart and soul into the Warriors for the last 15 years. And, you know, how old is he now?
Lacob?
Yeah, 7?
Well, you know him.
60-something? Anyway.
Is he older than you?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, 60-something.
But, yeah, if I'm a Warrior,
he's 70.
If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm just wondering,
He looks good.
Yeah, he does. I mean, don't get me started.
Well, you got 9 years, but I'm just saying when you're 70, it might not look like that.
Listen, I love Joe.
Yeah,
I love Joe. I love Kuminga.
He's chopped the beard. He looks good.
Listen, and I have a lot of respect for Joe, but not for that. If you're a billionaire, you should be able to stay in half decent shape. Period.
Not according to Andrew Bogut. He was just ripping Australian owners, well, mainly one of them, but Andrew Bogut, if you don't stay in shape, he will let you know. For those that don't know what we're talking about, I guess Andrew Bogut was accused of body shaming at one of the recent Australian National Basketball League postseason series.
Yes, he's been making fun of the opposition's owner's weight.
I mean, come on, Bogut.
Yeah,
what are we?
Come on, Bogut.
You got to be better than that. You know, some of it's genetics. Like you're blessed with great genes, and I know
what
that.
Do you mean?
You come from a great gene pool.
I come from a gene pool. I don't know that I'd say great.
A genetic silver spoon, if you will.
Oh, yeah? Then why am I 5'11"?
Why
wasn't I 6'5"?
Your mother's still alive and in great shape. That's how you know you come from a great genetic pool.
That's also how it's confirmed that I'm a good kid. Because my life has brought her has brought her a happiness and a contentment that is allowing her to thrive at 87, Mom? 87? 86? 88? I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember my parents' age either. I just don't like to think about it, to be honest.
No, me neither.
But she's still in good shape.
Anyway, just wondering if Warrior fans are concerned that Joe Lacob's going to turn his back on this team.
Why do you want to? Why do you always got to put it like that? No, he's not going to turn his back on the Warriors. It's actually funny you bring this up because I'll just go there. Apparently, everybody wants this guy to butt out of all decisions Warriors related. They don't want him in the war room. They don't want him in the trade deadline room. They don't want him next to. They don't want him anywhere near this basketball team outside of midcourt, sitting his ass in that front row seat, cheering on the team. Nobody wants Joe Lacob to do anything for the Warriors right now, from what I can tell. So the fact that he wants to buy the Padres, you people should be applauding. If you're really in that group, I don't know if it's a, lunatic fringe, but if you're really in that group of people that think that Joe Lacob should butt out of basketball business, well then, yeah, you should be throwing him a parade, the fact that he wants to buy the Padres, if you think that he's going to be less interested in Golden State.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah, just spitballing.
Well, it personally doesn't bother me one way or another, but if you are, someone that feels like he wanted Wiseman and he wanted Kuminga and didn't want to listen to other basketball, if you are if you are a person that believes that, then this news should be good. I don't think it's going to take away, it is going to take away some attention from the Warriors, but I don't think it's going to impact the way that he or the Warriors franchise goes about their business.
So, for example, Dunleavy, the West Regional was here in San Jose, and Dunleavy's sitting next to Lacob watching Arkansas, right?
Yeah. A-Cuff.
All right, I'm just wondering if he's going to the College World Series and will end up sitting with the Padres, general manager, and Joe says, I tell you what, Billy, he's got a splitter like I've never seen. I don't like his first to third speed.
No, you know how there's only one way to tell that if Lacob, if he does buy the Padres, has become a baseball junkie, and that's if you see him in Lake Elsinore. It's a single-A affiliate of the San Diego Padres. If you see him in San Antonio at a Missions game, or I'll take it if you see him in El Paso watching the Chihuahuas at any point in the future, then you'll know that he's officially jumped the basketball shark. By the way, he didn't have to go very far to go watch the San Jose game. He's not flying to Omaha to go watch the next Logan Webb or whatever. But if the College World Series in the future, which it could be, was hosted in San Diego.
Yeah, I just am curious. I'm just curious if Warrior fans care if Lacob was the owner of the Padres or not.
Would you care?
Trying to think as a radio talk show host, not really. Maybe as a fan, I'd be a little. My first thought would be this: man, this guy spent a lot of money. I wonder if he won't spend as much if he's got to worry about the Padres payroll. And of course, the other would be, well, now he's going to make a fortune from two teams, so he can spend as much as he wants.
Well, this is where you know better than me. I'm assuming he's also not the only person in that investment group.
The Padres, probably not.
So maybe it's actually not taking any money away because it's a separate thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
now you're distracted.
Well, I just got a text from Ken.
He's in the other room.
12:07. Okay, I'm just going to read it, right?
No, you don't have to read it.
I think it's for the next segment.
It's for the next segment.
Because Tony Gwynn Jr. was unavailable.
Okay.
He's worried about German Marquez tonight going up against Logan Webb, who's already got one start under his belt. I mean, he's at an advantage. He needs to atone for opening night. So yeah.
Okay, I do have some news to share on the other side.
Well, we got 3 minutes to get there.
I'm wondering if I should tease it. Because I don't know whether now seriously, after you hear that, would you consider that's good news or bad news?
Is this the Anthony Edwards thing?
No.
You really had a problem with this earlier.
I didn't have a problem with it. If it's not one thing, it's another. Came back from injury last night. He'd missed like 7 games. Calling jump ball, start of the game. Where's Anthony? He's in the bathroom. He came off the bench. He ended up having to come off the bench last night. He was supposed to start, but he had to go to the bathroom before the game.
What's that?
What a saint Chris Finch is. Seriously. Oh, my God.
What's the... well, he had the line of the night. You ever seen that Jim Carrey movie, Ace Ventura?
No.
When Nature Calls?
No.
Okay, well, it's about a detective who can talk to animals. But last night, when they asked where Ant was, Finchy said, Nature Calls.
Right, and that's what a guy that's got a sliver of class would say when he knew the answer, as opposed to what Anthony Edwards said.
But that's Anthony Edwards.
We've got to work on his maturity.
This guy was talking bleep to the former president of the United States. He told Obama he's the truth. I mean, this is who he is.
Yes,
It's also honestly, like, I know you don't hate it, but that's kind of why I love him.
Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons that he's just very.
Somehow he can turn a reason for not starting that is him, for lack of a better terms, defecating. He can turn that into like an endearing interaction. Only few people have that sort of gift.
Yeah.
I don't.
Did you hear him listen to Irish accent at one of the press conferences? And he's like, can you just repeat that? Because I was just paying attention to your accent. I don't even know the question.
Yeah, he was like, that's really cool. Yeah. That's really cool. Somebody had
to Evan's point, that's what you get when you're with Ant Edwards.
No,
I love him.
You're right. All right, let's see. Well, we'll get into this piece of news on the other side. It's Warriors related. It involves some of their high-profile players. And depending on how you're feeling about the Warriors, it may cheer you up or it may not cheer you up. It may bring on more questions than answers.
Well, they play tomorrow.
The San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, do you see what Wemby did last night?
No.
He had a double-double in 8 minutes.
But he only played 8 minutes last night?
No, he played. I think he played over 30. He had 46 and 16 or 47 and 16.
Did he really?
Yeah. He was 17 for 27 from the floor.
So you're telling me with 4 minutes left in the first quarter, he had 10 and 10?
Yes. I'm assuming unless they took him out, but it was the third. It's one of those, not even a record, but one of those achievements that you hate. But it was the third fastest double-double since 1998.
Okay. All right. Hey, on the other side, we'll get into this news involving the Golden State Warriors, and we'll ask you what you think of it. And that's what's going on 95.7 The Game.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Don't forget who you are, bud. I've forgotten who I am.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in the house. Darryl the Guru Johnson in Greensboro, North Carolina. That's where we'll start this afternoon.
Gooseboro.
It's not bad.
I'll tell you what's bad.
Tell me.
This is a PSA to anybody who works in a building with a public restroom.
That'd be every building.
Do not leave plastic covers on the toilets after you're done. Please throw them away, discard them like everyone else.
We have plastic covers?
Yes,
I've never seen them.
Well, you could go to the bathroom right now and see one.
That's okay.
It's disgusting.
That's all right.
All right.
All right. So,
at ease.
I teased this before, and now that I look back, it was an inaccurate tease, people. I said, yeah, we'll see if it's good news or bad news. It's good news. And Draymond Green does a podcast. You can hear them all right here on Odyssey. And Steph doesn't stiff us much, but he stiffed us last Thursday for an interview. He clearly didn't want to get into what was going on.
He didn't stiff you guys.
He actually was worse than a stiff.
He came in and
made it worse.
He shook your hand.
He should not have come in at all.
Well, he had to get his birthday card. Boss put that together for him. It was very nice.
Yeah. You know what? That's two things he has no idea where they're at right now. My jersey and that card. All right. There's one guy that's never afraid to talk about anything, and that's Draymond Green. This is Draymond Green. This just dropped from his podcast, and he's talking about Steph Curry. And this has to make you a little more reassured, right?
Knowing that Steph might not have enough runway for the play-in game, that he will be shut down for the season. And what I will tell you is I don't think Steph's getting shut down for the season. I do know that Steph is doing all that he can to get back. I do know that he's progressing well on the court. And I do know that he's very, very, very eager to get back out there. And what I can assure you is whether it's one regular season game or 5 regular season games, Steph wants to play. And he's going to do all that he can. He's been doing all that he can. And things are really looking up. He's doing a lot better. But I can assure y'all that if Steph is capable of playing, he's going to play. Whether it's 1 game left in the regular season or 5 games left in the regular season, Steph wants to play. So everybody's saying, oh, man, just shut him down. He ain't going for it. He want to play. And he's trying to get back for the play-in. Because, again, you just don't know how many opportunities at 38 you have left. Want to make the best of every opportunity. So the one thing I can assure y'all, there's no shutdown coming for Steph at the moment. He wants to play.
All right, that's his teammate, Draymond Green. And Draymond seems to think Curry's coming back. And he seems to suggest there doesn't need to be a ramp up. He needs 1 game. Now, of course, my first thought is, well, could that 1 game be the first play-in game? But I'll let that go for there. But if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, you know what? I'd almost like to get Goo on, play that for him, and say, you still worried? You still worried?
This is where sometimes I think I know Goo better than you do. I don't think that he would be that much more excited by hearing that.
You're right. He wouldn't.
just because Draymond Celebrini says that Steph Curry wants to play, that doesn't mean he's going to play. The issue is not that Steph doesn't want to come back. The issue is not that he doesn't want to injure himself again. It's that his body will not allow him to play or to pass the physical requirements necessary to get back on the court. He has runner's knee. And for the better part of 3 months, it's prevented him from playing basketball. So I love Draymond, and I think he's right. And he knows Steph better than certainly all of us. But that's not the problem. The want to, the drive, the urge, and the urgency of this, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a guy who is 38 years old, who's dealing with an ailing injury, who right now, I don't think he can figure it out because, and you brought this up at the beginning of the segment, otherwise, I think if they had a better idea of how to handle this injury that is clearly
complicated and they can't figure out, he would have talked to you guys on Thursday because he knew he was coming back. So I hope he does, and I hope Draymond's right that, Steph's got a game or 2 games and he can get out there and we can see him and maybe they can make some things happen in the play-in, maybe the playoffs, but that, I don't think we learned anything from that.
I'm going to disagree. We learned that he's progressing.
We heard that from Kerr 2 days ago.
Yeah, but this is
he had a good session.
It's a little different.
We've heard that he's been progressing for 2 months.
I think it's a little different when Draymond
has he played a 5-on-5?
How about this?
Has he played a 3-on-3?
Well, I don't know. And don't say he hasn't, because you don't.
I don't know.
You don't know what's going on before behind closed doors.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Because they haven't told us anything.
That's right.
And Draymond hasn't told us anything that we didn't already know.
I disagree. Okay, so for the longest time, I was like, yeah, he's going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's coming back. Well, honestly, the last 5 or 6 days, I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to think he won't. Well, you know what? And now I think he will. Because of what I think he's coming back. I do.
So you didn't think he was coming back yesterday. You heard Draymond. Now you think he will.
Yeah, I was leaning that he probably wouldn't come back. But yes, that makes me feel like, he may.
Well, I think he may too. But I guess the Draymond aspect of things, I don't know, Steiny. It's like all of those things that he's describing about Curry, I believe to be true. I think that Curry does want as many cracks or bites at the apple because he is aging and he doesn't have as many games left in his career, especially, meaningful games. And I know that people would throw back, what are you talking about, a 9-10 game? But that's meaningful, right? If you win, you advance. If you lose, you go home.
Yes. I would say this, though. In this day and age of information and what we know and acknowledging if something's been pushed forward just a hair even, this fits. And I'll tell you why, to me. Because there's tangible information here to me. And one of them is, and this may have been, well, here's the tangible information. He does not need a ramp up. He needs to play 1 game. That's it. So when's the last game of the year?
Is Draymond in charge of clearing Steph Curry to get back on the court?
As far as I'm concerned, Draymond Green has the most accurate information that we've heard about Steph Curry. I believe that.
Draymond says a lot of stuff, though.
I know. So just here's what I'm saying. When's the last game of the year?
It is on April 12th, I believe.
Okay, April 12th. Let me guess, Portland. They always end with Portland, but I don't think it is this year.
It is the Clippers, and it is April 12th.
Okay. So you know what I just heard from Draymond?
Yeah.
He's got 12 more days to get ready. He's got 12. This is what I'm talking about. First of all, I saw the eye roll. Secondly, we were under the impression, so I'm going to say, a few days ago, late last week, well, I tell you, it's getting late. It's getting late. They're going to need to make a decision certainly by the end of this week. No, they're not. That's wrong. They're not going to make a decision at the end of this week. They're not. They could go till the 11th.
So that's what's changed for you.
Absolutely.
The fact that this week was the final week to make a choice, and now you don't believe it. It is.
No, I don't believe it is. But
well, it's the second to last week then, because there are 2 weeks left in the regular season.
Okay, that's fine. But it doesn't have to be determined on Friday. And it would have had, if they were operating under the assumption or the necessity that he needed 4 games, well then, yeah, there'd be a time when we'd look and say, well, Friday's it. But if Draymond's telling me he just needs 1 game, that is a little different to me.
To get on the court, but to be Steph Curry, I don't believe it's just going to take 1 game.
I mean,
you're telling me he's going to get cleared April 11th for the Sunday final regular season game against the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to come back after 3 months to play 35 minutes?
No. You just have to win that game. Play 25, 30.
Well, actually, you kind of don't, because it probably isn't going to mean much. But they would bring him back for the play-in game. That's what you heard from Draymond there.
Yes.
I don't see that.
The game before the play-in game.
Okay, so he comes back and plays 20 minutes, and then 2 days later when they got the 9-10, he's full go. He's 100%. After not having played for months with a knee injury. I guess I don't see that, but I could be wrong.
I mean, the other
I do want to check one thing.
Well, the other thing is, let's be honest, the rules are different for different players. And if Steph feels like he's healthy and he wants to play the last game of the regular season, I find it hard to believe that the Warriors would be like, absolutely, positively not. I mean, I guess they could say that to him, but who knows Steph's body better than Steph? So you don't think that's encouraging in any way if you want to see Steph Curry play another game or two this year?
It doesn't change the way that I look at it, but I hope that I'm wrong. Again, we talked about this yesterday, but one thing that actually, this would encourage me. Seriously, this is what I'm about to reveal to you.
All right.
You remember in 22-23, Andrew Wiggins missed the last 24 games of the season, right? And I know that he didn't have a knee injury, but he wasn't, I know he was working out on the side and stuff, but he missed 28 regular season games, didn't play at the end of the regular season, stepped into the sack series and played basically 35 minutes a game. And that was for a postseason series, but I guess in game one he came off the bench and he started the final 6 games of the series. But so there is some precedent for them bringing a guy back after an extended hiatus and him playing a full allotment of minutes. That to me would be more encouraging than Draymond Green saying, "Yep, he's gonna do everything he can." I believe Steph Curry's doing everything he can. That's who Steph Curry is. But the issue is not, again, the issue is not in this situation, to me, the want to or the will. It's his body, which he can't control.
Yeah, 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line to Evan's point, Steiny. No way is Steph in game-ready shape if he just plays one game heading into a playoff. Come on, Steiny. All right, all I'm going to say is, and I get it, and if you want to say, well, that was 11 games and this is 25 games, yes, there's a difference there. But he did something similar during their championship year when he missed the final month of the season and then played in the first playoff game against Portland. I get it. That's he was 35 at that point, or 34 at that point. But this is interesting in that, whose decision is this inevitably going to be? On the surface, they say by rote a lot of times, it's going to be Rick Celebrini's call. I'm going to assume it's going to be Rick Celebrini's call, but how can you tell Steph Curry, you can't play if he wants to play? That's
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I have no idea.
Now, this is an update that I can get behind.
Okay.
From Steve Kerr.
You're welcome.
Steph Curry went through practice today. Full contact. He's about to scrimmage 5-on-5. Still out tomorrow versus the Spurs and doubtful for Thursday versus the Cavaliers, but a large step towards his return. And the video and quotes from Anthony Slater of ESPN. That's a report I can get behind.
Yeah, guess what? Draymond just reported that.
That wasn't a report.
That was a report.
He said he's working hard to get back.
I mean, I'll walk out of here right now and start running laps around this building.
For what?
For what I just said. I just hit the nail on the head for the last 15 minutes. Here's what I said.
We will never know if he actually makes his way back.
By the way. He will be back. He's coming back, baby.
Yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
What? But so what, you made a guess and well, by the way, he's not back yet. He can still have another setback during this 5-on-5 today. But okay, fine. You can have a victory lap. I don't care.
I'm not going to take a victory lap.
You can have as many victory laps as you want. You can run butt naked around this studio for all I care if Steph Curry's back playing for the Warriors in the regular season.
Okay. Guru's not here, so I will have a chance to explain myself about victory laps. This will not be taken.
Because you can't take it.
Well, I'm not taking it because I choose not to take it, not because you're telling me not to take it. All right, we're going to start there. Okay? That's where we're going to start.
Where do you want to go next?
About 3 or 4 weeks ago, Steiny, do you think Steph's coming back? Yeah, I do. I do. Now, I've just acknowledged over the last 5 or 6 days, I began to think, no, now I don't think he's coming back. I don't. I heard Draymond Green, and I said, now I think he's coming back. So I'm just following the tea leaves. I'm not predicting anything.
And now that
these are all hunches, Evan.
Oh yeah, they're great hunches. Okay, now that Steve Kerr has said that he's actually practicing and playing 5-on-5,
right?
Now I believe he's coming back.
Yeah, well, and you know what? This is the difference between you. I have twice as much experience as you in this business. I know how to interpret and decipher things.
That might be 3 times.
I'm smart enough to know that when Draymond Green says that is as important as Steve Kerr confirming whatever Steve Kerr confirmed. You got to understand that I've been in locker rooms, okay? Thank you. Curry's back.
I think he is coming back.
You know what? All right, seriously, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is the best news the Warriors have received in a while other than Porzingis is playing well. Go ahead, Evan. Read it one more time if you're just joining us.
Steve Kerr, moments ago at the podium, saying that Steph Curry went through practice today, full contact. He's about to scrimmage 5-on-5. Still out tomorrow versus the Spurs. Doubtful for the back-to-back on Thursday against the Cavs, but obviously a large step towards his return.
Yeah, he'll be playing Sunday against the Houston Rockets. Take it to the bank. Let me do my guru. Take it to the bank.
You should be thanking me.
Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Hey, Bud. How you doing? Now, this is good news.
Hey, what's good? What's good? Hey, listen, first and foremost, I want to say, man, everyone at the station is doing a great, terrific job. So, any of these whiners that's calling the station or sending texts complaining about whatever you guys are talking about, there's more dials on the knob. You can find you another station to listen to. You don't have to listen here.
Thanks, Bud.
But we would like them to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, but, just take it with a grain of salt. Don't complain about it.
Thanks,
so,
Bud.
with that being said, listen, man, I do think Steph Curry will be coming back, but I don't think that it'll be regular season. I think you got to understand, too, all of this is rest for Steph Curry. Like you said, he's got runner's knee. What does he do in the game? He's running around. He's getting 5 miles a game or whatever the crazy number is. You know what I mean? So all of these months, all of this is rest. This is a guy who's a pure shooter, who's one of the greatest at his position that we've seen in the game, the greatest warrior that you could ever see in the jersey. So it's not like he needs, like you said, Steiny, I think you said, like he's not going to need multiple games to wrap up. You get this guy the ball and let him go to work. But at the same time, we all remember what happened when, although it was the finals, but when we played the Raptors, KD was wrapping up to come back. He got injured in that one game. Clay ended up getting injured. So I don't think Steve Kerr is going to just be, looking for. And although Celebrini may say, hey, he's ready to go. Curry may say he's ready to go. But Steve Kerr is still looking for these other guys to prove a point here. If you guys can go and win and make it to a 7-game series, then okay, yeah, we got Curry back. But I'm not going to put this guy on the floor. And we're already in the play-in berth. I don't think we're going to move up anywhere out of that. We may can move to AC, but I think we're probably out of that spot.
Yeah, 9's probably the best, man, but
yeah.
So I think they'll hold them for the 7-game series. Now, yeah, you let them play as 5-on-5,
nice.
Get the guys to get the motion, but I think we'll see them in the 7 series if these guys can make it, man.
Gotcha.
Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks, Bud. Appreciate the call. From the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, Steiny, if you didn't hear Draymond say what he said, and then you heard the update from Steve Kerr, you would have the same change in opinion. Dre meant nothing. That's the point Evan is making. Right. And the point I'm making, 408, is I knew it first.
Yeah, it's okay.
I knew it first.
You know what? Because that news is so good, you can have it. You get whatever you want, Steiny. First one's on me today. Steph looks like he's trending in the right direction. All I was trying to say was Draymond was the same guy that at the beginning of this month revealed that he got a text from Curry that I'm coming back. I think it was after the Houston win. And then after that, it was 3 more weeks of, we'll push it back 1 week, push it back 1 week, push it back 1 week. That's the only thing that it sounded to me like. The Kerr update is tangible. It is real. And I guess he still technically has to go through the scrimmage. But the fact that he is scrimmaging 5-on-5 means that, and this is what my big takeaway from Kerr, not from Draymond, is that by tomorrow we will know if Steph will play a game again this season. Because if he does have a setback in the 5-on-5, I don't think there's enough time.
I'm going to disagree now because of what Draymond said.
Okay.
If he only needs 1 game, we still got a week or so.
That's true. We're on the same side.
Yeah, I know.
We all want Curry back.
You know what? Well, it's funny. Is it that simple? Because that's what I would think. We all want Curry back. So you just heard that, Warrior fans. You heard Draymond Green say, look, he's only going to need 1 game. He's trying like heck. He's eager to get back. He's got no interest right now of being shut down. And that's followed up by Steve Kerr saying he's scrimmaging today and there's been progress. He won't play tomorrow. He probably won't play Thursday. But after that, the next game is Sunday. I'm just telling you, it would be hard for me to imagine him not coming back now after they've ushered this idea in. Well, and my real quick question is, if you're a Warrior fan and you hear this, this is great, right? There's no uh-oh, or is there?
This sounds like ramping up is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I know that eventually there's, whatever the games to get to his full allotment of minutes, but this sounds like he's ramping up to make a return. When I hear 5-on-5, when I hear progress, steps in the right direction, and obviously we'll figure out how his body reacts to the 5-on-5, but this to me, it cannot be interpreted as anything but good news.
Right. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steph Curry went through practice today. He went through full contact, and he's probably scrimmaging right now as we talk in a 5-on-5. And that on the heels of Draymond Green saying that he thinks Steph's coming back. Did you hear this? You hear I got to kind of battle through here, Ken? Anyway, if I said to you, Curry's coming back, baby, it's all good, right? Nobody out there is saying, oh, boy, I don't like it. This is it. Thank you. Steph wants a meaningful game. He gets a meaningful game. Period. End of story. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I mean, I'll walk out of here right now and start running laps around this building
For what?
For what I just said. I just hit the nail on the head for the last 15 minutes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Warrior fans.
I'll give it to you.
If you're just joining us, we got some very good news for you, and we're happy and proud to bring it to you. Steph Curry is not just making progress. He's making good progress. And he went through Warrior practice today. And as we speak, he's scrimmaging. But listen, you guys know that I know the game. But Steve Kerr knows a little more about the Warriors than I do. So let's listen to Steve Kerr when asked what's going on with Steph Curry. And this is just moments ago. I thought we were going to do that.
He went through full practice, but it was very light. We didn't do anything live. He's going to scrimmage right now, 5-on-5. And so, yeah, it's a good step for him.
I would assume he's out tomorrow.
Yeah, he won't play tomorrow. We got to see how he responds to the scrimmage, and then we'll just take it day by day.
Would you say, is Thursday even on the table?
Doubtful. Okay. I'm talking to Rick. It's scrimmage today, and see how he feels tomorrow, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr and Anthony Slater of ESPN, and that's good news.
We're back. We're back, boys.
It feels like it, and
obviously there's a couple more hurdles to jump, but that's the best news that we've gotten about Steph Curry since the moment he went down with runner's knee.
Yep, I agree.
Tangible evidence. Obviously, he's probably going through the practice right now. We'll see how his body responds, but I feel like we're going to have final clarity as to whether or not he will play before the end of the regular season or in the play-in. And I know Draymond is eternally optimistic, and you took that as a good sign. This is the nail, the hammer of the nail for me, that I feel like Steph is coming back, and I did not feel like that before that update.
And before Kerr's update.
Before Kerr's update.
Right. I'm not just going to do this.
You can't
do it.
I know you can. I'm giving him credit.
No, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
though.
You can. Yeah. Whatever.
No. So anyway, Draymond Green dropped a podcast today, and about an hour ago, this is what he said about Steph Curry. So obviously, between what Draymond is saying and what Kerr is saying, I think the Warriors are feeling super optimistic. So this is Draymond Green first earlier in the day talking about Steph Curry.
That Steph might not have enough runway for the play-in game, that he will be shut down for the season. And what I will tell you is I don't think Steph's getting shut down for the season. I do know that Steph is doing all that he can to get back. I do know that he's progressing well on the court. And I do know that he's very, very, very eager to get back out there. And what I can assure you is, whether it's one regular season game or 5 regular season games, Steph wants to play. And he's going to do all that he can. He's been doing all that he can. And things are really looking up. He's doing a lot better. But I can assure y'all that if Steph is capable of playing, he's going to play. Whether it's 1 game left in the regular season or 5 games left in the regular season, Steph wants to play. So everybody's saying, oh, man, just shut him down. He ain't going for it. He want to play. And he's trying to get back for the play-in because, again, you just don't know how many opportunities at 38 you have left. Want to make the best of every opportunity. So the one thing I can assure y'all, there's no shutdown coming for Steph at the moment. He wants to play.
And that turned out to be true. And one last time, this is Steve Kerr just moments ago.
He went through full practice, but it was very light. We didn't do anything live. He's going to scrimmage right now, 5-on-5. And so, yeah, it's a good step for him.
I would assume he's out tomorrow.
Yeah, he won't play tomorrow. We got to see how he responds to the scrimmage, and then we'll just take it day by day.
Would you say, is Thursday even on the table?
Doubtful. I'm talking to Rick. It's scrimmage today, and see how he feels tomorrow, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so there it is. Good news for the Warriors. And you know what I thought of this on my own, but I see it on the text line, and so I don't want to take credit. But Bee's Knees brought this up, and I was kind of thinking it too. Separate from Steph Curry, Draymond's been playing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing, which is a little bit different for him when Steph goes out. And Steph wrote that thing to Draymond that, I'm going to try, and I promise you I'm going to try. And I
promise you I'm coming back.
Yeah, and I wonder if, on some level, Steph doesn't feel like he owes Draymond.
Oh.
Because Draymond is kind of, I wouldn't say he's held down the fort, but he hasn't shriveled, and Draymond's had a great attitude the last month.
I mean, he's played over 60 games. He will play, I assume, over 65 by the end of the regular season. That's, modern day basketball, that's a full year, especially for a guy who's now 36 years old. Yeah, I think Curry, does he owe Draymond anything? No, but that's also the kind of guy that he is. I think that he also probably feels like he owes all the guys that are going to war for him right now.
I mean, I'm not saying, he's coming back because he owes Draymond, but if you don't think it might matter that Curry's watching Draymond play for the last 6 weeks to 2 months without him and going through it the way he was going through it, which is with a pretty positive attitude, then I think on balance, if Steph can play, he's going to want to play because – yes, not just Draymond, but he owns, he owes it to everybody on that team.
Yeah, and also from Bee's Knees saying Dre deserves respect for playing. That's fair. I mean, they have struggled, and he's still been out there, and he hasn't. To give him credit, he hasn't lost his cool. Draymond hasn't been ejected from games. He hasn't been racking up texts. He's gotten feisty like normal, but he hasn't lost his temper at a clearly frustrating time of the season for him along with the team. But this is the thing, and maybe that was Draymond Green's way of saying it, but to me, the 3 words that I really took from Kerr's update were talking to Rick. When Celebrini says that he can play, he gonna play. And what was it on Sunday? Kerr said he had a good session. All right, that's a good step in the right direction. Today, scrimmaging 5-on-5. I'm sure tomorrow, because they play the Spurs, the first question that's going to be asked during tomorrow's pregame presser, what happened in the 5-on-5?
Right.
And if that's a good report, if Rick says he was good, we'll move forward. Well, then I think we absolutely not only will see Steph, but we might see Steph either this weekend or early next week, because it sounds like that was the last hurdle that he had to clear. He's tried to keep himself in shape, but he hasn't been able to do 5-on-5, real basketball full court work. And now that he can, and if his body responds well, that's, all systems go.
Yeah, I mean, I just so I'm clear, no Warrior fan out there is saying, I still don't want him to play. Is there?
I don't think so.
I mean, just the way and here's the thing, I get it.
It could be dangerous to bring him back.
Well, I get it. Everybody's worried, hey, bring a guy back too soon, not fully healthy. But I'm assuming that that right now he's basically healthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be asking him to go through a scrimmage. You know what I mean? So this is a good sign for the Golden State Warriors. And if nothing else, it means that if they're going to advance or they're going to get eliminated, at least Steph will be on the court when either happens.
Well, I also think, too, that... Oh, I lost it.
Let's go to...
Go to a call.
Let's go to Lincoln in San Jose.
My bad, Steiny.
Hey, Lincoln, what's going on, man?
Turnover.
Hey, Steiny, congratulations, man. You are right, as you are usually right. And I know that I'm usually not right. I'm kind of simpy like that, but I wanted to just call and tell you that you were right, and you do us all a service, not throwing it in our face, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that could have been.
Was that a plant?
That could have been. No, that could have been a troll.
Oh, that's...
Could have been saying thanks for not putting it in our face when I just kidding around.
But that's the way your mind works. You know, you think someone... Like, you can't take a compliment. You gotta be better at that.
What do you mean?
I mean, hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
You called it. You did a really nice job of interpreting Draymond's comments today from his podcast, the
Thank you,
Draymond
Evan,
Green
but I
Show on
really-
the Odyssey spot. I'm still talking.
Okay.
On the Odyssey Podcast Network, Draymond Green Show. You heard his words. You've been around the block. You've got 17 more decades of experience than I do. And you were correct that Draymond knows, and it looks like Steph's coming back.
Thanks, Evan. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Did you check? I'll bet we got a text from Goo.
No. Actually, this goes for when you're on vacation, too. I hope that we don't get a text from him because it means he's having a good time with his family. He's out doing stuff.
Right, but he's still always checking online and stuff. So if there's a headline about this, he's probably all over.
Well, I'm sure he's getting texts from people, and, you know, he got an update from Twitter, but which you're not on. You know what I mean? Like when you're on vacation, you see this stuff. You just don't feel the need to tell us. Like you're kept abreast on what happens.
Well, let's be honest about Guru.
Why? Because he's not here?
Yes.
Now, people are saying that I didn't mean it. I did mean that. That was a serious compliment.
You didn't. But here's my point. I'm trying to. Okay,
Horace.
We just got information from Steve Kerr and positive update on Steph Curry. But since Guru's not here, I'm wondering, well, how would he be reacting to all this? And I know how he'd go, oh, Steiny, I don't know. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? That's the chef. What if something happens and now next year he's compromised? I still don't want him to bring him back, Steiny. And I'd be like, Gooey's a pro player. He's healthy. He wants to play. Let him go. Steiny, that's the chef.
Yeah, a little bit. I think Goo would be excited. And this is where I think he and I a little more in sync. I don't think he would be that worried right now. He'd be excited that Steph is, it looks like he's on the track to return.
What would Guru say? 888-957-9570. Chris A. says he'd say, Steiny, I'm still scared. I don't like it. I am scared.
Well, he might be scared about, well, he's always scared about the future, but he'd be happy about the present. He reacts to new information, and this is good information.
No, it is. It is.
I think, yeah, he doesn't, he'll be fine.
When's the last game Curry played?
Oh, boy.
He gets 2 games under his belt. He makes it half a season.
January 30th. I was going to say before the All-Star break.
Now, Guru would either say, I don't like it, Steiny, or we can win it all now.
No. He's putting words in his mouth.
No, hold on. He would be 415, Boxer and Gerson. Guru would be saying, nobody wants to face that Warriors team with Steph Curry. He's right.
Yeah, maybe.
Guru would say that.
Well, they got to get out of the play-in first now, and they got to win 2 games.
Oh,
for
man.
the right to get the 8 seed.
Horace Bird says he'd say, Steiny, I'm starting to tingle.
Starting to tingus.
Oh, man. Guru would say, I'm getting excited.
Well, how can you not be excited?
For Curry.
Dude, we've been sitting here in a malaise without Steph for almost 2 months, literally 2 months. If he got hurt on January 30th, it's been 2 months and a day since we've seen that guy. So how can you not be excited? I mean, just the fact that he's on the court, and I know that we've done this dance about how the Warriors have, you know, they're trying real hard and they're playing with energy and effort. You know, now the question is going to be if and when he returns, those habits that Steve Kerr talked about and has discussed, being built into this. Are they going to make a difference? How is the time that Steph has been out, how has it influenced the guys that are now going to have to maybe take a back seat, or guys that are going to have to, because I don't know. I mean, the moment he steps back in, he's the show again, right?
That's so interesting. And this is where I was going to kind of go when we talked about how many games he needs. If, let's say hypothetically, he can come back for the Houston game Sunday, that gives him what, 5 games?
Yes.
Okay. 5 games is a lot to me. So I would almost, the first game.
Probably 4. I'm imagining he wouldn't play in the back-to-back next Thursday, Friday. Wouldn't play both games.
That's true. I guess what I'm saying is I would love to bring him back the first game and play the 18 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I would like to incorporate him as slowly as you can with 4 games left, so as to continue to rely on the other guys who've been doing it less as the playoffs get closer, if you know what I mean, or play-in gets closer. So
it's not just about getting him ramped up. It's about getting the team ramped up towards what he is to them.
At some point, the Warriors, like Steph, can't be the show. And maybe you try to see what it looks like when he's not the show against Houston, and then that next game against what, I don't know, But the other thing is, on the other hand, I wouldn't overthink it. Hey, he can play against the Houston Rockets. Boom. He goes back in there, and Steph will make the adjustment. You know what I mean? Because he's the great one.
All right. Well, let's just have a hypothetical conversation then. So their starting 5 against Denver was Porzingis, Draymond, Santos, Melton, Podziemski. Which guy goes to the bench?
Now, this would bother Goo. I don't care. Send Pods to the bench. It doesn't matter to me, because I got news for you. If Curry looks like Curry and Porzingis they're going to beat the Portland Trailblazers with Porzingis and Curry.
Well, they couldn't beat Portland with Steph and Jimmy.
I know.
3 times.
I know. So do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't. Help me out.
Well, if you really want to know, as great as Butler is, I think he struggles with that athleticism a little bit in Portland. But Porzingis is 7'2".
That's true. I mean, we haven't seen. We haven't seen him. And this is the thing. We don't know how he's going to play with Curry. We haven't seen him play against a ton of up and down athletic teams with a capable group around him. But I know they got beat pretty handedly by Atlanta. Detroit without Cade handled them. Minnesota got to them. OKC was a close game. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right.
Green-eyed rabbit saying, Steiny saying KP is better than JB. This is where I need you to be better.
Who, me?
No. Oh. Whoever Green-eyed rabbit is. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just wondering, okay, Butler against the Blazers, they're one of the most athletic teams in the league. Maybe that's why they lost 3 games. Not because of Butler, but look, Porzingis is the matchup problem for other teams. And when fast, athletic, young teams come in to play the Warriors, they're the ones that dictate. So I'm not saying Porzingis is better than Jimmy Butler, but I'm saying as I look at this team against the Portland Trailblazers, if the team is a little different with Porzingis. They just are. And they're probably too old to compete down the road, but yeah, you got Curry, Porzingis, and Butler. That ain't bad. I wish it were 4 years ago, but it's not.
Well, that's why it does suck that Jimmy won't be out there, because I would love to see how he plays with an extra guy who spaces everyone out.
Exactly.
Like if you had Porzingis and Curry, Jimmy can do whatever he wants. There's a ton more space on the floor, even if even if Draymond's out there. But the point is, I think all three of them would complement each other really well. And I don't know. I mean, Porzingis, there's just not a lot of guys like him where you can throw him the ball and you can pick and pop. We don't know how he's going to look with Steph, but that's what's so, I don't know, what's been so salivating about the potential return of Steph is getting to see those two guys, the two deep marksmen that they are, being lethal from anywhere on the floor, it feels like. And Porzingis is starting to shoot the ball better now. I know that his three ball really didn't come around until last week, but it feels like he's finally getting to as close to 100% as possible for this season. And yeah, I mean, and this is the thing too, like if you're talking about Golden State, Portland, yeah, I would favor the Warriors because they also have experience in elimination games and in play-in games, and Portland does not.
Yeah, I heard Bonte Hill on last week, and I kind of agreed with him where, people are saying, I want to see Porzingis play with Curry. Yeah, I do too, but I do agree with him. Like, I don't need to see it. They'll be fine. Like, if they don't play together this year and Porzingis is back next year, that'll be fine. Like, I have they're going to be fine together. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to play together.
No, I don't have a worry of if they can do it. I just want to see it.
Yeah, sure. I'm kind of with you there. So we got some good news regarding the Golden State Warriors, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Curry went through a practice today, and as we speak, he's playing in a 5-on-5 scrimmage, according to Steve Kerr. He will not play tomorrow against the San Antonio Spurs. He is doubtful to play the following night against who do they play? Cleveland. But it sounds like that Sunday game at Houston may be on the table for Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. You know the number, 888-957-9570 is the number. And if you're a Golden State Warriors diehard, I get you got to be happy. You got to be, but does it come with any reservation? Because the funny thing is, I'm looking at the texts over the course of the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and so many of the texts were, I just want to see Steph play a game again this year. Like, I don't want the season to be over for Steph. Okay, it's not. It doesn't look like it is. It looks like Steph Curry is going to play again this season. And what are your emotions about it if you're a Golden State Warrior fan with the team right now in the 10th spot?
Well, and also if you're one of the people, because we've discussed this too, that believes that they should just try to get into the lottery, does this change the way you feel? Because I don't know, some of those people may have just been resigned to this idea that, all right, Steph, it's a long shot for him to come back. So let's just lose the play-in, get a top 12 pick, see what happens. Maybe you get lucky. Does the fact that Steph, now that it looks like he's trending towards a return, does that change the way you look at the play-in? Like, you do want them to get a first-round series against Oklahoma City.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. Now back to Steiny and Goo. Steiny and Goo. You're having a great show today, guys. Keep it going.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Not the reason we're having a great show.
Well, just because I'm younger than you, you can still learn things from me. I learn a lot from you, but it's a two-way street.
Other than music, from the last 5 years, what can you really help me with? Well, never mind.
Sequencing.
Oh.
It's a pitching term. You asked me during the break why Walker Buehler threw the pitch that he did that Harrison Bader hit to the gas lamp district. And I told you why. Because
and you weren't. Okay, so the count's 0-2. He wanted to go high with a pitch. He threw it too high.
Yeah.
So Bader never even offered. Okay, so fine. Now he's going to come with a curveball away, but he left it out over the plate.
Well, obviously it's not where he wanted to put the pitch. But,
right.
But the problem was the fastball at the eyes wasn't a competitive pitch.
Right.
And so it didn't actually change his sights at all. It didn't change the batter's approach because it wasn't a close pitch that he had to consider.
I got news for you.
So throwing a curveball doesn't actually play or tunnel off of the pitch that he previously threw.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Buehler throws that ball that's high.
Yeah.
4 inches lower, and he takes it. He's still hitting a homer the next at bat.
No, he's not.
Oh, I'm right.
Because it's exactly in the same sight line as the pitch he previously threw. I mean, we'll never know, but I'm just telling you that's why he was able to still sit on a hanging breaking ball and, hit it to Timbuktu.
Okay, so help me out here, Evan.
You don't want my help.
From the 408.
Okay.
This is where I want to punch people. 408. Boxer and Gershon, work injury attorneys text line. No, the Warriors are not beating OKC in a 7-game series with or without Porzingis.
Why not?
Please tell Steiny to stop this nonsense. Did I say they were going to beat Oklahoma City?
You were talking.
No
you were
chance.
talking pretty confidently.
Get out of here.
Yeah. See, I'm changing you. No, I know you. I know how positive you really are about this team, and I know that Curry news. Actually, it's. The funny thing is, it's not even about Curry. It's that you interpreted the Draymond Green sound correctly, and that's what's got you giddy. Don't yawn at me. That's what's got you giddy. Shout out Josh about the state of the Warriors right now and why they might be able to make some noise.
All right. I'll bet you.
What? Bet me.
I'll bet you City Boy's optimistic.
Oh, he should be.
City Boy.
Yeah, he's the
in
man.
San Francisco. Going to join us. Hey, City, what's up, buddy?
What up, fellas? Good to talk to you. How's everything?
Good, man.
Dynamite.
Hope you're well.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I just wanted to chime in on Steph because, it's been a rough watch these last, 4 or 5 weeks. And I am so thrilled to get him back. I don't care if it's for 4 games or 6 games. And the Warriors should be thrilled, too, because they have to get him on the court with KP. Obviously, if he's not healthy, if his knee, if he has a setback, whatever, he's not going to play. But if he's healthy, you got to run him out there. And I promise you, Kerr and his team have been in the lab, as Guru would say, and they've been drawing up plays. They've been, trying to figure out actions that are going to work with those two together. Probably plotting on their combos with Guy Santos and Draymond and how to, mixing and matching. And that's the fun part about basketball was when you add. I don't want to say a star player. I think KP might have, at one point been a star, but he's a star, talent, right? He's 7'2". He can shoot it. He can rebound, block shots. We haven't had a dude like that on this team ever. With the jump shot too. I know Bogut was great, but anyway, whatever, man. I'm so excited to see this, and even if it is for 3 or 5 games. And I bet the coaching staff is too. And, we can get a glimpse into next season because I think they're going to re-sign him if he doesn't have any, health issues creep up in the next month, right? So, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that when he plays, that Kristaps Porzingis is easily the best player that Curry and Butler will play with. And I know he's only been here a year and a half. I'm talking about Butler. But if you talk about, and the problem is age is such a factor. But as far as the names and the ability, Curry, Butler, Porzingis is the best they've had since, I don't know since Durant left?
Yeah, I mean.
Now, the problem is Curry's 4 years older than he was then, and Butler's 4 years older than he was then, but Porzingis can play.
Yeah, I mean, and the team around them isn't as good as obviously in the championship season.
Right.
Like, I don't think, Andrew Wiggins was really, really good during that playoff run, but I think as a talent, you could maybe consider them comparable in different ways. Wiggins is an uber athlete, Porzingis is 7'2", but yeah, I'm with you there. It's just, what's that quote you always say about
your greatest strength is your biggest weakness? That's one of them.
I know. No, the one that Red Auerbach said about Larry Bird.
So back in 1985.
I didn't need the backstory. I just wanted the quote.
It does need a little backstory.
Okay.
Celtics drafted Larry Bird in 1978, and he went back to college, and that meant that they changed the rule since, but the Celtics drafted Bird his junior year. And he went back and played for Indiana State, and everybody's like, what are you doing? Why would you draft a guy who's not going to play right away? And Red Auerbach said, do you realize how short a period of time 1 year is? 1 year. It's such a short period of time. That's what he said.
So I agree. 1 year, in the grand scheme of things, is a short period of time. However, if you're Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, or Draymond Green, 1 year can make a massive difference. We've already seen it. Steph last year was a model of consistency up until the playoffs when he got hurt. And now this year, he's been banged up for what's going to turn out to be the majority of the season, or half. Draymond's still healthy, but his plays declined. We don't know what's going to happen with Butler. So 1 year is big to those three guys. And that's why I think that Curry is trying to push it to come back. And that is what I did agree with Draymond from that standpoint. I do think that Curry looks at every single game, especially whether it's the play-in, playoffs, whatever. Any game that he can compete in where there's something on the line, that does matter to him at this stage in his career because he doesn't know how many he has left. In fact, the reality of him missing as many games as he has due to injury has probably furthered that line of thinking. Like, I don't know if this injury is going to stick around. I don't know if I'm going to get hurt in the future. His body at this point, and this is where Gu is correct, he said he's still averaging 27, but he doesn't now know if his body may let him down and be the thing preventing him from playing basketball. And not just the fact that, his play declining or whatever, but if his body fails him, I think this is a wake-up call to, if I do have a chance to compete, I got to take it.
Yeah. This from the YouTube chat, Zabate03. Selling Curry a dream of Butler and KP for a whole season next year is crazy, Steiny. I'm not saying it's a championship team or anything like that. I'm just saying, in a vacuum, Butler, Curry, and Porzingis, that ain't a bad three. Now, it would have been a much better 3-4 years ago, but here's the thing about Porzingis. To me, he's a guy, if you think he's really good, then he could play on this team after Steph leaves.
Well, I think Shasky brought that up this morning. He was talking about being comfortable signing him for more than one season.
And I've made a big deal. I made a big deal out of, at the end of next year, their books are clean, but for Moody. And that is true. But so they've got unbelievable flexibility. And the more I was thinking about it, the more I was thinking, look, if you can get Brandon Podziemski for a number they like, 3 for 45.
Mm-hmm.
3 for 45 pods.
Yeah.
3 for 48. Boom, you do that. Now you get to Porzingis. Can you get him to sign a 2-year deal for 50, 25? Okay, well, now you have 2 more guys who are under contract in 2027. Okay, one's Porzingis for 20 to 25, and one's going to be pods for 16 to 18. that still leaves you tons and tons of flexibility. So while the Warriors they've set it up to have unlimited cash space at the end of next year, it doesn't mean that if they stumble across somebody that they really like this year or last year and this year, like a Pods or a Porzingis, go ahead and sign them if you like the number, because you'll like the number enough that it's not going to cripple you once you get to 2027.
Well, that's basically what they did with Wiggins, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they turned KD into D'Lo into Wiggins, and then they found a guy that they liked, and they kept him because he was an impactful player until eventually they obviously had to move on from him. But, yeah, I don't think that's crazy. I mean, going into next year but to the texter who said, well, how are you going to sell Steph on it? I would say that you kind of sold him on it this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and next year, and this is going to be the frustrating part about the team that also bugs me a little bit about this roster is that it's built for a 7-game series and not for an 82-game season. And I think that is going to be kind of the same case next year. If you have Porzingis, Draymond, Butler, Curry in a 7-game series, you might be able to make something happen. I don't know if I'd call it a championship contender, but you might be able to win a series or, push it. You might be able to do something. You're playing meaningful basketball. But you ain't building that team for a 6-month slog. And that's probably where they're going to run into trouble again.
I mean, the other thing is and now I've seen it written all over the place, and not that Tim Kawakami's the be-all and end-all, but, he knows what's up. And he wrote something the other day about him being convinced that the Warriors are going to go after Kawhi and LeBron in the offseason.
Yep.
So to me, damn right I'm re-signing Porzingis. If I have an opportunity to get one of those and I wouldn't have to move Porzingis, which is possible because I don't think Porzingis is coveted, then jam as many good players onto this team next year as you possibly can. And if they get hurt, they get hurt. But we'll move on the year after because we'll still have flexibility.
Well, and you don't have to give up a pick. If that's the case, obviously we don't know what LeBron and Kawhi's future plans are, but I think the hope is that you could acquire one of those guys without having to give up much capital. So you preserve your future. You hope that, again, that you thread this needle of these aging or injury-prone guys or coming back from injured guys can somehow cobble together, one last run. And that's kind of the best that you can do. That's the other part, too, is they don't have a ton of options, I think.
Right, they don't.
They've left themselves options beyond 2027, but for next year, there isn't a ton that they can do.
Right.
And bringing back Porzingis, to me, that's why we discussed it yesterday. I think that's got to be at the top of the list. Probably even before you make a decision on potentially extending Pods or maybe bringing back Melton. Number one would be figuring out Kerr. And then number two to me right now, as far as offseason to-do list, that's Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, this from the 925 on the Boxer and Gershon Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let's just sign every old player that needs load management. That's a great strategy. Listen, I understand where you're coming from here, but this is where you must take into consideration the Warriors' salary cap situation. And whether you like it or not, next year, I don't want to say it's a play with it year, but next year, Butler is a question mark. Next year, Moody is a question mark. So if you're not convinced that you want, if you give Porzingis $50 million for 1 year or $5 million for 1 year, 50 is probably too high because it'll take him into another apron. All I'm saying is whatever they pay Porzingis next year doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They'll find a number, they'll hit it, and then if he has a good year, you talk about multi-year deals. Now, do they feel so comfortable with Porzingis they'd offer him a 2-year deal? Maybe if that second year is not prohibitive, but I don't think 3 years to me is a little too much for Porzingis. But here's the other thing I was thinking about. And you know me, I think load management's the worst.
It's the way of life.
And I get it. I always say, look at this year. Curry's only going to play 41 games. Butler got hurt. This, that, the other thing. I think we're headed toward a league where 60 is going to be the number. Nobody's going to be playing 75, 80. Nobody. And so, how much is Porzingis going to play? Well, I got news for you. I think we're starting to become, the NBA's starting to become a league where if he could play 55, that would work. You know what I mean? Now, you've got to take payroll into consideration because you can't pay a guy for 82 games if he's only playing 55. But, I mean, you start putting numbers on the amount of games you would take next year from the Warriors players. I mean, right now, yes or no, Curry, 58 games next year, yes or no?
Well, yeah, of course. It's more than this year.
Right. But what I'm saying is 58 still missing one out of three is what I'm saying. So as that becomes more and more of the norm, it becomes less of a disadvantage for teams who do load manage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I hear the texture because the problem is going to be the same as this year, which is how are you telling me that you're going to have all these guys that you got to load manage and you want to be a top 6 seed in a Western Conference that, by the way, is still going to have OKC, San Antonio, Denver, Minnesota. Houston ain't going anywhere. Phoenix is getting better. You got the Lakers. There's going to be 6 good teams or 7 good teams that are automatically in front of you, not even counting how many games you're going to get out of your stars. So, I guess I'm curious to know what the selling point of next year is going to be, outside of the fact that, I just don't know what other option they have, because this is the other part too, Steiny, is you're going to make your pick this year. You're going to get a player. You're still going to have your pick for next season. I guess maybe people want them to just strip down and try and make a run at a top pick earlier than 2027 or whatnot. But I just don't think that that's the way this franchise is looking at next season.
Here's what I'm talking about as it relates to load management. All right, Victor Wembanyama. What are there, 5 games left in the season? Let's just say hypothetically.
Well, he'll be here tomorrow.
True. Here's what I'm saying. Let's just say hypothetically Wembanyama doesn't play tomorrow and he doesn't play the rest of the year. Mm-hmm. Okay? So now he's different because he's on his rookie deal. But my point is this. Then he will have played this year 60 games. Is that enough? Yes, it is in this day and age.
Of course.
Right. So you have one of the game's most dominant players already, and he misses a quarter of the season.
Well, he's going to play 75 games, but yeah.
You mean the playoffs and stuff?
No. If he plays the next 4 to 5 games.
Well, I have him at 60 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at his rookie season. My bad.
Oh. So all I'm saying is, his season could end and he could play 60 games and 29 minutes a game. So he may be the MVP, and even he is only playing 3 out of 4 games and not monster minutes. So if that's the way the league is beginning to go in general, with guys playing less games, then if the Warriors are one of those teams where guys are playing 60, it doesn't hurt you as much anymore because nobody's playing 75.
Well, not a ton of guys. I think if you have the luxury to play a player like Wemby, and that's part of why the Spurs can do it, is because they're really good. They have a ton of guys around him.
Exactly.
That's why they signed someone like Cornette in the offseason to be a player who is a bench guy on a given night, but he can step in and start. He can play big minutes. Denver, I think Denver has gone about constructing their team like Jokic is going to play 70-plus games. This year, he just got hurt for the first time in quite some time. But I think that the Warriors, where I would feel strange is they are not built to still win games without Curry and Butler,
right?
And
you're
Porzingis.
Right. You're right about that, and that's why.
I mean, we're seeing it literally right now. If one or both of these guys, by the way, Jimmy's out for the first few months of the season. If one of those guys goes down, well, then you're not even on pace to make the play-in.
You're right, and that's why, for example, that's why when it relates to Steph Curry, well, they need him. This team right here, they need him to play 36 minutes a night. You know what I mean? They need him to play 36, but because they're not very good. But that doesn't mean they should play him more than 28. But they may. What I'm saying is, yeah, you're right. Because the Spurs are better than the Warriors, they never have to play Wembanyama 35 minutes. So, like, in a perfect world, the Warriors would have gotten to the point now where, yeah, we only want Steph to play 24 minutes a night. But they're not at that point yet. Couple things real quickie. 408. And you know what? I always answer questions honestly. This is from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line.
Why are you so distracted?
Why would the boss do this?
Because the boss is touring people around the studio. He's showing them, oh, hey, Whit.
Worst reader of the room going.
Well, he's not in the room.
So, two things. How much is Steiny's sudden love affair with Porzingis tied to JK haters trying to say that the Warriors won the Atlanta trade? Well, first of all, as of right now, it's about a draw. Kuminga played well last night, so it's a draw. Here's what you don't understand, 408. There's nothing personal here. If you look at the Golden State Warriors and where they are at right now, beggars can't be choosers. And they've got a guy on their roster right now in Porzingis who's better than every other player on that damn team except Butler and Curry. And so they have a year to play with next year. The Warriors do, salary cap-wise, and they can keep Porzingis around for at least another year without impacting their future in any way. That's what I see in Porzingis. It's got nothing to do with Kuminga. Porzingis is a better player than Kuminga. It has nothing to do with Kuminga. It has to do with, can the Warriors afford to walk away from one of their most talented players simply because he's been injury prone? And the answer might be yes. It might be. But to me, looking at next year the way it is, I would absolutely want him on my roster next year. And year after that? Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, look, the fail-safe is the draft. If your guys all go down because they're hurt and crippled, well, then you get a high draft pick. By the way, Steiny, one quick piece of news. Al Horford, according to Anthony Slater of ESPN, is still limited to individual work. Said his calf strain is progressing, and he hopes to return and get a few regular season games in prior to the play-in tournament. Again, the Warriors have 7 games left.
All right, so he and Curry trying to navigate their way back into the last couple of games, few games, and get into the play-in and see what they can do. All right, crossover time next. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, crossover time brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And now we're joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hi, boys.
What's up? How's it?
Y'all had, y'all reminded me of dinner with my kids today.
Which part?
The part where you guys all just kept bickering about everything. Y'all had a bicker party today.
Oh. About what?
Multiple things. Whether you were right, whether you knew before Evan, whether Draymond gave like a little clue, whether he didn't. Yeah, I mean,
just say I was right about that one. That's fine.
You can be right. I think
there you go.
I was. I think Evan tried a number of times to be like, yeah, you can be right if you want.
No,
but then you did. Yeah.
We just hear different things. That's fine. Then I tried to give you a compliment, and then you just threw it back in my face. You didn't even want it.
I never used to be like this.
Is this the bickering we're talking about?
Yes, and sometimes you're in that, like, and I don't mean you, a person is in that mood where you just don't want to give anybody an inch.
I think I figured out why.
Well, what happened?
He thought it was Wednesday.
Oh,
yeah, I got over that.
I do hate that.
Tuesday's the worst day of the week, though.
I've said this.
Number 7.
I think it's almost becoming unanimous.
I don't know how you could argue otherwise.
It stinks. It's awful.
But it's more than half over.
Yep.
Tuesday.
Yep. Well, the way I look at days, it's over.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. You can.
No. We're in a business where everybody wants to be right about everything. And I never used to play that game. So, like, for example, Guru asked me 7 times a month, Steiny, when do you think Steph Curry's coming back?
He does.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know when he's coming back. Like, I have no idea. Man. So then I'll be like, I don't know, April 10th. And then he does, you were wrong. I never wanted to guess in the first place.
Not right. You might still be right. April 10th. Might be April 10th.
You tell us we're wrong all the time. It's just it's all in love.
That was wrong.
Yeah.
All I was saying was when I did hear Draymond Green, I did think, okay, that meant something to me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I came in during.
See it,
no, but I had the unfortunate timing of coming into the bicker without having heard what Draymond said.
Oh,
gotcha.
That's right when I turned the radio on, and I'm like, I don't.
Well, let's talk about something other than the bicker.
Oh, okay. You want to bicker about something else?
The good news, Steph is. Well, do you think he's about done with 5-on-5, or he's still
probably about done
scrimmaging?
Yeah,
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah.
You guys will get the first crack at him.
We'll get the update to the update.
All right, so the 2 big pieces of news, Steph Curry is scrimmaging either right now or just got done. Kerr called it a good step, said he's not playing tomorrow, probably won't play Thursday, but it sounds like the door's open after that. And then Tony Vitello gets his first win as a Giants manager. So if I were...
So he might play on Easter Sunday.
What are you coming out with today,
Steph
guys?
has risen.
The resurrection.
What are you coming out with?
Well, actually, we will react briefly to Steph, but then Casey Schmidt's joining us at 2:30.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll come out with a little Casey Schmidt, and then we'll get right back to Steph, and Nick Friedel and Steve Kerr are both going to come on and talk about it. I do wonder, you guys, and I'm with you, I think you trumpeted from the moment that this update came out, what great news this is. What great news. And I'm thinking it is great news, but I'm wondering where all the people are who have been saying for weeks now, don't do this. Like, is it good news to them? And I say that with
not bring him back.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, there have been so many people who are like, don't do this. Shut him down.
Well, honestly, it's so funny how we think. When I threw it out there, I expected more people to be, this is great. Because I see as many, I just want Steph to play a couple more games this year. I just don't want Steph's season to be over this year. it doesn't look like it's going to be.
It's not going to be, but a lot of people are thinking, well, you're going to be the 10 seed and you're not going to win. And so, I mean, only thing that could happen is he could play and he can get hurt and like really hurt, like Moses Moody hurt. And then what? And then it's all over. And so that's what a lot of people, I think, are fear-mongering about. But if Steph can play, he's going to play. And that's the bottom line.
I mean, I guess he could get really, really hurt anytime.
Right.
So, like, he could do that in game 1 of next year, too.
He could be in his car and he could have a rollover accident.
He could do that, too.
Don't look at this is interesting. Okay, so whenever I have to put myself in a fan's shoes, I go back to when I loved Larry Bird. All right. So, and the Celtics. So I'm imagining Larry Bird misses half a season, but he can play the last 3 games and, just like Curry. Well, I would know as a Celtics fan we're not winning it, even if he comes back. But, oh, my God, I'd want to see him come back and play 3 games.
And what happened that last year when he was, like, unable to play a lot of games and he was lying down on the floor when he would come out of the game? Was that 87 or 88?
That was getting near the end. He actually played a little longer than you think. But all I'm saying is, as a fan, I'd love to see one of the greats come back after missing half a season and just to see him play.
I know it's not the same, but when I heard this year that Phillip Rivers was going to be coming out of retirement after 5 seasons, I was really excited. When I was a kid, he was my favorite quarterback. And obviously he's a shell of himself, but just to see him throw the football and try to do something, which he couldn't because he's father of 18,000 kids and hasn't thrown a football professionally for 5 seasons. I enjoyed those games. I enjoyed him nearly beating Seattle. I enjoyed the 2 first-half touchdowns he threw against the Niners. And there was a glimpse. And I realize that Steph is in a far different position, but I feel like that's kind of how I felt again when I got the news of all right, it's go time. He's coming back. War's going to try and win some games, get him to play and see what happens. And I guess I didn't even consider the fact that, to your point, people might still be feeling like, oh, geez, I don't know if this is going to end well. You know what I mean?
Well, I sort of, you ever, you're starving, and then you're starving, and then you're starving, and then you just get past it. You're like, whatever, I'll skip that meal. And I feel like some people kind of got there with regard to Steph and this Warrior season where it's like, we can save this. And then over the last week, some people settled with the idea of, all right, well, maybe we'll get a good lottery pick, and this is a really good draft. And they watched the tournament, and they started getting excited about some of these players. And I think some people started to settle with the idea we're not going to see Steph. And now it's like, now you are, and you got to re-ramp that whole thing up again. So I don't know where everyone's at on it. I'm with you, but that's more about seeing Steph. I am still interested and activated by, can you earn yourself a series against Oklahoma City?
That would be great. That would be gravy at this point.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah,
let's see it. And I'm not worried about the whole they're not going to win a title. Let's just make it go as long as you can.
Just a series. And you're going to be the 10 unless really, really crazy things happen. And, because Portland's got a couple of games that they could possibly not win, but they have 2 games that they will win. So if they go 2-4, you have to go 5-2 because they have the tiebreaker over you. And by the way, the Clippers also have the tiebreaker over you just in case.
I think they play tonight. Clippers in Portland.
Right.
They play each other twice.
Yeah.
Yes, twice. Yeah. But,
the Warriors have a really hard schedule, too, by the way.
They do. And so the Warriors would have to go on a little bit of a heater, and Portland would have to fade. So you're going to be the 10. So go to Portland and win, and then go to either Phoenix and L.A. and win, and then go to OKC in a best of 7. And I'm kind of with you, Mark. I would love to see just that. Win 2 playing games, and Steph plays, and Kristaps, and what does that look like? And then maybe you go into OKC and you win a game, or maybe you win 2 and, you steal either game 1 or game 2 and, OKC, you have to catch your breath because you never know.
Yeah, maybe you figure out how close you are or are not, and that can help inform what you want to do this summer or what direction you want to go. Maybe, I don't know, if you push OKC to a game 6, all right, maybe you are a player away from potentially getting there. I mean, I don't know. The other part about this roster is we just haven't seen it whole the entire season, and nor will we because Jimmy's not playing along with Moses. But okay, maybe going into next year, you feel a little bit better about this squad if they can puzzle piece together 6 months before a postseason.
I mean, a play-in game, and you get 28 minutes from Steph, and it kicks everybody down the pecking order, which is what I'm excited about, because you look at the Warriors right now, and you're like, how the hell are they going to win these 2 road games? Well, the answer is they could be a completely different basketball team, centered around a pick and roll from Steph Curry and Kristaps Porzingis, centered around a motivated Draymond Green on the defensive side, and moving people like Pods and Melton down to less, responsibility on offense. And you're like, oh, maybe for a couple of nights here in 2 weeks, that team can actually be the better team on the floor.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. I'm a little surprised because, to my way of thinking, Steph's coming back, and that's good for the Warriors. It's good for Steph, and there's a basketball intrigue I absolutely have for the 2 or 4 games he plays. I think there's another positive here, too, and it's much bigger than that, and that is just the mess, like, in this era of load management and teams getting fined for tanking and all the, Giannis in Milwaukee. It's just, he's saying, yeah, I'm coming back. There's 3 games left. We're a 10 seed, and I know we're not winning it. But I'm coming back because it's my job. I love the game, and that's all that matters.
Right. I mean, the simple phrase of "I want to play." Like, it's hard to believe that we have to actually put some respect on that phrase, but you're right, Steiny. So many of these players where, you're out of it or you're going to load manage or there's nothing to play for, he wants to play. And so right now he's, going through 5-on-5 so he can play in the 10-9 play-in game. So maybe you win and you play in the 9-loser 7-8 game, and then maybe you get a series. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think it is
kind of refreshing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the word I was literally about to use. It's like you see all the time across the league guys who just don't seem to care about playing. And Steph is one of the faces of the NBA. And he's saying it doesn't matter how important or not this game is. If I have a chance to go out and compete, I'm going to do it. It flies in the face of, I think, what everyone associates the NBA with now of, well, I got to get mine, and I'm going to try and, I get hurt on company time, I'll recover on company time, and if everything aligns to where we can compete at a high level, I'm going to go do that, but I'm also not going to push it. Like, I don't know. I mean, even somebody like Jason Tatum coming back this year, who probably, I think a lot of people are worried about. Mm-hmm. He wants to compete. He wants to play. And I think it's good for the league that these superstars are actually putting basketball in the game itself above potential injury for going into next season.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'd throw Durant in there too.
Yeah.
As a guy like that. Just guys that, Klay Thompson was like that. Just, hey, what do you want to, I'm going to hang out in the gym all day. I'm going over to the gym, get there about 9 o'clock, play till about 12:31, then hang out and talk about playing for basketball. 2 more hours, then get a couple more shots up, and going to dinner.
I'll save it for after the crossover, but I texted Doc Pandia to ask if there's actually anything to worry about. Like, because how many people are like, just save him for next year,
right?
And I'm curious about that phrase. Like, does that even add up? Does that even make sense? And Dibbs is nodding because he's a doctor, and I know he knows the answer already.
Yeah, of course.
But I wanted it in print from orthopedic surgeon at UCSF. Like, is anything right now, if he plays, what's the risk of anything? And his answer was interesting.
Yep.
Do you guys think that him being out for this period of time, which hasn't happened, I think, since 2022, when obviously he was a lot younger and knew he had plenty of years ahead, has kind of maybe shifted some of the mentality in regards to his basketball mortality? Like, because you're at an age when you can't really control if your body fails you or not, I know it's a play-in game and it's a chance just to get to the playoffs, but like, who knows if these are the most important games he gets to play in for the rest of his career, just because this sort of injury has opened his eyes to, well, I don't know how my body's going to respond.
Right. And I think it's an obvious yes. And maybe it's obvious for me and probably Steiny as well, because we're a little bit older. And I think about, Steiny just coming off a trip to Puerto Rico where, he's at a spot where this might be the only time he goes to Puerto Rico. And, you get older in your life and you start to think about like the things that you won't ever do again. Like I ran a marathon, I ran 2 ultra marathons, and that's all done. Like, that's not happening again. So, yeah, thank you. And so you think about the things in your life. I mean, forget your basketball life, but to your point, like Steph Curry's 38. Is Steph Curry going to ever sign another 4 or 5 year deal? No. Is he going to ever play all 82? No. Is he going to play 38 minutes a night? No. So he's starting to like whittle down his career to what he has left, which is this year and next year, and then who knows what else. And so I didn't mean to like bring in your own, mortality, Steiny, as the only
No, I'm going to live longer than you.
You ever going to Puerto Rico again, though?
No, and Evan, you said something earlier, and I meant to remember it. It was, you called it the genetic silver spoon.
Oh, yeah.
And I do think you're right. And you know what?
I am.
You might live longer than me because your mom is, you don't even know how old.
87.
You had to look it up, didn't you?
It doesn't matter when you're that old.
What matters is you got it wrong earlier.
I'm going to call Vitello at DraftKings, and let's get some odds on this.
Well,
I'll give him the particulars on both of you, and let's get some odds on age.
Well, he's 4 years, 4 years older than me.
Right?
Yeah.
If it were a true bet, I might change my ways, though, once I make it.
No, I'm not saying that the two of you need to bet on it, because, yes, you might have some control over how long this goes. But I'm curious what the number, who would be the favorite to live longer?
Well, it's interesting because you're 61, if I'm not mistaken. I'm 57. Mm-hmm. His father died at 81.
Jesus
90.
Christ.
Evan thinks you both sound ancient.
You're all going
57 and 61 to him. You
I'd
might as
rather
well
tell
just
my
said
Larry
112.
Bird, Artist Gilmore story.
Nobody cares about that.
Beautifully into
so,
Steph's
so your dad
situation.
died at 90 with one leg, which is a lightweight miracle because he was in.
Why does the leg matter?
Yes, because he got into a spot where he was in not ill health, but he had to lose a leg.
Well, Steiny's got a fake hip.
But he still made it to 90. No, Mark, tell me.
Amputation sensation?
Thank you.
Oh. Cha-ching.
I want to let
It's only 50 cents because it's only one leg.
Dad wouldn't mind. He was very irreverent about it.
But I still wanted to let you say it. Anyway, go ahead.
Last time I saw him, he actually took off his leg, and it was showing the room.
Yeah, he used to take off his leg to scare the grandkids.
By the way, it worked.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing better on Halloween than that.
So you would be favored to live longer than me, even though you're 4 years older. Your mom's 87. Your dad was 90. Both my parents barely made 80. So, yes, you're the favorite.
Genetic silver spoon. Yeah.
That's exactly what you said earlier. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to remember that. And then I thought, you know what? I'm not going to remember that. I'm 57.
But like I
don't remember
said,
anything.
Ideally, I'd rather be 6'3", 6'4". So something went askew genetically.
Like, do you color your hair?
No.
Yeah.
Barely cuts it.
That's a silver spoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
A lot of salt on this side. I don't know.
No,
he might be on the pepper side.
The fact that he's even got that much hair at 61, it's impressive.
This is
good for
What
you.
about Stephon Gilmore? Do you want to talk about?
I'm going to end with
It's
with a
Artist
bang.
Gilmore.
Oh, sorry.
Artist Gilmore, back in the day, was a center.
My God, you're a
and
psycho.
Larry Bird came into the league as a rookie, and Artist Gilmore was a veteran, and Bird was flying all over the court and diving, and Artist Gilmore said to Bird, dude, you can't do this or you're not going to have a long career, bottom line. And Bird didn't have a long career. And Bird said, yeah, but that's the only way I know how to play. So as it relates to Curry, he's aware of everything. They're a 10 seed. They'd have to win 2 games. Go to he's aware of all that. He's also aware of, if I go out there now and the worst possible thing happens, it could jeopardize the rest of my career and certainly next year. Like he knows everything. That's why it's got to be his decision. Like whatever decision he makes is going to be the right one. I mean, I don't know. If the worst were to possibly happen, he would still be able to say, but I went out knowing that I was able to play and I played.
It has to be his decision if the answer is you're going to play. In other words, he can't not want to play and the organization's like, yes, you will.
Right.
That's not possible.
Right.
I could see it the other way around where he says, I really want to play. And Rick Celebrini says,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not doing it.
Yeah, that's not
I could see that. But I don't think that's where they are. Clearly.
Celebrini has described it as a collaborative, or Kerr says that they talk about it in a collaborative fashion. So I don't know if it's, white and black, but it's, hey, these are the ramifications of you playing. Do you want to do it?
Well, and I don't know if a pro athlete ever thinks about, if I play, I might have a career-ending injury. Like, can you operate that way?
No,
I just don't know. You know what I mean?
It depends on the nature of your current injury.
Severe,
right.
though.
But that's what I wanted to know from Doc.
Right.
Like, sure.
And you could have just asked me because he and I are like,
I know, but his answers carry so much more weight.
Because he's what? He's an actual doctor?
Yes.
I've been a radio doctor longer than he's been an actual doctor.
I understand that.
So scoreboard, Pandia. How about that?
If Dibbs proclaimed on radio to be a real doctor, I think people would believe it.
I mean,
I need one of those stethoscope things.
You speak in a way that works, and you are usually very right.
Because I've had 88% of all injuries.
I know.
If you ever find yourself like in Detroit, just go by Dr. Dibley.
Yeah.
And just, like Dr. Jerry Buss. Nobody knows what he was a doctor of. It doesn't matter.
I don't know if
it's Dr. Buss.
You're probably not a big Simpsons watcher, but
I like the Simpsons.
They had a doctor who was just an absolute quack, and that's kind of where I sit. And I won't say this as far as who it was, but my daughter got sick late Saturday night. We had to kind of rush her to urgent care, and the doctor, quote unquote, that we saw, straight up quackosaurus.
Well, urgent care on a Saturday night.
Yeah,
I feel like on the way in. This could go a lot of different ways.
You could tell that he got that shift. It's kind of like listening to a radio show on the weekends. Like you don't know what you're. Wow.
Well, that's true. You don't know what you're going to get on Saturday mornings.
What?
Kind of depends on what happened the night before. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, I'm at least going to rat-a-tat-tat him to his face. Which I love your show with Devone. Whatever, Devone. He's an agitator.
That's where that really comes from. It's not about me. It's about Double D.
He's an agitator. You know what that is, right?
You guys did one show together. You pissed you off that bad?
More than one. Maybe two or three. And I love him, but you could see him. Like, he's just, like, normal conversation bores him, and so he's just figuring out how to, like, get to you.
No, that last day, he was like, I'm going after him today. It doesn't matter. I don't care what he says. I'm going after him. Like, all right.
It's pretty funny.
2-6. Have fun.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Whenever I hear that, Dibbs, I think of The Graduate. That's a line in that movie.
Which one?
The Graduate.
No, what's the line?
Agitator. You're an agitator.
Oh,
That's what I think his name was Norman Fell. He later was on Three's Company, was the landlord in that movie. And he goes up and he's like, you're an agitator. You got to go. You got to go. You're an agitator. It was made in the 60s.
Yeah.
That was a common word.
Did you see that, Evan? It was made in the 60s.
You ever see The Graduate?
No, I was watching the Samurai trilogy last week, which was made in the 50s, actually. It's Kurosawa. All right. So.
You ever see Three's Company?
What's his first name?
Kurosawa's
first name.
Well, I don't want to butcher it.
Blue.
Akira?
Why don't you try to spell it?
Akiro.
That's wrong. It's Akira.
Akira?
Mm-hmm.
Akira.
That's the kind of thing that if I sign off right now, even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to sign off right now.
That was a perfect way to end today.
You just wanted to stick it to me at the end.
Yeah. Akira.
Are you guys going to make it to Friday?
Goose back Friday.
I know, but you have to make it to Friday.
Just got to make it to the cafeteria.
Life.
Yeah. Akira, 88. It's good life. You going to get to 88?
Is he still alive?
No. Steiner? He was born in 1910.
Now I don't feel bad.
Do your homework.
But you said, you made it sound like he was alive with 88. I got to go.
How about those Giants?
Hey, one in the belt. Yeah. One under the belt. One in the pocket.
Casey Schmidt, 17 minutes.
What is going on here?
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're back.
Yep.
We're back.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, but it's a pretty good Tuesday so far.
So far.
Steph Curry sounds like he's going to return, and the Giants are done with all those losses. They're done with all those goose eggs on the scoreboard.
On pace for 162 runs this year.
It's exciting.
Cool. Yep.
It's very, very exciting.
Up from 54.
Harrison Bader with a hell of a fist pump. And I didn't know, like I've watched Harrison Bader for years. I had no idea that he was like a movie character. There's no, like he looks, look at this guy. I don't know, dude. He looks like he's got two chests, tons of hair flying
Purple
out the
sleeves.
back. He's got more purple than Adamas.
Rounding second, and like we're gonna look to the heavens like Andy Dufresne after he walked through 500 yards of that slop.
It's game four. And Bader is just like, dude, he uncorked all of his bag. All of it. In like the second inning of a game in San Diego on a Monday.
It's because they scored a run.
Yeah.
Like if you want to do a soccer celebration because you scored a run, then you do it when you went 1 run in 3 games and now you get into one. And that was a no-doubter. Like throw the bat, celebrate, run over to the corner flag and do what you need to do. And like, rock the baby and jump into the arms of everyone.
I don't know why I just found that whole thing very amusing.
I did too.
Harrison Bader. He's got a thing going on. I'm not sure yet how to describe it.
Was that Drew Gilbert? Or was it Harrison Bader?
From the right side. Yeah.
Right. No, but like
it's the right-handed Drew Gilbert.
The archetype is the same. Like,
yeah.
Go crazy, Harrison.
If they ever end up on the team together, watch out. If somebody hits a homer, somebody's going to get hurt in the dugout.
They'll probably be punching each other.
I love it. So anyway, there was that. But yeah, also, as of a couple hours ago, a very, very positive update on Steph Curry. Full practice today, full contact. You had an interesting question that we'll throw to Steve Kerr here at 5 o'clock. I actually don't have the full picture of what that means.
Right.
So even just think about the way he says this. It's kind of interesting. Steph Curry practiced in full today, and now we're about to go do 5-on-5. Well, what'd you do in practice? My perception has always been that you do 5-on-5, like you play basketball in practice, right?
Probably not.
Like
at the NBA level.
Are you doing yoga? Are you doing yoga? I don't know. So, like, I want to hear what was Steph's day. Walk us through it like we're dumb.
Well, because we are.
Maybe we are. Yeah.
I mean, I coached high school, and you do a 2-hour practice.
Coaching?
And you do like, okay, we're going to do like layups, or we're going to do shooting drills, or we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to run, and at the end, we're going to scrimmage. And that's what you did virtually every day. But if you're an NBA coach, especially at this point of the year where we're damn near to April, and tomorrow is one of the worst days of the year, but I won't get into that now. April 1st, April Fool's Day, it's just so stupid.
It'll be fine.
It's jump the shark. I know it'll be fine, but it's just annoying. But if you're an NBA coach at this point of the year and you're practicing, you're not like doing a full-on 5-on-5. Let's go out there and let's run the press break and let's do this and that. So if Steph Curry needs to scrimmage, like who sticks around for that?
At 2:30 tomorrow, Victor Wembanyama is getting traded to the Golden State Warriors.
Thank you, exactly.
I'll announce it at 2:30 tomorrow. Grandy will hit the breaking news sounder. Victor Wembanyama forces his way to the Warriors just in time for the game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Victor is going to play for the Warriors. That's my prediction.
Well, and tomorrow you have to beware on Twitter of like, rap sheet with 2 P's or an extra E in there.
Well, that's every day, though.
Or
that's
Adam Schnifter or all the rest of it, like, the breaking news. It is every day, but especially tomorrow. Like Adam Schnifter and, John Heyman Well, John Heyman.
Yeah,
Just John Heyman.
He'll just
yeah.
Hey, here's what Steve Kerr said, and then we'll go from there. You'll also hear slates in this back and forth.
He went through full practice, but it was very light. We didn't do anything live. He's going to scrimmage right now, 5-on-5, and so yeah, it's a good step for him.
I would assume he's out tomorrow.
Yeah, he won't play tomorrow. I mean, we got to see how he responds to the scrimmage, and then we'll just take it day by day.
Would you say, is Thursday even on the table?
Doubtful. I mean,
okay.
I'm talking to Rick. It's scrimmage today, and see how he feels tomorrow, and then we'll go from there.
Jive's exactly what. Do you want to hear the text back and forth with Doc Pandia?
I do.
Or does it trigger you since you feel
you've been
like
teasing it?
Well, I mean,
I'm just 8 years of medical school away from being Doc Pandia.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
That and a GPA, which was woefully close to 2.0.
I mean, I'm sure there's a school out there that would take you. But anyway, the way I frame the question is, I want your opinion based on what we just learned and the fact that there are people out there who believe that something is being risked here. Are they risking anything either now or into the future? Doc Pandia's response. If he does 5-on-5 and feels well, it's a very good sign. The only tricky thing is knowing how the knee will respond to several games in a row, as things can always flare back up with increased load. But at this point, you kind of got to put him out there and see how he does if he passes all the tests through scrimmaging. You just can't simulate extended activity over several games. So then I had right over here, I have a follow-up, Doc Pandia.
Let's go to Mark on the text.
And so what I said was, okay, that's great info. What about long-term? Because I have heard over and over, why would you play now and put next season at risk? Is that a thing? He says, quote, unless there's something they're not telling us about the MRI, the good news is you can't really cause any long-term damage unless you push through pretty high pain for an extended period, i.e. he would be limping around out there every game and play through it anyway, which is clearly not happening. There's always the risk of a secondary injury by compensating, but that would be more kind of bad luck than anything else.
Yep.
So that's his answer. So everybody tuck all your grandma energy away with all of the fear-mongering and the what if and the if and the next year and then and the lottery and what happens if, put it away. Put it away. He's healthy and can do essentially no reasonable related damage now that has anything to do with this fall and winter.
And we'll know more tomorrow based on what he did in the scrimmage. Like, what's the level of soreness? Because I'm sure there'll be some soreness. There'll be some fatigue. And, they play tomorrow and they play Thursday. So he's going to be out for both of those. And then you have a Sunday game, which I think that would be the most likely game for him to return. Then it's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. So if you want to look at the last 5 games of the year, if he plays Sunday, could he play Tuesday? Sure. Would he play Thursday? Maybe. It would be Thursday or Friday.
Right.
And then Sunday, if you're already locked in your seed, you probably don't play him there either.
Which I think they are likely to be. You know me, I don't like to be defeatist, but the good thing about this ramp up, if you want to call it that, is I don't believe there's any part of the remaining 7 games where the Warriors are like, hey, Steph, come save us and go get us a seed. This is literally just about get yourself ready for April 14th, which is the first possible day that they would play. April 14th.
In the play-in, yeah.
In the play-in.
So they got 7 games left, and it's going to be no, probable, I think, against Houston.
Yeah, questionable.
Right. I mean, by the time you get there, and again, I'm just guessing, but
the leg's got to react correctly.
If you've got 7 games left, you're probably going to see Steph in 3 at the most. I would guess
3 or 4
at the most.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's no, and then it's like a Sunday and a Tuesday, and then a back-to-back, he'll play one of them, and then you get to that last game of the year. If it's meaningless, you probably sit everyone, except for Malavi and my guy, Yurtsev.
Unless he wants some minutes, because he's still kind of, getting his legs and all that. I mean, how many games has Kristaps played? And he's still like, we're not like 100%.
And I love that because, Kristaps, you were 5 for 5 from 3. How's that jumper? No, it's not there yet.
Not there yet.
It's not back.
It's not there yet because I was supposed to be 6 for 6, but that Pods dude won't pass.
Seriously, right? I mean,
sorry.
No, I mean,
true.
Go ahead and give the phone number. We'll unlock the phones and you can have,
Yeah, 888-957-PODS.
Exactly.
And call
on
it.
the Pods hotline.
Yep.
So, I mean, we had the Valkyries management team in the building today. And so, we're 13 days away from that. But in the meantime, if you're bored, just call and rip Pods.
Casey Schmidt in less than 10 minutes. And then Nick Friedel and Steve Kerr later on in the show. And it sounds like Steph Curry is getting ramped up and has crossed, again, not the last hurdle, but maybe almost all of the hurdles except for the last one. The last one being do your 5-on-5 and then let's monitor you for 48 hours and see how your leg is reacting. And if so, as you just detailed, I think the practices get ramped up on maybe Friday or Saturday in advance of Easter Sunday against the Houston Rockets and playing in that basketball game.
Which would be great. It'd be the hope. And I'm just a little struck by what you played from Steve Kerr when he said, we didn't do anything live. So today at practice, they didn't do anything live, which means it was drills without defense or drills without contact. And it was just kind of, maybe what we used to do like 5-on-0 where, you run the play against air, you run the offense against nobody, and maybe you do like shooting drills against nobody. So if you don't do anything live, it's kind of like an NFL practice where it's, non-padded and you're just like doing a little bit more than a walkthrough. It's like a full speed walkthrough type of thing.
Nice workout. It's funny though, because they said nothing live, but then they also called it full contact. Again, I don't know. I don't know what I'd love to hear the blow-by-blow of exactly what they did today. And obviously, it's great that Steve will join us at 5 o'clock because what we have from Steve now is prior to the 5-on-5 scrimmage. We'll get an update after the 5-on-5 scrimmage. It still won't be definitive because, again, per Steve, per Celebrini, per Doc Pandia, what they all want to do is you've arrived at the 5-on-5. Now we want to know how your body reacts over the next 48 hours. But we can at least hopefully get, he did it. He did the 5-on-5 and seemed fine.
And I want to know what it is. Like, are there refs? Is it like a 48-minute scrimmage? Like, what is it when you do a 5-on-5 scrimmage? I am fascinated by that.
All right, so all of that is coming up. But what's really, really coming up is one of the people who got hits for the Giants.
Casey hits.
Yeah, more than one of them.
Wow.
I didn't even know you could do that. And he did. He came up and he got another one. He was on base 3 times.
And he was reprimanded for that, I'm told.
Well, we'll take care of it from here. We'll give him a whole what for. But anyway, Casey Schmidt joins us next. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. This is Willard and Dibs.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You are suddenly in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. For 40 years, Habas Law has built the legal muscle that wins again and again, delivering justice where it belongs, with you. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Sadie from San Mateo. Thank you to R&S for responding right away and helping us with our new motor installation. Nuia is such a great technician, very nice, and installed our new gate system. I truly appreciate all the work you guys have done for us.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Listen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to not sell house. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
On one hop, and that's the ball game. Tony Vitello wins his first game as the Giants manager, and the Giants win their first game in this 2026 season, and as it always is, they just don't come easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. We're Giants fans. We're comfortable with torture. I don't know if we'd be comfortable without it. I don't want one of these 7-0 wins like the Yanks got last week. Bleep that.
Really?
These are my Giants.
I would love a 7-0 laugher, as Mike Krukow would say. Laugher.
All I care is that the number next to Giants was bigger than the number next to Padres when the whole thing ended. They did it. They're off the schneid. Giants get a victory, and one of the guys who was absolutely an integral part of that is none other than, and I guess we have to call him first baseman. We call him shortstop, third baseman, utility man. Right now, he is the Giants' first baseman, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. It's Casey Schmidt. Hey, Casey, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It is going very well, and much better than maybe it had been over the weekend. So why don't you give us a sense of what kind of, I don't know if the word is relief, but how did it settle everybody down to finally get one last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was good just to get that first one in the win column. Just playing relaxed, playing our game, having fun, and just trying not to press too hard. Obviously the Yankee series didn't go, what any of us would have imagined. Just coming out and getting that little reset and going out here in San Diego and playing and getting that win.
And for Tony Vitello, his first win as a big league skipper, what was that like for him when he got back in there with you guys in the clubhouse? Did you do something, kind of special, quote unquote, for him?
Yeah, we got him a little bit. His first win at the major league level, first of many. That was cool. To have him come into the locker room, and then we're all celebrating. And it was a special moment for sure.
Casey, he said that yes, there was beer, but his eyes were burning, so it was other stuff too. My mind went to Ben Gay. Can you give us a little bit of an idea of what the hell Tony got doused with last night?
I'll leave it at a little bit of everything. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Oh, so it's maybe we're a little risque here, maybe.
It was awesome. It was a lot of fun, and he loved it.
Can you give us a little bit? I think everyone's interested right now to know how big leaguers are receiving somebody who's never managed or coached in the big leagues before. So I think that what you're talking about maybe speaks to the relationship a little bit, but how would you describe the relationship you players have with Tony?
Yeah, I think it's a close relationship. The way that he, kind of gets everyone together. We all, sorry about the noise. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
No, you're good. You're good.
There's some carts going on behind me. It's just like a close relationship. It's only getting better. Everyone's just building that relationship. We all got to build it during spring training, and just having him around, and it's been awesome. He's been great. And we all really love having him around.
And he came out and he talked about, before the opener, a fire and brimstone speech, and before the first of 162. What is that like? And having a manager come out and that kind of a speech, what was that moment like before the start of the year?
Yeah, he got us going. Obviously, like I said, that series didn't go as planned, but we just keep going. We keep kicking, keep playing hard, keep playing our game, and just try not to do too much. I think that's kind of the name of the game. I think that's kind of when things start to go a little bit south, is when you're out there trying to do too much, whether that's in the field, hitting, pitching, whatever it is, but just try not to do too much, just going in there and just doing your job. I think that's, just the key thing.
Giant Casey Schmidt is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. And I have to say it that way, Giant, because I don't know what if someone walked up to you and they did not know Casey and they're like, oh, you're on the Giants. What position do you play? What would you say?
To say a little bit of everything.
and what's your comfort level with that? We know your story. You came up as a left side of the infield player, and by the way, a very, very good one. So can you take us through the journey of bouncing around the infield the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think maybe early on it was a little tough for me just to kind of have to bounce all those different positions around. It was shortstop, and then it was second. Now it's first. But I think over these last 2 seasons, I think just getting more comfortable with being used everywhere and not letting it kind of affect me. And just being as comfortable as I can being on the field. I think that's a huge thing for me. And I think this spring training was big for me because I got to play every single position. So I got to, touch all those positions and play there and work things out that way. So, I think it's all just because of spring training. It helped me, gain that confidence and, feel a lot more comfortable at every spot.
So last year you played first for the first time in the majors. When you get the word that you're going to play first, what's the process of getting a first baseman's glove? Do they have an extra? Do you go out and get a new one? Like, what's that like when you get told that you're going to play first base?
Yeah. So, I mean, it was in Houston. I remember the night before they just told me to take ground balls over there, and I took ground balls, did my thing. I was using Sam Huff's first base glove, and it wasn't really comfortable on my hand because I've never put my hand in one. But once that started getting implemented a little bit more, then I got my own glove, and then now I got my own glove, used it for that year, and then got my a personalized one. I just got a random glove off the website just because I needed a quick one. But yeah, I got my own glove now, so it says the Schmiz on it. So
I love it.
I love having it now. So now my hand fits good in it. I'm comfortable with it. So now it's all good.
You said the website, is it like firstbaseman'sgloves.com?
No, it was off the Rawlings website. You can't use anything else. I got to use Rawlings. So I got it off the Rawlings website and had my agent send one overnight shipping.
Perfect. Yeah, all of a sudden I imagine Casey Schmidt in bed in a hotel scrolling through Instagram, and because you guys were talking about first baseman's gloves, they're all popping up in your feed, and you just grabbed one. You're like, yeah, I'll play there too.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, well, I do need one, so I guess this one will do. So I got like a brown one. I got a brown one off the website. Express shipped it in, overnighted it, got it broken in, and I used it. I didn't really like it that much. And then I put my own little touches on a new one. So now the new one, it's black with a little bit of purple on the inside because of the City Connect. And now I love it.
Dude, you're a gem. If someone says, what kind of first baseman's glove did you get? You go brown. Like that's it. You're just like the color. That's what matters to you most.
I didn't know nothing about the sizes or anything. I know the sizes of the other ones, but the first base glove, I don't even know what size my first base glove is. I just saw it and I was like, all right, this is what we're gonna rock, and then we went from there.
There you go. Hey, have you tapped the helmet yet?
Say that again.
Have you tapped the helmet yet in a game?
No, I haven't yet. I haven't gotten a close one yet. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay. Did you guys experiment with it in spring training? And I think fans would love to hear what's the team-wide strategy, because you can only be wrong twice and then they're gone. So what do you guys talk about and how do you approach replay?
Yeah, I think we just kind of did it. At bat changing or, score changing, something like that, something that's going to be like pretty significant, unless like a 1,000% sure like that's not, that's not a strike or whatever it is. Same with the replay and stuff like that. You want to be very precise with how you're using it and, when you're using it.
And it makes sense because, you've got spots where you could be, selfish with it, I guess. If it's a 1-2 count in the third inning with nobody on base and you really, really want to use it, but if you're wrong, then that might cost somebody later in the game. Is there any sort of internal conversation or internal rule about you have to do it in a certain spot, or if you're really right, you can go ahead and use it?
Yeah, I think it's just really up to you whether you think it's, at bat changing or, could potentially, affect the score in some way. But yeah, it's kind of, it's on you to feel out those situations.
Casey Schmidt with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, the guys in the other room have one they want you to answer, Casey. How many shirts have you personally cut the sleeves off of?
How many shirts I cut the sleeves off of?
Yes.
Let's see. I like to cut the sleeves off of like the hoodies.
Right. I think that's why that's why the question.
Yeah, I like to do that, but I don't go with like the straight like tank top hoodie. I always leave like some sleeves on it. I do have a turtleneck that I did cut the sleeves off. I made a crop top like Bader's. So I don't know if you guys have seen Bader's crop tops, but they're pretty electric.
Well, we're starting to get to know Harrison a little bit, and my partner here actually just a second ago goes, he kind of looks like the right-handed Drew Gilbert. Can you give us a Drew Gilbert versus Harrison Bader personality breakdown, please?
Oh man, they're both one of a kind. They're both treats. So yeah, they're both one of a kind. But yeah, they're awesome.
And what's that like? I mean, he comes in and now it's 4 games in. He hits the first home run. And I was telling my partner, Mark, that by the time he got to second base, he had already flipped the bat, gestured up, 2 hands to the heavens. Is this guy just an absolute blast to be around?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a great person to be around. He brings a lot of energy. And yeah, he's one of a kind. He's awesome. Just with what he brings, to the field every single day. That the personality he has. He's awesome to be around.
Hey Casey, going back to first base for a sec. Let's say Rafi Devers' hamstring gets all better, or who knows? Maybe in a few weeks, Bryce Eldridge is up on the team. Have they talked to you at all with regard to what is the plan for you this year?
I have no idea. I'm just going in and going out and playing every day. So whatever is asking me, that's what I'm going to do. I don't have any, I don't know anything other than that.
Ron Washington added this year as the fielding coordinator, the defensive coordinator, for lack of a better way to describe it. Are you still out there taking ground balls at second and at short, or right now are you just primarily focused on first?
Right now, just doing first because that's kind of where most of my reps are. But I'm imagining, at some time here soon, I'll just go around and just touch the different positions and and just do everything I can just to stay ready at every spot.
Okay, Casey, it's time for the big finish. Couple fun questions on the way out the door. You ready to go?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's find it. A lot of fun. All right, Casey, you won't remember this, but you played this with us once before, and it's we have a clip of you saying that your favorite nickname for something you did on the field is when that ball got Schmidt on. So that's what came out of the last time we did this.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, so here we go again. The 2 categories, you pick one category. The categories are Casey at the bat or Aztec.
Let's go Aztec. Let's see what we got here.
Aztec. All right, here we go. What's the best part of being an alum and going to San Diego State?
I think just going to be able to go back to the field, go back to the stadium. I do, some of my lifts and stuff there. My beginning of the off season lifts and some of my hitting there and stuff like that, and always just kind of just having that area to go back to, and just like the relationships and that I've made in there. And I saw my head coach at the game here yesterday. I got to talk to him a little bit, still keep close contact with him, and I think just the relationships that I've made there. It's just I love it.
It must have been fun, like playing there, being from Chula Vista, about 15 minutes away. Did you get a lot of people like from your childhood coming out to watch your games?
Yeah, this series, every time I come to San Diego, I play for free.
I was going to ask you, how much did you spend in tickets last night, Casey?
I don't even know. I think I had like 14 of the ones that I had to pay for, and then everyone else just got their own.
I mean, that is so great. The pride of Chula Vista. East Lake High School, my first college girlfriend was from Chula Vista, but that's neither here nor there. Question number 2, Casey, what's your favorite use of technology? Is it video games? Is it social media? Is it watching stuff on your phone?
I gotta go video games, man. I love playing video games. It's cool for me just because.
Oh,
boom!
That's not the noise we're looking for.
No,
damn it! We're not done with Casey.
No, he'll be back. That was a.
He's calling back. Yeah, he's calling back.
I think that was a cheek hang up. You ever be on the phone, and you press it against your ear, and it just boom?
Yeah, well, we'll ask him.
Goes away.
Yeah, did you just have a cheek hang up? What just happened there, Casey?
I couldn't even tell you what just happened.
Okay, but you were talking about video games. Which ones you like? Where you play them?
Yeah, so like I said before my phone decided to end the call.
Favorite use of technology is not this phone.
Hanging up on you.
Here we go. So obviously I'm not going to pick my phone after that. Video game. Just I get to connect with, friends that I played with and, everyone that lives in different states and everything. We all get to, hop on the games and play and, talk to each other and just be able to keep in close communication with each other. I think that's always, such a good thing for me. And a key thing for me is just keeping my friend circle. And, we're all very, very close, very tight. And we all just get to go out and play video games together.
Last one, Casey, and you're not allowed to say they're both really great. I'm going to take that answer from you. Better Mexican food, San Diego or San Francisco?
All right.
Did we lose you again?
You can't put me on a spot right here like this.
I don't think it's not that offensive, is it? Like a non-answer means that the answer is San Diego, and you don't want to say
understand up here. Like
I get enough heat, guys. Are you kidding me? You're gonna put me on the spot like this.
Okay, so the answer is San Diego. Do you like do you like the fries in the burrito? Do you do the California burrito?
Yeah, I mean that's oh god, that's my thing, man. I love San Diego. I love San Diego Mexican food. Gosh, you guys are doing this to me, but yeah.
Did you get
San Diego Mexican food for me is it's always it's always just different for me. I feel like I'm just spoiled here.
Casey, did you get one today? Did you go get a French fry burrito before the game?
I did not get one today, but I did get one last night.
After the game or before?
After. I got one after.
Celebrate. You got 2 hits. Yeah.
Yeah. I got one after the game, and then I got one on the off day too. So
that's so good.
I'm trying to eat them so I get sick of it, but I'm never gonna get sick of it.
Never. My question was much more benign. I got overruled. My question was burrito, enchilada, or rolled tacos. Which one do you prefer of the three?
100% burrito. I'm a big California burrito guy. And my spot that they have in Chula Vista, there used to be one next to the stadium. There was a Lolita's right across, and that's my spot.
Yeah.
And there's one where I grew up and everything, and I was really excited, but I think last year they closed the one by the stadium, so I was a little butthurt.
Yeah, that's where my girlfriend and I broke up. Actually, was at Lolita's.
At Lolita's?
Yeah. So thanks, Casey.
Well, shit, then you get to get a little California burrito, and then it's all good.
Yeah, it would have been extra sour cream for the soul, right?
I got no girl, but I got a burrito.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got a Cali B.
My heart is empty,
you're set to go.
But my belly is full. Yeah, that's so good.
Casey,
where were you 35 years ago?
We'll let you go, dude. Thank you for calling back. Go get a couple more hits tonight, all right?
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate it. Casey Schmidt, real one. That's a real one.
Yes. I mean...
And congrats, YouTube. Did everybody get that one or just YouTube?
YouTube got it.
Okay.
No, Granny caught it.
I caught it. Don't worry. Who do you think I am?
No, just because he rolled over that one a little bit. It was debatable.
Who was the U.S. goalkeeper this year in the Olympic hockey gold medal game?
Oh, gosh.
Hellebuck.
Thank you. You are the Hellebuck of technical directors. This guy, he stands on his head.
Do I get a gold medal?
He catches everything.
No, you don't.
Yeah, catches everyone. By the way, speaking of the puck, that was a clutch win for the Sharks last night.
Sure.
Yeah, that was
And my
big.
guy, Macklin Celebrini.
Couple
I bet
lamplighters.
the over half a goal,
Yep.
and he got a deuce.
He got two.
And
an assist.
And they jumped over a bunch of teams in the West.
That was a big win. But anyway, enough about that. Back to Casey.
Casey Schmidt.
Dude.
Love him.
See, dude, now did you hear what he said there at the end where he's like, dude, I get enough crap and blah, blah, blah. Do you remember that what I said to you? It was either, I don't remember if it was yesterday or what day we were talking about how when Casey first came up to the bigs.
Yeah, yesterday.
He had a bunch of hits, and it was a big deal, and he was super playful, and everyone's doing, bubble gum on the hat brim, and that just all, like, it was so fun. And he was the toast of the town, and he was doing every interview, and his personality is this big. And then all of a sudden, he had a hard time commanding the strike zone, and next thing you know, he's back and forth between the minors, but when he comes back, he kind of crawled under a rock. I think he didn't really enjoy some of what was happening out in the media. And I get that. Come on, we have to cop to that. As members of the media, I get how some of the conversations that take place are probably pretty frustrating and uncomfortable for the guys. Like, how weird would that be to go to work, and then when you're done with work, you hop in the car and the radio comes on and they're talking about how you did with your work? What if we got in the car and there was a whole show about the parts that we screwed up with our show? Like, it's uncomfortable. But I'm glad that we just had that, you just got a glimpse of it there, I think, in that man, dude, he's got a personality this big.
He does.
He's an awesome guy.
And Lucas actually pointed out in my ear that his first ever at bat in the bigs was a home run. And I'm looking at his year, and it's now 4 seasons ago, by the way, 2023. And he came out, and his first 23 games, he's hitting .322, and the OPS was 800, and he was out there hitting everything. And then after that, it was a really kind of a long, slow decline. And like you said, when he came back, he didn't have the same confidence. But now I do think he has a much more greater awareness of not only who he is, but where he is in his career. And so you asked him if Devers comes back and he plays first, and Casey's like, well, yeah, I mean, I'll play wherever, second, short, a pinch hit, I mean, whatever.
Give me a catcher's helmet. Let's go. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Super useful player. I mean, that's always been the thing with him. They never had any worries about his glove. It was whether or not could he hit, and that's been an up and down experience. But when you can play every single spot on the infield diamond and just hit some, useful player. So there he is, Casey Schmidt. Couple hits and a run batted in last night down in his hometown of San Diego.
2 hits, 1 run batted in, 1 profanity, 1 burrito.
2 burritos.
2 burritos.
Got one on the off day.
Have a day, Casey.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More to react on that. We'll get back to the Steph Curry update that came earlier today, plus Nick Friedel joins us in 20 minutes. Your calls welcome, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
All right.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volts, batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining Sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right. Oh, God, that's my thing, man. I get enough heat, guys. Gosh, you guys are doing this to me.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Look, I don't care how hot it gets under the collar. We're talking burritos on this show.
We are, yeah.
Okay?
It's the big finish. It's supposed to be kind of not like light and easy, but it's supposed to not be like, we're going to put you in the corner.
Gosh, you guys are doing this to me.
Yeah, that was the director of Hard Questions.
That's my
Alexander.
That's my thing, man.
It's my favorite, and I want to shout out one of our listeners with a 415 area code. I see you on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and I noticed it like 2 questions into the interview. Willard, what happened to the big finish? Well, it's at the finish.
I get enough heat, guys.
No, we did not forget. We should do it with Kerr sometime. How come we've never done it with Steve Kerr?
We should. I don't know if today's the day, but maybe at the end of the regular season.
End of the year, yeah. Which, 2 months from now, at the end of the year.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard Steiny and Evan earlier today on
after
Steiny
the
and
conference
Goo.
finals.
But, I mean, Steiny was...
That was a stupid question, Steiny.
He was already, trolling everybody with, May and June. I mean, there's not going to be anything going on other than, the lottery and the draft. And he said it twice to make sure that he got everybody's reaction.
There's always something going on.
We're used to them being games going on.
I mean, there's no day where interesting conversations can't happen. And I don't know, I don't know if certain members of the media get scared of what if the Warriors aren't playing as long? I'll say the same thing to you. I've said it 1,000 times. We did radio from our homes during COVID with no sports. And I remember sitting there in my bedroom and then sometimes my garage at 1 a.m. after the Giants played the Pirates. And I'm like, nothing will ever feel hard in radio ever again.
Right. I did a morning show with Joe Fortenbaugh and Lorenzo Neal, and we got sent home for a week, maybe 2. And I got sent home with equipment. And, we started doing it. And then Rudy Gobert touched a bunch of microphones. And then sports got canceled. And even my beloved March Madness got canceled. And all that we had left was Korean baseball, KBO.
I'll remember that.
And the Bundesliga. German soccer somehow soldiered on.
And The Last Dance, which wasn't even live.
And Tiger King, which...
No,
whatever.
It's not sports.
No, I mean, it was sporting
just
enough.
Because there's a golfer with the name Tiger, the Tiger King was not sports.
I got the Tiger minus 280 against that one lady's arm. Pay the favorite.
Carol Baskin.
Yes. She wasn't the one who got her arm gobbled. It was one of his assistants. But the Baskin drop is worth 4 points for you, Grandy. That's awesome.
Carol Baskin... Didn't somebody try to kill somebody or something? Or
he allegedly tried to kill Carol Baskin because Baskin wanted his tigers off his land because he was, quote, abusive. And so he set about to have somebody go out and try to take her out. And
but she also had a thing with her husband, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a thing with her husband, Grandy. Yeah, she did.
As in,
no, like a criminal thing.
Yes, like
a problem.
Right, you can't just say she had a thing with her husband.
Yeah, you can. I knew what he meant.
We're talking about killing people, so I brought up her and her husband.
I knew what he meant.
Okay.
Alleged.
Exactly.
Allegedly.
We have to keep this all.
Who doesn't have a thing with their husband? I mean, unless you don't have one.
Correct, and I don't.
If you have it, right. But have you ever known any woman or man?
That's right.
That doesn't have a thing with their husband?
She was alleged to have taken her husband out, and allegedly he wound up in a large hole in their yard about 6 feet underground.
Right.
Allegedly. Thank you, Grandy.
Still unproven at this
You're
hour?
welcome.
I guess, but when you say she had a thing with her husband... I don't immediately go to potential spouse's side.
But the context was there.
And the reason I said it was because it is alleged, so I didn't want to just go out and say it.
But the reason why I took it in a different direction is to make him laugh and to make you feel uncomfortable, Grandy. Because
mission accomplished.
Thank you on both fronts.
Making me laugh is not hard.
Nor is making him uncomfortable.
Well,
anything that is of a sexual nature.
No, that was. I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that either. Yeah.
I even gave him a purr too.
No, don't do that.
Yeah.
No.
Baskin. Mike Breen on the call.
All right.
It's about enough out of me. Thank you, Sharapova.
We can move on now. Nick Friedel in 8 minutes. Here's Steve Kerr with Anthony Slater earlier after practice, but before the scrimmage.
He went through full practice, but it was very light. We didn't do anything live. He's going to scrimmage right now, 5-on-5. And so, yeah, it's a good step for him.
I would assume he's out tomorrow.
Yeah, he won't play tomorrow. We got to see how he responds to the scrimmage, and then we'll just take it day by day.
Would you say, is Thursday even on the table?
Doubtful.
Okay.
We're talking to Rick. It's scrimmage today, and see how he feels tomorrow, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so and I can already tell you a little bit about what will happen. I think you'll want to be here. It's going to be important. Obviously, Steve Kerr will be on with us at 5:00, and I think that the fingers crossed answer is the scrimmage went well, and now we'll see how he feels over the next 48 hours. We got to wait and see how the knee responds. If the knee responds well, because you could tell, Slates was not going to go through the whole schedule. But if tomorrow is out and Thursday is doubtful, that means Thursday's out too. So, they're going to see how he feels. And due to the fact that then there's 2 more days off before there's another game, in a perfect world, could Steph play Sunday against Houston? And we'll get those answers. We'll get those answers at 5:00.
I think he will play Sunday against Houston if the scrimmage today went well and you get to tomorrow and there isn't any additional pain in the knee. And so tomorrow they play, Thursday they play, which means Friday they won't practice. That'll be an off day. Right. And then Saturday would be probably a little bit like today, a little bit of a light one. And if Steph Curry can scrimmage today and then the next 2 days he doesn't have any additional pain, I'm sure Friday he'll work out and the whole team probably won't be there. But then Saturday, if he goes through a normal practice, then Sunday he plays.
So 888-957-9570, and Friedell's going to be here in 5 minutes. But I do think, especially with Casey coming on the show, we haven't really had a chance to explore this yet, and I think we would like to do that with you as things unfold and as we get closer to talking to Steve at 5:00. I'm super curious how this is landing with Warrior fans, because the conversation that many of us have had over recent weeks, maybe not me, maybe not you, but a lot of our callers, a lot of what we see online across all platforms, was a lot of concern about, why would you play him? If there's any risk at all, and in fact, some of it's even strategic. Some people are like, I don't even care if there's no risk for injury. At this point, go ahead, get the 10, lose that game, and get yourself your pick. That's the best thing you could do with the rest of the season. There are people, Warrior fans, out there who feel that way. But my immediate take, and I'm wondering if I'm right, is that this is kind of the way my brain works on the news that Steph might be coming back. You know how when people will go online, and you and I experienced this to a small degree, but you go online and you rip some sort of a celebrity. What if you go online and you rip Shaq? Why can't you shoot a free throw, you big stiff? Why couldn't you and Kobe get along, you big stiff? And then you ran into Shaq that night. And you would immediately be like, oh my God, it's Shaq!
Can I get a picture?
Can I get a picture? So the thing that you sort of rally against, when then a different reality is presented with you, you can't help but be excited. And that, I know that's a weird comparison, but that's how I feel about this. Even those of you who are like, don't play Steph, that's stupid. What to what end? What are we gaining? But then you get the news today, oh, dude, he could play Sunday. How can you not be interested and excited?
Right. Excited, exactly. And when you see him out there, and if he does play on Sunday, first time he gets that ball from 28 feet and fires away and hits a 3, you're not going to be thinking, oh, boy, he shouldn't have shot that. Right. He should be on the sideline. You're going to think, oh, my God, that was amazing. And he'll do one of his classic, 4-point play shots where he gets hit and he drills one and he gets knocked into the third row and he'll do his 1, 2, 3, 4 count. You won't be thinking, oh, boy, hope it didn't hurt his finger. That might jeopardize his whole career. You're going to be in the moment and you're going to be enjoying exactly what it is.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm here. I'm back. Remember that moment?
Yep.
It was in Portland, right?
I think so.
Yes, it was.
That was in Portland. Yep. That was in Portland, which is exactly where they're probably going to end up here in a couple of weeks.
No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Nick Friedel is going to join us next. We'll talk it out, and then we're going to open it up to you at 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by Safeway. Steph Curry was getting ready, when last updated a few hours ago, was getting ready for what many consider to be the final hurdle. Go 5-on-5 and then feel good over the next day or two. Well, he either already went 5-on-5 or is doing 5-on-5 right now. We're going to talk that out with Nick Friedel, our Warrior Insider, Odyssey NBA Insider, coming up next. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to the Safeway Deli this week for tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless. Selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years in business. They set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem built on relationships that benefit all of us right here in the Bay Area community. They're a family-owned bank, and it's got that family-owned feel, and they are committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community. And I know about their clients' goals because I'm one of the clients, and they definitely take care of me and contribute to my goals. And I made the change more than 5 years ago because I wanted to be a part of a bank that does just that, takes care of me as a person, not like one of these big box banks that doesn't even see me as anything more than a 10-digit account number. They see me as a person, and they try to take care of me and my financial goals. And my money, when I deposit it into Fremont Bank, it stays right here, and it gets reinvested into home ownership and business loans and philanthropy. And in fact, Fremont Bank designates 5% of their earnings for charity, and that stays right here in the Bay Area. And also, by the way, I haven't paid an ATM fee since I joined Fremont Bank more than 5 years ago. Big Box Bank charges me one. Fremont Bank will reimburse me, and they don't charge me a fee of their own. Just another great reason why you should be a part of Fremont Bank. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
No, what puts a smile on his face is that he might actually get to watch, wait for it now, a good basketball player.
Wait a minute.
No, maybe.
What do you got against Yurt 7? Yurt 7.
Actually, I'll tell you exactly what I've got against Yurt 7.
Maybe he has a special 1,000-word player profile on the aforementioned Yurt 7.
We'll find that out in a minute. But I took lovely Christy to the game on Friday night. Mm-hmm. She asked me, who's that? No less than 6 times. I'm like, it's Yurt 7.
Hello?
And then like 10 minutes later, she's like, who's that one? I'm like, it's Yurt 7. And then finally she got to the correct question, which, who the hell is Yurt 7?
What's a Yurt 7?
Exactly. And then I went downstairs and I saw Nick Friedel in the media room and he was staring at the TV, wondering what the hell has happened to his life.
You should have told her that Yurt is a Latvian word for 6.
I'm not going there. I fought like hell to not go.
Funny.
It is funny. But
Friedel likes it.
Okay,
that's all that matters.
Out to the River Islands guest line because on the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Up to the minute. Okay, Nick, what's going on? Has this 5-on-5 scrimmage already happened or what's going on?
I'm waiting to hear from Steve just like you guys are. But, Mark, what the key is, and Lucas and I were just talking during the break, I'm curious as to what Steve says. He's got to know the question is coming, and everybody's kind of waited with bated breath to see how Steph is feeling. The real question is, how does he feel tomorrow morning?
Right.
How does he come through after going through the scrimmage, and how does that knee look, and how does everything feel? The educated guess at this point is if he goes through this scrimmage and he's feeling good tomorrow morning, they're going to give him another scrimmage in the next couple days. They're going to continue to try to ramp him up in practice. They got a bunch of days off, which is shocking given the way the NBA schedule lines up in these last couple months between the second game of the back-to-back against Cleveland and then on Sunday against Houston. In theory, if he comes back against Houston on Sunday, that would allow for at least 4 games of being out there, getting 20 minutes or so in the fold and trying to catch a rhythm because, guys, he's not going to play both sides of a back-to-back after being off 2 months. So the signs at least seem to point to Sunday, but that's all contingent on how does he feel after getting up and down the floor again after being off for so long.
And have you gotten any sense that at any of these steps that he's had quote-unquote setbacks? Because it seems like the timeline has gone on longer than what we would have thought, but I haven't heard anything about him sustaining any setbacks.
Mr. Dibbs, the setback, it came originally right after the All-Star break. Nobody ever termed it that officially, but that's when it happened. Because I can remember being in L.A. right before the break, and I saw Steph for a couple minutes. They had one of those informal workouts on the day in between. It was actually the day before that Laker game when Dunleavy was out there and Porzingis was introduced to the media, and you thought, all right, Steph's right there. He came back off the All-Star break, and he wasn't able to go through 5-on-5. I mean, that really is the marker. That's why today is so big, because it's been so long since he's been able to scrimmage. But when he didn't go through that, and right after the break, you went, oh, well, something's going on with the knee. That was the setback. Exactly what it was and what happened, I don't think anybody still knows for sure, and certainly hasn't said publicly. The feel was that he was going to do this, the 5-on-5, and go through a scrimmage in Atlanta last week. The Warriors made it very clear there was not a setback. Rick Celebrini just didn't feel like he was ready to take that next step. That gets backed up by the fact that he's out there either right now or has just completed his first 5-on-5. So as far as the dynamics of when and how all this came to be, there absolutely was a setback after the All-Star break that he wasn't able to be into the rehab process the way they thought, because everybody thought that after the break, going back to that Celtics game when Porzingis debuted, that Steph would be out there too. It does feel like we're getting closer. And guys, I've been telling you for 3 or 4 weeks, the reason that this is happening is because of Steph. Steph did not want to sit from the end of January until the mid part of October and not playing an NBA game. He wants to be back. He's been pushing to be back. If Rick Celebrini clears him, he will be back very soon, it sounds like. But we've got to wait a few more days and see how that knee responds.
Nick Friedel with us. I want to hear you speak a little bit further about what you just said. He wants to play sometime between, January and October. In your mind, based on your conversations, why is that so important to him?
Mark, I know the answer because I talked to him. And the answer is because he knows he doesn't have a lot of shots left to play in games that matter. That is what this boils down to. I know I listen to you guys all the time. I know people call in and say, I would shut Steph down. It's not worth the risk. Steph Curry wants to be out there because he understands that his career is not going to go on forever and ever. He wants to be in the play-in. He wants to try and deliver them into the playoffs and at least get into a series and see what happened, because Mark, he knows he doesn't have a lot of years left. I mean, he understands that part. On top of the fact, guys, that I think this has gotten lost in the conversation a little bit, certainly in the last couple of weeks, but I think Steph wants to be out there, not just for him. I think he wants to remind everybody, hey, I'm still the baddest dude on the block. And there's so much speculation, and I look forward to talking to you guys throughout the summer, but is it Kawhi? Is it LeBron? Is it the Giannis sweepstakes that they could potentially get back into? The best thing that the Warriors could do to make anybody feel like, hey, this is still a great place to be and you'll still have a chance, is for Steph Curry to be out there doing Steph Curry things. He can't do that if he's sitting on the sideline. So that's why for all the people that call in and say, oh, it's just not worth it, you're forgetting one very crucial part of the equation here. Steph wants to be out there. Nobody is telling Steph Curry he can't play as long as he's cleared. That's what we're all waiting for. Does the medical staff come in and say, Steph, you look good, everything looks right, we'll see you on the floor? He wants to be the one still making the decisions and still dominating, because he knows, Mark, that there's just not a lot of time left for him to be out there on that platform in the biggest of games. And I think that is the part that has gotten lost in the conversation. He hears all the stuff. I mean, he knows people want him to shut it down. But when we started talking about it a couple weeks ago, he just looked at me like, come on now. I'm going to be out there. I want to get the chance to have a few regular season games under my belt before the play-in, but I want to still deliver when I can, because I know there's only so much time left.
Is part of this, too, the whole idea of maybe it's not recruiting Kristaps Porzingis, but also, letting Kristaps know that, hey, Steph Curry, he wants to play, and you and he are going to be great together. Is this another kind of secondary piece of just why Steph wants to return?
100%. And Mr. Dibbs, both Kristaps and Steph, they all know that the only way to make sure that it works is for both guys to be out there at the same time. I would tell you from a distance, it sure feels like Porzingis loves the Warriors. He has developed a quick relationship that seems like it's pretty solid with not only the coaching staff and some of his teammates, but with Celebrini and the training staff. And when you've gone through what Porzingis has gone through the last couple of years with the POTS diagnosis, with the ups and downs of whether or not he's going to be on the floor, that kind of stuff is important. So I think that is a huge part of why Steph is pushing, because he wants to see how it looks, just like Porzingis wants to see how it looks. Guys, I know that fans don't certainly want the Warriors to get older, and they don't want to add guys who have health concerns. All I would tell you is, given their cap situation, Porzingis fits. How much he'd be able to play next year and how he'd be able to stay on the floor, only time will tell. But he absolutely would fit with Steph Curry, because like so many other guys, it's not that difficult to play with a guy who can shoot it like that. And I actually think that Guy Santos had a great line today after practice. He said, it's great having Steph back because he draws two guys everywhere he goes. It's more space for me. I mean, Guy's had a hell of a year, but he doesn't have the track record that Porzingis does. So there are a lot of reasons to like the pairing. But Dibbs, to your point, both guys want to see how that pairing looks in real life.
Talking with Nick Friedel and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Okay, Nick, so when you said no one is telling a healthy Steph Curry that he can't go out there, I get that. Is there anybody that wants to? Do you sense any hesitancy from anyone in the organization about this?
I don't sense it from Steve Kerr. I don't sense it from Mike Dunleavy. Mark, I can't speak directly to Joe Lacob because I haven't seen him in a few weeks and been able to ask him myself. But I think at this point, what I would tell you is that the organization as a whole feels like Steph has earned the right to do whatever he'd like to do. And again, if he's cleared and he's feeling fine, I don't think anybody's going to sit there and say, no, Steph, it's just not worth it. He's gone through every rehab process that there could be over the last couple months. He's sat out. And I actually believe, at least as it pertains to Kerr and Dunleavy, they think it's a good thing. Steph wants to be out there. We still want to play. We want to do the best we can to close the year. Let's see what happens. I don't think anybody is under the illusion that Steph's going to lead them through the Western Conference playoffs, guys, and they're going to knock off, the Thunder or whomever else may be in their way. I absolutely do think that with Steph back, feeling good, they think they can get out of the play-in. That's 2 games, and we'll see if that's able to happen. But again, if you're trying to line up the summer and you're trying to say to whomever it may be, come to the Warriors, this is the place for you, the best way you can do that, and the best recruiting pitch this team is ever going to have is having Steph out there on the floor. So he wants to be out there for himself. He wants to be out there for Porzingis and the group that's been fighting without him for months at this point, and he knows what he represents. And with him out there, I don't think there is a single person from Lacob on down that's going to stand in his way.
They've got 7 left to go, and the next 2 are tomorrow and Thursday, back-to-backs. He won't play in those, most likely, most assuredly. And after that, you got 5 games, including a back-to-back. What do you think is the best-case scenario for Steph Curry in that final 5? How many games do you think that he likely could play?
Dibs, it's 4, because he's not going to play in both sides of that last back-to-back. So it's 4 games. If he comes back Sunday, it sets up where he can go 20 minutes and build up from there, 25 into 30 maybe in that last game in L.A. But it's a solid number. And again, I go back to the conversation I had with him at the Garden a couple weeks ago. Back then it was, hey, ideally 6 to 8 games, and you're feeling good about where you're at going into the play-in, but you have found a rhythm. The window's a little tighter now. The runway is such that it's probably only going to be 4 games in a best-case scenario. But that's 4 more games than just dropping him in the play-in and say, hey, Steph, do what you can, man. They're just not going to do this. I mean, guys, I think the other part to this is, depending on how things go today and, again, how he's feeling the next couple days, I think Sunday is essentially it. If we don't see him back Sunday to start this process that we're all discussing, I think the plug's going to get pulled, because you also don't want him to play 2 or 3 games and then go, hey, give us 30 in the play-in in a much more intense atmosphere. So Sunday really looks like it's lining up for what could be. And if it doesn't happen by that Rockets game, Dibs, I think the conversation is going to shift in a hurry.
You think Pods will pass him the ball?
I think there's one guy that you can always count on Pods passing the ball to, and it's Steph. Because Pods knows the rule, and the rule is, at least with this team, you get Steph the ball when you get the chance.
I love that you took my question seriously. That was very sweet of you.
Hey, you never know which direction it could go with Pods. I know that we've talked about him seemingly every day all year. I would tell you, though, Mark, for all the people that can't stand Pods, and I know they're out there, that dude's playing pretty well.
Yep.
And the consistency that has eluded his game at times throughout this season, it's there pretty well right now. I know there were moments in that game in Denver the other night. I remember one specifically where Porzingis wanted him to pass it. It didn't happen. He's got to work on that, Pods does. But on the whole, anybody who has been hating on Pods, they're just not watching these last few weeks, because he's certainly taken a step.
Yeah, so, it's all kind of been brought to light. We've had an opportunity to talk to him about it. He's had an opportunity to talk about it. He is keenly aware of all of the talk that's all over social media. What do you see in terms of how he's handling it?
I think for him to broach it, Mark, is a great sign. For him to be open about it. He talked to you guys about it. He's talked to us about it now in the last few days. I wasn't here in the beginning of when Pods arrived, so I can't speak to what he used to be as far as his dealings with the media, but I don't think there's any question after the vitriol that came his way on social media, he just kind of went into a shell publicly. He didn't want to say anything. It was rare where he went to the podium. It was rare when he gave an answer that you thought was illuminating in any kind of way, because I think he just didn't want to deal with the backlash. I don't blame him, man. I mean, that's a human response. But for him to discuss it and for him to say, look, there's some stuff that I wish I could take back, and for Kerr to say part of growing up in the NBA is learning how to deal with the media, I think that's all solid growth for his future. And it leads me again, and I know we talked about it last week, but it leads me back to, if you were betting on is Pods going to end up staying with this team long term or not, I would put the money on yes right now. I think the money will be worked out at some point, whether it happens this summer or beyond. I just think he likes it here. I know that the social media chatter has been something that nobody could have expected in the fervor that has come his way with some of those comments, but I think he likes it. I think the coaching staff still believes in him. And to what we've been saying, I think he's taken another step in his own game. Now, what kind of player he can become fully in time, we'll see. But there is no question that he's playing better and more consistently, guys, right now than he was to start the year.
No doubt, especially over the last 4 games where they've won 3 of the 4. And, the Warriors put out the a little bit of the PR campaign on Pod's behalf, as they should, because I'm with you, Nick. He's playing much better. Tomorrow you get Victor Wembanyama in town, and, he's making a little bit, I guess, of a late MVP bid. I don't think he's going to quite get there, but how excited are you, and how excited should fans be to actually watch this guy get out there and play?
Dibs, you know how much I enjoy still watching Steph, not only for what I do as a job, but I've been a fan of the game my whole life. I mean, it's an experience that nobody else can replicate. Nobody else can shoot the way he can over and over and knock down shots from all over and show that kind of dominance. I say that because when you watch Victor Wembanyama play and you go to the gym and you see what he can do, he does stuff that I've never seen before. He's one of the few guys that at this stage, I'm like 20 years into covering the league, that I would spend my money on to go pay for a ticket had I not been lucky enough to do what I'm doing and covering these games. Those games in San Antonio when Steph went crazy and was scoring 45 and shooting the lights out in November, the other parts that I remember, like Victor sticking out his arm and dunking over Draymond, and all the writers are looking at each other like, what the bleep is this? Hey. Like, I didn't want to go Casey Schmidt here, but
nice.
I'm watching Wemby and I'm going, this is a dude that people should come out to see. And Dibs, the part to me that I appreciate the most about Wemby, he cares. Like, he wants to go out every night and perform. And that is not something we're used to seeing, especially in the younger generation. I cannot tell you how many times, and this goes way deeper than just the Warriors, but you're watching games and you're looking at guys on the floor and you're like, this has the intensity of an all-star game. There is just not much feel for what's going on. Guys just run up and down the court shooting jumpers. You don't sense that with Wemby. You sense a guy who knows what he represents and knows that he's continuing to improve in his own game. And when you watch somebody like that who has the personality that people would want to follow day to day, I think that is very, very important for the NBA on a whole.
Nick, great stuff, and we will happily give you that next 5-on-5 update here in about an hour and 20 minutes.
I'll be right next to my radio listening, and I'm curious to see how not just Steve plays it in the response, but what happens in the next couple days, guys. Because Dibs, this goes back to your question about setbacks. If Steph comes out and he feels good and Steve gives you all a good update here soon, and the Warriors say, all right, he's going to scrimmage again in another couple days, it feels like all systems go. If for whatever reason there is some sort of issue here between now and, let's say, Wednesday or Thursday, again, I think the plug could get pulled because they're running out of time. So either it all works the way they hope it will, or we're going to be talking next week that they probably shut Steph down for the rest of the year.
All right. Exciting stuff, my friend. Thank you as always, and we'll talk to you again next week.
You got it. See you guys.
There he goes. That is Odyssey Sports NBA Insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. That goes alongside what I've been saying for the last few days, which is not that Steph wouldn't play, but that he's dormy. It has to go perfect from here. So whatever is happening right now or just happened within the last hour and a half, I hope it went well.
Right. And tomorrow's big, too. I mean, if it went well today, then tomorrow it has to also go well. And then Thursday it has to also still feel well. And all eyes on Sunday. And can he play 4 games between now and the end of the regular year?
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The phone lines are open. Steve Kerr at 5. Until then, it's open for you at 888-957-9570. Are you seeing Steph Curry's potential return as a good thing, or were you on the side of just shut him down and wait for next year. I thought Nick said something in there that maybe we hadn't thought of yet that's a key to this whole thing. So I'll unveil that coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Hang on. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Okay.
This is quick aside.
Okay.
Quick aside.
What are you trying to do over there?
What do you mean what am I trying to do over there?
You're trying to, pull something up, off the internet.
Yeah.
A story.
Yeah.
A something.
A quote from Tony Vitello.
Oh, I actually read it. You mentioned it before you went out and got yourself some candy and not me, and I actually read it.
Yeah, it just got put out. It was actually, I had to do a hard right turn to get one, and I grabbed one, and then Whitley came out and was like, "We're back." And so I then had to hustle in here. That's a long way of saying you're right. I left you out.
That's fine.
Yeah, I left you out. But there's plenty in there.
Yes,
you
but
go get you one.
Before you left, you told me about this quote, and I looked it up and I read it, and I thought, we're going to have to talk about this. Because your guy, he can't leave well enough alone.
Obviously, I'm sort of back.
Apparently.
This is the most Kapler-esque thing that Tony Vitello has ever said. And I don't mind this, by the way, at all, but it's it's just funny. It's funny. We're going to get back to Steph in just a second, but check this out. So, Bags, Andy Baggerly, I guess, was talking to Tony about this perceived tightness, people trying to hit 10-run home runs and stuff like that with the Giants when they weren't hitting. That was back in the day when they weren't hitting. Now they're hitting. Now they're getting 3 runs a game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, quote, I really don't feel like there's been a tightness like waiting for bad things to happen or guys yelling at each other. I just think there's been an emotional charge of really wanting to do well. If you ask Kanye, if you ask Kanye, I think he's out with a new album. This is part of the quote. If you try hard, you die hard. Strange fella, but he don't miss much on the music. Not that you asked. End quote. Tony Vitello, manager, San Francisco Giants.
Right. Next up will be an Instagram video about him and a burger cooked medium rare. I mean, what are we doing here?
We're talking about Kanye.
Right.
Not that you asked.
And that's a line from this song that I'm playing, guys.
Yeah,
Can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, we got, well, I'm not going to say we got, I got that, and I know Dibbs got that.
Right.
Some of our audience may get that, and some of the audience might not get that.
Okay.
If you try hard, you die hard.
Okay. Shout out Bruce Willis.
Oh.
Thank you. Right. Can we take a press conference off? Can we just have one press conference where it's the bats look better and the defense was good and I like the way we pitched and we'll come back and get it tomorrow.
Wait, you want like boring coach speak?
I want him to have that in his repertoire. I don't want every day to be about what did Tony say. You're 1-3 and you've scored 4 runs. It's okay to take a day off, take a play off. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's a little bit like the football player who you're down 28-3 and you're a defensive back and you come up on a blitz against the run game and you stuff the running back and you hold him to a loss of 1 yard and you get up and you are woofing and stomping and dancing. You're down 28-3. I don't know. Maybe just run back to the huddle and, put your chin strap back on and try again.
Okay, here's what I feel like you're asking for, though. You are asking for inauthenticity.
No.
Yeah, you are.
I'm really not.
No.
I'm asking for context.
Right, but for him, that is totally inauthentic. It just is. That's not him. That's not like...
Well, we don't know what's him really.
I already know that that's not him. That's like, it's clearly not him. It's never been him. It's not who he was at Tennessee. It's not who he's been in every single media avail. It's not who he's been even in the short period of time that I stood out on the field on Friday and just kind of watched him interact with others. It's not who he is. So I get what you're saying. I think maybe that feels safer to you and to fans. It feels safer to like not put yourself out there in that sort of way. And I know that when you're 1-3 with 4 runs scored, people don't want to hear you quote Kanye. I get it. Like we are on some levels, we are full circle. We went from Bruce Bochy to Gabe Kapler.
And then all the way back to Bob Melvin.
Back to Bob Melvin. And now we're 75% back to Kapler.
A little bit.
Like we don't have it. I don't think we're overly analytical. I don't think he's that kind of, I don't think he's going to turn his office into a club. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think Tony is going to be in full black denim and a bike on the Embarcadero constantly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But like, I'm not saying he's Gabe, but that's a very Gabe-esque quote. But that's Tony. Like my thing right now this early is to go along with what I said yesterday, and hello to all you people on Twitter who just lost your minds. Oh my God, you hate Tony Vitello. What? All I said was, I don't think the team's pressing. I think Tony's pressing. Because Tony is jumping out going, like, let's do a big speech. And then 3 days later, he's like, I probably shouldn't have done the speech. And this is my fault. And there's tension and it's like, no, I'm with Robbie Ray. We're fine. Everything is totally chill. And along those lines, I don't want Tony to now suddenly try to be someone he's not. Be you. It's fine. Be completely authentic. If you want to quote Kanye, do it. You might get some people who are uncomfortable with that, but that's not going to lose any baseball games. It's just a matter of what pairs with it. When you quote Kanye at 1-3, people don't like it. If you quote him at 3-1, ooh, you're eclectic and fun.
Maybe. I mean, I don't quite see it that way. I mean, Kanye is somebody either you love or you don't love. I like his early works, and him as a person, I think he's a little bit too far out on the periphery for me as far as like people that I would look up to as pop culture role models. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and quote Kanye West, you can do it. My whole thing is you're new on the job. You got your first win. You're 1-3. Let's just go ahead and, I don't know, put your head down and be a skipper of a baseball team and do what you're doing instead of say things that make people like you and me and other people like take notice of your eccentricities. That's all.
I totally hear you, but it does circle back to what we said yesterday. And I think that this does put people into a catch-22. We, the media, want you to be interesting. And then when you are, we're like, you're doing too much. Calm it down and give me a basic answer. You know, we need boys to catch the ball and got to hit the ball. It's a long season.
Yep.
And
we're taking one at a time.
Snooze.
And we're taking one at-bat at a time. And the good Lord willing, by the end of the year, hopefully we'll be right there and we'll have a chance to make them playoffs.
If we can win more than we lose.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't think it's Tony. I don't know the guy, but we've been around him a number of times now, and I don't think that's him. And I don't want inauthenticity. But listen to this. I think that this one is going to be on your side of the fence. And by the way, we can quick aside here we'll get back to Steph Curry, but 888-957-9570, if you think Tony is refreshing or if he is, as Jim Bowden just put it, a deer in headlights. Listen to this. Jim Bowden, who is now an analyst, former GM in the sport, and this is on foul territory. Listen to what he says about Vitello.
As the cameras zoom in the dugout, I kind of feel like at times he's like a deer in headlights. And you watch coaches kind of talk to him, and he just kind of stares sometimes, which is kind of concerning. In terms of his comments after the game, to me, it looked like a college coach trying to be a big league manager. I haven't understood the quotes. I think that when you're coaching college kids, you could say whatever you want, and they're going to respect whatever you say, and there's not going to be pushback. And if the media is covering you in college, they're going to write what the coach says. They're not going to write what the players say, right? And the players aren't going to contradict the manager. When you get to the big leagues, there's not a player in that dugout that doesn't have more professional experience than Tony Vitello. Most of them are getting paid more than Tony Vitello. So if Tony wants to sit there and say college stuff to major league players, they're going to push back. It's not going to play well.
Okay, so that's consider that the appetizer. But then here comes the main course. Listen to Jim Bowden's next comment about Tony Vitello, again from foul territory.
Look, you got to give him time. I like the man. I think he's a good communicator. I think he's got great energy. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he's over his head. So what do? We fix it. So how do we fix it? Well, if I am sitting there and I'm Buster Posey or I'm Zach Manassi, and this is what I'm going to do. I've got two guys on my payroll that are both going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. One named Bruce Bochy and one named Dusty Baker. I'm going to let them split the duties, okay? But what we're going to do after every single game and after every single press conference of every single game, one of them is going to sit down and go through the game with Tony Vitello. Going to talk about all the moves, what he did, what he didn't do, what he could do, what he should do. Talk about what he's going to do tomorrow and the next day, what his thoughts on that. And then we're going to break down what he said to the media and what works and doesn't work. We want him to be himself, but we also want him to be professional and not embarrass us, which right now he's embarrassing us, is my take. So I'm for Tony Vitello. I want this to work. Don't tell me after the first week that it's working. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going by wins and losses. The Yankees have a better team. They went up against amazing pitching in Fried, Schlittler, and Warren. The bullpen was great. The losses weren't on Vitello, but let's evaluate him as a manager. He's not ready yet.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Wow. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You say, wow.
That's like he's advocating for training wheels. So you give the guy the job, and then you want Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker to take turns. Mm-hmm. You get this game, and then I'll get the next, and we're going to run through the game, moves you made, moves you should have made, what you said in the press conference, what you shouldn't have said, what maybe you should have said instead of what you said. Like, no adult human being would allow that. If you get the job from Tennessee, you're not going to subject yourself to that sort of scrutiny. Now, if you want to have an advisor, like maybe pull him aside every now and again and say, hey, walk me through what you did on Tuesday against Milwaukee. What were you thinking with that move behind closed doors privately? That's different. What Jim is advocating is basically training wheels.
Where's the part where he says, in his opinion, right now, this is embarrassing the Giants? Which part?
Well, and then he went on to say, you face a Yankee team that's just really good and better than you, so that's not on Tony Vitello.
What's the part that's embarrassing the Giants?
There's no part that's embarrassing the Giants, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know what is embarrassing. And, if you want to go through and talk to Tony about all the, quote, moves he's making, 4 games in, he's made one move with the offense. He took a really fast guy and said, you go run. Go be a pinch runner.
Yeah.
Other than that, he still hasn't had anybody pinch hit. And the bullpen, last night's a good example. Your starter pitched really well. Okay, let's go to the pen. You get an inning, you get an inning. You're our closer, I guess. Go out there and try to close.
And he
Yikes.
Did. He did.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Gave up a couple.
Yep.
Gave up an absolute bombski. But, I mean, as far as, like, the moves he's made, he hasn't really made any moves.
Well, I guess that's my point. Like, how can we sit here and say, like, oh, there's so much here? How are you going to sit here and say this is not based on their record? It's not based on their record. It's not because they're 1-3 and they've only scored 4 runs. Okay, fine. If it's not based on their record, then what are we basing it on? So I have a hard time with Jim saying I'm in favor of the hire, which is a projection, but you're also embarrassing the team right now, which I don't necessarily feel. And then he sort of brings up the idea that the Giants at this moment are probably already regretting it because he brings up the idea of having to fix it. Yeah, fix this thing. And then he comes up with an idea on how to fix it. And here's where I'm with you. If that's what you need, okay, I'm not accepting the premise, but let's say I did. If the premise is Boch and Baker need to both have him over to the house after each game, let's go pitch by pitch and talk about all the things he did right and wrong. If you need to do that, then you made a horrible hire. An absolutely ridiculous hire. If you need to do that. That's what the interview process was for. What did he say in an interview? Again, we're going on a premise that I don't accept. But if I did, what did you say to him and what did he say back to you in an interview that made you comfortable hiring him if you also thought it possible that when you arrive in San Diego for Game 4, we're going to need to have him sit on Boch's lap?
Right.
That's crazy to me.
It's bananas. I mean, the whole notion of it is it's beyond crazy. And I understand, like, having a 15-and-a-half-year-old who gets their permit and you take him out driving and it's kind of scary and you're like telling him a million things to do as you teach him to drive. And I've done it a couple of different times. And yes, that's a 15-and-a-half-year-old with no license. This is a grown man who's been a major manager of a baseball team at not the highest level, but a high enough level to where you thought that what he did there was good enough for you. So you let him manage. And there's nothing that he's done, even invoking the name of Kanye West in an obtuse sort of a comment. Like, that's not embarrassing. I think it's a little bit weird, and I'd like him to, for my own personal tastes, I'd like him to not be in the news for these reasons. But hey, be you, Tony. And if you're 10-30, it's a problem. But if you wind up and you're 30-10, then you could talk about Kanye, you could talk about Taylor Swift, you could talk about whoever you want.
For
it's
sure.
about the results.
No, there's no question. There's no question. And you're talking about once we've got a lot more evidence and we're more like 40 or 50 or 60 games into the season. You know, I'm just trying to pull this apart. This is the first time I've heard this. And I don't really necessarily dig the idea of, well, the cameras, when they look at him in the dugout, he looks like a deer in the headlights. Like he looks like he's just staring. Well, what do you want him to do? What's he supposed to do? You want him to, like, I don't know. You want him to blink? You want him to wink? You want him to make a funny face at you? He's watching the game. So I'm not even, this isn't about, for me at least, agreement or disagreement. Like, I'd love to get Jim on. I'd love to explore that thought. Why is the look on his face, or what is it you see that right now is, quote, embarrassing? He says that this is embarrassing to the Giants. And I'm like, which part? What did he do?
Right. And he goes on to say that, the Yankees and Schlittler and the pitching staff, they're just so good and, they're better. And so, yeah, I understand that, you get swept. And the whole idea of deer in the headlights, is there something that's happening in the game where he needs to make an action or a reaction, or he needs to make a decision and he's just so paralyzed that he's not?
I mean, I said this yesterday. The moves do appear like the organization is completely frozen. But that's also in such a small sample that I don't really know that that's it. Let's not act, by the way, like Tony is in there doing this by himself. It's not like the whole coaching staff is sitting there going, man, I'd pinch hit Encarnacion right now, but don't tell Tony. Let's see if he thinks of it himself.
Right.
Oh, look at that, Bob. He didn't think of it himself, dummy. Like these guys, this is a whole group that's doing this. So I have a hard time with he's embarrassing the Giants, but then let's let him be himself. But then let's also have Boch hold his hand after games. I don't know, man. I think you got to pick a side. And here's the side that I want to pick. Like, let the dude be himself for a period of time. And that period of time has to be at least a few weeks before anything really kind of angers us or leads us down the road of a judgment like this is embarrassing. I would love to ask Jim Bowden, what specifically did you see that's embarrassing? I can only imagine he's talking about the comments. I found them to be, I think that's why I said yesterday, I think he's the one who's pressing. I think he's looking to say the right thing. I think he's looking to do the right thing. He probably is lacking a little bit of swagger and confidence in some aspects of what he's doing. Who doesn't feel that way in their fourth day on the job?
Right.
So I'm okay with that for a short period of time. I do think there's a little bit of that there, but I don't find that embarrassing. I don't find that to be the wrong hire. Like, that's what I guess is the weirdest about Jim's comments right there. You can't say, like, yeah, I want this to work, and I like Tony, and I'm not down on the hire, but you need to babysit him after every game. Well, no, hold on a second. If you need to babysit him, then that's a terrible hire.
Right, and we are officially, I think, 3% of the way through the year. I mean, 16 games would be 10%, and you're 4 games in, so, yeah, you're at about 2.5% of the year. And so if you can tell me that 4 games into a 162-game season, you can already see it, well, then you are some sort of a baseball whisperer, because he actually went on to say, oh, the Yankees are really good, and you get swept by a really good team. Okay, I get it. And now you're 1-3, and if you win tonight, you're 2 in a row and 2-3. I don't know if you can look at it. It'd be like looking at an NFL coach, not even a quarter into the first game, but like after the opening drive, and you look, you go, oh my God, this guy's got no clue. We got to fire him before the end of the first quarter.
The whole thing. I mean, here's Kirkjian yesterday with us being like, look, and this is how most of us think anyway, does the manager really determine wins and losses in Major League Baseball? To this point through 4 games, the problems that the Giants have had, I'm putting on the players. So if the manager doesn't really determine wins and losses, and certainly is not in charge of, contacting the ball with the bat, then what is it that's embarrassing? What is it that we even could have some sort of a large opinion about yet? I have observations. You have observations. And there's a learning curve there, and that was obvious from the beginning. But to sort of like arrive at a conclusion of any kind 4 games in feels like you might be coming from somewhere else. We have a few texts coming up that are like, Jim Bowden is part of the Old Boys Network, so he didn't like this. Right. You passed over all the experienced guys and stuck Tony in there, and now it's like, that's embarrassing. Well, is it? I don't think anyone with the Giants feels embarrassed right now. Not yet.
Not right now, not yet. And I understand that take. And ultimately, it was a bold move by Buster Posey to bring in somebody who had no major league experience. And ultimately, Buster will either be right or he'll be wrong to have made that hire. And it's not as easy as 4 games in, they're 1-3, and therefore it's an embarrassment. I do think that he gets a certain amount of time, probably more than even just 1 year.
I would think.
And then you take a look at how he did, and versus how the actual roster is doing, because that's part of it too, Mark. They haven't made a lot of moves because they have no left-handed bats on the bench.
Right.
So even late in the game, and I'm looking at last night, the Padres go to a couple of righties late in the game. Well, you're not going to pinch hit one of your right-hand hitters with a lefty because you don't have a lefty on the bench. So moves-wise, you're kind of stuck.
Rob on 680 wants to lead us off on this, but Rob, stay right where you are. We're going to get to you coming up next. You'll lead us off. You'll be our Willie Adamas, in other words, of this conversation, and then we'll start as the hour goes. We'll push back to Steph Curry, the 5-on-5, the full practice, the scrimmage. Steve Kerr joins us in less than an hour at 5 o'clock. Okay, so 888-957-9570. Agree or disagree? Is this in some way embarrassing to the Giants? So far, what you've heard from Tony Vitello? We are sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. This is Willard and Dibbs.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. And yeah, March Madness and the tournament, everything is back now, down to 3 games to go. You want to get in on the action? Underdog's the place to do it. You can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is very easy. You go in there, find your favorite players, and then go higher or lower on any of their stats. It can be points or rebounds or 3-point attempts, literally anything. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I really think this week, I'm looking at that Arizona-Michigan game. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So take some of their top players. You might consider going higher. Download the app today. Use my promo code, Willard, and you'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. The promo code is my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or go to ncpgambling.org.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
More of this upper 50s, low 60s weather on tap for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr at 5. Kyle Shanahan has upped the ante in the Rams-49ers rivalry.
I love it. And
we'll have that in a little bit.
That's great. And there's been a bit of news on the backside of what Kyle is going to say. Cam Inman via Twitter saying the Niner game in Mexico City will be week 11. Opponent TBD, but the rumor is it'll be the Dolphins.
Oh.
Week 11. And if it's a Sunday game, that would be November 22nd. This according to Cam Inman on Twitter.
Where do you see the rumor about the Dolphins?
In parentheses.
Oh, he wrote that too.
Opponent TBD, but rumor is Dolphins.
Okay.
So.
Right. W.
Right? I mean.
It's a W.
Against the Dolphins in Mexico City?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. I mean, you would figure. Dolphins probably in a little bit of a gap year this year. Is Tua anywhere? Did he sign with anyone?
Yeah, he went to Atlanta.
Okay.
He's going to back up Michael Penix.
Oh, that's right, the lefty,
or
double
Penix
lefty.
He's going to back him up.
Yeah.
Back that thing up.
You might have to, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan does not want it to be the Dolphins. He would like it to be the Rams. Because turnabout is fair play.
Right.
Take a listen to this from Pro Football Talk as to why the Niners are going to Australia. Stand by, Rob. We want to get back to Vitello, but because this came up, take a listen.
I'm pretty sure the Rams lobbied for that game.
I know for a fact they did. And that's
because
so bothersome.
Yeah,
So hopefully the league will do right and let us play the Rams in Mexico since we got to go out of the country twice and they requested us. I'm requesting them in Mexico.
Oh.
Not that gives us an advantage. It's just fair to make them go out of the country.
That would be great to have the two games between the Rams and the 49ers. Either
I like it.
I
mean,
I knew he might go this way when he brought it up. I knew it. I knew it.
So he's waiting for the right moment. Sorry.
So I have brought this up a little bit. So you think the Rams have lobbied because they're sick of seeing the 49ers dominate the crowd at SoFi.
And I get that.
Yeah.
Like, that would suck to
Yeah.
have to do silent cadence and have our home game at their stadium.
Yeah.
So I get their ambitions, but they were rewarded that. So I'm just hoping we can get our request too. I'd love them to come to Mexico.
That's awesome.
Our Mexican fan base is awesome.
It is. It's like bang, bang. 49ers gang. They are. They're amazing.
Kyle Shanahan says he knows for a fact that the Rams lobbied for the Niners to be the Australian opponent so that the Rams did not have to watch the Levi's South SoFi takeover yet again.
That was crazy. Matt had to be on a silent count at home. That was crazy. That's my Kelly Stafford.
It's a good one.
Talking about how crazy it was that at home he had to go silent count. And that's
was crazy.
What Shanahan's talking about. And so now it'll be, the Australian crowd. And I don't know if they know to make some noise when the Rams have the ball, but it might be crazy down under.
Oh, well, we're going to see about this whole Niner fan base and how they travel so well. How well you travel? Do you go to Australia? Do you go to Mexico? I mean...
You go to Mexico.
You went to Green Bay. You went to Jacksonville. You go... Right? New York.
Philly, for sure.
Everywhere.
I mean, if you have the coin, you go to Australia. I think Jerry Rice, the GOAT, is going to be there. According to his appearance with the Morning Joes, I heard him talking about that, how he's revved up to go. He's never been to Australia, so...
But the Niners will pay for his ticket.
If they have to. Yeah. I don't know if they need to.
They probably don't need to, but I bet they will.
Perhaps.
Ambassador.
Whatever, put him on the charter. And Shanahan talking about a 19-hour nap on the flight. That's quite a nap now. That's like newborn stuff.
Ooh-wee.
It'd be great if it was turnabout and the Rams had to go to Mexico City, but... It doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case,
Probably
according
not.
to Cam Inman.
Shanny is spicy. He's not happy about this travel.
At all.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that this was a thing, but I'm looking at Jay Glazer's Twitter feed. Apparently they have an annual NFL head coach's day drinking day.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jay's showing footage of, you see Sirianni and, hey, Big Dumb, I wasn't invited. But you see a bunch of these coaches and they're all in shorts and T-shirts, and they're having a good old time.
And drinking.
Right,
during
in the day.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
It's March.
They don't have a game tomorrow.
Right.
Or anytime soon.
There is some speculation that maybe part of the reason why the Niners didn't get their way in terms of the schedule this year, or maybe they haven't gotten their way with some schedule things in the past, is because Shanahan and the Niners are so against having hard knocks.
Hard knocks, exactly.
And if the NFL wants you to be on hard knocks and you refuse, then they're probably going to make you pay for it in a way that they can.
There is a constant give and take going on behind the scenes about all kinds of stuff. And it's international travel and it's hard knocks and it's a number of other things. And, the Niners have gotten their way, I think, a number of times. I think Hard Knocks is definitely one of the headliners that they absolutely, unequivocally don't want to do it, and they won't. In fact, the 2 Super Bowl appearance teams are going to be the next 2 on Hard Knocks. It'll be Seattle for this upcoming season and New England the year after that. But the Niners escape it, so, okay, fine. No Hard Knocks. See you down under.
Right. We'll give you a hard knock of your own.
Exactly.
And it's called an opening date, 19 hours away by plane. And, I'm sure they're not going to turn around and give them any sort of a sharp week. But the word is that game is going to be Thursday our time, Friday Australian time. And so you play it, and by the time you fly back, you gain a day, I guess. But
yeah, they get the mini bye, but not really because, you gain a day. But by the time you get back, it's Thursday to Friday-ish. And then you don't play until the following Sunday. So you get a couple of days to recover the body, but that's a lot. And the NFL opener, like the super duper season opener, the Seattle thing, will be on Wednesday this year. So that the Niner-Ram game can be broadcast on Thursday.
Yeah.
Even though it'll be on Friday.
Because last year that...
You catch all that?
I do. Last year that Brazil game was on Friday.
Correct.
Friday there and also Friday here. So this year it's going to be Friday there, but Thursday here. So the Thursday opener has to be moved to the Wednesday, which it doesn't really matter for that opening game because you're going to be coming off of a months-long layoff anyway.
Trent Williams is like, I'll sign on Saturday.
Pretty much.
We don't need to be going to Australia. I'm too old for that.
Well, it is a real regular game.
I know, but you could be on one and you're all right.
I guess, but I hope that's not the way this goes.
Yeah, no, that's a long flight to soak up an L.
No doubt.
Yeah, win that thing and the flight will go quicker. All right, we were talking earlier about Tony Vitello, and it was largely started by these comments from Jim Bowden, who went on Foul Territory and said this about the situation with the Giants.
Look, you got to give him time. I like the man. I think he's a good communicator. I think he's got great energy. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he's over his head. So what do? We fix it. So how do we fix it? Well, if I am sitting there and I'm Buster Posey or I'm Zach Manassian, this is what I'm going to do. I've got 2 guys on my payroll that are both going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. One named Bruce Bochy and one named Dusty Baker. I'm going to let them split the duties, okay? But what we're going to do after every single game and after every single press conference of every single game, One of them is going to sit down and go through the game with Tony Vitello. Going to talk about all the moves, what he did, what he didn't do, what he could do, what he should do. Talk about what he's going to do tomorrow and the next day, what his thoughts on that. And then we're going to break down what he said to the media and what works and doesn't work. We want him to be himself, but we also want him to be professional and not embarrass us, which right now he's embarrassing us, is my take. So I'm for Tony Vitello. I want this to work. Don't tell me after the first week that it's working. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going by wins and losses. The Yankees have a better team. They went up against amazing pitching in Fried, Schlittler, and Warren. The bullpen was great. The losses weren't on Vitello, but let's evaluate him as a manager. He's not ready yet.
Okay, so fascinating. Now that I heard this for the second time, that's the number one thing I would love to say to Jim if he were sitting right here. When he says, don't tell me after a week that it's working, I would say the exact same to the opposite.
Right.
Don't tell me after 4 games that it's not.
That's what he said. He said, don't tell me after a week that it's working. It's not. Well, don't tell me after a week that it's not working. It is. Like the same thing.
Or neither.
Exactly.
Like it's nothing yet. It's nothing. It's 4 baseball games, and he's in the dugout watching them and not pinch hitting in situations where I probably wouldn't pinch hit.
Right.
Not with the people I've got available.
You don't have left-handed bats on the bench, so when they go to a righty late in the game and you've got a righty up, are you going to replace your better right-hand hitter with a lesser right-hand hitter just so you can make a move? It makes no sense.
It's an odd place to go this quickly. Rob is on 680. Hi, Rob. We thank you for the call and the patience. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon. I was telling your screener, I don't even follow baseball, literally. But this story that you guys got going, you got a fan. The Giants just gained a fan today at 428. Yeah. So I'm going to watch this, but give the guy a break. What's his name? Tony Vitello? I don't even know how to say his name.
Close enough. I like,
give him a break.
Yeah. It's pronounced
4
Tony.
games in.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob.
It's 4 games in. Okay, yeah, he's not Kerr. We used to that Bay Area. You got Kerr, but that was from somebody else made that team. We don't have that here, obviously. But come on, give this guy a shot. Obviously, the people above him thought he was worthy of the job. So give him the opportunity. And don't put him, who's Bruce Bochy and these other dudes you talking about, Dusty Baker, putting him on his knee. Man, please, let this dude be a man and coach the team. Please. And I'm out, fellas. Y'all have a beautiful day.
Appreciate it, Rob. Thank you. Yeah, I'm with Rob. I think that there have been some things, and we pointed them out yesterday, that are unique. I think that they look like there's some anxiety. But I guess my response to that would be, of course. You know what I mean? Like, why do we need to stand there and point that out? Like, we had a conversation about it yesterday, not in any sort of a concerned way. Like, again, my message to Tony would be, you don't need to explain every second. You don't need to come up with, is it your fault or someone else's fault? You don't need to tell everybody about the speech that you had 4 days ago and how you think it affected the team. Like, this is baseball, and maybe there is a little bit of, hey, what I'm used to is that we win. We win like 80% of the time.
Right.
And when we don't win, we really got to figure out, boy, something crazy happened. Well, when the Yankees come to town and beat the Giants, that's not something crazy happened. You lost a baseball game. You lost a couple more. And then you get on a plane and you go to San Diego. And it's okay. So I just want to see Tony relax into his gig, relax into his uniform. But I also don't think that it's some sort of like wild news-breaking thing that he's not there yet. 4 baseball games. Of course there was going to be a minute where this might be uncomfortable or different, or you might have an observation where you're like, I don't know. I don't see Joe Madden quoting Kanye West very often after games. But in a way, that's part of what Buster was looking for. Yeah, this is
for Kanye West quotes?
Just
something different,
something to wake everybody up.
Right.
I mean, we could bring Bob back and go back to sleep. And I don't mean to take a shot at Bob. That was a shot. But I like Bob. No, but that's my point, is whatever you got, you kind of going to want to maybe look to what the other is. I've made this comparison before. You go through a breakup. If the person wanted to go out every night, when you break up, all you want to do is stay home for a little while and watch Netflix. But if you're bored, if your relationship was with someone who won't leave home and you want to go out, what's the first thing you're going to look for? Let's go partying and find somebody who parties. That's the way we do this. And unfortunately, it's the way the Giants have been hiring managers for a decade.
It's a little bit of a back and forth. I mean, the pendulum has swung twice now, fairly dramatically. You've got, Boch, who is a veteran from the old school, and then you bring in Kapler with his perfectly manicured beard and his obtuse kind of style, and then that didn't work. So you go to Bob Melvin, and then now you swing all the way back to a guy who's never done it before, young and a little bit off base, so to speak. And so, you're going to have to ride this one out. You're going to have to let him grow into the job and learn all the things he has to learn. He's never been on the road in San Diego before, and he's never managed an 81-game road schedule, let alone 81 at home. And he's never managed, guys who are between the age of 24 and 36. And so there are so many different things that he's never done. You got to let him grow into it. The only thing that has my eyebrow kind of just up, one eyebrow, not both, it's just, the fact that after every game and every time he gets an opportunity to speak, it seems like he is injecting his own unique personality into it, which I don't want him to not be his authentic self, but I just don't think that it helps, quote unquote, the general narrative of a team at 1-3 if these are the things that people are talking about.
But does it hurt?
No, I mean, not in my eyes, because I look at things differently, but you've got Jim Bowden, who is an experienced baseball guy, coming out and being very critical of a guy who hasn't even gone through his first full week of baseball games. I guess today would be day 7, game 5 of him as a manager. So after today, it will be a full week, and you're already basically calling it a mistake. And is that because you don't like what he's done the first 4 games, or are you old school and you didn't like the hire to begin with?
Well, that's what I didn't. Guys, maybe let's try to get Jim on. Not today, but let's try to get Jim on, because to me, where you can't do what Jim just did, which is you can't call it an embarrassment, and he's not ready, and he needs Bochy and Dusty to sit down with him after every game and explain to them every single thing that happened and that should happen and could happen, but then in the next breath be like, no, I'm rooting for it. Like, I'm not calling it a mistake yet. Yeah, you did. Like, you don't get to split that difference. If that's how you feel, and you literally ended this entire thing with, he's not ready yet, well, then it's a mistake.
Right.
Like, he needs to be ready because the season has started. I don't think it's a mistake. I'm just not going to let Jim not say that he thinks it's a mistake, because he does think it's a mistake.
Basically,
he just said that.
Will it not be a mistake in 2 months because he'll have grown into the gig? Is he going to suddenly learn how to manage? If you don't think that he's able to manage now, what's he going to learn over the next couple of months that's going to suddenly make him a good manager? If you don't believe in the hire now, well, then you're not going to believe in the hire in 2 months, because he's not suddenly going to realize, oh man, I'm allowed to use a pinch hitter, they call it?
Yeah.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Well, did you hear what Tony said? And this was either yesterday or the day before, when he was asked kind of what's the biggest sort of adjustment that you're having to go through. Oh, it was the one that was in game on the Fox broadcast. And after he joked that he can't talk down to his players because they feel like they're the same age as him, he joked about that. After that, what he said was, he's like, there's so many people. Like, there's so many people here that are involved in everything that we do. All right, so let's talk about that for a second. There are so many people who are involved in every decision. Yet, if you see one that you don't, this is what I've said for years about Steve Kerr. When all of you lose your damn minds about rotations, you act like Steve sequesters himself from the world and just comes up with, okay, white smoke, here comes my algorithm. We're going pods, 38 minutes. No, there's so many people that go into these decisions and talk it out and think about it. Some of them are even the players. You don't think Steph and Draymond have a seat at the table? You don't think Adamas and Chappie have a seat? Logan Webb?
Right.
You don't think they have a seat at the table? For sure they do. And in fact, I've literally sat over there on Friday and watched and talked to others who are following the team every day on the road and whatnot about the fact that Tony he's leaning on everyone around him because he knows that there's stuff to learn. So if that's the case, then how are we going to look at it and pin everything on him? It's so funny how much we get into the whole manager thing, even though we all acknowledge the sport itself has been downsizing the importance of the manager position for a decade.
The spreadsheet has taken over more import a lot of times than the manager. And I even think about football and, Kyle Shanahan. And, when Shanahan's over there with that beautiful laminated play sheet, he's not the one who's making the decision on, McCaffrey, how much is he going to play, and does he go in, and do we replace him for Brian Robinson right now? The running back coach is the one making those calls, and I'm sure they've talked about it before, and they've met, and there are certain plays that, McCaffrey's going to run, and Robinson won't run, and all the rest of it. But so many of those decisions in football are made by the position coaches who are put in that spot based on, the trust that the head coach has. And I think with baseball, it's the same way, where you've got the bullpen coach, the pitching coach, you've got the defense coach, the infield coach, all these other guys. And I think that's part of Tony's learning curve, is figuring out, how he can coach the coaches and also how he can navigate the game within the construct of the overall plan.
SF Bay Drummer is in Houston, wants to weigh in. Hey, Drummer, thanks for calling. What you got?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? I'm good with Tony Vitello, what he's doing right now. I mean, I know the first 3 games were underwhelming, getting a sweep. But, with him being a new coach, or new manager, rather, he's doing whatever he can to, get the guys going. And I know he's, over-talking in the pressers, and we would like to have, less and everything of him talking, because it kind of, over-talks and, it just, gets confusing. But I think once we get on a win streak, we'll do a lot better, and I think he'll gain a lot more fans and everything. And we just need to believe and back Tony. And Divs, I know you like this, so in the spirit of March Madness, believe it, Tony V, baby.
That's awesome.
Nice, Drummer.
Thank you, big drummer. Tony V, baby, he's a type of dandy.
Right. Yeah, Dickie V would love Tony V.
No doubt.
No question.
Yeah.
Big baseball fan, Dickie V.
That's right.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Rays.
Tampa Bay Rays.
Yep.
Yeah, I just keep hearing the same thing, and maybe this is the San Franciscan in me too. It's like we all feel, not we all, so many people right now feel like they're trying to coach Tony into acting like other managers. And I'm like, that's not what this place is all about. This place is all be you. I want Tony V to act like Tony V. And so if his answers are long-winded, well, then welcome to the long-winded brotherhood. I'm fine with you. If that's who you are, then answer those questions that way. Why do we want to, especially this fan base? We've sat here for the better part of 5, 6, 7 years going, this team is so boring. It's like nobody's got any personality. Now here comes Tony Vitello, and he never met an interview he didn't like, and we're going to try to coach him out of that so that he gets to be boring? I don't want that at all. I'm excited about this team, not because I think they're going to win the World Series, but this is the first time in some time that I look at the group and I go, hey, we got a lot of different things going on here. A lot of different things. Harrison Bader's out there looking like a wrestler.
Yeah. They have some exciting players, no doubt. Jung-Hoo Lee is an exciting player.
Right. Adames is out there wearing purple. Devers is Devers. It's just all of it. Maybe Eldridge is going to come up. I don't know.
Luis Arise is out there hitting singles.
And ground balls.
Not last night, yeah. And they do have some, kind of ordinary personality types.
Sure. But they can't all be these crazy, unique personalities, but I don't know.
I'm not saying he needs to change who he is or how he goes about it, but it would for me, it would be refreshing if maybe, I don't know, one time he got to the microphone and didn't say something that was newsworthy. That's all. I mean, it doesn't always have to be like something catchy or like pop culture-y and all the rest of it.
But is it newsworthy, or are we making it newsworthy because it's different? Because make no mistake, Kapler would talk about music 4 times a week. I'm not kidding.
Right.
He'd be sitting in that dugout, and whatever song was on, you'd be like, hey, who's playing first base tonight? And he'd be like, before we talk about that, does this song hit or what? And he would then go into this whole thing about whatever we're listening to.
And if they didn't win 107 games, he probably would have been run a lot earlier.
And go to my Instagram and let's see about coffee. I found a new coffee place. Yeah. Okay. Do burgers, dude.
Right.
I like burgers and coffee and baseball.
Yeah, and he likes riding that bike. Thought about stealing it one time.
I know you did.
Thought better of it.
Would have been great for the show.
Yeah, not for me, though.
I mean, you would have missed a few.
I just looked over. I'm like, I could probably steal that bike. And I looked at who was next to the bike, and I thought, ooh, that guy's kind of massive. And then I went, oh, that's Gabe Kapler.
He probably would have run you down.
No doubt.
He could steal a base now.
Yeah.
He could steal a base at this time. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr in 18 minutes. Steph Curry back on the practice court in full. We'll give you that full update coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
And now an ode to play. Brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratches, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
What is the point of what we're doing? What is that? That makes no sense to me. This is not for me.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That was Steve Kerr a couple of weeks ago responding to a caller on this radio station that intimated something that many agree with, which is, come on, man, why are you going to bring Steph back into this? It's not like you're going to, go win. What a waste.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Why on earth would you even try? All that can happen is he could get more hurt and you could lose your draft position. So what's the point?
What's the point? That's what he said. What's the point?
What a fascinating conversation.
Yeah.
It's been thread throughout the last handful of weeks of not just this station, but the fan base, this city. I think it's a fascinating conversation. I think it shows a lot about the way people think, and I mean that in a layered way. I think many fans, especially after what has happened the last 15 years, have arrived at championship or bust and nothing else matters. The more we go through life, the more of these experiences, I cannot tell you how much I hate that way of looking at sports. But that's me, and you get to do you. If that's how you want to do sports, do it. I am fired the bleep up for Giants-Padres Tuesday night Game 5.
Yeah, it's exciting.
There's nothing on the line. There's nothing on the line.
It's a must-win, Mark.
It's a game.
It's a game.
The game.
Someone will win, someone will lose.
I love the game.
Pending a possible rain out. I don't know what the weather's like down there.
Just find it to be so disappointing.
Yeah.
The idea that you would only watch or only try if you think you can win the whole thing. This weird machismo that we all get about that's the only thing that matters.
I don't think it's machismo as much as it is.
For some it is.
I think it's just you get to a spot as a fan where you're spoiled. And, if you're a Warrior fan and you've been through this the last 12 years, you've been spoiled. Sure. 4 titles, 2 other trips to the finals, and, the greatest player in franchise history, apologies to Wilt Chamberlain, is on display on the regular, and you've gotten to watch all of it. So I think about things in a much larger sense where if you go back to, I don't know, the 90s and the aughts and all the rest of it as a Warrior fan, it was never championship or bust. It was just bust.
It was just like...
It was just bust.
Yeah.
And many years it was, can we just beat the Lakers? Like, they're going to be here twice, and there are going to be a ton of purple and gold people in the stands. Can we just beat the Lakers once? And can we get 20 wins? Can we win 30? And then there was those little glimmer years where, you had a little something cooking, but it was never championship or bust. So I think it's more about fans who just have gotten spoiled, and maybe those fans were not here for the lean years.
Well, I think the other thing that comes up, too, I think you're absolutely everything you just said. And the other thing this brings up, and maybe there's something to this. It's not very fun, but maybe there's something to this. I don't know. Like one of the TVs here in the room where we're sitting right now has poker on it.
Poker?
Okay. So let's say you're playing a little Hold'em tournament with some friends, and you get a whatever hand. Your first 2 cards are you get a 9 and a 6.
Unsuited.
Right. Unsuited 9 and a 6.
You'll muck that hand.
You folding?
Yeah.
You should.
You muck it.
Right. But what do a lot of people do, especially if it's just a friendly game in somebody's garage?
You might wait to see what the flop is.
Yeah,
if you're in the big blind.
Let's see if the flop's got a 9 and a 6 in it also.
Just depends on if you're already, somewhat pot committed because you're in the big blind, which means you have the biggest ante out there.
Yep.
But your point is well made.
Like, you have a low percentage play. But do you want to see it? Do you want to see it? Because, I don't know, the whole thing might change in an instant. I don't know. How do you all feel if 2 weeks from tonight, they might, I don't know the dates of the whole thing, but right now, the way it looks like there's a very solid chance that 2 weeks from tonight, the Warriors are in Portland. And Steph Curry might play. What if they win? Okay, now where does your brain go?
Oh, that was dumb.
Does it?
No,
not yours.
No, of course not.
Right, but now you are going to make the 8 seed game. That's what would happen. You'd be in the 8 seed game
at Phoenix or at the Clippers.
Correct. And that game would be to make the playoffs. And your confidence level will feel different because they will have just won a game and Steph Curry is active and ready to go. And do you want to make the playoffs or not? Oklahoma City will be your opponent. That's literally right now as it stands the only opponent the Warriors can get. Oklahoma City. Okay. Does it feel like a death march? Does it feel like a pointless exercise? Or is that something that you would sit down, make some unhealthy food, and root your ass off for it? Solely because you got a 6 and a 9, but let's see it, man. Let's see it. What if you went and stole game 1? I'm not saying you're going to win the series, but again,
even one of the
just
first
from
two,
the
sure.
files of let's see it. I am here every day of the week for sports to surprise me because it always does.
Right, and I'm here every day of the week, other than weekends, to enjoy the very nature of what could happen. Duke is leading UConn by 19 points, and put aside the fact that I had Duke on the money line in a parlay, and so I did have invested interest, but you watch that thing, and they're up 19, but you're thinking, you know what, UConn might have a path to come back in this game. They were 1 for 17, I think, from 3, and so that's not sustainable. A couple of stops, couple of threes, couple of buckets, couple of this, couple of that. All of a sudden, now you got a game, and we know how that ended with the Boozer twin giving the ball away in the backcourt and then a big 38-foot 3 ball to win it. So, yeah, for me, that's sports. You kind of had no business winning that game, but you watch it, and you watch it play out, and then they come back and they win it. And that is, even though I had Duke and it cost me some money, that's the good stuff when it comes to sports. So, Yeah, could they beat Oklahoma City? Sure. I mean, probably not.
Probably not.
Could UConn come from 19 down?
Probably not.
No team has ever done that against a 1 seed, and yet there it happened.
Indeed. Steve Kerr, in about 5 minutes, we're going to take some phone calls. Until then, you want to do it? Yeah, hit it.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
In what is now being called a, quote, successful scrimmage on Tuesday for Steph Curry, the Warriors star is targeting Sunday's game against Houston for his return. This is from The Athletic, from Nick Friedel, and from Sam Amick. The scrimmage has gone successfully, and Steph is targeting Sunday.
Okay.
And Steve Kerr joins us in 4 minutes.
I cannot wait to hear more details about the scrimmage, and maybe it's just my own odd curiosity, but I would love to know who the other 9 were on the floor. If it's a mix of, various Lake Cubs and trainers, and maybe R.C. Davis, who's got himself a nice little shot.
It's probably Yurt 7 and Yurt 6 and Yurt 5.
That's a Yurt 4.
Yurt 4.
I'm giving you a Yurt
3, Yurt 2, Yurt 1, Yurt 8, and Yurt 9.
Not bad.
That's who I would have gone with.
Probably, as long as none of them happen to stagger under Steph when he's trying to shoot a 3. And get into his landing zone. But, yeah, successful scrimmage, and that means that he was able to run up and down, and we'll find out tomorrow if the knees are feeling A-okay. I would imagine that they are. And so, yeah, good news. The chef.
Yeah, you're right. That's the only thing left.
Right.
Just wake up tomorrow and be okay. Like, don't be in pain. And let's not,
Don't be in a lot of pain. I mean,
right. Well, sure. There's going to be some. No, like normal soreness.
Right.
Normal soreness. This is like doing a new workout that you've never done before. You might wake up the next day like, ooh, boy, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You're working your way. And it's not like Steph has been he's not been sedentary. I'm sure he's been doing all kinds of things. They just didn't scrimmage. So he's been crossing hurdles. And clearly to get to this point today, he's been waking up the next day and experiencing what they want him to experience. And now he's arrived at this. And at least in the post-scrimmage, according to this report, it went very well. So tomorrow night, Thursday night, and then, fingers crossed, Steph. LFG.
That's it. Let's go. And hopefully he can get, 4 of the remaining 5 games that they'll have after these next 2, the back-to-back, and probably won't play both ends of the back-to-back. But if he's able to come back Sunday and play, I like their chances of at least getting 3 or 4 games, assuming that Kristaps Porzingis stays on this healthy trajectory, which has been kind of a nice little story. Not that I want to jinx that part of it, but he is actually starting to look really good as a Golden State Warrior.
Really good. And yes, we have not discussed enough about the fact that he is stacking games. Like, a lot of us did not think that he would or could. Upon arrival, it was like, wait a minute, the guy who doesn't play, and then he played 1 game and then he didn't play. And the biggest experience we had with him was Steve Kerr coming on this show and talking about, it's Potts, not Potts. The Hawks said, and the whole thing, it got weird. We have to admit, in those moments for the next handful of days, this felt very, very, very pessimistic. And then since then, what do we got? Kristaps is putting games together. He's looking really good. He's looking, I think, even stronger as he builds. He's calling Rick Celebrini the GOAT. Sounds like he's going to want to be a part of the Warriors in the future. And, of course, it's 2026 and it's media and it's social media. So there are a lot of people still over here being like, okay, how's Jonathan doing in Atlanta? And this whole... It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. If you're a Warrior fan, this is just about, can Kristaps Porzingis stack games and be good and be someone you want to keep? And right now the answer is absolutely yes. And for those of us who have been dying to see Steph and Kristaps play together, let's, with pencil, circle a date on the calendar. It's Easter.
Yes, with pencil, light pencil. Yeah. Make sure you have your eraser, as I always do, because we're not ready to pen anything in. So go ahead and pencil it in. And, man, if we get to see it, KP and 30 on the floor together?
Could be.
Oh, wow.
Could be. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Here we go, out to the River Islands guest line and YouTube, by the way. He's on video with us. Steve Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Good evening, Coach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? Thanks.
We're doing great, and I got to feel, and I know that everything's in pencil and fingers crossed and all those things, but when you say you're doing well, I feel like maybe a little bit better than some of the other days recently. Is that fair?
Yeah, today was a good day. Watching Steph scrimmage after our practice. We had a very light practice, but he got out on the floor and played 5-on-5 and looked good. And so we'll take it day by day. We got to see how he's feeling tomorrow, but all in all, a really positive day.
Yeah. So, and I wonder, with all of that said, and the scrimmage having gone well, we totally get that. Yes, everybody needs to see how the body reacts over the next 24, 48 hours. But do you have a response to the report that if that all goes well, that Sunday is a potential targeted return?
I do not have a response to that, no.
Okay, good.
That's the answer. That's the answer Raymond Ritter would want me to give to you guys.
I like it, yeah.
But you I mean, you referred obviously to Thursday as doubtful. Would you just say Sunday? Like, you wouldn't rule it out either. Is that right?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay.
But it's one good day, and a lot has led up to this, but the next few days are really, really important.
Just about the scrimmage, Steve, and maybe it's my own fixation on it, but I'm just wondering, who on the team is actually out there for that? Is it a full 40-minute college game? Do you run around? I know that Guru would love to get out there and play if you ever need a body, so I'm just wondering, who partakes in a scrimmage like this?
Well, we got a few young players, some of our coaches. We have a lot of young coaches on our staff who are actually really good players, college players. We have a coach this year, Joe Chaley, who actually played in the NBA, and he has lit up our team in several scrimmages over the years, over the months that he's been here. So we purposely do that. We hire young coaches who are really good players who can get out there and compete with our players in a scrimmage.
Okay, so with all that, what was Steph's plus minus in the scrimmage, Steve?
Safe to say it was on the plus side, but no, it was probably 15-minute scrimmage, something like that. But this was his first time playing 5-on-5. He's been doing individual stuff, and I talked to him after, and he felt good. And again, it's all about how tomorrow goes, and then you take it another step forward the next day, probably another scrimmage, at that point, if all is going well, and then you just, see what happens from there.
Steve, I'd love to hear you put this into words. We've talked about it a number of different ways over the last few weeks, but I know you know this. There's a lot of fans that are either like, ooh, this is scary, you're risking something, and then others that are in that whole give up mode that you've already addressed. But I'd love to hear you put into words why it is so important to Steph, why he has pushed so hard to get back at this time.
It's what he does. This is his job. This is his passion. He loves the game, and he loves the work. He loves the process. And the whole point of all of it is to compete. And he can't wait to get out there and compete. It's as simple as that.
And when you look at the upcoming 7 games, not that it's a fait accompli that you'll be the 10 seed, but how much do you go about this next 7-game stretch with an eye toward the standings and thinking about, once you get to a spot where your seed is secure, that you might, advance with the team in a certain way?
Well, really, we're pretty locked in. We're going to try to obviously to win as many games as we can, and hope that we can find our way up the ladder a little bit. Eighth would be ideal, so you get 2 cracks at it, but eighth is going to be tough. So we know we just have to go out and play. And really, the idea for our staff and our team, these last 2 weeks is to be healthy and to be playing at a high level. And so we're focused on the process. We're trying to make sure we go into that play-in game in a healthy way where we can feel good about our team, and we're dying to play in the playoffs. We want to be in there. We want to crack at it. So we're going to give everything we've got.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every week. Hey, we'll circle back to all the Dubs stuff. I don't want to bury this too far. First of all, congrats on Arizona in the Final Four.
Thank you. Very exciting.
And how would you describe the experience of going down to San Jose and watching them with what looked like a cast of thousands? The basketball celebrity list was real, Steve.
It was great. I got to see a lot of former teammates, sat with Tom Tolbert and Craig Bergman, two buddies from here in the Bay, and teammates from our 88 team. Saw a bunch of other teammates and friends from the U of A from over the years. So it was really a great night. And then watching, Saturday, that's our first Final Four in 25 years. So, it feels great. And as an alum, as a devoted fan of the Wildcats, great to be back.
And as you know, you can't bask too much in victory, and you look ahead at a Michigan team that is just a very difficult squad. How do you size that one up, Steve? I mean, can you put your Wildcat love aside and give us a little bit of just actual analysis going into it?
Yeah, I haven't watched a ton of college basketball, but I saw Michigan the other day in their Elite Eight game, and they are loaded. They're a big, strong team, just like Arizona is. They probably shoot more threes than our team does. I'm really enjoying watching Arizona just play old school basketball, beat you up in the paint, go to the foul line constantly, get your defense set up, take care of the ball. Kind of the exact opposite of the Warriors, to be perfectly honest. So, but no, it's a completely different style of basketball. The college game is very different from the NBA, but I've really enjoyed watching our team. I think Tommy Lloyd's a great coach. He has leaned into the physicality, the size, but it looks like Michigan's got the same type makeup, huge front line. Really good coach and Dusty May. So it's should be an amazing matchup.
And Michigan is a slight favorite. So the fact that the dog barked right during that conversation is probably a really good thing, Steve.
I got 2 of my dogs here today. Good. So our dog and my daughter's dog. So they're going to be serenading us in the background. If that's okay.
We love that. Yeah, we love that. That's totally fine. Hey, Steve, definitely want to dig in a little bit to Kristaps Porzingis, because you guys can probably feel it. I think the fan base is starting to get a little bit excited, and it's twofold. He's stacking games, and it's then the way he looks on the court. What can you tell us right now about the way, and I mean this both physically, emotionally, X's and O's, in terms of how he's fitting in as a Golden State Warrior?
Well, he's feeling good. He's found some answers, and he's comfortable, and he's been out there game after game, really, like as you said, stacking some games together. And he's such an easy fit, the way he spaces the floor. I've never seen a big guy shoot it so easily before. I mean, there have been some great shooting big men, but just the way he just releases it so quickly. But he's also really becoming a good ISO player for us. If we just get him the ball, give him space, he's going to create something. And he's drawing a lot of attention. He's drawing double teams, getting other guys shots. And it is really exciting to see how well he's playing. And obviously, if we can get Steph back, have them on the floor together, that's what we're looking for.
That's going to be a fun pick and roll, 6'3" and 7'3", mixing it up at the top of the circle. And, Kristaps has said that Rick Celebrini, the head of the medicine department for you guys, is the GOAT. And I'm not surprised to hear that, but can you tell the fans exactly what makes Dr. Rick Celebrini so good at his job?
Well, it's really who he is as a person that makes him so good. I mean, his expertise is unquestioned, but it's just the way he works with the players. They're all so comfortable being in his care. Rick's a really inclusive, collaborative guy. So everything that he does with the players, they feel like they're part of the decision making. So it's Rick is really sharp and knows his stuff, but more than anything, it's just the person he is, who the players love so much.
Steve, I'd love to dream a little bit further, too, with the idea of if you guys can indeed get Steph back on the court, what that means for the other guys, and specifically for their roles. Pods, Melton, Guy Santos, these guys have had to, in many cases, step up and almost be like leading type scorers, which I don't know if you would see that as ideal for them. So what do you see as this potentially meaning for them as it changes roles?
Well, Steph makes the game easier on everybody, and that's the name of the game in this league. You have to have guys who can draw double teams, guys who can create something out of nothing. It's what the playoffs are all about. That's why the best players are the guys who really determine the playoff games. And for us, we've got a really good group of guys, and they're all playing hard and playing well. But when they can play off of Steph and off of Jimmy Butler, Kristaps, the game just gets much easier. Right now, they're all having to make plays. It's been really good for the development of Guy Santos, Pods, Melton's return from 2 years absence, all the usage. It's been good for these guys, but there's also plenty of evidence that they're going to be much better when Steph gets back, and that's what we're hoping for.
You mentioned Pods, and he's averaging more than 20 a game over the last 4, and you guys are 3-1 in those games. What's been the big reason in your mind why he's been able to step up and really take on so much of the scoring burden and have it also lead to winning?
Honestly, I think he's been good all year. I mean, the first thing is he's literally played every game. He's been there for us every single night, which is a huge asset when a guy is available for you. But I think he's shown in his 3 years how much he impacts winning, the rebounding, the taking charges, the feel for the game. So with Brandon, it's, this last 25 games without Steph has given him more opportunity to be on the ball, but those reps are all good because as a young player, you have to learn an awful lot. There's a lot of nuance to the game, and it's not just about the skill. It's about managing the game, time and score, understanding the emotion of the team, all that stuff. And so I think this last month or two has been really good for Brandon.
Steve, obviously Wembanyama is here tomorrow night. He recently spoke openly about the MVP race and kind of talked about how he wants defense to be a bigger part of the conversation. How do you see the MVP conversation right now in the league?
I don't pay attention to it. It's not my job as a coach. I mean, these guys are all awesome, and it's not easy playing against any of the guys, whether it's Jokic or Shea or Wemby. As a coach, you just get ready for the next guy, and you don't sit around judging them. So I let the media members do that.
Well, let me ask it this way then: Is Wemby, as far as preparing for an opponent, is he about as difficult as it gets? And I'd also love to hear what it is that Draymond specifically does that has been successful this year.
Well, every player's different, and you have to account for Wemby at both ends for sure. And I agree with him that being a two-way player it is important, and I think it should be something that helps determine the MVP. But I think as far as Draymond is concerned, he'll be the first to tell you that Wemby's impossible to guard. But he does a good job of making him work. He just, Draymond is so smart. He'll get underneath him. He'll force him the direction he wants him to go, and he'll just try to force a little tougher shot than he's used to taking. And Draymond is, I've said it many times, he's the best defender I've ever seen, and he's.
Have you, as a staff, decided about the back-to-backs with Al Horford, which one he might play, and how you might navigate these next 2 days?
Well, Al's not going to play in either, but there's definitely a chance that we will sit a player or two because we've got some lingering injuries. I'm not even sure of Guy's status for tomorrow. He got banged up in the last game. Quentin Post is also injured. Melton finally played in a back-to-back last week, I think it was, but we've been careful with him. He's got a really bad thumb right now that bothered him in Denver the other night. So we got a lot of question marks, but we haven't made the decisions yet. Those will probably come tomorrow.
Steve, I'm interested in how you see this story coming to light the way that it did this week. This letter that you wrote to Blue Jays manager John Schneider after the World Series loss to the Dodgers. Obviously, that happened a while ago. How did it come to light this week so much?
Well, he, I guess, found the letter in his office when he went back for opening day from spring training.
Okay.
And so I guess he just opened it up a few days ago and told the media about it. It's not really a big deal. It's just, I was inspired watching him. I thought he was really fantastic in the World Series, just his interviews, the way he handled himself, both with his players and the media. And it just struck me that he was a really good leader. And, I've done that occasionally, written notes to people. People have done that for me. I think it's really important for coaches to support one another. It's a great job, but it can be very difficult, and it's so up and down, and it's so heartbreaking at times. And but yeah, I liked what I saw, and I just dropped him a note. Not really a big deal, but it was he was very kind and reached out to me in response and sent me a nice text. And we're gonna try to connect at some point this summer at a baseball game.
Did you think that maybe he just got the letter and blew you off, or because you didn't get any response? And then, it's kind of one of those different things where, you can text somebody, and if the read receipts are on, right away that they get it. But you send the guy a letter, and here we are months later. Are you thinking, who's this guy to blow me off, Schneider?
I completely forgot about it, to be honest with you. So when the story came out a couple of days ago, I kind of chuckled, but no, I was not the slightest bit offended. It's just sometimes you just feel inspired. You write somebody a note. It's just something that other people have done for me, and it meant a lot, and it seemed like a good thing to do.
You say it's no big deal, Steve, but I'm not going to let you get away with that. You wrote it by hand, pen and paper,
cursive.
What are you, from the 60s or something? Crazy.
Yeah, I'm old. That's what it means. I'm old.
You never considered, like a laptop or anything like that?
Yeah, I have one of those too. So,
no, but it was, I will say, just from me to you, Steve, and I'm sure I'm not the first one to say this, in reading that, the way it looked, what it said, it was very classy. It was a very, very classy set of words that you said.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do think you missed an opportunity to add a little PS at the end. PS, LOL, go Dodgers, because, it is your team. Essentially, it's your squad.
We're not doing that.
I get it.
Not doing it.
How about a handwritten note for Tony Vitello, though? I know we talked to you about him once before. He's now got 4 games under his belt. He got his first managing win for the Giants last night. And I wonder, just and this could be not even just about him, anyone who's starting this job, like what would you say to him?
Oh man, well, I did meet him about a month ago. He came to a Warriors game, and I was really happy for. I was watching the game last night, so I was really happy for him. But no, I think all of us, when we first start coaching at this level, there's got to be a little bit of imposter syndrome. I know there was for me, where you've watched a million games, but now you're actually the guy on the sidelines. It's a strange feeling, and you just have to get comfortable, get used to it. Tony's obviously a really smart guy, and he's managed a lot of baseball games, so he's going to be fine. But it's so exciting. I mean, to take on a job like that, the responsibility that comes with it. It's really cool. You're living, when you jump into this stuff and everybody's talking about the games, and, you're in the big leagues, you're in the NBA. It's thrilling. And I still get excited for every game.
You say imposter syndrome. I mean, you played, you broadcasted, you were in the front office in the association, so you had that sort of muscle memory. Was there a point in that first year where you kind of felt like you kind of officially belonged as a coach?
I still remember we had a game down in LA, and it was about 2-3 weeks into the season, and we beat the Lakers by 30. We had a great game, and I think we were about 10-2 at that point. We had a couple of days off because we had a four-day break in the schedule. I told the guys before the game, I said, if you guys win tonight, we'll give you the next 2 days off. You would have thought I was offering them $1 million each if they won. And they went out, they played so well. And I remember the next day thinking to myself, all right, this is working. This is clicking. Like, the guys are responding to me, and we've got a really good team, and this is really damn fun. And at that point I thought, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. But it sure helps when your first job includes Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond, right. Andre, all those guys. So yeah, having a lot of talent makes up for any shortcomings you have as a coach. That's for sure.
Speaking of which, and I know you guys can't, you got to go step by step. I just sat here and started thinking about what is at least a big maybe for Sunday. He still hasn't played with Seth. So, real quick, how's Seth doing health-wise?
How's Seth doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth is doing better. He played the other night in Denver. We had to limit him to, I think, 7 minutes. It was just kind of, get the foot in the water again. But I'm excited about getting them both on the floor. I mean, It hasn't happened all season, and it needs to happen for their family for sure. So that's definitely in the works.
So that could be Sunday. Kevin Durant will be here. It could be the first game with Steph and Kristaps. It's a whole lot of maybes, but that could be a really fun day, Steve. Maybe.
Could be a great day. Yeah, Easter Sunday. We hope so. We'll see.
Yeah, that would be more than just a coincidence. It would be very appropriate. And I don't know if Damian Lee is available, or if he's got some free time. Maybe we pop him on a 10-day and get him out there too, right, Coach?
That's right.
Family affair.
Yep, indeed. Hey, Steve, great stuff today. Thank you so much, and everybody's fingers are crossed.
Yeah, no doubt. And go Wildcats.
Yeah. Indeed. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Fingers crossed on that, too.
Sure. Yeah. There is that. Yeah.
All
right, Steve.
All right. See you guys.
Okay,
Take
see
care.
you. We'll talk to you next week. Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
A little bit more chipper than you might otherwise be at this point in the season.
Steph will do that to you.
Yeah, and Seth, and potentially Damian Lee, although I'm probably not, that dream's not going to happen for me. But
no, that part's not going to happen.
Porzingis and Seth and Steph on Sunday, Easter, that would be pretty awesome, pretty amazing.
I forgot that we might be getting close to Al Horford being back as well.
Yeah.
I mean, again.
I kind of misspoke when I said, is he going to play back-to-backs? And he's like, well, he's not playing in either one.
Not either one of them, but, he might be a factor into this thing as well. I just, again, it's a day where I think you let your mind wander a little bit. there's 100 ifs. But in theory, 2 weeks from tonight, you could start a play-in tournament scenario where, yes, you're on the road, and so expectations may be low, but you also might show up with a completely different basketball team than what we've been watching, which is the team that has lowered expectations.
Right.
When you're sitting here struggling to beat Brooklyn and Washington, it makes you think, well, this team's going to go to Portland. They're going to get the doors blown off in the play-in. Oh, hold on a second. That team might be Steph Curry, Al Horford coming in off the bench to spell Kristaps Porzingis. Draymond is in there. And then you start sprinkling in the rest and have everybody kind of fall back down, as I was talking to him about, their roles. Have Pods and Melton and Guy Santos start to fall back into their roles. And then, nothing against them, but that's when you start taking, Yurtseven and Cryer and maybe even some Pat Spencer, and you pull them off the floor. And you've got a veteran-laden basketball team that goes on the road to play a young team. And, I mean, I could see them being favored in that game. Let's put it that way.
Potentially.
I could see them being favored.
I mean, they've played 4 times this year. The first 3 times, Portland won. Last time, the Warriors were able to beat the Blazers. And the starting 5 that night was Butler, Curry, Moody, Green, and Quentin Post.
Yep.
Butler won't play. Curry, hopefully. Moody won't play. Draymond, if he can continue to stay healthy. And Quentin Post, who is currently injured. So you go down the list of guys. Porzingis wasn't even thought to be a Golden State Warrior at that point. And so the Portland team that you're going to face is much like the team you faced all year, but the Warrior team won't be.
No, exactly. I mean, your guard rotation could be Steph and Melton and Pods. Your front court rotation, Porzingis and Draymond and Horford. And then you sprinkle in some Guy, some GP2, and some Will Richard. And that's maybe that's your 9. And I look at that completely differently than I have any Warrior basketball game in 2026.
You certainly, since Steph got hurt, which was only about a week or 2 after this Portland game.
Yep, and Porzingis hadn't been acquired yet.
Right, and so you've got Porzingis and Steph, which we haven't seen it, but everybody who watches basketball thinks that it's going to be seamless and look just fine, and I kind of agree with that. So it's exciting to think what could possibly be. And you know what? You might go and beat Portland, and then you go up against the 7-8 loser, and you might lose that game. But at least you should have an opportunity to see Steph and Porzingis and Draymond and the rest of the guys all together.
I want to get back to something that we were talking about earlier that Nick Friedel had said to us, and so we'll do that in a second. I want to remind everybody that tickets for all Warriors home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. Warriors will host the Cleveland Cavaliers on Thursday. That's a 7 p.m. start. The Rockets on Sunday. Also a 7 p.m. start on April 5th as part of the current 5-game homestand. And even in the event of a sellout, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, where season ticket holders and other fans resell tickets that are 100% guaranteed by the Warrior organization. I hadn't thought of this in the conversation about should he or shouldn't he come back. It's kind of a funny conversation because Steph and the Warriors would have you believe like there is no should he or shouldn't he. There's just will he. Is he ready? And if he is, he comes back and plays. And for the crowd that goes, why? Why risk more injury? Why ruin your lottery chances potentially by bringing him back? I hadn't thought of this. What about the advertisement for July? What about that? Friedel brought this up. It's a very, very good point. If you want the Warriors to go after somebody this offseason, and I don't know many Warrior fans who don't like that idea. We can all have a debate over who that person should be, what you should give up for it. But if you want the Warriors to explore the idea of any additional high-level acquisitions, isn't it important for Steph Curry over the next 2 weeks to kind of give the, hey, how you doing, to all of those high-level players and let them know, I'm good. I'm good. I'm open for business. I can still play. Let's do this next year.
Right. You join me and we might actually have some action. And, that hopefully will start on Sunday. I don't know if you saw this from Anthony Slater just about 8 minutes ago. Kristaps Porzingis will sit tomorrow night versus the Spurs.
Oh.
Hasn't been cleared for both sides of back-to-backs yet. This according to Anthony Slater on Twitter. Melton out with a thumb strain. Gee and GP2 questionable. Warriors and Cavs on Thursday. So Kristaps essentially would play Thursday, but not tomorrow. No Horford. And I guess we have to just kind of wait and see about Quentin Post. If not, your center tomorrow is going to be Draymond Green.
And you're Taven.
Thank you. I forgot.
Yeah, you're
Never
Taven.
forget you're Taven.
No,
but that just came from Anthony Slater a few moments ago.
I'm chuckling because the roster tomorrow night is going to be a disaster. And that's okay. That's okay.
You're going to have Kevin Durant do the public address instead of Steve Scott. Starting at guard. Who are you?
Well, wait a minute. So hold on. Did I get this right? So Steph's out tomorrow.
Correct.
Kristaps is out tomorrow.
According to Anthony Slater, yes.
And Horford is out tomorrow.
Melton is out with a thumb strain.
Okay.
Moody and Jimmy Butler are out.
Jimmy and Moody are out. Mm-hmm. Last time we saw Quentin Post, he couldn't walk. A couple days ago, limped off of the court. The fact that Steve mentioned in our conversation, I don't know if Guy Santos can play tomorrow night. He got banged up. That makes me think it's wobbly at best for Guy. So what are we looking at as far as a potential lineup tomorrow night? Especially as far as the guys who usually play. So you got Pods.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have GP2.
He's questionable.
You might have GP2. How are we doing with Will Richard?
Well, he didn't dress in the game the other night.
He's not on the injury report.
Not on the injury report. So we're going to have Will Richard. You're going to have Leons, Yurtseven, I guess Draymond. Draymond is going to play.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Did I mention D'Anthony Melton?
You said
he's out.
You said he's
Never
out.
mind. Yeah.
LJ Cryer, Nate Williams, Pat Spencer.
Malavi Leons, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
So that's against the Spurs.
Who are you? Yurtseven, Leons, Williams, Cryer, Spencer, Green, and Pods. Let Pods cook. Go ahead and get to your daily fantasy app right now. It's an over. It's an over on all Pods.
Higher than 37.5.
Points, rebounds, and assists.
No, just points.
It's possible. Wembanyama coming off the third fastest double-double in the history of the association.
Yeah.
He had a double-double in 8.5 minutes. He already had 10 and 10.
He scored like 41 and had 15 boards in 30 minutes.
Yeah. He dunks with his shoulder. I don't even know what to do with him. But yeah, look, I think we could all have an honest conversation with each other. Can we not?
They're the 10 seed.
They're the 10 seed.
Right.
They're the 10 seed, and that's that. And optimism is high right now that a bunch of very accomplished NBA players, one of them named Steph Curry, is going to be back in time to see if they can do something with that.
With the 10 seed.
Yeah. But that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. You can look at the schedule. You can look at the injuries. You can look at all you want. It would be beyond miraculous for the Warriors to get out of the 10 seed at this point.
I wouldn't go quite that far.
I would.
I mean,
you're going to get your doors blown off tomorrow night.
Oh, you get out of the 10th. I thought you meant make it out of the 10 seed.
To get to the 8 or the 9.
I'm with you there.
It would be miraculous at this point.
Well, I did the math earlier. They would need to go 5-2, and Portland would have to go 2-4.
Right.
And Portland's got a couple of Sacramentos, and they have a couple of games that those teams are going to absolutely try to lose.
And you have a Spurs, a Cavs, a Rockets.
And a Clippers.
And a Lakers.
Yes.
And another, right? Yeah. Did I get all of them?
No, there's two Kings. You mentioned all the hard ones.
Okay, I mentioned all the hard ones. There's 2 Kings.
Right. It's adorable. So go ahead and go 5-2 with all those guys out tomorrow against a Spurs team, by the way, that is still sniffing the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. They're not out of it. They're 2.5 back of OKC.
Well, then I should stand corrected on the whole idea of if the Warriors make the playoffs, they'll get the Thunder. That'd be great if the Spurs could get the top seed.
2 back in the loss column, and I don't know, I think the tiebreaker, the Spurs would hold it because the Spurs have been whooping up on the Thunder. So
they beat them 4 out of 5 times this year.
They've won 9 in a row.
And of the 5 games, do they all count in the tiebreaker? 'Cause even the NBA Cup cockamamie game?
I don't know about that. If that factors in the tiebreaker, but they have the tiebreaker anyway, so it doesn't matter in this instance.
With this amount of games, it's going to be tough for them to get the 1 seed.
And as I was looking earlier at the tiebreakers, they don't hold it against Portland, nor do they hold it against the Clippers. This is the Warriors I'm talking about. So
they could potentially hold the tiebreaker with the Clippers if things play out well for them the rest of the way.
It comes down to, I think, division record.
Correct.
Which right now they're trailing the Clippers. You would need Portland to beat them, and you'd need to beat them, et cetera. It's a long shot, but yeah, you're right, Grandy.
Portland not in their division, but the Warriors would have to beat the Kings and the Clippers, and then maybe you could, and the Lakers potentially, and then maybe you could get it. But
that Spurs Thunder thing, though, the Thunder they got a tough schedule the rest of the way. I don't know if it matters. They're the Thunder. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
But they got to play the Lakers twice, home and home. Lakers, nobody's hotter than the Lakers. They got to go to the Clippers. They got to go to Denver. And then they've got home games against Utah and Phoenix. So there's some losable games in there.
Yeah, I guess my point of bringing that up was that San Antonio is definitely going to be going for it all, especially tomorrow.
Oh.
You know, it's not like they're going to be in coast mode. You know, the only team, I guess there's no team that's just locked in. Like the Lakers are only a game and a half up on Denver, and Denver's a game and a half up on Minnesota, which is a half game up on Houston. Phoenix is kind of the only one that's landlocked, you know.
I'm looking to see if there's a number on tomorrow night's Warriors-Spurs game, just for fun. Ooh, yeah, I got it. Okay, what do you think it is?
Game show music, please.
Game show music, please.
Da-da-da.
I will give you credit if you can get within either direction within 1 point of tomorrow night's spread between the Golden State Warriors or a facsimile thereof against the visiting Wembanyamas of San Antonio.
Now, the Warriors really good at home, Mark, 21-15.
That's a good point,
and coming off a great scrimmage today where one of their assistant coaches apparently put it on.
Lit it up.
That said, San Antonio is an absolute wagon. They've won 9 in a row. They're going to come in, and the Spurs are favored. They're favored by 10.5, Mark.
I'm so sorry, Dad.
No.
I'm so sorry. That is not
the buzzer.
That is not within 1 point of
4
the actual
necessary. Yeah, that was 4.
The Golden State Warriors tomorrow night in their own building will be a 13-point underdog against the Spurs. And by the way, you better get on that now because it's probably going to be 15 in about an hour. 13-point dog.
Man.
Against the Spurs tomorrow night.
That's a lot of points.
Yeah, it is.
What is this, a women's NCAA tournament game?
It might be.
Man, I got to stop taking the underdogs.
Big Smooth in Oakland real quick. Hey, Smooth, what are you doing?
Yeah. How you guys doing?
What's up?
You know what, man? Just depression when you're talking about these lineups and this person's out. We can't get any kind of continuity. You know what? It costs money to watch games now. This makes you not even want to renew a subscription. I mean, this has just been a disaster. I get it, man. We had a bunch of unfortunate injuries. Now it seems like we're just tanking because it's not called tanking. Everybody's hurt. It just seems like we're tanking. I know we're not tanking, but it seems like we're tanking. And this is not fun, man. It's not fun. Of course, we remember the bad old days. We're trotting out lineups that don't have a snowball chance. I'm glad that we're not trying to get that 8th seed anymore. We've given up abandoned all hope in that. But, man, these lineups are terrible, bro. These are terrible lineups. And I hope the Warriors brass realize this is hard. It's hard to watch this, and it's hard to pay for this. So I don't know. I just wanted to say that. I'm not looking forward to this game tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm going to watch because I know what's going to happen. We may look promising for a couple of quarters, and then we're going to end up losing by 18 to 20 points. That's just the formula now.
Hey,
and it's really not fun to watch.
Hey, Smooth, you and I both know you gonna watch.
Watch, man, but I'm not going to enjoy it.
Okay. Thank you, Smooth.
You ain't watching?
You go watch.
Yeah.
You go watch. And by the way, Steph Curry has worked his butt off to get back and is on the doorstep of doing so. So, I get it. It's not tanking, but I do think the Warriors are now strategic in terms of which games they want to chase and how hard they want to chase them. So that's not tanking, but do you want to play half-injured players on a Wednesday night against San Antonio when you're building towards something that could be much more fruitful a week or two from now?
No, and you probably will have the same approach on the Thursday game against Cleveland. And I'm just wondering if they will play, and he talked about continuity. They've had 38 different starting lineups this year.
Tomorrow night will be 39.
It might be.
I bet.
I'd have to look and see if they've had like a Yurt 7 lineup and, a Crier in there.
I do think Yurt 7 has started. I could be wrong. I feel like he has. All right, we're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort, introducing the $375,000 cachet of clues at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Sundays, March 1st through April 26th, excluding April 5th, March 29th, and April 26th. The grand prize is a 2026 Mercedes-Benz C300W. So check that out. We love Cache Creek. 888-957-957 is the number. It's Willard and Dibbs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Cross Rib Roast or Bottom Round Roast Mega Packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibbs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature Select Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts Value Pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibbs and I will see you in the aisles.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, cool. You trying to start crap right before the end of the show? Is that what you're doing, Granny?
Huh? What did I do?
That was pods.
Yeah.
Can't play pods.
What's wrong with that?
It's controversial.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
so calm down in there.
I'm calm.
Go ahead and book it for tomorrow.
What?
Triple-double for pods.
Hold on, I'm gonna look up his. I don't know. Does
I don't think it's out already.
Did they not put it up a day in advance?
I got pods going. I got pods going. 22, 11, and 10.
Hang on. I said, hang on.
I got the Warriors losing.
Oh, no. I do know they've only got Spurs numbers.
I got the Warriors losing.
Yeah.
134-75.
Wembanyama's number is 25.5 for tomorrow.
Points?
For tomorrow, yeah. My boy, my crush. Oh, my guy.
Stephon Castle.
Man, 17.5. De'Aaron Fox, 16.5.
Yeah.
Wembanyama, 40.5 PRA.
Man, what about for the second half?
Exactly. Well, he ain't playing in the second half. He's watching the 35-point lead. Is what he is.
Yeah, it's not stacking up to be a good matchup, but
no, it's not.
Well,
it's not stacking up to be a good matchup. That's a good point.
Look at the big brain on Dibbs. I can see why you got your job.
Yeah.
This is the other one. Just
by you, pal.
It just hit me like, and we've been saying this for a long time without Steph. Draymond gets up for the big games and the big matchups, but I think that this is one where Draymond Green might find his way into a couple of techs. And like, do I really want to be out here for this?
What's he at for the year?
Oh, not that many.
Not that many.
No, it's been a quiet year.
Yeah. I did a whole thing on the Sunday show because Luka was suspended for last night's game. So he got his 16th tech like a week ago. Then they appealed it. The league agreed with him. So they pulled it back, and he was ready to go, and then he went out 2 days later and went and got another one and got suspended anyway. Now, they were playing Washington, so who cares? But I was like, dude, Luka, that's annoying. Your texts don't amount to anything. Maybe this sounds weird to people, but I look at the likes of Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks Rasheed Wallace back in the day.
Oh.
I look at him like an NHL enforcer. It's what you do. It's annoying. It's harsh. Some will call it dirty. But you are playing an emotional role. You are the edge of your team. And with that comes some pushing of the envelope and some technical fouls. So when you get suspended for 16 techs, I'm like, yeah, it's what you do. When Luka gets 16 techs, it's like, what are you doing?
Complaining.
You literally just complained your way to a suspension. It doesn't do anything for your team. In fact, what it usually does is lead to 5-on-4 because they go back on defense while you sit down and pull up a chair and put a napkin in your chest, start talking to the ref. Dude, he's going to wear people out. I'm not kidding. I'm not a Warrior fan, Laker fan, whatever. He's going to wear the audience. What is he, 26?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to wear people out with this.
Tied for the league lead with Dylan Brooks. Dylan the Villain and Luka each with 16. Draymond is tied with another one of your least favorite guys, Beef Stew.
Oh, well, he's
with 12.
That's like all he does.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, if I'm Draymond, because doesn't that thing roll into the playoffs?
No.
It doesn't?
Nope, it does not.
Okay, well, then,
it's a fresh count in the playoffs. Because I remember
and go ahead and fire him
when
up
he got
tomorrow
suspended in the finals, it was because of the flagrant count that just kicks in the postseason. So Draymond's got he's got another 4. On the 4th one, he'll get suspended. So I don't know. I'm sure he would love to go up against Wemby tomorrow, but that's going to be a frustration sensation, most likely, against the Spurs. A hungry Spurs team against a depleted Warriors. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but don't be shocked if it's an uno dos adios for Draymond in the second quarter.
Why not?
Exactly.
Why not? Rest up, big fella. The big boys are
There'll
coming
be brighter
back.
days ahead.
Yeah, Steph's coming.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Hopefully
Knock on
Sunday.
wood. Hey, the show's almost over.
Yeah, I have a watch.
And I'm a little like, look, it goes the way it goes, because we had Steph Curry news today. We had Casey Schmidt come on the show. We had Nick Friedel. We had Steve Kerr come on the show. We had a rousing Tony Vitello conversation, I thought. So all of these things happen. So it happens. But we should not get out of here. Get out of here. We should not get out of here without mentioning Landon Roop. My man. Like Landon Roop.
Dealing.
Yeah. Landon Roop is, the velo was up. I don't know about the whole 4 runs in 4 games thing. Sure, that's a problem. I get it. But I think lost in the sauce is that if you remove the 5-run fat burger that Logan gave up in the second inning of the season, the Giants have pitched their asses off so far this year.
Yeah.
Outside of that inning, what are they giving up? 10 runs?
That sounds about right. They've given up 15 in total, so minus 11, which puts them second worst in the National League, third worst in baseball.
Landon Roop.
Yeah, kind of like you said, I just felt in control of the whole game, even with runners on base. And, yeah, just had everything working for me. The cutter was really good tonight. Changeup was really good. Two-seam was very good. So, yeah, pretty happy with it.
All right, man, pretty happy. Me too.
Yeah.
Roopy.
There you go. Bullpen was mostly good except for the I don't want to go full RNS garage doors on you, but they are in need of a closer.
Sure. By the way, I thought it was hilarious. I got this text, my buddy Lauren Gold.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear the news on him?
No.
So Lauren Gold,
keyboard player for the Who, right?
And Chicago. Yes, Lauren Gold through the years. And so both of those acts kind of like hit their 80s. Like the Who just retired. They just had their farewell tour. And so they've retired. I don't know exactly what's going on with Chicago, but this is the kind of life that Lauren Gold leads. All of a sudden, he is now keyboardist for Rush.
Just like that?
Poof! The Who, Chicago, and now Rush. He's also
I didn't even know that they had keyboards in Rush.
Yeah, well, everybody's got a keyboard.
Well, they were always just the 3 dudes.
Yeah. Well, now there's a 4th dude.
Okay.
Anyway, huge Giants fan. Lauren Gold grew up in Palo Alto. So it took maybe 2 batters into Ryan Walker's. This is the first lead that the Giants have had all year long. And he walks in and he walks the first hitter and boop, there goes my phone. And it's Lauren. And he just says, WTF do they see in Walker? I'm like, he's faced 3 batters. Like, you know what I mean? But I'm like, I think they're still trying to refine 2024. He says, I'm done with him. And I said, well, Keaton win. Let's see what happens. And he's already in favor of it. Yep. I don't think we could do it this quick. We can't do it now.
Just give Lauren the phone number next time. 888-957-9570.
It was nighttime. It was, you know.
But he sounds like many of the callers. Like, I'm done with him. He's thrown 3 pitches. He's faced 3 batters. I get it. Small sample, but he's not going to be the closer for the entire season. I'll say that.
It could be.
I doubt it.
He could pitch better.
He's allowed to.
Yep.
And I think what they see in him is that 2-way breakability of tantalizing stuff.
No, he was really good 2 years ago.
Yep.
And they felt like they found something off of last year, and so far, maybe not so much.
Right.
But anyway, so the Warriors play the next 2 nights. So you know what that means is about to happen next.
It means it's time for me, fellas. Gucci.
Gucci. It's Warriors Roundtable, a full hour with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
I love it.
Which is tremendous. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
After I go to Bart and get in the room.